On a stormy, rain-lashed night, a piercing scream suddenly rang out from inside a temple. A man staggered back in terror. Before him lay an extremely bizarre corpse. He screamed as he ran out of the temple. Someone is dead. A demon is eating people. A short while later, the man returned with several constables. Sirs, I came into the mountains to gather herbs and stopped here to rest. I never expected to encounter such a horrifying sight. The leader of the constables, Xing Tu, immediately ordered his men to inspect the temple. The man anxiously asked, Sir, should we find a Taoist priest to take a look? Xing Tu examined the fallen trees behind the temple and knew the demon had already left. He was certain there was no need for a Taoist priest. An inspection would be enough. One of the runners found a sword in a corner of the temple. Seeing that, Xing Tu turned around. All right, this is the evidence. Clear the scene and take the corpse to the morgue. The scene shifted to a damp, foul-smelling prison. Catching a scent, a rat scurried over. Inside the cell, a man lay deeply asleep on a pile of straw. His name was Li Yuntan. The rat crawled onto Li Yuntan's toe and bit him. He jolted awake. The rats in this prison are vicious enough to bite people. Luckily, his belongings were still there. From the sole of his shoe, he took out a green jade pendant and recalled what had happened. Those two Taoist priests chased me because of this. He recalled the earlier scene. After the two Taoist priests discovered Li Yuntan hiding there, they drew their swords and prepared to strike. Suddenly, they sensed something behind them. A gigantic blood red eye was staring into the temple. The two Taoist priests were immediately wrapped up by a long tongue. Li Yuntan stared wide-eyed, horrified by the monster before him, doing his best not to make sound. The terrifying demon swallowed the two Taoist priests whole. It was draped in human skin, making it look utterly grotesque. After the demon left, the injured Li Yuntan ran to the nearest town, then collapsed from exhaustion. That was why he had been thrown into this prison. Even now, he was still shaken. What exactly was that demon? A clanging sound came from outside. Li Yuntan's expression changed at once. Sir, you're back. I wasn't lying to you. A demon truly committed the crime. Xing Tu seemed indifferent to Li Yuntan's words and coldly replied, Yes. Everything is clear now. That's wonderful. I told you I was innocent. Before Li Yuntan could finish, Xing Tu interrupted him. You are the murderer. Li Yuntan looked baffled. Xing Tu drew a sword. Does this sword look familiar? We found it at the scene. Li Yuntan still asked doubtfully. What do you mean? You have sword wounds on your body, and you carried a similar sword. Clearly, you killed someone and took his sword, then destroyed the evidence to conceal your crime. Li Yuntan gripped the bars in agitation. How could an ordinary person leave a crime scene like that? An ordinary person? Xing Tu pointed to several sheets of paper on the table. Look, these are the things we found on you. You're an occult painter, aren't you? You use these things to create the illusion of a demon killing people. Li Yuntan fell silent, as though he had realized something. As Xing Tu walked away, he said, The reasoning is sound. A verdict will be reached soon enough. Stop struggling in vain. Li Yuntan thought to himself, They're so eager to convict me. Does he want to find a scapegoat and close the case quickly? Two Taoist priests died horribly, and the temple was destroyed. They want to convict me in just one day. Even if I am the prime suspect, they can't possibly condemn me so carelessly. Is there some hidden reason behind this? I can't just sit here and wait to die. He recalled his previous life, when his alcoholic adoptive father abused and humiliated him. Following me is your fate. Being beaten by me is your fate. I taught you skills. However much you learned was also your fate. On another stormy night, his alcoholic adoptive father was murdered on the road. Looking at his adoptive father's memorial portrait, he wondered, was that fate too? In a desolate place, rarely visited by anyone, Li Yuntan was murdered in an ambush. The same question echoed in his mind. Was that fate too? Just as he sank into thought, the jailer's call startled him. It's mealtime. You're lucky. The prison guard specifically ordered something good for you. Li Yuntan looked at the tray of food before him and sighed. In his previous life, he had lived in poverty since childhood. Had that old man not adopted him, he would likely have frozen to death on the streets long ago. Later, he studied psychology and endured countless hardships before finally graduating. Yet that old man was killed by thugs. Though he spent 15 years avenging him, he could never return to an ordinary life. He had thought this life would finally be peaceful, but he had ended up caught in another mess. At that thought, his expression changed. Seeing Li Yuntan's gaze, the jailer felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly said, What are you staring at? Eat quickly. Who knows what you'll get for your next meal? Li Yuntan said, Sir, if this is my last meal, couldn't you be a little less stingy? Even prisoners can be picky about their food. You should be grateful you have food at all. With that, the jailer hurriedly shut the cell door. The lock suddenly came loose, as though the jailer had deliberately arranged it. Li Yuntan immediately realized, was this door specially prepared for me? They want me to escape. It seems no verdict has been issued here yet. After thinking for a moment, he put some food into his mouth and kept muttering, At least let me eat my fill first. These steam buns are better than that stale soup. Why isn't there even a bit of broth? Seeing Li Yuntan muttering nonstop, another prison guard approached and asked what he was mumbling about. Did he not see that the cell door was loose? Honestly, I made it so obvious. Is this brat pretending to be stupid, or did he really not notice? Should I remind him? No, that might make him suspicious. After eating, Li Yuntan lay down with a hand on his stomach, thinking, it seems they have decided to drive me out of this prison. Rather than let them devise more schemes, I may as well go along with it. But things won't unfold as smoothly as they expect. After a long while, seeing that Li Yuntan still had not opened the door and left, one guard could no longer hold back. Damn it, he fell asleep again. Don't rush. I'll buy you a drink. By midnight, the two guards were dead drunk and sleeping like logs. Only then did Li Yuntan open the cell door and walk out. He retrieved his papers, then quickly went over and patted a guard on the shoulder. Sir, wake up. I'm escaping from prison. Though the guard saw him, he pretended not to and let Li Yuntan leave. Outside the prison, a group of judicial constables lay in ambush. After waiting a long time, without any movement, one of them asked, Why hasn't he come out? Did something happen inside? Don't rush. When he comes out, kill him with the fastest strike possible. We can't make too much noise and arouse suspicion. A figure emerged from the city gate, and the judicial constables immediately charged forward. But the person who emerged was not Li Yuntan. Xing Tu angrily demanded, Look at me. What are you doing here? The man answered, That fellow told me to come out. Then Li Yuntan emerged from behind him and said, Sir, you haven't handled this very cleanly. Even if you find me as a scapegoat, if that demon appears and kills again, it will only prove you arrested the wrong man. Why not solve the problem once and for all? Solve it once and for all? Xing Tu asked suspiciously, What method could a brat like you possibly have? I do have a few methods. I'm just afraid you'll be so terrified of that demon that you won't even dare to try. You've seen it before, haven't you? Xing Tu's expression changed drastically. Who exactly are you? Who am I? As you can see, I'm merely a humble painter. If you count my previous life, I was also a psychologist. Hearing the latter part, Xing Tu looked utterly confused. Li Yuntan continued, Never mind that. Let's keep talking about the demon. Can you truly help me deal with it? If you don't believe me, you can kill me. But search this entire village, and you still won't find anyone else who can help you. If that demon appears again. Xing Tu understood what he meant and immediately ordered his men to stand guard. Li Yuntan sat beneath a tree and took out a painting scroll while Xing Tu described the case in detail. 3 months ago, the county magistrate's son disappeared during a hunt. The only old man who survived said a demon was eating people. I suspect it was this demon. The first time I saw it was 5 years ago. There was thunder and heavy rain that day. My son had just been born. Xing Tu was holding his newborn son. Before he could rejoice for long, a gigantic demon crawled through his window. It shattered the roof and peered inside with enormous blood-red eyes. It seized Xing Tu's son and wife. Xing Tu hurriedly grabbed the sword on the table, ready to fight it to the death. But when he turned around, he froze at the sight of the demon, holding his wife and child. The demon opened its huge mouth and swallowed mother and son whole. At this point, Xing Tu wore a grief-stricken expression. That demon ate them right in front of me. Recalling his own encounter with it, Li Yuntan understood. So it did the same in front of me. It enjoys making people watch it eat others. This demon's mind is truly twisted. But demons are impossible to understand. Li Yuntan drew a portrait and held it up. Look, is this it? That's it. How do we make it appear now? There's no certainty. This thing is difficult to predict. But for a family, the most important thing is still being reunited. Xing Tu was confused. HM, what do you mean? I mean, you should reunite with your family soon. As soon as he spoke, Li Yuntan unfurled the painting. A demon burst from it and lunged at Xing Tu. Panicked, Xing Tu drew his sword and slashed at it. Then the smoke dispersed, leaving only Li Yuntan's painting scroll behind. Xing Tu roared furiously. That bastard dared to deceive us. Chase him. Li Yuntan was frantically fleeing. In this life, I truly am only a painter. He recalled what his father had once told him. All things are formless, yet heaven and earth possess spirit. Cultivators can use books or paintings to give spirit to the formless. Seeing grains of rice in a painting turn into real rice. The young Li Yuntan had been utterly fascinated. Father, how did you do that? To place all things into a painting as though they were alive, from vast landscapes to the tiniest objects, is something only a painter can do. Do you want to learn? When you grow up, I'll teach you. Thinking of this, Li Yuntan regretted. But when I grew up, Father seemed to have forgotten. He never mentioned it again. If I hadn't returned to this body and secretly learned from my master, I don't know where I would be now. Those damned Taoist priests. If they hadn't sealed my sea of qi, I wouldn't have needed to use this method against those people. After running for some time, he was discovered. Found him. The old guy is here. Li Yuntan was immediately surrounded from all sides. Keep running. Let's see how far you can get. It seems you're very angry, sir. Brat, you dared to deceive me. You thought you could escape? Who said I deceived you? Li Yuntan looked behind him and said, Isn't he here already? You think I'll fall for that again? With that, Xing Tu raised his sword to strike Li Yuntan. Suddenly, birds in the forest cried out in alarm. Then the runners collapsed one after another, while Xing Tu's sword seemed to be entangled by something. The hoot of an owl sent a cold sweat over Xing Tu. Several runners lay scattered across the ground, their heads severed from their bodies. At the same time, footsteps approached the two men. Li Yuntan continued, Don't be afraid. Turn around and see if it's him. Holding his sword to Li Yuntan's throat, Xing Tu turned around and pointed it behind him. Do you have accomplices? Come out. Stop playing tricks. A man stepped from the shadows, fanning himself as he laughed. Ha ha, we meet again. Xing Tu's spine turned icy. It's the demon. Does it still remember me? Li Yuntan's throat was being squeezed, but he still forced out the words, I didn't want to trouble you twice. You saved my life last time, but now I truly have nowhere else to turn, so I had no choice but to invite you again. Please save my life once more. Xing Tu looked at the demon, then at Li Yuntan. You know each other? The demon could not hide his delight and burst into laughter. Ah, it seems I was right not to eat you last time. You really are interesting. Li Yuntan said, It is my fortune to have met you, ninth young master. Xing Tu stared at the demon in a cold sweat. You're in league with each other. I knew I wasn't wrong. Li Yuntan smiled again. This gamble paid off. He recalled his conversation with the demon as it devoured the two Taoist priests. Hey, brat, aren't you afraid? I'm not. If not for you, I would have died at those two Taoist priests' hands. May I know your honored name? In the future, I'll make a statue of you and offer incense to you every day. The demon was stunned, then smiled amiably. Ha ha, you're quite interesting. Fine, call me ninth young master. At the time, Li Yuntan had not known why the demon spared him, but once he knew its name, painting it would allow him to borrow a trace of its spiritual power. A demon with such formidable magic truly could sense it. Though he was like a tiger stranded on the plains, with this demon here, so long as it did not wish to eat him, nothing would happen to him. Ninth young master suddenly asked Li Yuntan, Didn't you say you would make a statue of me and burn incense for me? Where's the statue? Where's the incense? Li Yuntan gave an awkward smile. Before I could even find a place to settle down, I was thrown into prison. These past few days, I haven't eaten or slept well, and I thought of you every day. Today, I finally had a chance to paint your likeness, only to trouble you into saving my life again. Li Yuntan was interrupted by Xing Tu. Shut up, don't come any closer, or I'll kill him. Ninth young master became even more amused. He's using you to threaten me. He wants to kill someone. Hearing that, Xing Tu trembled even more in fear. Li Yuntan added fuel to the fire. He's very weak. I thought that after seeing you, he might show a little backbone. But with the enemy who murdered your wife and son standing right in front of you, you only dare point your blade at me. All you want is to run away. Shut up. Say another word, and I'll kill you. Li Yuntan continued manipulating Xing Tu's mind. Will you feel at ease if I stop talking? When your wife and son were killed, you could only stand there and watch, like a cowardly dog. But if you remain a coward today, you won't survive either. Kill me, and once I die, you'll die too. Aren't you terrified now? Don't you want to run away and survive? No, I don't. Haha, you don't. A person like you can't even hold a blade steady, yet you claim you want to kill him. Stop dreaming. Kill him. Do it now. Kill him. Li Yuntan's words seemed to seize control of Xing Tu's mind. Though terrified, Xing Tu still charged at ninth young master. But before such a great demon, Xing Tu was no more than an ant. With a mere wave of the fan in his hand, Xingtu's fate was certain death. Seeing Li Yuntan's ability to manipulate people's minds, Ninth Young Master asked with curious interest, "How did you do that?" Li Yuntan replied wearily, "Just a small trick. From the moment I left the prison, I began influencing his thoughts and disrupting his plans. I spoke to him about those memories, that painting, the nighttime atmosphere, and followed the scent of blood. Until you appeared, I undermined his plans step by step, making him uneasy, anxious, furious, terrified, unable to breathe or think clearly. In the end, every word I spoke suppressed his breath and gave him no chance to calm down. Finally, I showed him one vague path, and he followed it, dying at your hands, Ninth Young Master. Death is good. He can be reunited with his family. You truly are a good person." "A good person?" Ninth Young Master was stunned, then burst into laughter. "Ah, interesting, truly interesting. This is the first time anyone has called me that. You're so interesting that I really want to know what you taste like. If you want to taste, go ahead. But there aren't many people like me, so savor me carefully. I just got out of prison this time, so my meat probably smells awful. If you want to eat me next time, I'll add some seasoning for you." Ninth Young Master laughed even harder. "You really are something. You owe me a life." With that, Ninth Young Master vanished into the wind. "I'll come find you. If you ever bore me, I'll eat you." Li Yuntan let out a long sigh. He looked up at the sky and thought to himself that he had finally survived. Last spring, his parents had died in a storm-related accident. By worldly custom, he should have remained home to mourn for 3 years. But 9 days ago, 2 Taoist priests had come seeking shelter. The bearded one was Taoist Danqing, Red Pine Master, and the other was Azure Master. Red Pine Master stroked his beard and said, "Everyone possesses a divine soul, though some are stronger than others. Cultivators like us must draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which requires a sufficiently powerful divine soul. As for methods of cultivating the divine soul, though it sounds simple, it is actually just tribulation crossing." Li Yuntan asked doubtfully, "What is tribulation crossing?" Though it sounded simple, if one's divine soul was not strong enough during tribulation crossing, outside influences could distract them while casting a technique and cause a backlash. But all things depended on fate and opportunity. If one possessed a famous artifact left behind by an ancient master, it would be much easier. On the 3rd day of their stay, the 2 men finally could not hold back any longer and revealed their true faces. Somehow, they had heard that my father possessed a book called The Painting of Myriad Miles of Rivers and Mountains, left behind by a Taoist painter 1,000 years ago. As for the item they left behind, I did not know whether it was the legendary Hua Tua secret cannon or the clairvoyant jade slip. After fleeing for 7 days, I should have died then. But I escaped disaster thanks to a demon that enjoyed eating human flesh. Returning from his memories, Li Yuntan rose to his feet, walked over to the constable's corpses, searched them, and stuffed some silver into his clothes. Hunted all the way here, only to have his life saved by a demon. How strange. If they met again, would he still be able to fool it? The next morning, someone stepped on the constable's bloodstains. It was the herb gatherer from the day before. He looked around in terror. Constables. They're all constables. What happened here? Why did I have to run into something like this? A Taoist priest. This time, I must find a Taoist priest. Meanwhile, Li Yuntan encountered a caravan escorting goods along the road. Li Yuntan stood by the roadside and waved. "Could I hitch a ride for part of the way? We are all travelers of the martial world. May you return safely after half a year on the road." The scar-faced old man with the fashionable beard was the chief escort, Xiao Duanhong. Seeing that Li Yuntan was handsome, Xiao Duanhong's daughter happily struck up a conversation. "Why are you alone in such wilderness?" "Normally, my father does not allow strangers onto an escort wagon. He is afraid they might have been sent by mountain bandits." Li Yuntan smiled and asked, "Do I look like a bandit?" At the sight of his smile, Xiao Duanhong's daughter was momentarily captivated. She turned away shyly and replied, "No. What bandit could possibly be this handsome?" Seeing her reaction, Li Yuntan felt like teasing her. "That is right. Actually, I am a mountain demon. So what if you were a demon? We have a Taoist priest. He will subdue you." The old man beside her said sternly, "Do not joke about that with this old Taoist. My work is not catching demons." Li Yuntan examined him, then pointed at the tools he carried. "Judging by your equipment, senior, could you be a Taoist painter?" The old Taoist was somewhat surprised. "Oh, you have sharp eyes, boy. Have you heard of the Cavern Mystery sect? This poor Taoist is its sect master. If you can lead a sect, senior, you must surely be a great master. Do not believe him. His cavern mystery sect consists of only himself. He is just a swindling painter. Hearing her slander him, the old Taoist grew angry. You call me a swindler? This poor Taoist truly has skill. Real skill? I heard a demon has been causing trouble on the mountain ahead. Do you dare go catch it? Already told you, painters do not catch demons. Oomph. So you really are useless. I once saw you paint a portrait for a young lady at the House of Crimson Delight, using little tricks to deceive people. Nonsense. When has this poor Taoist ever done such a thing? Xiao Duanhong strode over, grabbed his daughter, and scolded her. When did you go to the House of Crimson Delight? Is that a place a respectable young lady should visit? Father, do not do this. I am already 10 years old. Even if you were 15, you would not be allowed to go. Father, listen to my explanation. Watching the scene unfold, the two men could not help laughing aloud. Li Yuntan turned to the old Taoist. Sir, tell me about Taoist painters. Listen carefully. This poor Taoist has practiced the craft for 36 years and has earned some reputation in Yu City. Since we are fated to meet, I will teach you a little. There are 5 realms of cultivation, from lowest to highest. Mystic, true, transformation, void, and intent. For Taoist painters, reaching the intent realm allows one to draw out spiritual energy and merge it into paintings, influencing another person's 5 senses and fortune. At the void realm, one can condense energy into form and deceive others. At the transformation realm, one can summon objects. Li Yunan asked, what about the true realm and mystic realm? The old Taoist suddenly sighed. The art of painting is in decline nowadays. One must go to the capital to find a void realm painter. Whether there are any transformation realm masters is difficult to say, let alone mystic realm and true realm experts. There are fewer than 5 intent realm painters in this entire city, and I am one of them. Wow, Sir truly is a great master. Stroking his beard, the old Taoist thought to himself, there is only me in my temple, yet he believes in me so readily. Why not take him as my disciple? The boy is upright and can help with chores. Would that not be wonderful? Li Yuntan also had his own thoughts about the old Taoist. Though this Taoist was weak, he was still a painter. In the future, Li Yuntan could use his identity as backing and gain a place to stay. The old Taoist spoke to the youth. I see that we are fated, and you also wish to seek the Tao. Li Yuntan immediately understood his meaning, knelt, and kowtowed. Master above, please accept this bow from your disciple. When a young lady returned, her mouth fell open. I was only gone for a moment. How did you become master and disciple already? Has Big Brother become a Taoist priest? One escort guard turned away and muttered, he looks decent enough, but he is actually a fool. You are the fool. Before long, night fell. Xiao Duanhong waved his hand and ordered the group to make camp. Li Yuntan was fetching water when Miss Xiao approached him. What is it? Are you here for water too? No, I wanted to tell you not to let old Taoist Lu fool you. That old man is terrible. He likes putting on airs and flirting with young ladies. Suddenly, the girl stammered in embarrassment. I was not speaking ill of someone behind his back, and you're not a young lady. I am only worried about you. Li Yuntan thought, she came to find me in secret. Is she worried about my reputation? I understand. Thank you. But once I have acknowledged a master, I cannot go back on my word. Come on, it is time to return. Unexpectedly, the girl grabbed Li Yuntan's sleeve, her face turning even redder. It is fine if you regret it. If you are embarrassed, I can speak for you. You can come to my family's escort agency. Li Yuntan suddenly sensed something. He immediately seized the girl's hand and dodged aside. Before them stood a bandit who looked extremely dangerous. The bandit turned around with a friendly smile. Two little fish that slipped through the net. Miss Chow immediately drew her firearm, took a stance, and demanded, "Who are you?" But rather than being afraid, the bandit pointed his sword at them. I advise you two to behave yourselves. When a toast is offered, you refuse it and insist on drinking punishment wine. Li Yuntan immediately noticed the sword in his hand. It was identical to those carried by the 2 Taoists before. Could they be fellow disciples? I will hold him back. Hurry and call my father. Do not act rashly. His cultivation is far from ordinary. Stop muttering. How about I cut off one of your legs first, so you will not think of running? Before he had finished speaking, the bandit swung his sword at Li Yuntan. Li Yuntan reacted swiftly and stepped forward, shouting, "Wait!" The blade stopped before his face. The bandit was surprised. "Now, what is this? Want to block a sword for your little sweetheart?" Tears welled up in Miss Chiao's eyes. "Why must you risk your life like this?" Li Yuntan gently pushed the sword tip down. "Great hero, you misunderstand. Your martial skill is exceptional. We admit defeat." Admit defeat? Upon saying that, Li Yuntan took Miss Chiao's weapon and offered it to the bandit. "This is for you. I hope you will spare us." Seeing that Li Yuntan knew when to advance and retreat, the bandit turned around. Sensible enough. "Follow me." Brother, why are you doing this? Look at that hillside. He has companions there. We cannot escape." "That is right. We cannot escape. So we are simply going to surrender without resisting." A short while later, the one-eyed bandit led them to his companions. One escort guard was displeased to see that Li Yuntan was more handsome than he was. He is nothing but a pretty face. I thought that with a man beside her, at least he could protect Miss and help her escape. I am not as good as you. Come over here. Stop following him. That useless pretty boy is no help at all." Li Yuntan ignored them and carefully observed the bandits. Though these swordsmen were not as strong as the two Taoists from before, they were much more powerful than the escort guards. Although his parents had never taught him painting techniques in childhood, they had never neglected his foundational cultivation. If his Sea of Qi had not been sealed by those two Taoists, perhaps he could have fought them. But now, one of the bandits ordered Qiao Duanhong and the others, "Come here. Burn all these goods, then follow us." Qiao Duanhong stepped forward and clasped his hands. "I am Qiao Duanhong of the Prosperous Fortune Escort Agency in Luo City. Fellow martial artists have honored me with the title Water-Repelling Saber. Today, since you gentlemen are opening business, burn whatever you wish. If you need anything, just say so. If I can help, I will." But the bandit did not care in the slightest and cursed. "Shut up. Say another word and you die." Frightened, Qiao Duanhong dared not speak again. After burning the goods, the bandits escorted Duanhong and the others away. Li Yuntan quietly analyzed the situation. It seemed their target was not the cargo, but the people from the escort agency. They wanted to kill them. After walking for some time, the one-eyed bandit ordered them to stop, rest, and light a fire. Li Yuntan headed toward the escort group, but was stopped. "What are you doing? That is not a place for you. Get lost." Miss Chiao watched Li Yuntan, only to be shouted at immediately. "What are you looking at him for? What good is being handsome? I think that Brad is plotting something." The journey had been smooth until we met him, and then all this strange trouble began. Now he keeps wandering around. Who knows what he is scouting out? The chief escort said, "These swordsmen are extremely vicious. But if things go wrong, we can only fight for our lives. We cannot let outsiders drag us down." At that moment, Li Yuntan was drawing something on the ground. Taoist Lu came over and spoke to him. "This time we are finished. We encountered real experts. We should never have boarded this wagon. I fear we will leave our lives here." But Li Yuntan remained calm. "Not necessarily. HM, do you have a plan? Have you heard of the painting of brocade robes on a night journey?" The old Taoist was astonished. "Huh? How do you know of it?" "I heard the painting of brocade robes on a night journey was created by a master of the painting path. It depicts Xiang Yu wearing a brocade robe embroidered with golden dragons as he traveled 300 miles through the night to Taixia to mourn his wife. I'm almost finished drawing it. I need your help." A short while later, Li Yuntan approached the bandits and began talking. "Great heroes, I am Li Yuntan of Luo City. I am not with those escort guards. I have traveled north and south, yet I have never seen martial experts like you. I have always admired the great masters of the world. If you do not mind, I am willing to offer all my possessions and friendship to you heroes." The red-eyed bandit angrily kicked Li Yuntan. You want to befriend us? Are you worthy? Get back where you belong and sit still." Understood. Li Yuntan stumbled backward from the kick, but deliberately scraped his feet across the ground several times, completing the painting of brocade robes on a night journey. An escort guard saw this and took Li Yuntan for an idiot. Is something wrong with his head? They do not even care about the escort agency's money, yet he wants to bribe them with money. Li Yuntan pointed at Qiao Duanhong and the others. "Well, great heroes, could we discuss something? I do not want to be crowded in with them. Could I find a place to rest by myself?" The bandit became even angrier. "Did you not hear what I said? Get back where you belong and sit still. Stop nagging." "Spare me, great hero." Li Yuntan pretended to be terrified as he retreated, leaving another mark beneath his feet. Once the painting was complete, he winked at Taoist Lu. "My turn." He recalled Li Yuntan's earlier words. "My Sea of Qi has been sealed. When it is time to channel spiritual energy at the end, I will need your help to complete it. Once I finish drawing it, you must add the eyes. I never expected you, boy, to be. But while this sounded easy, doing it could easily cost them their lives. Taoist Lu stepped forward as well. Great hero, please calm your anger. This poor Taoist is Primal Unity Master of the Cavern Mystery sect. The red-haired bandit immediately pointed his sword at Taoist Lu. The Cavern Mystery sect's lineage? Indeed, this poor Taoist cultivates the orthodox methods of the mystic gate, passed down by the supreme celestial being. All Taoist sects under heaven are one family. Why must members of one family face each other with blades? Taoist Lu pretended to retreat, stepping onto the eye-adding point of the formation. The painting of brocade robes on a night journey immediately activated. Great heroes, rest well. I will take this ignorant boy back myself. The bandit threw his sword to the ground, frightening Taoist Lu so badly that he nearly wet himself. Say another word, and do not blame me for being rude. Go, go, go. Taoist Lu whispered to Li Yuntan, is this actually working? I was so terrified that I nearly lost my life. I wonder when that immortal master will send word. I wish we could take all these people there sooner. As soon as he finished speaking, a message-bearing paper crane flew over. After reading it, the red-eyed bandit frowned. These people are useless now. Kill them all. What a nuisance. There are so many of them. We led them around all night, and now we can simply throw them away. Xiao Duanhong immediately became alert. They truly intended to attack. Later, I will hold them off. Let the children run first. Unexpectedly, Li Yuntan stepped before the bandits and asked, you do not need to hide it any longer. Who exactly are you? Why do you want to kill us? You idiot. Do we need to explain ourselves before killing you? Fine, we will let you die knowing the truth. When you reach the underworld, do not report the wrong names for the 6 brothers. We are the 6 ghosts of River Central, subordinates of the 72 caves of Huainanzi, true disciples of the ethereal void sword sect. By order of an immortal master, we are assisting in a killing tribulation. Do not feel too resentful today. Though you have no fate with the immortal master, we will at least grant you quick and painless deaths. Once the immortal master completes his tribulation, you may be considered to have contributed. When our 6 brothers receive spirit pills from the immortal master, we will remember you. Xiao Duanhong's face turned pale. The 6 ghosts of River Central? I heard these 6 were killed by Blackblade, Ingjuren. How can they reveal their identities before this youth, only 2 or 3 hours after that news arrived? Behind them, Taoist Lu chanted, Supreme Saints of the 3 Pure Ones, true immortals, saints, and patriarchs of all heavens above. Protect your disciple from calamity. Is that an incantation? Why was this youth so calm? Could it be that they had already used Taoist arts? Perhaps there was still a chance of survival. Suddenly, the red-eyed bandit went mad and shouted, damn it, our 6 brothers struggled so hard to reach this day. Back then, even a mere black saber swordsman could drive us out of River Central and hunt us into a corner. Now we have met an immortal master who bestowed Swordbear Meow upon us. With just 1 spirit pill mixed with immortal water and divided into 6 portions, it will be enough to increase our strength. Once this is done and the immortal master rewards us, we will make that Blackblade bastard and everyone else who ever looked down on us kneel and beg for mercy. Why have they suddenly become like completely different people? A master is using a spell. Li Yuntan turned and whispered to those behind him, the formation was just set up by my master. It can only bewilder them. It cannot make them lose their minds completely. Do not act rashly, or they will wake up at once. That man said in astonishment, that boy and Taoist Lu really do have ability. Old immortal master, I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. Along the way, I constantly looked down on you. Thanks to your blessed protection, we have found a path to survival. From now on, we will follow your orders. Xiao Duanhong signaled, asking whether they should take this opportunity to eliminate the bandits. But Taoist Lu said, listen, do not rush this. My disciple is luring them deeper into the formation. Do not act yet. What should I do next? The immortal masters of the ethereal void sword sect, mentioned by these 6 men, may be fellow disciples of the 2 Taoists who were pursuing me. If I fall into their hands, things will surely end badly for me. I cannot let these 6 live, but I cannot strike directly either. This alluring ambition painting is incomplete. It can only intoxicate those within the formation with vainglory, not make them completely lose their reason. I can only take a gamble. That Taoist, Lu, seems capable. You brats go on ahead. Leave behind a few skilled fighters to help. I want to stay. Get lost. Do not hold us back. Li Yuntan continued to provoke the bandits. Hero, is that immortal master's elixir truly so miraculous? Just 1/6 of it has made you this formidable. If you drank all 6 portions, would you not become an immortal master as well? I have been watching all of you. The person I admire most is still you. Surely the immortal master thinks the highest of a hero like you as well. Haha, of course. If I can follow the immortal master and learn immortal arts, then I will truly become different from ordinary mortals. How enviable. But why did I hear that you're only their second brother? I truly do not understand. They clearly all rely on you. Only weaklings huddle together for warmth, yet they do not realize that they depend on you. You are called the 6 Ghosts of River Central. So who are you? No one in the world knows your name. How can anyone hold you in high regard like that? This cannot simply be left alone. You have a chance to make your name known throughout the world. That is right. What is your name? Chundingen. My name is Chundingen. Go on, Chundingen. Let that name spread throughout the world. The obstacles before you are right in front of you. As long as they remain, you will forever be only the second brother of the 6 Ghosts of River Central. As if controlled, Chundingen drew his sword and walked toward the bandits. All it takes is a good start. Before Li Yuntan's smile could fade, the escort agency's scout came running over. The moment he saw a piece of red cloth, he screamed, "A ghost!" Chun Dingen, who had been about to act, was startled awake by the shout. The one-eyed bandit said in alarm, "Second brother, you." "I didn't do it. An expert has set up a formation to kill us." Li Yuntan grabbed Primal Unity Master by the collar, and the two split up and fled. The bandits pursued them as well, determined not to let anyone survive. While they were running, a headless ghost suddenly appeared. Its head rolled before the bandits, making them stop short. The ghost's head repeatedly said, "Give me back my head." The bandits were scared out of their wits. Meanwhile, Li Yuntan was still running for his life. Remembering Miss Chiao's warning that monsters had been causing trouble lately, he had not expected there to truly be ghosts in this forest. There might even be stranger things lurking here. Unfortunately, although this ghost had inadvertently helped him escape, it had also broken the formation. He still needed to find a way to deal with those 6 men. The bandits recovered their senses and slashed at the headless ghost. Cowards! They're merely ghosts too afraid to show themselves. Chase them. If even one gets away, do not blame me for being merciless. At this moment, the scout was trembling in fear. Miss Jessen, do not be afraid. Once no one is around, we will leave together. Why do I always run into things like this? Fourth brother, are you all right? I'm Fine. Let's go quickly. A flash suddenly gleamed, and a bandit leapt down from a tree. He sent the young scout straight to the underworld. Run then. Let's see how far you can get. Xiao Jessen was frozen in terror. Li Yuntan saw everything from above. Why am I always caught up in such things? Now that I have seen it, I cannot simply refuse to save her, or it will affect my state of mind. He drew something on a scroll and threw it out. Just as the bandit was about to finish Xiao Jessen, a voice sounded behind him. Second brother, why are you here? Did the immortal master give any further instructions? The one-eyed Shindingen muttered something, but no sound came out. What did you say? Speak louder. This little girl is still useful. Li Yuntan suddenly appeared behind him and thrust straight at Xiao Jessen. Seeing that Xiao Jessen was no longer useful, the bandit immediately tossed her aside. Then, before the bandit's astonished eyes, Li Yuntan suddenly turned into a wisp of smoke. It had all been a deception. From above, Li Yuntan painted a gigantic wooden stake that came crashing down, impaling the bandit. He stepped forward, picked up the bandit's sword, and said, "Hurry, this place is unsafe." Xiao Jessen opened her eyes and looked down at her stomach in astonishment. "I'm still alive." After settling the matter, Li Yuntan grabbed Xiao Jessen's hand and ran for their lives. The second brother of the 6 Ghosts of River Central, Chun Dingen, arrived shortly afterward. Seeing the mangled corpse, he still recognized his own man. He cried out in horror, "Fourth brother!" Chun Dingen immediately turned around to seek revenge. That brat did this? Li Yuntan and Xiao Jessen hid behind a large tree. He observed the situation outside and immediately noticed something wrong. Xiao Jessen asked blankly, "What is wrong?" Li Yuntan pointed to a small knife mark on the tree. "This is a mark I carved. I originally planned to set up a formation while we fled, so they would lose their way in the forest. But this is already the second time I have seen this mark. Something else is still trapping us." Suddenly, a strange sound echoed throughout the forest. Li Yuntan immediately became alert. Looking toward the dense thicket, he thought, this is bad. Or perhaps they only intend to trap me here. Seeing Li Yuntan's expression change, Xiao Jiasin anxiously asked, "Are you all right? What should we do now?" Looking at the young girl before him, Li Yuntan sighed inwardly. She's only a teenager. In the modern world, she would still be in school. Making it this far has not been easy for her. To reassure Xiao Jiasin, Li Yuntan patted her head and slowly said, "Although we killed one swordsman, there are still people pursuing us. I know this is difficult, but you must continue on your own from here." Xiao Jiasin was immediately displeased. In the middle of the night, he was going to make a helpless young girl walk alone? She asked in shock, "Go alone? Then what about you?" Li Yuntan glanced sideways at her. "I have a way to deal with them. Fortunately, they have split up. If I can eliminate one more of them, your father will have a better chance of surviving." Xiao Jiasin was panic-stricken inside, but she still forced herself to appear strong. After lowering her head in silence for a moment, she clenched her hands, looked directly at Li Yuntan, and said, "All right, I understand. You must be careful too." Li Yuntan turned her around. As he cast a spell behind her, he praised her, "Good girl." He swiftly stuck a talisman to Xiao Jiasin's back, raised his hand, and murmured, "Peach branch, break through the barrier. Go." As he chanted, Li Yuntan reminded Xiao Jiasin not to look back. Though terrified and teary-eyed, she continued walking. Once Xiao Jiasin had left, Li Yuntan turned around and took out a sheet of paper. He thought, "She is gone. I do not want to do this, but there is no other choice now." After waiting for a while, one might have expected him to take out some magical treasure. Instead, it was a portrait of the ninth young master. Perhaps he thought ninth brother soul was too idle and wanted to summon it for a chat. Suddenly, the sound of a sword being drawn rang out. Xiao Jiasin, who was still walking, shuddered at the sound. She immediately turned back and shouted a warning to Li Yuntan, "Be careful. Someone is there." Yet there was clearly no figure behind her, only a narrow path stretching deep into the distance. Still standing there foolishly, drenched in sweat, Xiao Jiasin wondered, "Is there really no one?" Before she could finish speaking, a sword flew toward her and pierced straight through her temple, leaving her head skewered upon blade. Xiao Jiasin died on the spot. Her body fell heavily to the ground, her eyes still open in death. Li Yuntan witnessed the scene from afar, looking at the corpse ahead of him. He said regretfully, "Foolish girl, I told you not to look back." As he grieved, the pursuer, the second brother of the 6 ghosts of River Central, arrived. His eyes glowed red like festival lanterns as he glared furiously at Li Yuntan. "You killed my 4th brother, did you not? You do have some skill." Seeing that the situation was dire and that he would be finished if he did not act quickly, Li Yuntan thought, "She is already dead, so there is no need to wait any longer." He hurriedly took out the 9th young master's portrait, preparing to cast a spell and summon 9th brother's soul to save his life. But suddenly, a fierce wind rose through the forest, accompanied by a voice. "Who is so bold as to cause trouble in this empress's temporary palace?" Though both were startled, Li Yuntan reacted faster. Taking advantage of Chun Dingen's daze, he immediately ran into the nearby bushes. Where did that voice come from? Li Yuntan ran desperately as he thought. The spiritual aura in that voice was exactly the same as the aura emitted by that female ghost. This might be an opportunity. The pitch-black night and dense mist made the forest even more eerie. For some reason, 2 women suddenly appeared. One was a golden-haired woman who seemed to be of high status. Beside her was a black-haired woman carrying a lantern to light the way as she attended her. The golden-haired woman suddenly sniffed and, as though she had thought of something, said, "It smells so nice over there. Let's go take a look." Hearing this, the maid turned toward some house and said, "Miss, a few days ago, you said you had never watched a monkey show, so we traveled for 2 days just to see one. You said you had never heard storytelling, so we spent a day and a half at and listening to tales of the Dragon King." Seeing that her mistress said nothing, the maid continued to complain, "A few days ago, you said you wanted to eat barbarian cakes. We waited in Hui City all day for a Hu merchant. Now you want to go to Wei City to see the Lantern Festival. We're going to be late." The golden-haired young lady said nothing in response. Blushing, she coquettishly whispered, "But it really does smell good." Then she added, "All right then, there is no other way." The maid could only comply with her mistress's wishes and search for the place emitting the enticing fragrance. Soon, the 2 women and their donkey found their way to the ruins left behind by the 6 ghosts of River Central. As soon as they arrived, the maid covered her nose with her hand, her face full of disgust. "It reeks. This place was robbed. Everyone must be dead. Where could any pleasant smell come from? The golden-haired young lady smiled mysteriously. Do not judge only by appearances. Someone who smelled very nice once appeared here. With that, she raised her torch and walked forward, ordering the maid, "Come, help me look." The maid stood dumbfounded for a moment before following. Seeing filthy corpses all over the ground beneath her feet, she glared and cried, "Walking through a place like this will dirty all our shoes." Good heavens! The golden-haired young lady clearly did not care, since she was riding a donkey rather than walking. She simply smiled happily. Dirty is dirty. Hurry up. I can almost smell him. Meanwhile, after running some distance, Li Yuntan arrived at a ruined temple. He cautiously looked around and said, "I have escaped them for now." Li Yuntan breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he turned to look at the temple before him. It was surrounded by cat statues of His Majesty, and even the temple doors bore the plump face of His Majesty. Li Yuntan stammered, "Temple of Lady Three Flowers." Seeing its comical appearance, he broke out in a cold sweat and worried. This does not look like a proper temple at all. Li Yuntan thought for a moment, but this may be the place. Why did it lead me here? In the end, he decided to enter the temple. The moment he stepped inside, a flash of green light appeared, accompanied by a shout, "Kneel!" Li Yuntan was startled and uttered an astonished, "Huh." 3 golden bells, a heap of vivid red cords, and a bright red flower suddenly appeared before him. At first, he thought it was some beauty, but it was not. What emerged was an upright calico cat with its arms folded in a haughty manner. It looked disdainfully at Li Yuntan and asked, "Who comes here? Why do you not kneel upon meeting this deity? Did you bring the 3 sacrificial offerings to seek an audience with this deity?" There was nothing left to fear after seeing that appearance. Li Yuntan calmly stepped forward and said, "I did not." Then he pointed behind himself and asked, "Then I will be leaving. I thought there would be something delicious, but instead I find someone who knows no manners." Lady Three Flowers thrust her face close to Li Yuntan's and roared, "Do you think this deity's sacred grounds are a place where you can come and go as you please? A mere painting Taoist dares be disrespectful to this deity." Li Yuntan immediately put on the fakest smile imaginable, his handsome face bright with it. Of course I would not dare. Yet his hand had already seized Lady Three Flowers by the neck. Naturally, Lady Three Flowers could not tolerate such reckless behavior. The calico cat immediately shouted, "You have the audacity of heaven itself." Before it could finish shouting, however, it was forced to reveal its true form, turning into a tiny demon cat. Li Yuntan gripped the calico cat's neck tightly and said disdainfully, "A little demon cat with quite a large appetite." At this moment, Lady Three Flowers had only an empty title left. It struggled and cried, "What demon cat? I am Lady Three Flowers." But who was Li Yuntan? Li Yuntan, and a psychologist besides. With a single glance, he saw through it all, so he frightened the cat. "Stop struggling. Is your title of Lady Three Flowers not simply because you are a calico cat? You still cannot take human form, can you? That is why you can only possess a clay statue." Knowing excessive force would not work either, Li Yuntan relented. "Little demon cat, help me resolve the situation outside. After I kill those people, I will settle the matter of a body for you. Meat, incense offerings, whatever you want will not be a problem." Lady Three Flowers remained proud and raised a paw in refusal. This lady is not interested. Seeing that coaxing her with kindness did not work, Li Yuntan quickly tempted her. "What a pity. I had intended to teach you things 1,000 times more interesting than pretending to be a female ghost." Hearing there would be something fun, the little cat immediately took the bait. Its eyes lit up as it asked excitedly, "Interesting? What interesting thing?" Seeing that it had fallen for it, Li Yuntan smiled slyly. So it truly was pretending to be that female ghost. Although this little demon cat had awakened its intelligence, its nature was still quite childish. It retained its natural gullibility. Lady Three Flowers suddenly cried out and waved her claws around. "I will not play anymore. Without the 3 sacrificial offerings, this lady will not help you. Unless." Seeing the cat still playing hard to get, Li Yuntan found it amusing and asked, "Unless what?" Thinking it could lure Li Yuntan in, the cat blinked cunningly. "Unless you give this lady a body." "Uh-huh." Li Yuntin's eyes brightened when he heard that, and he immediately understood. This was too easy to figure out. No wonder the little demon cat identified him as a painting Taoist the moment they met. It was because of this. In short, demons may cultivate magical power and spiritual consciousness, but they cannot refine elixirs to temper their bodies. Sometimes, their bodies die while their spiritual consciousness remains, becoming like the soul of a dead person. That is called a spirit body. Spirit bodies are extremely fragile. Without a physical vessel or a spiritual object in which to reside, even ordinary thunder during a rainstorm can scatter them into nothingness. The more Li Yunin thought about it, the easier it seemed. Since it had such a request, this would be simple. Looking at the demon cat, he began bargaining. Help me settle the immediate problem. After I kill those people, I will take care of your body. From then on, neither a body nor incense offerings will be an issue. Finding the matter somewhat difficult, the demon cat hurriedly tried to negotiate. But the body, Li Yuntan would not let it have its way. He looked at the calico cat before him and threatened. A petty demon dares make demands of me. Knowing that excessive force would not work either, Li Yuntan used both threats and kindness. He said softly, "Do you not know that I am a painting Taoist? If you agree, I will paint you a picture to possess in the future. Find any temple to worship you, and you can receive incense offerings. Attaining true fruition may even be possible." At the thought of gaining a body and receiving incense offerings, the cat beamed with delight. It stammered, "Why, you truly mean that?" Seeing that he had successfully tempted it, Li Yuntan leaned close to its ear and said, "Come here and listen. You see." Meanwhile, Chun Dingen was still searching for Li Yuntan. He examined the tracks on the ground and muttered, "The trail disappears here." Then he looked at the ruined temple before him and thought incredulously, "Hiding in the temple? I thought he was clever. He is probably afraid of ghosts and wants to hide in a temple, begging gods and Buddhas for protection." No sooner did he think it than he acted. Chun Dingen drew his sword like a madman and charged inside. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. "You cannot escape now." Brimming with confidence, Chun Dingen strode into the temple. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Come out! Stop hiding! I know you are in here." Of course, calling out like that would not make Li Yuntan come out. Now, they had to play hide and seek. Suddenly, Chun Dingen spotted the corner of a robe sticking out. He immediately turned and shouted, "Aha! Found you!" Just as Li Yuntan eagerly sprang up, ready to strike Chun Dingen, the latter sneered, as if to say, "I knew it all along. I was merely playing along for your sake." Chun Dingen said, "Did you think I was going to say that?" Then Chun Dingen spun around, kicked out, and drew his sword, shouting, "I knew it was a trap." But just as his sword swung toward Li Yuntan's head, Li Yuntan twisted away in a bizarre dodge, like something out of a horror film. Chun Dingen cried out in shock, "What was that?" Li Yuntan merely smiled at him and said, "So you saw through it?" Li Yuntan spun several times before landing on the ground. Then he threw out a gleaming golden talisman and shouted, "Go!" At once, a masked swordsman in green robes leaped out. Naturally, in Chun Dingen's world, this was even more unbelievable than the demon beasts outside. Chun Dingen gritted his teeth and roared, "It's only an illusion. Did you think I would fall for it? I'll grant you a quick death." With that, Chun Dingen raised his sword and charged at Li Yuntan and the green-robed swordsman. Li Yuntan only smiled. When the protagonist smiles, everything is under control. Li Yuntan said calmly, "This time, it isn't an illusion." At the same time, the green-robed swordsman rushed forward and cleanly cut Chun Dingen into 3 pieces with one stroke. One piece was his upper body, one was an arm, and one was his lower body. Chun Dingen had become 3 separate pieces, blood spraying from his mouth. He only had time to utter 4 words. "How is this possible?" before his corpse was flung in all directions. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Li Yuntan said disdainfully, "I let him lower his guard before setting the real trap." Seeing Chun Dingen still barely alive, Li Yuntan added smugly, "Making him think he had seen through the ambush was only the opening act of the trap." Suddenly, the wielder of the green glowing sword raised his blade and looked at Li Yuntan. "My sword is your sword." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a spark of green fire and vanished. Li Yuntan proudly patted his chest. Being reincarnated into another world really has its advantages. I can create powerful beings this world has never seen before. While he was still boasting, Lady Three Flowers happily emerged from the corpse. She looked at Li Yuntan excitedly and fired off questions. What was that? Why did he disappear? And possessing someone is pretty fun too. While the temple deity continued muttering, Li Yuntan panted and thought, my sea of qi is sealed. Luckily, it can borrow my spiritual power, barely enough to make illusion into reality. But before he could catch his breath, Lady Three Flowers rushed over and babbled. I want one. I want a human body. Since he was in no condition to grant that wish, Li Yuntan could only explain weakly, my body is rather inconvenient right now. Once my sea of qi recovers, I'll definitely paint you a spirit body. But the calico cat had a fiery temper. It snapped, you're lying to me. There obviously is one. I'll go get it myself. With that, it dashed outside. Li Yuntan butcha anxiously. Where am I supposed to find a body for this cat demon? I can't let it fool around in my body whenever it wants. Then he suddenly remembered. Wait, isn't there still the body of that young lady who was struck by the skull-piercing spell? Li Yuntan shota. Oh no. Then he ran outside, shouting, little demon, don't make trouble. Thus, only half of Chun Dingen's body remained in the temple, with a talisman somehow hidden inside it. Suddenly, the writing on the talisman lit up. With a thunderous boom, it exploded, scattering blood and flesh everywhere. The scene shifted to the prison in Qinghe Town, where a hand was peeling a talisman off a blood-soaked corpse. This person was Master Huainan. He frowned at the talisman in thought for a moment, then looked into the distance and said, the puppet talismans have all been destroyed. They consumed my talisman pills. Ordinary martial artists should have been incapable of harming them, unless they encountered an expert. Seeing Master Huainan turn the prison upside down by himself, with mangled corpses strewn everywhere, was enough to show just how formidable he was. After cleaning out the entire prison, Master Huainan even had the leisure to take out and admire a portrait of a beauty. Master Huainan then walked outside, muttering to himself, was it him? What a nuisance. Had he burned down the entire prison because of this unforeseen complication? No, Master Huainan decided that he needed to kill even more people. The scene returned to the desolate field of white bones, where Li Yuntan covered his face and sighed. He had arrived too late. He probably could not stop the cat demon from defiling Xiao Jiesen's body. Sure enough, the cat demon had possessed Xiao Jiesen's body. Delighted, it leaped onto Li Yuntan and rubbed its face against his, crying excitedly, hey, I have body now. Take me out to play. Li Yuntan immediately shoved away Xiao Jiesen's face, which now had several cat whiskers drawn on it, looking thoroughly disgusted. Ordinary young women aren't this clingy. Looking at the creature before him, neither fully cat nor fully human, Li Yuntan could only sigh. I have no idea where her living soul is, nor can I force Lady Three Flowers to abandon this body. Fine, perhaps this is their fate. If I leave things as they are, this young lady's corpse will only be left to rot in the wilderness. Since it has come to this, I might as well indulge the cat demon. It may prove useful someday. Li Yuntan calmly held up 3 fingers toward the cat demon. Since you refused to wait for me to paint you a body and possessed a human body on your own, you must obey human rules. Listen carefully. We are making 3 agreements. First, you may not harm human lives. Second, you may not marry a human. Third, Li Yuntan put on an extremely solemn expression, but then fell silent. The cat demon's eyes widened in surprise. What is the third one? Li Yuntan glared at it. The third rule will be added as circumstances require. You have taken the body of this escort agency's young lady, so you have also accepted the karmic ties attached to it. Next, come with me and deal with the remaining swordsman. After a 2-second pause, Lady Three Flowers realized she was being used and shivered with cold fury. He was actually ordering its ladyship around. Suddenly, a dark figure with terrifying, pale white eyes appeared behind it. The shadow gave a cold, contemptuous laugh. The proud calico cat immediately flew into a rage, whirling around and roaring. Who is that? What dares laugh at me? Before it could even see clearly, it saw a flash of light, no, a streak of sword light, shooting toward it. Only when the sword tip was less than an inch from its pupil did it panic and bend backward to evade it, narrowly saving its little life. Even so, that strike frightened it out of its wits. It let out a miserable meow, shot out of the body in a flash, and hid behind Li Yuntan, weeping wah. Li Yuntan stood frozen in shock, managing only one sentence. That swordsmanship is so fast. The newcomer was Master Huainan, perched on a tree branch. He looked disdainfully at Li Yuntan and the cat demon. You ignorant demon, you do run fast. Li Yuntan understood that he had encountered an expert and hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. The little cat demon is ignorant. I hope that Senior will forgive it. May I ask Senior's name and why you have come here? Master Huainan introduced himself with great arrogance and no hesitation. My Taoist name is Master Huainan. I came here to kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Huainan unleashed 3 sword strikes at Li Yuntan. Fortunately, Li Yuntan rolled and flipped like an acrobat, elegantly dodging every slash. From Master Huainan's brief introduction, Li Yuntan understood the situation. He said sternly, "So you are the cultivator undergoing the killing tribulation. You slaughter innocents merely to overcome your mental barrier and advance." Master Huainan answered without the slightest hesitation. People are born bearing sin. Everyone must die. You killed the 6 ghosts of River Central, so you already bear karmic slaughter upon you. The deaths of my 2 junior brothers are also connected to you. Then Master Huainan frowned at Li Yuntan and shouted, "You deserve to die." Wait, something was not right. Aside from the 4th brother, who had been knocked unconscious, and the 2nd brother, who had been cut into 3 pieces, whom else had Li Yuntan killed? Li Yuntan cried out in surprise. All 6 ghosts of River Central were killed. Sensing that something was wrong, he thought, is there someone or something else in this forest? But Master Huainan only wanted to attack now. He had no interest in listening. He roared, "Enough nonsense." Sword light rained down upon Li Yuntan. Li Yuntan desperately dodged, silently cursing, "What sin did I commit to run into lunatics from the ethereal void sword sect?" At that critical moment, Li Yuntan decided to seek help from an acquaintance. "It seems I won't escape this calamity tonight. I'll have to ask young Master Ninth for help," he said as he pulled out young Master Ninth's token. But before he could do anything, Master Huainan's sword slashed directly at Li Yuntan's hand. Master Huainan frowned at Li Yuntan and warned, "What are you trying to do?" Then he snatched the painting from Li Yuntan's hand. Master Huainan unfolded the portrait of young Master Ninth and suddenly snapped, "This is a demon. What is your relationship with this demon?" Even in this dire situation, Li Yuntan still had a smile to preserve his handsome image. He hurriedly curled his lips and said, "Ha, you care about that? He's my friend." Hearing Li Yuntan's reply, Master Huainan was clearly even angrier. His eyes blazed as he gritted his teeth. "Colluding with inhuman creatures to harm righteous cultivators. Your crime cannot be settled merely by death." Suddenly, a figure appeared in the mist. Both Master Huainan and Li Yuntan sensed it. But the strongest reaction came from the little cat demon, which screamed in terror and ran away. Something terrifying is coming. Run, run. While Master Huainan narrowed his eyes warily to see who it was, a voice rose from below. "Are you really friends?" To the astonishment of Master Huainan and Li Yuntan, the golden-haired young lady appeared from nowhere. She crouched down and carefully examined the painting in Master Huainan's hand. With cat-like eyes, she looked at the portrait with innocent curiosity. Master Huainan was certainly startled, his mouth falling open as he cried, "Who are you?" Li Yuntan, meanwhile, smiled meaningfully. The golden-haired young lady composed herself and rose to her feet. The 3 stood facing one another in the silent night. Master Huainan narrowed his eyes at the golden-haired young lady and asked, "Fairy, I am Master Huainan of the ethereal void sword sect. May I ask why you have come here?" The golden-haired young lady seemed unconcerned with his words. She walked closer to Li Yuntan, sniffed him, and remarked, "I smelled a fragrance from far away. I didn't expect to find such a surprise." Master Huainan immediately drew his sword. "This boy killed 2 of my fellow disciples, and has even colluded with demons. I hope Fairy will not interfere." Those words struck a nerve. The golden-haired young lady suddenly turned around, killing intent surging from her. "What is wrong with being a demon?" Before she had finished speaking, she transformed into a red-eyed female, ghost radiating murderous intent. Master Huainan's eyes widened in terror as he leaped backward. Looking at the petite young woman before him, he sensed the dense demonic aura behind her and cried out in shock, "This woman has become a demon! Immediately, the righteous blood of a cultivator boiled within him. Master Huainan shouted, "Demon, get lost. This has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to interfere." Before he could finish, laughter rang out behind him, cutting him off. It was the golden-haired young lady's maid, accompanied by the panting donkey. The maid pointed at Master Huainan and laughed. "Miss, he's telling you not to interfere." Master Huainan frowned and turned around, only to face the demon donkey's enormous mouth, like a bottomless cosmic void. In an instant, the demon donkey bit Master Huainan's head apart. Naturally, the donkey then had a satisfying meal. When it looked ready to swallow everything, the maid reminded it, "Spit out the magic robe. Don't ruin it by eating it." After dispatching Master Huainan with ease, the golden-haired young lady stared at Li Yuntan, who still lay on the ground in fright, and said, "The trouble has been dealt with. Let's continue our earlier conversation." Li Yuntan had yet to recover from the shock. Cold sweat covered him as he thought. Such a powerful cultivator became donkey food in an instant. These two are no ordinary beings. The golden-haired young lady took out young Master Ninth's portrait and asked, "Do you recognize the person in this painting? Is he your friend?" Li Yuntan immediately answered, "Oh, you mean young Master Ninth? We met by chance a few times." The golden-haired young lady was overjoyed. She immediately grabbed Li Yuntan by the shoulders and exclaimed, "Really? Where's little Ninth? Where did you meet him?" Seeing how anxious she was, Li Yuntan honestly answered, "You know each other too? I met him in Qinghe County last time." The golden-haired young lady was delighted. "Qinghe County? And it's very close. Thank you so much. I've been looking for him all this time. Since you're little Ninth's friend, you are my friend too." The golden-haired young lady looked at young Master Ninth's portrait and continued, "Leave this painting with me. I'll trade you something for it." With that, she immediately took out a small sword and handed it to Li Yuntan. She continued, "Take it. No matter where you are, I'll be able to find you." The more she looked at Li Yuntan, the more she liked him. "Don't let anyone eat you, all right?" Li Yuntan quickly replied, "Don't worry about that. Just remember to come find me." His words made the golden-haired young lady giggle. You are very interesting." Suddenly, she transformed again, bringing her strange pitch-black eyes close to Li Yuntan's face as she warned, "But if you try to run away, I'll eat you next time." The maid suddenly waved and called out, Miss, Little Black has finished eating. Can we go now?" The golden-haired young lady replied, "Yes, let's go find Little Ninth." Upon hearing the words, Little Ninth, the maid suddenly became excited. "Little Ninth? Is it really Little Ninth?" Without wasting any time, the golden-haired demoness immediately used ghostly bindings to restrain the maid and the donkey, then flew into the air. Before leaving, she instructed, "Remember this. My name is Bai Yuntan. Wait for me to return." Li Yuntan watched the group of demon and donkey leave and breathed a sigh of relief. Inwardly, he prayed, "Young Master Ninth, I'm sorry. I don't know why she is looking for you, but it would be best if the two of you fought each other to mutual destruction." Li Yuntan immediately buried the small sword the demoness had given him. It was best not to keep such things from demonic sections. While he was busily burying it, the cat demon inside Miss Qiao's body suddenly woke up. It said nervously, "They're gone? They're finally gone? That scared me to death." After avoiding the sword strike, Li Yuntan turned around and grabbed the cat demon by the head. "This body is no good. Come out and let her rest in peace." Naturally, the cat demon refused. It shook its head fiercely and cried, "No, it's mine. I don't want to." Seeing that the stubborn cat demon would not release Xiao Jiasen's corpse, Li Yuntan said, "It isn't impossible if you insist on keeping it." Before he could finish, the cat demon suddenly pointed at his chest and asked, "What is that? Do you have something else interesting?" Li Yuntan took out the glowing, clairvoyant jade slip. He was equally puzzled. Why is the clairvoyant jade slip suddenly lit up? As he pondered it, 3 crooked words appeared on the jade slip, leaving Li Yuntan stunned and the cat demon dumbfounded. Li Yuntan stared at the reaction of the clairvoyant jade slip in amazement. It opened? I tried countless methods before, but I could never open it. Why is it open now? Recalling what had just happened, Li Yuntan frowned and guessed, "Only that great demon touched me just now. Could have been demon aura." Seeing the strange object, the cat demon asked excitedly, "What is that? Let me have a look." Suddenly, wind swept through the fallen leaves. Li Yuntan shouted. Who is there? The cat demon was immediately led and is spinning around in circles, repeatedly asking, Who? Where's someone? Watching the foolish cat demon turn in circles on alert, Li Yuntan tucked the jade slip into his chest. He thought, this jade slip is no ordinary object, and this cat demon has a loose tongue. I cannot let word of it get out. I should wait until we reach somewhere safe before studying it properly. The cat demon still asked fearfully, Where's the person? Why can't I sense anyone? Li Yuntan calmly replied, Oh, it was nothing. I saw wrong. Let's go. Hearing that, the cat demon relaxed and trailed after Li Yuntan, boasting, Nothing can escape my notice. The two walked along a deserted road for some time when a cry for help shattered the night silence. Help! There's a demon! A hand immediately covered old Taoist Lu's mouth. It was Li Yuntan. He put a finger to his lips. Stay calm. It's me. The demon has gone. At last, he had encountered a living person. Old Taoist Lu was so overjoyed he nearly cried. Affecting the coy manner of a young maiden, he punched Li Yuntan's chest. Master, you finally come back. This old Taoist was scared half to death just now. The blow hurt Li Yuntan, and he snapped irritably. Speak properly. What is the situation now? Old Taoist Lu sighed. Most of them are dead. Taoist Lu looked at the corpse covered by a mat and sighed. Those swordsmen were too ruthless. Chief Escort Xiao has only his head left intact. Both his legs were cut off. Then he continued. Xiao Duanhong could originally have escaped death, but then a flesh-eating demon appeared. It chewed those swordsmen to pieces like beans. After the demon left, I saw that he was still barely alive, so I helped bandage him up. Li Yuntan walked over to Xiao Duanhong and lifted the mat. His right arm and both legs had indeed been severed. Just as old Taoist Lu had said, it seemed he did not have long to live. Seeing that old Taoist Lu had emerged from such circumstances completely unharmed, Li Yuntan praised him. You do have some skill, managing to escape the notice of both the swordsman and the demon. Old Taoist Lu could only reply humbly, You flatter me, master. Fortunately, this old Taoist carried an invisibility talisman. It saved my insignificant life at a critical moment. Compared with your abilities, it is nothing. Li Yuntan looked at the limbless Xiao Duanhong, barely clinging to life on the ground. Behind him stood Xiao Jiasin's corpse, possessed by the cat demon. He did not know what to say. Old Taoist Lu pointed at the cat demon within Xiao Jiasin and asked, Master, has this child been bewitched by some demon? Li Yuntan did not dare tell him the truth and answered vaguely, Oh, it's nothing. She was simply frightened senseless by the demon. Also, stop calling me master. You are my master, after all. Old Taoist Lu was so terrified that he was nearly wetting himself. How could he dare boast any longer? He repeatedly kowtowed and wept. Sir, this poor Taoist offended you before. How could I possibly be qualified to be your master? Li Yuntan was annoyed by this and shouted, Get up first. You're so old. I cannot accept you as my disciple. Upon hearing that, tears streamed down old Taoist Lu's face. Sure enough, old age makes one useless. Unexpectedly, Li Yuntan pointed at old Taoist Lu and said, Then let us do it this way. Do not ask about my origins, and do not tell anyone about what happened tonight. If you come to the Taoist temple and wish to learn something, I can teach you. Old Taoist Lu was overjoyed. Really? Li Yuntan calmly replied, Yes, but outwardly, you will still be my master. I do not want to attract attention. Hearing this request, old Taoist Lu grinned and rubbed his hands together. Easy, easy. Whatever the immortal master commands, this old Taoist will obey. Li Yuntan looked solemnly at Xiao Duanhong, who was barely alive. The Qiao family has shown me kindness. Do your best to get him back alive. Then he sat down and used a spell to stop Xiao Duanhong's bleeding. I'll stop his bleeding first, and then, before he could finish speaking, all sound vanished. Li Yuntan immediately turned around, only to see darkness and emptiness behind him. Li Yuntan asked in alarm, Where is everyone? Li Yuntan looked around. The surroundings were still filled with dense trees, and the forest was silent. It seemed that he had been alone all along. Li Yuntan thought in astonishment, What is going on? Could a demon be causing trouble? Suddenly, two figures appeared before him, one in black and one in white. That was right. They were black and white impermanents. Li Yuntan broke into a cold sweat at the sight. Underworld envoys. Black and white impermanents walked past Li Yuntan. Suddenly, Black Impermanence turned around and said, "This man seems able to see us." White Impermanence asked in surprise, "Huh, how can that be? Is his name in the Book of Life and Death?" Black Impermanence hurriedly opened the Book of Life and Death. "Let me check." Li Yuntan glanced at Black and White Impermanence, wondering why their words seemed to echo directly in his ears. After searching for a while, Black Impermanence glared at Li Yuntan. "Strange. His name is not in the Book of Life and Death." Seeing how strange Li Yuntan was, Black Impermanence immediately stuck out his tongue and cast a spell. "Let me inspect his present and past lives. If his name is not there, we'll add it." Then he passed through Li Yuntan's body. Black Impermanence suddenly froze. Li Yuntan turned around, smiled at him, and asked, "What did you see?" Black Impermanence stared at Li Yuntan, thinking in disbelief. His previous life was someone with no traceable origin. White Impermanence became angry when he heard Li Yuntan's words. He immediately took out his brush and said, "How bold! A mere mortal dares question the black and white lords of the underworld." Before he could act, Black Impermanence stopped him. "Wait." Turning around, he said, "This man is like that devil. He is not within the cycle of the 6 realms. Let's go." White Impermanence asked in astonishment, "Why are we leaving all of a sudden? We still have not captured that woman's soul." Before he could finish, Black Impermanence shouted, "Capture what? From now on, do not capture any soul connected to him." Seeing Black and White Impermanence disappear, Li Yuntan hurriedly called out, "Hey, tell me clearly, who exactly are you?" Li Yuntan stammered, "Who exactly are you?" as he tightly grabbed someone's arm. The person beside Li Yuntan was in unbearable pain from his grip and finally could not endure it any longer. He let out a scream. "Ah!" Li Yuntan was awakened by the scream. Holding his aching head, he thought, was that just a dream? Suddenly, a voice sounded beside him. "Let go, friend." Li Yuntan looked at the man with purple hair and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" The purple-haired man was sweating from the pain, yet he answered calmly, "I am Wu Meng of the Great Prosperity Dynasty Escort Guild. I was passing through this area and discovered that your escort carriage had been burned. I follow the trail here." Li Yuntan lowered his head in thought and murmured, "So that's how it is." Then he realized that he had been gripping Wu Meng's hand for quite some time, and rather tightly. Li Yuntan hurriedly let go. Wu Meng was in terrible pain, but he still forced a smile. "Little brother, you certainly are strong." Embarrassed, Li Yuntan said, "Sorry, I just had a nightmare." Wu Meng patted Li Yuntan's shoulder, his expression extremely serious. "I saw the horrific scene in the forest. It is only natural to have nightmares after experiencing something like that. Do not be afraid. Now that you have met me, Wu Meng, danger has turned to safety. You have found help at the right time." Li Yuntan immediately cupped his hands. "Thank you, Hero Wu, for saving us. It seems you already know what happened to us." Wu Meng shook his head regretfully. The two scenes made it obvious at a glance. Wild beasts attacked people. 4 or 5 corpses had their heads bitten off, with blood everywhere. Some others appear to have died from internal injuries, perhaps because they were so terrified that their vital energies went into chaos. Before Li Yuntan could explain, Wu Meng was still absorbed in his own ghost story fantasy. "Poor family of 4. You must have been terrified last night. Luckily, you encountered me." Li Yuntan could only remain silent. Still, it was not bad for Wu Meng to be so self-satisfied. Li Yuntan smiled and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Brother Wu, for understanding the whole situation from just a glimpse. You're truly wise and perceptive. One day, you will surely become a peerless hero renowned throughout the realm." Though he sweetly praised him aloud, he thought to himself, "What an imagination. At least it saves me the trouble of explaining." Outside the carriage, Wu Meng and his convoy were waiting. Praised by Li Yuntan, Wu Meng laughed so hard that he could not close his mouth. "Ha ha ha." Then he led Li Yuntan toward the carriage. "Come on, your family is all in the carriage. Where are you from? I will take you home." Without hesitation, Li Yuntan replied, "We want to go to Wei City." Wu Meng had been imagining the entire story himself, even treating Li Yuntan and his companions as one family. Li Yuntan silently judged. "If you can mistake us for family, your eyesight must be rather poor." Unaware that the man beside him was privately evaluating him, Wu Meng continued smiling. "What a coincidence. I'm going to Wei City as well. Let's travel together." Seeing how enthusiastic Wu Meng was, Li Yuntan began to view Wu Meng somewhat differently. At least he was loyal and kind-hearted, even if he seemed a little slow-witted. Li Yuntan glanced at Wu Meng's convoy and silently gave him another point for being wealthy. It was hard to encounter such a good person deep in these mountains. Wu Meng behaved very generously and said freely to Li Yuntan, "Little brother, there is no need to stand on ceremony. Treat this convoy as your own." Li Yuntan once again cupped his hands in thanks to the warm-hearted brother Wu. Li Yuntan opened the carriage door and entered. Inside, he saw old Taoist Liu, Qiao Jiasin possessed by the cat demon, and the dying Qiao Duanhong lying in the back. Seeing that the newcomer was Li Yuntan, old Taoist Liu's eyes immediately filled with tears, and he said miserably, "Oh, master, you're awake." Naturally, this irritated Li Yuntan. He snapped, "What are you saying? Stop calling me master all the time. From now on, call me Brother Yuntan." Hearing this, old Taoist Liu hastily replied, "Yes, Brother Yuntan." Since he knew little about Wu Meng, Li Yuntan asked old Taoist Liu, "Is this Wu Meng wealthy?" Wiping his tears, old Taoist Liu replied, "He is indeed very wealthy. Brother Yunnan has only just arrived here, so perhaps you do not know. This escort guild is famous because they spend lavishly to build their reputation." Li Yuntan lifted the curtain and looked at Wu Meng riding ahead, silently judging. Sure enough, he is a foolish, rich young master. Traveling in this man's convoy can save us a great deal of trouble. While he was distracted by all sorts of plans, the cat demon inside Qiao Jiasin's body licked its lips. Thinking that they would soon arrive in Wei City, it became even more excited. With narrowed eyes, it smiled at the thought of going somewhere with so many people. Wu Meng's convoy slowly made its way toward Wei City. Suddenly, the carriage wheels began to turn heavily. There was a shadow beneath the ground. They had to see what it was. To their shock, some ghost had clung itself beneath the carriage. It was truly terrifying. The scene shifted to Wei City. The entire city was encircled by a great river, its water so clear that the bottom could be seen. Then the view moved to a spacious estate. Oh, this was the Qiao family estate. In the courtyard, an old man was intently sweeping fallen leaves. What was that? Behind a tree, a set of clothes fluttered in the wind. Looking closely, it turned out to be two adulterers engaging in a tryst in public. The young woman's face was flushed, but she was clearly enjoying herself. She hurriedly said, "What are you doing? Wasn't all night enough? Hurry up and go." The lecherous old man beside her groped her excitedly and said, "What are you afraid of?" That blind and deaf old man could never notice. "I truly adore you, little sister, my dear aunt-in-law." So he dared seduce his cousin's wife while her husband was away. As soon as he spoke, the lecherous old man buried his face in her bosom. The aunt-in-law, who had been shy moments earlier, was now immersed in pleasure, half closing her eyes as she moaned, "Brother Ming." The pair continued their amorous play. Meanwhile, the old man continued diligently sweeping leaves, drawing ever closer. Only when he got near did it become clear that he had been secretly watching. Who had spread the rumor that he was blind and deaf? He peered through the gap between the trees for a while, then thought, the escort chief should be returning today. Sure enough, not long afterward, Li Yuntan's convoy finally entered the streets of Wei City. Hearing the noisy bustle of people and carriages outside, Li Yuntan opened the window. They had finally arrived. The most important thing now was to find a quiet place to study how to remove the restriction on his snow mountain sea of Qi. As he was thinking, Wu Meng rode over, his face full of excitement. "Little brother, have you ever been to Wei City before?" Since he had asked, Li Yuntan replied, "I have never been to Wei City. Is there anything interesting here?" As he answered, Li Yuntan did not forget to flatter Wu Meng. "I truly must thank you for this journey, Chief Escort Wu." Receiving praise, Wu Meng immediately enthusiastically became a guide. Although Wei City cannot compare to the great prefectural cities, the Wei River converges here, so many merchants use it as a transit point. That is why it is so lively. The horse was galloping along when someone suddenly pulled the reins, making the exhausted animal sweat heavily. Wu Meng's attendant immediately leaped from his horse and stood before the Qiao family estate's gate, shouting, "Chief Escort Wu Meng has escorted Chief Escort Qiao Duanhong of the Prosperous Fortune Escort Agency home." As soon as the shout ended, everyone in the household cried out, Master has returned. Master has returned. It turned out that Master Qiao had two wives. One, dressed in red with a pale face, was Madame Wang of the Qiao family, his second wife. She stepped forward and said, "This second wife, Madame Wang, greets Chief Escort Wu." The other, rosy-cheeked and dressed in green, was Madame Lu of the Qiao family. Upon seeing Wu Ming, Madame Wang cupped her hands and smiled. "Thank you, Chief Escort Wu, for escorting my husband home. I do not know how to repay you. Please come inside, and I shall have someone prepare tea and refreshments." Of course, given Wu Ming's wealth, how could he care about a little tea and pastries? At the very least, there ought to be noodles and beer. Thus, Wu Ming shook his head. There is no need for such trouble. Chief Escort Qiao encountered misfortune on the road. You should tend to him first. At these words, Madame Wang covered her face and burst into tears. She cried out in agitation. What happened? When they opened the carriage, the sight before them was more shocking than any storm in the distance. Seeing Qiao Duanhong curled up inside, Madame Wang cried in horror, Husband, how did you end up like this? What were we supposed to do?" Behind her, Madame Lu was frozen with fright, her face deathly pale. Seeing such excitement, the townsfolk gathered around to watch. Xiao Minglang was no exception. He pushed through the crowd and shouted, "Move aside! Move aside! What happened?" Then he rushed to Wu Ming's carriage and yelled, "Where is my cousin-in-law? Where are the other escorts?" Amid the chaos, Wu Ming naturally had to explain. He said to Xiao Minglang, "They encountered a savage beast while escorting the shipment. Other than Chief Escort Qiao and Miss Qiao, none of the others survived." Then Wu Ming pointed to Old Taoist Lu and Li Yuntan. "This is Old Taoist Lu and his disciple. They were traveling the same road. Ask them for the details." Xiao Minglang feigned sorrow and cupped his hands. "So that is what happened. Thank you, Chief Escort Wu." Yet inwardly he rejoiced. What a perfect opportunity. Now only aunt and my cousin remain in this household. Sooner or later, they will both be mine. Perhaps it is time to start planning the funeral rites. Taking the opportunity, Xiao Minglang groped Madame Lu and said with false grief, "Aunt, restrain your sorrow. I'm still here. Let us quickly bring cousin-in-law and cousin inside." As he spoke, Xiao Minglang lifted the curtain and climbed into the carriage. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently. It looked as if Xiao Minglang was recklessly trying to do something to Xiao Jiasen. Yet the one who shouted was not Xiao Jiasen, but Xiao Minglang. "Who is it? Get out! Before anyone could understand what was happening, Xiao Minglang was kicked out of the carriage by Xiao Jiasen. Then the cat demon possessing Xiao Jiasen pounced on him and began raining punches down on his face. The more it hit him, the more excited it became. Xiao Minglang's eyes turned red, and his face was full of disgust. The unpleasant smell left him with no choice but to scream, cover his face, and beg, "Stop hitting me." Has my cousin gone mad? In broad daylight, blow after blow landed. Seeing the usually gentle Xiao Jiasen fighting fiercely with Xiao Minglang, Madame Wang cried out in shock, "Heavens, how did such a good young lady become like this?" Meanwhile, Madame Lu only worried about Xiao Minglang and shouted, "Be careful." The cat demon was fighting with great enthusiasm. Just as it was about to deliver a final blow, and, in the brawl, someone tightly seized its arm. It was Li Yuntan. He glared warningly at the young miss, now possessed by the cat demon. The three promises. At Li Yuntan's glare, the cat demon immediately became frightened. It hurriedly nodded to show that it understood. After dealing with the frenzied cat demon, Li Yuntan hurried before Madame Wang, bowed his head, and explained, "Along the way, we first encountered formidable enemies, then savage beasts. That is why Miss Qiao was so badly frightened. Unfortunately, just as the tree wished for calm, the wind refused to cease." Xiao Minglang, beaten black and blue, continued pointing at Li Yuntan and making wild accusations. "My cousin has always been clever and obedient. How could she have been frightened into this state? You two are completely unharmed. You must have colluded to harm them and rob the shipment. You must give the Qiao family a proper explanation today." Hearing her lover say this, Madame Lu naturally echoed him obediently. "Exactly. My husband has escorted shipments for many years, and so many brothers traveled with him. So what if they encountered formidable enemies and savage beasts? You must come with us to report this to the authorities." Wrongly accused, old Taoist Lu was naturally unwilling to accept it and immediately retorted, "Madame Xiao, Please hear what Taoist Lu has to say. Old Taoist Lu was not about to. Before he could finish, the clink of gold rang out. Sure enough, whenever something cannot be settled, money settles it. The handsome young master Wu Ming set down a gold ingot, and everyone fell silent. Xiao Minglang nervously asked who this chief escort was, only to be shouted down by Wu Ming. Looking exceptionally dashing with money on his side, Wu Ming immediately pointed at himself and said, "I witnessed the entire incident myself. If these two had not cared for them, the father and son of the escort agency would have died long ago. As for the missing escort silver, the guild will compensate you for it. Do any of you have further objections?" Xiao Minglang eyed the hefty sum of money and smiled broadly. He stepped closer to Wu Ming and whispered, "Chief Escort, this has already become such a commotion. Since you have personally guaranteed for them, what objections could we possibly have?" Even Li Yun'an had nothing to say about Wu Ming's way of using money to overpower others. He silently sighed to himself. As expected of the guild, they really did scatter money everywhere. Once that noisy farce was resolved, Wu Ming's men carried Qiao Duanhong into the house. As they passed the villagers, everyone whispered among themselves. Among the crowd, the most heartbroken was the old man sweeping leaves in the courtyard. Seeing Qiao Duanhong on a stretcher with all 4 limbs broken, the old man's heart ached terribly. "Is that the chief escort?" Before long, night fell. Inside the escort agency, 3 people were whispering over something. Holding a bowl of wine and sitting with his legs crossed, Xiao Minglang leisurely said, "Aunt's uncle's injuries cannot simply be allowed to pass." Madame Wang found that unreasonable and replied, "If we do not let it pass, what else can we do? Didn't the chief escort say that it was caused by a ferocious beast? Besides, we have already accepted the money." Seeing her lover being cornered, Madame Lu immediately spoke up. "Sister, we should at least hear what he has in mind. The master is not likely to last much longer. From now on, the Qiao family can only rely on Minglang." Seeing that Madame Wang was beginning to waver, Xiao Minglang continued, "Aunt, there's no need to worry. How could that Wu fellow watch over us every single day? We can sue that Taoist Lu. If they harm someone, they should be thrown into prison. Besides, I heard that the land where the Dragon King Temple stands is extremely valuable." Hearing this, Madame Wang asked worriedly, "Can this really succeed?" Xiao Minglang immediately leaned close and whispered, "I recently heard some news. Some time ago, the prefect," Madame Wang asked in astonishment, "such a thing happened?" Meanwhile, in another courtyard, the old man held up a lantern to look inside. 2 maidservants in the room were tending the fire and chatting. Why did only that old man return? Looking like this, he might as well be dead. He took so many people with him, and they all died. Only he came back alive. The old man slowly passed by the 2 women and entered the room where Qiao Duanhong lay on the brink of death. He came to Qiao Duanhong's bedside and softly called, "Young chief escort." Seeing Qiao Duanhong in such a miserable state, the old man felt deeply distressed. The old man took out bandages and dressed Qiao Duanhong's wounds as he sighed. "I fear no one in this household wants anyone to survive. Miss has ended up like this too, and this old man is nothing but a cripple." The old man paused, his expression grave. "You must hold on, for Miss, and for the lifelong foundation built by the old chief escort. At the very least, wait until Elder John's people arrive. It will not be too late to leave after that." Upon hearing this, Qiao Duanhong suddenly regained a moment of clarity. While the Qiao family was full of schemes, an entirely different scene was unfolding at old Taoist Lu's temple. Someone shouted loudly, "Old Taoist Lu, have you gone mad? Why are you tearing down the temple? How are we supposed to worship after you destroy it?" Busy removing the Dragon King statue, old Taoist Lu turned around and made up an excuse. "Fellow villagers, do not panic. What this humble Taoist is doing today is not disrespectful to the Dragon King. A few days ago, my soul traveled through the great void and happened upon an immortal's sacred grounds. There I met the Dragon King, who personally instructed me to worship 2 divine beings in the mortal world. Naturally, the people below did not believe him and began chattering. Really? What a load of nonsense. Have you gone mad from wanting money?" Old Taoist Lu naturally refused to be outdone. He immediately took out 2 paintings and said delightedly, "Ha ha. These paintings were bestowed by the divine beings themselves. Whether they are real or not, you will know once you look. These are the portraits of two heavenly venerables. His words left the crowd below dumbfounded. They had expected mortal deities to look imposing, but these ones looked rather strange. One was the great prosperity supreme, most sacred, mystic, marvelous spirit treasure imperial crown prince. Yet his appearance was exactly like our Li Yuntan. He conveniently continued fabricating his tale. The crown prince of the divine kingdom of the ninth heaven possesses peerless divine power. He can bless your household with prosperity, wealth, and generations of children and grandchildren. Then he brought out the second painting. No one knew what deity this was, but turning every man into an immortal would not seem surprising for this one. He once again displayed his gift for eloquence. The second is the dragon maiden attendant of the great prosperity, supreme, most sacred, mystic, marvelous spirit treasure, imperial crown prince. She is the elder sister of the dragon king of the weak sea, governs wind and rain, and blesses the region with abundance. After rambling on, old Taoist Lu hurriedly hung the two paintings and said, "Now, fellow villagers, please pay your respects to the portraits of the two heavenly venerables. Do not delay." To make everyone believe even more firmly, old Taoist Lu waved his arms about, pointed at the paintings, and pretended to cry out excitedly. Remember, sincerity brings blessings. Without a sincere heart, even if the Jade Emperor himself descended to earth, he would not pay attention to you. For some reason, the crowd below seemed possessed and eagerly agreed. Right, we understand. Who would have thought old Taoist Lu had such a fateful encounter? Can't you feel it? The instant the paintings were unveiled, my whole body felt comfortable and my spirits rose. After fooling them, old Taoist Lu poked his head into Li Yuntan's room and gestured as he asked, "Well, Brother Yuntan, did I handle it properly?" Li Yuntan lay back in a chair with his legs crossed, toying with the jade slip. "A fine story." Old Taoist Lu beamed at the praise and rubbed his hands together. Brother Yunnan is still the one who knows how to paint. The Dragon King Temple has not been this lively in a long time. But this immortal is truly unusual. Just what kind of immortal are you, Brother Yuntan? Li Yuntan naturally would not admit that it was himself, and hastily put on a mysterious air. That cannot be revealed. Seeing how secretive Li Yuntan was, old Taoist Lu did not press further. Waving his hand, he said, "Haha, understood, understood. Brother Yuntan naturally has his reasons for what he does. Leave the temple offerings to me. This old Taoist will certainly see to them properly." After old Taoist Lu went outside, Li Yuntan intently examined the jade slip in his hand. Looking at its glow, he thought to himself, "This jade slip is like the notebook the painting saint always carried with him. Its contents are extremely rich. Yet with my current abilities, I still cannot view what is inside. It took me an entire day just to find a method to remove the seal on my sea of vital energy." Clenching the jade slip in his hand, Li Yuntan silently made up his mind. With my current limited conditions, I can only give it a try. He then sat cross-legged and began circulating the spiritual energy within his body. He recalled what the jade slip said. To undo a seal, one could use a different kind of power to counter it. My own strength is far too weak. I can only try borrowing the people's power of faith and see whether it can break through. Before long, dust descended. Old Taoist Lu carried a bag of meat and raised a flask of wine, calling cheerfully, "Yuntan, have you eaten? I bought some wine and meat to celebrate." He set the food and wine on the table, when he suddenly sensed a mysterious aura filling the room. Curiously poking his head in, he called, "Yuntan." Seeing Li Yuntan still cultivating, with blue spiritual light filling the room, old Taoist Lu silently marveled. He is still cultivating. He truly is an expert. Suddenly, a ghostly head dropped down from above and let out a wail. At the sight, old Taoist Lu screamed, "A ghost!" The cry startled the entire area, sending birds scattering. Li Yuntan frowned as he sat there, his body feeling heavy. To his alarm, he discovered that he could not move. He sensed an overwhelmingly powerful spiritual force beyond his control and worried that the snow mountain sea of vital energy was about to erupt. Li Yuntan sat cross-legged in the corner and continued channeling his power. The ghost rushed toward him, intending to attack. Li Yuntan frowned and said, "This is bad. The power of faith and spiritual energy are completely different. Without spiritual energy to suppress it, This force is rampaging through my body. It feels as though I'm bound by chains. He abruptly opened his eyes. If this continues, the seal will not be broken before my soul shatters. He circulated his spiritual energy, first stabilizing the scattered power before directing it toward the top of the seal. His eyes widened in astonishment. A moment later, he returned to normal and let out a relieved breath. Luckily, it worked. The power of faith gathered this morning has been completely spent, and the seal has only opened by the tiniest crack. Then the ghost startled him again, opening its pitch-black mouth as it drew close. Li Yuntan leaped backward in fright and shouted, "There is a ghost in the temple." Looking closely, he saw a red dot in the ghost's forehead. He suddenly stood up and pointed directly at the ghost. "You are Qiao Jiasen. You are Qiao Jiasen, aren't you?" Hearing this, the ghost immediately turned and fled. Li Yuntan hurriedly reached out to stop her. "I'll wait." But as he pursued her, his steps became unsteady. Frowning, he said, "Damn it, I exhausted too much strength just now." He hurriedly climbed through the window, thinking that the Prosperous Fortune escort agency lay to the north. He frowned and thought, if that ghost really is Qiao Jiasen, then meeting black and white impermanence before truly was not a dream. On the second floor of a residence, cheerful laughter and conversation continued without end. Drinking wine, Xiao Minglang said, "From now on, you will be the pillar of our family." Dear aunt, that is enough. Xiao Minglang raised his cup and glanced at Madame Lu with delight. It is a pity that little sister has gone mad. If she were here too, it would be even more lively. Madame Lu, seated nearby, shot him a sidelong glare. "You bastard, what are you thinking?" Xiao Minglang turned and grinned. "Ah, I was just talking nonsense." Then he looked across the table. "Sister-in-law, will you not have a drink?" Madame Wang frowned. "No, as long as everything goes smoothly, it will not be too late to drink after this is finished." Elsewhere, a gloomy atmosphere hung in the air as a black cat demon appeared. Could this be an omen? "It seems we cannot wait for the young chief escort any longer," Old Meng slowly said. "The letter cannot be delivered, and the authorities are useless." He turned to look at the gravely injured man. "Do not look at me like that. There is nothing I can do either." Xiao Duanhong could only respond with muffled, indistinct sounds. The nearby servants said in surprise, "What is that crippled old man mumbling about? Is he dead?" After lingering for so long, he is finally dead. Hurry and report it to Madam. With 2 swift slashes, Old Meng beheaded the talkative servant. The others screamed in terror and backed away fearfully. "What are you trying to do?" Old Meng pointed his sword at him in warning. "If you do not want to die, do not move. When I was young, I was just like you. My name was Meng He, the murderous ghost." After speaking, he turned back to the room and pushed open the door. Looking at his friend with severed arms and legs, he softly said, "Young chief escort, only this old sack of bones remains." Meng He's hunched silhouette was reflected in Xiao Duanhong's eyes. Cries of "murder" rang out everywhere. The crowd panicked, every face filled with extreme terror. "Old Meng, where are you? Have you gone mad? You crippled bastard! You traitor! How dare you kill people?" Flames spread everywhere. Meng He's hair was white, his gaze sharp and cold. Gripping his sword in his right hand, he said, "Old Xiao is gone." The old man raised his sword toward the sky and shouted, "You can all join him down there." Sword light flashed as he slashed through the air. The surrounding residents cried out, "Fire! Put out the fire!" What terrible sin did the Qiao family commit? The area was swallowed by flames, and the miserable screams made the atmosphere even more grim. The following day, the people talked animatedly about what had happened the night before. Rapid footsteps sounded in the distance. Soldiers kicked open the door and rushed in. The leader shouted, "Arrest the suspects." Old Taoist Lu panicked inside the temple. "What is that noise?" He ran to the door and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? The things in my temple are all sacred treasures." The soldiers ignored him and asked, "Where are the people here?" Yin Pingji, the prefect of Willow River, shouted, "Madame Lu, the widow of Prosperous Fortune Escort Agency, has accused you of colluding with bandits to murder people and rob property. You then bribed servants to enter the household, plotted to murder the mistress, and attempted to seize the Qiao family's estate." The soldiers tied him up as Yin Pingji ordered. "Take all of them to the main prison to await trial." Old Taoist Lu broke out in a cold sweat inside the temple and explained, "Please investigate this fairly, sir. If I wanted to harm her, why would I have brought her back? Moreover, Chief Escort Wu can testify for us." Yin Pingji frowned and angrily said, "Who knows whether you intended to use the opportunity to win the Qiao family's trust through a show of kindness, making it easier to seize their assets later?" Old Taoist Lu pulled a miserable face, speechless for a moment. Yin Pingji sternly asked, "Do you know Meng He of the Prosperous Fortune Escort Agency?" Seizing the chance, old Taoist Lu craned his neck to explain, "We are neighbors." Who would not know him? But I truly have no idea what happened. Yin Pingji turned away. "Then that settles it. If you have truly been wronged, explain yourselves in court. The prefect will render his own judgment." He then ordered his men to take him away. Unwilling to accept this, old Taoist Lu shouted, "Brother Yuntan." After searching the place, a soldier reported, "Captain, there is no one else. The complaint says there is another young accomplice." Old Taoist Lu was startled. He escaped. Without turning back, Yin Pingji gave an order with a glance. "Seal the temple. Where can a temple run off to? Draw his likeness and post wanted notices." His subordinate immediately obeyed. As old Taoist Lu was escorted away, he cried out miserably, "I have been wronged. This old Taoist has been grievously wronged." Meanwhile, Li Yuntan hid behind a wall and listened to what was happening. His face darkened. I knew the Qiao family was no good. At first, I thought it was merely a dispute over the family fortune that had gotten out of hand. But if they insist on plotting against me, the temple was swiftly sealed. The nearby residents gathered outside, discussing it among themselves. What happened? What does the Qiao family's affair have to do with him? Misfortune struck just after they replaced the temple statues. Exactly. I said we should not worship them. Stop worshiping them. Li Yuntan clicked his tongue irritably, climbed over the wall, and looked directly outside the temple. He thought, "I finally found a way to do this. Without the power of faith, it will not work." His expression darkened. Qiao Minglang is greedy for money, and it is understandable that he would collude with Madame Lu to do such things. But why would Madame Wang and the prefect cooperate with them? If it is only for money, how much could this old Taoist possibly have? Why go to such lengths? He raised his head to look at the temple plaque, his face turning pale. Could it be? He clenched his brush and paper. Since that is the case, do not blame me. In the interrogation room of the main prison, Meng, he was hung from a rack, with a brazier of hot coals beside him, ready for torture. Someone said, "Old Meng, why put yourself through such suffering?" Old Taoist Lu, who had just been arrested, grimaced through the prison bars. "Did you really kill someone? Why would you suddenly start killing people? You have dragged this old Taoist down with you." Meng closed his eyes and muttered, "I really am old." When Meng swung his sword, he had thought he would take another life. Yet the instant he turned the blade, he fell to the ground. Qiao Minglang smiled sinisterly. "Quickly report this to the prefect. This time, the Taoist crime has conclusive evidence. Once His Excellency personally comes to interrogate him, how could he refuse to confess?" The jailer replied helplessly, "Your Excellency, not only do these two refuse to confess to murdering Meng He, they insist that Xiao Minglang had an affair with Madame Qilu and conspired to kill Qiao Duanxiu." The official frowned. No matter what he says, make him confess within 10 days. A high official from the capital is already inspecting Wei City. There must be no flaw in the procedure before we can open court and pass sentence. In the gloomy prison, rats and cockroaches crawled everywhere. Leaning against the wall, old Taoist Lu sighed. 2 innocent people were harmed. After finally encountering an expert and escaping one calamity, we are about to face another. By now, Brother Yuntan has probably... Before he could finish speaking, a cockroach flew straight into his face. Old Taoist Lu screamed in fright. Alarmed, the jailer angrily struck the iron bars with his sword hilt and shouted, "What are you yelling for?" Drenched in sweat, old Taoist Lu crouched down and covered the cockroach with his hand, stammering, Nothing. I threw out my back, trying to kill a cockroach." The jailer snarled, "Stay put and behave yourself. If you dare make another sound, I'll beat you." Having escaped danger, he let out a sigh of relief. As it turned out, that cockroach was no ordinary cockroach. Old Taoist Lu opened his palm and spoke to it. Brother Yuntan, is that you? Do you have any instructions for me?" A white head gradually emerged from his palm. Overjoyed, old Taoist Lu clenched his hand and pressed it against his forehead. All right. As long as I can get out, I'll do whatever Brother Yuntan says. The scene shifted to the street in front of the Li residence, where crowds of people passed by and watched. Li Yuntan accepted a pastry from the vendor, puzzled. One pastry, the shopkeeper said cheerfully. Yes, young master. Please enjoy. As he walked, Li Yuntan surveyed his surroundings. The Li prefect's residence was right beside the government office, saving him the trouble of traveling far. He took a bite of the pastry. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. He threaded through the crowd, continuously chewing. The area around the government office was still bustling. But after giving it some thought, his gaze sharpened. There seems to be something wrong with this liveliness. When a dead person's body was possessed, it could easily become a faceless ghost. There were at least 70 or 80 of them on this street. Ordinary people could not see faceless ghosts, and they did not harm anyone. But such a large gathering could only be caused by Een spirit formation. Standing on the bridge and looking down, he wondered, why has this Li residence drawn so many ghosts here to wait at its gates? There are also people from the Taoist sect and the sword sect in the city. Aren't they going to do anything? Suddenly, he heard someone calling him, but it took him 5 seconds to react. Young master, are you thinking of jumping to your death? He turned and replied with a smile. Oh, I'm sorry for making you worry, little brother. I have no intention of killing myself. Turning back around, Li Yuntan sensed demonic energy nearby. The oddly shaped young man said, Young master, the dead are all behind you. That's a relief. I had just finished buying some things and was heading back to the residence when I saw you standing here on the bridge, looking troubled. Li Yuntan answered pleasantly, Haha, I merely found the feng shui here a little strange. There are waves of Een wind as well, so I was lost in thought. The other man widened his eyes and exclaimed, You can sense it too, right? Ever since I left the residence, I've felt cold all along this road. I was wondering why this street felt so strange. Young master, have you found anything? Li Yuntan spread his hands and stared at the young man. You're very perceptive. This place leans against the mountains and faces the water. Its terrain is excellent. With the government office here gathering righteous energy, it should have been blessed land. Unfortunately, something must have damaged the feng shui and caused Een energy to collect here. That is why you feel chilled, little brother. If you stay in such an environment for too long, even if you never encounter malicious ghosts or wandering souls, your lifespan may still be shortened. The young man was shocked as faceless ghosts clung to him one after another. He grabbed at himself in panic. Then what should I do? Young master, you understand these matters. Is there any way to resolve it? Li Yuntan pointed ahead. I only know a little about feng shui. Why don't you tell me whether anything strange has happened around here recently? Once we determine where the problem lies, we can decide what to do. Li Yuntan saw the young man growing increasingly haggard, his eye sockets deeply sunken. He said, Speaking of strange matters, something truly did happen recently. About 7 days ago, while the prefect was working late on official business, a violent storm suddenly broke out, with thunder roaring overhead. It struck down the main hall of the government office and killed 2 concubines who had been bringing the prefect a late-night meal. If the prefect had not eaten too much and gone out back to relieve himself, he probably would have been buried beneath the rubble as well. The young man broke out in a cold sweat as he spoke. Li Yuntan asked, Did everyone see it? The young man replied, No. Since they were the prefect's favored concubines, and being struck dead by lightning was considered inauspicious, the prefect invited a Taoist master from the Supreme Clarity Elixir Cauldron sect to handle the scene personally. Ordinary people were not allowed near it. Li Yuntan cast a sidelong glance, thinking that it was likely an exorcism. Yet the area around the residence was clearly set with Een spirit formation to gather souls. There was indeed more to this matter. He turned and said, In my view, that Taoist only cast protective rites for the prefect himself. If you want to avoid disaster, little brother, I can make you a talisman for peace and safety. But you must bring me some of the materials yourself. The young man was delighted, as if he had found gold. Cupping his hands, he said, Thank you, young master. Please tell me what you need. 3 days later, they were still at that bridge. Li Yuntan had called the young man there. They must have arranged to meet at this spot. He asked cheerfully, Have you prepared everything? The young man carried a basket, his face full of excitement. Everything is ready. He lifted the cloth covering it and listed the items one by one. Rainwater from the residence's water vat, with fragments from the room struck by lightning, the the prefect's old clothes, and soil from the residence. They're all here. Li Yuntan picked up a blackened piece of wood and examined it closely. This piece of wood definitely wasn't struck by lightning. The young man explained, "It is not yet the cold season, so the residence does not use much firewood. Since you instructed me in advance, I specifically searched through the firewood pile." Li Yuntan did not reply, but turmoil rose within him. Frowning slightly, he thought, no, this is not what lightning struck wood looks like. It was clearly burned by fire, and the aura on it, just as I suspected. He gripped the wood tightly. The young man asked anxiously, "What do you think, young master? Can it be used?" He answered, "With these items as mediums, the protective talisman will be very effective. I'll go back and make it now. Come here at this time tomorrow to collect it." The young man cupped his hands in salute. "Thank you, young master." Li Yuntan Baba grandly. "No need for formalities. Since we have met, it is fate. From now on, we are friends. Helping you stay safe is only what I ought to do." The young man thought to himself, a servant like me can really be friends with such a kind young master. He looked at Li Yuntan with heartfelt gratitude. Then the two went their separate ways. Li Yuntan turned to watch him leave, his expression unreadable. Returning to the temple entrance, he thought, "This servant is more useful than I expected. I now have cinnabar and the prefect's old clothes. And since he frequently sees the prefect, that will do." Suddenly, someone called from behind, "Xiao Minglang, what are you doing? Get down here." Seeing this, Li Yuntan immediately hid and listened. Xiao Minglang was climbing over the wall into the temple. As he climbed, he said, "Honestly, even a high official like the prefect insists on following procedure. It has dragged on for days. I think he's just looking for a chance to take the things from the temple for himself." Xiao Minglang jumped inside. "Didn't they say everything besides the land would be given to me? So there's no problem with me coming to take a look first, right?" Li Yuntan snarled. "In such a ruined temple, what besides the land could possibly be worth noticing? Since you're here, don't leave empty-handed." Xiao Minglang entered and saw two sacred portraits hanging on the wall. He was surprised. "What are these?" Looking more closely, he was startled. They're only paintings, yet they actually give off such a glow. He took down one scroll. This must be the most valuable thing in this temple. Having obtained something valuable, Xiao Minglang promptly climbed back out. "Ow! What if someone sees us?" Madame Lu paced back and forth below, checking whether anyone was watching. He complained, "Isn't this all because of you? But then again, it'll be ours sooner or later." Li Yuntan had heard the entire conversation. He entered, placed a hand on the table, picked up a brush, and began to write. "It seems justice and order in this world are more important than I imagined." Mysterious items were scattered across the table. To kill someone, all one needs to do is leave no evidence behind. 2 days later, the young man Li Yuntan had met on the bridge entered carrying a bowl of fish soup. "Master, the soup from the kitchen is here." A voice from inside replied, "Come in." The young man continued, "Master, you have not had much appetite lately, so the kitchen specially made sour soup to whet your appetite." The official glanced at it. Seeing the bowl of fish soup, he suddenly saw demonic energy rising from it. He shouted, "Fish!" The young man forced a smile and explained, "Master, please have a taste and see whether it suits your palate." Seeing the steaming bowl of fish soup, the official immediately broke out in a cold sweat. As he stared into the fish's eyes, a strange voice echoed in his mind. "Delicious." Then the official flung the bowl away and screamed, "No." Soup splashed all over the servant. The official raised a hand to shield himself and cried, "My lord." Yet the official pointed at the door and cursed furiously, "Get out. I will not eat fish. Get out at once." The servant dropped to his knees and cowed out. "Please calm your anger, my lord. Please calm your anger." As he wiped up the soup from the floor, he muttered, "I'm sorry." This humble one acted on his own initiative. The official was so terrified that his face had turned pale. The surroundings distorted. Looking at the servant cleaning the floor, the official saw a grotesque monster. Trembling, the official pointed at the door and shouted, "Get out! Get out of here immediately!" The servant answered in fear again and again, then slammed the door shut. Outside the residence, the servant scratched his head. How strange. Master loved sea bass more than anything in previous years. Why is he like this year? His temper is getting worse too. As soon as he came out, he saw the young master who had helped him waiting nearby. He walked over with a smile and greeted him. "Young master," Li Yuntan replied, "did things not go smoothly for you today, little brother?" The servant sighed and shook his head. "Don't mention it. Master's temper has become harder and harder to deal with. I don't know whom he takes after. I heard that our old master was angered to death because of his fiery temper. That is why our master normally pays great attention to cultivating his character, but recently, I don't know what has happened to him. Liyuntan fronat sympatatically. Haha, there are not many people as concerned for their master as you are, little brother. One can only lament that your master does not know how to cherish you. The servant scratched his head and smiled. A master is still a master. Even when he gets angry, he only curses at us a little. If all masters in the world were as easygoing as you, young master, perhaps servants like us would feel uneasy instead. Li Yuntin patted him on the shoulder. What do you mean, servants and inferiors? Haven't I said that we are friends? The young man was moved by those words, and then took his leave. Li Yuntan folded his arms and smiled as he watched him go. A moment later, he frowned. It should be soon. 3 days later, at the government office, townspeople gathered outside its gates. The theft case is about to be tried. Who would have thought that Taoist Lu of the Dragon King Temple was colluding with bandits? Didn't he have a disciple? That disciple ran away, didn't he? What disciple? I think he was one of the bandits himself. A cry rang out from within the government office. The prefect takes the bench. The guards on either side struck their staves in rapid succession. The imposing official sat in judgment. One citizen asked, "Why are there two Taoist masters here?" To the prefect's left is Bonanzi of the ethereal void sword sect. He must be here because one of the accused is a Taoist. To the right is Song Yunzi of the Supreme Clarity Elixir Cauldron sect. What is old Taoist Lu compared to them? These two immortal masters are eminent figures of the sword sect and the Taoist sect. I hear that 1 hour of their time costs 100 taels of silver. The official slapped the table with a bang, stood up, and declared, "Bring the complainants and the suspects before the court." Old Taoist Lu cried out, "I have been wronged. This old Taoist truly knows nothing." Xiao Minglang arrogantly stepped on old Taoist Lu and said, "Shut up. Did the prefect give you permission to speak?" Old Taoist Lu continued crying out passionately, "This old Taoist truly knows nothing." Mengyi sat at the front, barely clinging to life. The prefect shouted, "Order!" Suddenly, the sound of a drum rang out, drawing everyone's attention. The prefect said angrily, "Who is it? Who is beating the drum?" It was Li Yun'in beating the drum. Everyone was astonished. Isn't that the young master from the Dragon King Temple who ran away? As though recalling the night of the lightning strike, the prefect suddenly felt splitting pain in his head. His face flushed red, his eyes bulged, and he gasped so hot. He ordered, "What are you standing around for? Don't let him keep beating it. Bring him in here." The guards immediately obeyed and rushed outside menacingly. The prefect let out a sigh of relief and slumped over the bench. The two executioners exchanged glances, seemingly plotting something. Song Yunzi watched secretly, frowning as he looked down. There are no abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations. Bonanzi was also observing the prefect. He truly has been frightened out of his wits. The Yin spirit formation was set up by our Taoist sect. That thing simply cannot enter it. By now, we are even here beside him in court. Who could possibly harm him? The guards escorted Li Yuntan closer. The prefect stared at Li Yuntan's clothing in terror, his body trembling like a fish stranded on land. Li Yuntan looked at the prefect and introduced himself. "This commoner, Li Yuntan, pays respects to your excellency." A flash of surprise appeared in the prefect's eyes. Why did this man look so familiar? In an instant, the image of the servant from his residence surfaced in his mind and overlapped with the man before him. Cold sweat broke out all over him. Prefect Li asked, "I ask you, why were you beating the drum?" Li Yuntan replied, "This commoner is Taoist Lu's disciple. Several days ago, I heard that my master had left Wei City for the coast to offer thanks to the Dragon King. He deliberately emphasized words that startled the other party. He reported to the Divine Lord that our humble temple now enshrines the great prosperity, supreme, most sacred, mystic, marvelous spirit treasure, Imperial Crown Prince, and the Dragon Maiden attendant. Unexpectedly, after I returned, I learned that my master had been arrested by the authorities. The trial begins today, and in my anxiety, I beat the drum to protest this injustice. That day, we traveled with Master in an escort agency carriage back to Wei City. We got along very well with the escort agency's people. That evening, as we made camp and lit a fire, a demonic beast suddenly appeared from nowhere. It charged straight at us. Its claws nearly caught me. Fortunately, Chief Escort Xiao shielded us. Unfortunately, the demonic beast tore apart Chief Escort Xiao's leg, which became food in its mouth. Chief Escort Xiao received proper care and treatment along the way. As long as he recuperates well, he will certainly wake up. Cold sweat poured from Prefect Li as he listened. Bo Nanzi sensed that something was wrong upon hearing this. There was nothing wrong with the formation, nor was there anything unusual. Why was the prefect so terrified? Song Yunzi also seemed to sense something amiss and turned to look. Li Yuntan continued, but fortunately, we received help from young Master Hang's Ho. Chief Escort Xiao received proper care and treatment along the way. As long as he recuperates well, he will certainly wake up. Song Yunzi thought, something is wrong. There truly are no spiritual energy fluctuations. How can this be? Li Yuntan Siga. Alas, I beg your excellency to investigate this clearly. Afterward, Chief Escort Xiao had us all brought back to his home. Then he feigned anger and pointed directly at the treacherous Xiao Minglang. But after being cared for by that nephew for 2 days, he died. There must be something suspicious about this. Xiao Minglang grabbed Li Yuntan by the head and struck him. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you trying to frame me? Madame Lu immediately stepped forward to stop him. Minglang, let go. Let go now. Li Yuntan also intervened. Let go. This is a court of law. Prefect Li seemed to lose his soul as he muttered. It's no good. Xiao Minglang angrily seized Li Yuntan by the collar. You want to harm me? Impossible. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Minglang said, just wait. Lord Li will soon. Li Yuntan's face darkened. Narrowing his eyes, he said, die. At those words, Xiao Minglang's face went pale. What? Li Yuntan leaned close and whispered in his ear, all of you will die. Then he gave a deathly smile. Xiao Minglang shouted furiously. What did you say? Have you gone mad? Li Yuntan said solemnly, no, I will show you what it means to kill someone. Xiao Minglang's face turned deathly pale. He pointed at Li Yuntan and accused him. My lord, he is cursing you. Seeing this, Madame Lu stepped forward to stop him. Xiao Minglang, stop causing trouble. Old Taoist Lu and Li Yuntan exchanged looks, as if their plan had succeeded. Li Yuntan gave him a meaningful wink, and Old Taoist Lu immediately knelt on the ground and cried, Old Taoist Lu has been wronged. My lord, please save my life. Para fac de lis pupilos, contracta. The scene of that stormy night reappeared around him. Those people's cries for help rang out. My lord, save us. He slammed the table and rose to his feet. All of you shut up. Everyone fell silent and stared at Prefect Li. Suddenly, he convulsed, foam spilling from his mouth, his eyes rolling back before he toppled backward into his chair. All the guards cried out in alarm. Prefect Bonanzi, standing beside him, took his pulse and examined him. He frowned. What is going on? Song Yunzi took his pulse and frowned. His heart condition has recurred. Madame Lu shrank against Xiao Minglang. What did you just say? Li Yuntan revealed his true form, his face livid as he broke into a savage grin. Ah, let me show you what killing someone looks like. Taoist Master Bo frowned as he observed the scene. How strange. The Yin spirit formation was clearly set up, yet we failed to detect who made a move. A huge circle suddenly appeared in the sky. Madame Lu cried out in horror. It was him. He used demon arts to kill the prefect. She pointed at Li Yuntan. Li Yuntan turned and pointed at his own face. Me? Seeing this, Taoist Master Bo told that ignorant woman to step back. Madame Lu immediately rushed over, grabbed Taoist Master Bo by the hem of his robe, and shouted, It's true. It really is. Immortal Master, please believe me. This man knows demon arts. In an instant, Taoist Master Bo mercilessly slapped her. Madame Lu flew into the wall, blood streaming from her mouth. She soon died on the spot, blood pooling everywhere. Xiao Minglang and Madame Wang turned pale with fright. He killed someone. Song Yunzi sighed from the side. Your strike was too heavy. Taoist Master Bo replied, We are not like your Supreme Clarity Elixir Cauldron sect, so compassionate and kind-hearted. I crossed the line into killing long ago. If that woman had continued shouting nonsense, what would become of our two sects' reputations? Taoist Master Bo pointed at Xiao Minglang and Madame Wang. Tell these people to get out. Do not stand here and hinder this Taoist master. If they dare make a fuss again, do not blame me for being merciless. In Pingji appeared from somewhere and asked the two immortal masters about the case. Taoist Master Bo shouted, his face dark with anger. What case? Do you think we know nothing? This case has brought disaster upon us. Get them all out of here. Watch your tongues. In Pingji ordered his subordinates. Did you not hear the immortal master? Drive them all out. And over there, carry that away quickly. Do not obstruct the immortal masters while they work. Li Yuntan walked over to Yin Pingji and said with a smile, Constable, my master truly has been wronged. May I take him home? The constable was momentarily unable to answer. Li Yuntan then leaned close and whispered into Yin Pingji's ear, Constable, let me tell you something. Judge it for yourself. Everyone was horrified after hearing it. My master was framed, and I killed the prefect. Neither of those things is false. Yin Pingji stared at him, his expression grim. What kind of joke is this? How could you have killed the prefect right in front of two immortal masters? What method could you possibly have used? Li Yuntan said exactly. Even if you told the two immortal masters, I fear they would not believe it. Just look at Madame Lu. He glanced at the coffin. Yin Pingji stared at the corpse in shock, then immediately waved them away. Do as you please. Li Yuntan clasped his hands. Thank you for your wisdom, sir. He turned around. Old Taoist Lu master, let us go. Xiao Minglang watched them leave from behind, sensing an unusual aura. He thought to himself, he is a demon. That man is a demon. On the street, while they were heading home, old Taoist Lu asked Li Yuntan anxiously, Brother Yuntan, did you truly kill the prefect? Li Yuntan calmly answered, yes. Old Taoist Lu was startled. Li Yuntan rolled his dark eyes toward him. Do you want to know how I did it? I can teach you. Old Taoist Lu gave a faint cry. At Southernwood Residence on Willow Street, old Taoist Lu said worriedly, Brother Yuntan, are we not going back to the temple? Southernwood Residence is not cheap. You suffered for several days in prison before finally getting out. You should have a good meal to drive away the bad luck. Li Yuntan poured him more tea. Drink some tea and calm down. This meal may be a little expensive, but it is worth every coin. Old Taoist Lu held his teacup, frowning. Brother Yuntan, did you really kill that prefect? Li Yuntan took a sip of tea and calmly replied, That is right. Old Taoist Lu raised the cup to his lips. But how exactly did you do it? Li Yuntan smilath. Master, do you not know? I borrowed your mouth to kill him. Old Taoist Lu spat out his tea, his face turning pale. What? How can I not know about that? Li Yuntan waved for him to calm down. Sit down. Why are you getting so worked up? Everyone believes the prefect died of heart failure. With so many people watching in court, no one will suspect you. Old Taoist Lu cried in alarm. What exactly happened? Li Yuntan raised his eyes and explained solemnly. Do you know what consciousness is? Old Taoist Lu scratched his head. The consciousness among Buddhism's 5 aggregates and 8 consciousnesses. You can understand it that way. Li Yuntan continued. But the basic awareness formed through the 5 external senses is the outermost level of consciousness. For instance, right now, you're thinking about what I'm saying. Suddenly, you hear footsteps. It sounds as though someone is coming upstairs. Li Yuntan smilath. When you hear footsteps outside, you know it may be the waiter bringing our food. That too is consciousness. Old Taoist Lu turned his head to look. But, old Lu, those footsteps could belong to a waiter, a guest, or even constables from the government office. Why did you hear those footsteps and immediately assume, feel certain, that it was the waiter bringing food? Taoist Lu broke out in a cold sweat. But is it not because we are at Southernwood Residence, where we just ordered food? Li Yuntan pointed to his temple. Exactly. Your subconscious completed all those judgments and deductions in between. The waiter entered carrying the dishes, and Li Yuntan continued. It has always been there. Old Taoist Lu simply never noticed it. He faced the waiter, but his eyes remained fixed on old Taoist Lu. Everything you hear, see, and think every day, even the things you believe you have forgotten because you did not pay attention to them, still remains in your subconscious. After the waiter had left, he continued that prefect Li was frightened to death because he suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. Taoist Lu asked doubtfully, Why do you say that? Li Yuntan tore off a chicken leg and said slowly, From a Jai, the servant at the Li residence, I learned that something strange had happened there several days ago. After seeing what he brought me, I became certain that a great demon had appeared in the main hall of the government office that night. By chance, I had encountered that demon before. It likes to eat human flesh. there's an 80 or 90% chance that the prefect's two beautiful concubines ended up in that demon's belly. Furthermore, judging from the prefect's clothes and Ajay's account, Prefect Li was extremely fat, especially fond of fish and meat, and had a heart condition. So, I chose a plan. As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, and he held something in his hand. Through Ajay, I made Prefect Li temporarily forget the horrifying events of that night. Taoist, Lu asked in disbelief. Can something like that really be forgotten? Li Yuntan replied, of course. You can get so busy that you forget to eat, let alone after encountering such a terrible incident. People instinctively protect themselves by gradually forgetting their fear. Suddenly, he sensed something nearby. Taoist Lu's face went pale with fright. Li Yuntan calmly glanced at him. For instance, do you really think that constable simply let us leave? That waiter looked strange when he served the food. I fear he overheard something and reported it to the government office. Old Taoist Lu looked toward the stairs, cold sweat pouring down his face. Surely not. There really was someone coming up the stairs. Li Yuntan slammed his palm down on the table. Old Taoist Lu suddenly became frantic. His face as pale as a withered leaf. He shouted, this old Taoist cannot go back to prison. I cannot go back. Yet nothing actually happened. The waiter was merely guiding a guest. Sir, this way, please. Li Yuntan looked at old Taoist Lu and continued explaining. It is that simple. I invited you to eat and drink, chatted with you, and gradually made you relax. It seemed as though your imprisonment had passed. But through my suggestion, once I struck the table, your subconscious linked everything together and associated it with a reality that did not exist. Prefect Li was the same. The servant's protective talisman truly had a calming effect, but it also carried the aura of the great demon. Feed him fish. Dress him in robes patterned like fish scales and light blazing flames. Li Yuntan raised a hand before his face, and the whites of his eyes turned pitch black. Every action I took recreated the scene from that night, deepening the fear in his subconscious. His eyes widened, until you cried out for help. Save me, sir. He seemed to see it all again. Li Yuntan lowered his head and stared. That is why he was killed by his own fear. Taoist Lu said in astonishment, ah, such a method. Suddenly, someone shouted, murder! Someone has died at the Prosperous Fortune Escort Agency. The two turned around. Taoist Lu stood and looked down. As if he had anticipated it, Li Yuntan said, quite a good view, is it not? I told you this meal was worth the price. The dead woman was Madame Wang, widow of Chief Escort Xiao of the Prosperous Fortune Escort Agency. After leaving the court today, she and her nephew Qiao Minglang had brought Madame Lu's body home. Madame Lu had been Chief Escort Qiao's concubine. After returning home, the two seemed to have quarreled. Her hand was still tightly gripping a sword. Yin Pingji stood with his hands on his hips as he surveyed the scene. All valuables in the house had been stolen, and Qiao Minglang was nowhere to be found. A subordinate approached and whispered. The coroner also examined Madame Lu's body. She had been 3 months pregnant, but Chief Escort Xiao was still away escorting a shipment 2 months ago. Yin Pingji frowned and looked down. The subordinate guessed, there's an 80 or 90% chance that Madame Wang discovered the affair between Qiao Minglang and Madame Lu. Qiao Minglang killed her by mistake, then fled out of fear of punishment. Only the Qiao family's daughter, imprisoned in the rear courtyard, is to be pitied. Yin Pingji frowned. The Qiao family has suffered one calamity after another. I fear it is more than mere coincidence. Yin Pingji lowered his head and looked at the ground. 2 rolled-up paintings lay there. He picked them up. They were the 2 famous divine portraits. The subordinate exclaimed at once, Sir, are these not the portraits that were just worshipped at the Dragon King Temple? I heard they are very efficacious. Before the Dragon King Temple was sealed, I even went to see them with my mother. Yin Pingji frowned as he thought of Li Yuntan. The Dragon King Temple again. Could this be his handiwork as well? Yin Pingji gripped the paintings tightly, turned, and ordered, send the body to the cemetery. Issue a citywide warrant for Qiao Minglang. Do not leak anything about these paintings. His subordinate immediately obeyed. After hearing the news, the townsfolk gathered at the entrance and discussed it noisily. Why has someone from the Qiao family died again? Have they offended the Grand Duke of the Year? As the two passed through the murmuring crowd, old Taoist Lu pointed at them. Was this your doing as well? Li Yuntan gave a bitter smile. How could it be? I'm not some god or ghost. Old Taoist Lu persisted. Then how did you know something would happen to them today? Li Yuntan answered quietly. Human nature. Madame Wang had always seen things she should not have seen, and secretly cursed that woman as a slut. He continued, Madame Wang had long known about the filthy affair between those two. After Chief Escort Qiao met with disaster, she had leverage against them. She could have directly driven them both from the estate, but she wanted Chief Escort Qiao to die early so she could swallow the entire family fortune. Yet she did not want to become the villain who murdered her husband. So she handed all affairs of the estate over to Qiao Minglang, pretending outwardly to be weak and indecisive. Today, with the Dragon King Temple case resolved, there was no one left who could accuse Madame Wang of anything. Driven into a corner, his murderous intent finally emerged. Old Taoist Lu waved his hand in disbelief. He killed someone merely because of a prayer at the temple? That boy does not seem to have the nerve. Li Yuntan spread his hands. He prayed to the gods, and naturally the gods helped him. Old Taoist Lu turned around. What god could be that effective? At the temple, Old Taoist Lu noticed the two paintings were missing and shouted, Where are the portraits of the great prosperity, supreme, most sacred, mystic, marvelous spirit treasure, imperial crown prince, and the dragon maiden attendant? Old Taoist Lu wept regretfully, tears streaming down his cheeks. My incense offerings. Li Yuntan, on the other hand, smiled happily. Go report it to the government office now. Say that our temple's divine portraits have been stolen. The temple's incense offerings will be even better than before from now on. Old Taoist Lu leaned close and asked seriously, Why? Was this also arranged by you? Li Yuntan was still puzzled when Yin Pingji suddenly entered, holding the paintings. Because the thief either died or fled in fear of punishment. Li Yuntan took the paintings. Ah, are these not our divine portraits? Thank you, sir, for personally delivering them. Yin Pingji grabbed his arm. Li Yuntan's real name is Li Xiao. He is from the state of Yi. His parents died when he was 7. He was once a flower-selling boy and a young Taoist attendant, and he knows a few tricks. Li Yuntan was slightly surprised. Yin Pingji continued grimly. There have already been 3 deaths today. Until a new prefect is appointed, I am temporarily in charge of the government office. I do not want any more trouble. Li Yuntan gave a cold laugh. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Are you threatening me, sir, or asking me for help? If you have evidence, bring your men and arrest me. But if you're asking someone for help, then you should show the proper attitude. Yin Pingji was taken aback. The two still held each other's arms. Yin Pingji sighed and released him. Then he clasped his hands. I came today for 2 reasons. First, to return the 2 divine portraits. Second, to ask you, sir, to show mercy and restore peace to this small city. Li Yuntan looked directly at Yin Pingji. I dare not accept the title of sir, but since Constable Yin is sincere, I have a favor to ask as well. Li Yuntan placed a hand over his chest and pointed at Old Taoist Lu. Old Meng in prison is an old friend of my benefactor and master. The case is closed, and the original accuser has been judged to have fled. Would you not say that Old Meng was framed? I asked Constable Yin to investigate this fairly. Yin Pingji frowned. Fine, I will reinvestigate this matter. Li Yuntan reminded him cautiously, with a hint of threat. Constable Yin is a good man and a sensible one. I believe we will have many opportunities to deal with each other in the future. I hope you will handle this swiftly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee. Li Yuntan fixed him with a fierce stare that I will be able to remain calm. Yin Pingji staggered down the steps, finally understanding everything. Old Taoist Lu pointed at him and shouted, So you have him in your grasp now? Old Taoist Lu continued, In Wei City of Willow River Prefecture, below the prefect, the chief constable is the most powerful figure. He has connections throughout both the underworld and the legitimate world. Li Yuntan walked past Old Taoist Lu. Stop worrying about your sweetheart. Worry about keeping your own little life first. You need to learn how to become a more interesting person. Old Taoist Lu hurriedly turned back. What do you mean, Brother Yuntan? Explain it clearly. Li Yuntan ignored him and continued walking ahead. This time, he had used his name again and touched his prey. Judging by the sky, if the time had come, he would probably have to work hard to please him. Night fell in the rear courtyard of the Dragon King Temple. I have made the situation clear to you. Decide for yourself. Li Yuntan said seriously, I am not trying to frighten you. If you wish to leave, there is still time. If we encounter someone more formidable later, I fear it will be hard to keep your life. Old Taoist Lu drank as tears filled his eyes. Brother Yuntan, this old Taoist knows you are capable and have your secrets. You saved the Dragon King Temple, and even when I was thrown into prison, you did not abandon me. Old Taoist Lu cried as he covered his face with one hand. Li Yuntan extended his hand. Stop crying. Old Taoist Lu still sobbed. I have been useless for half my life. Old Taoist Lu grimaced and raised his wine cup. From this day on, I will follow Brother Yuntan. We will live and die together, and I will go wherever you go. As he spoke, Old Taoist Lu's head dropped onto the table, though his hand still held the wine cup aloft without moving. Li Yuntan stared at Old Taoist Lu. The candle on the table suddenly went out. Li Yuntan was startled as an icy aura enveloped him. A figure with fish scales on his arm stood behind him and looked at him. Boy, did you know I would come? Li Yuntan's startled expression became cold and grim. He turned toward the voice and smiled. Of course, I even specially prepared another surprise for young Master Ninth. Young Master Ninth glanced at him. Oh, what surprise? Li Yuntan explained. A few days ago, did young Master Ninth eat the 2 concubines of Prefect Li? Young Master Ninth curled his lip. You know about that too? Li Yuntan nodded happily at this answer. That's right, we know each other. I heard that Prefect Li, in order to take revenge on you, found 2 people in Lumu Prefecture to set up an Een spirit formation. Then he looked up and smiled even more brightly than before. As it happens, that fellow offended me too. A gleam of interest flashed through young Master Ninth's eyes. Oh, is that so? He bared his sharp teeth and cast a mocking glance over. It seems my prince's plaything was killed by you. Li Yuntan rose and paced about. That's right, he was killed. So I thought that if young Master Ninth had not gone far, you might come looking for me. Li Yuntan placed a hand on Old Taoist Lu's neck and said with a smile, Unfortunately, I only have this old man beside me. There is nothing good here with which to entertain you. Young Master Ninth looked thoughtfully at Old Taoist Lu, then grabbed his hand. Blue energy radiated from his palm. No matter. I am nearby. There will be other chances. Young Master Ninth revealed his terrifying true form and opened his mouth, preparing to eat Old Taoist Lu's hand. Since I have come, I cannot disappoint you. Li Yuntan shouted, Wait, young Master Ninth. Young Master Ninth had already wrapped himself around the hand and was about to enjoy the delicacy when he abruptly stopped. Li Yuntan cupped his hands. Using such old meat to entertain a friend is not how I receive guests. Why not wait for me? A force emanated from Li Yuntan's robe, suppressing young Master Ninth's power and forcing him back into human form. Young Master Ninth glanced at it in puzzlement. You have something good on you? Li Yuntan took out an ordinary necklace and said, This? It is a jade slip. If young Master Ninth likes it, have a look. As expected, the clairvoyant jade slip reacted upon encountering demonic power. Young Master Ninth took it and examined it closely. Can this be opened? Li Yuntan smiled in explanation. Who knows? It is made of ordinary jade, so I've always worn it on me. Li Yuntan folded his arms across his chest. Fortunately, he did not know how to open it. Young Master Ninth lost interest, returned it to Li Yuntan, and sighed. I thought it was some kind of treasure. Li Yuntan reached out to take it, smiling. It has no other use. It is merely a keepsake. But young Master Ninth snatched it back and continued staring at it. Li Yuntan became anxious. What is it? Young Master Ninth bared his terrifying teeth again and smiled sinisterly. If it is useless to you, why not give it to me? When I want to eat your flesh in the future, seeing it and remembering that it was a gift from you may keep me from eating you alive. Li Yuntan broke out in a cold sweat. Many thanks indeed, young Master Ninth. Young Master Ninth noticed Li Yuntan's unusual expression and glanced at the treasure. I do not wish to take advantage of you, either. I will exchange something else for it. Then young Master Ninth took a piece of golden cloth, glittering with light, from his robe. Li Yuntan asked in confusion where it had come from. Young Master Ninth regretfully stroked the cloth and clicked his tongue. Li Yuntan looked at it with delight and praised it. What a beautiful soft armor. Young Master Ninth generously gave the armor to Li Yuntan. If you like it, take it. Just wear it normally. Li Yuntan cried happily. Then I will not stand on ceremony. Yet his expression immediately darkened. Even young Master Ninth's claws could not tear this armor. It was likely a treasure. Still, he would have to find an opportunity to retrieve the clairvoyant jade slip. Li Yuntan turned and asked with a smile, By the way, young Master Ninth, you said you were nearby just now. Perhaps we. Suddenly, young Master Ninth's claws shot out, seized Li Yuntan by the face, and slammed him against the wall. Young Master Ninth demanded, Are you trying to pry into the location of my residence? Li Yuntan trembled, unable to resist, and glared at the madman. Li Yuntan's voice rang out into the courtyard. I was only concerned about you. Li Yuntan grabbed young Master Ninth's hand and pulled it away. Young Master Ninth said suspiciously, Concerned? Li Yuntan smiled bitterly and tried to push young Master Ninth away as he explained, "You are my only friend in this city. Is it not perfectly normal for me to care about you a little?" Young Master Ninth's pupils stirred. "Friend." Young Master Ninth released Li Yuntan. A trace of emotion flashed across his face before he avoided Li Yuntan's gaze. Li Yuntan panted and continued, "Young Master Ninth, look." Before he could finish, young Master Ninth raised a foot, lifted his head, and left the ground. He flew out through the roof of the rear courtyard. Li Yuntan frowned as he watched him go. He ran off. At least that monster had been driven away. But the clairvoyant jade slip was gone as well. Old Taoist Lu was also sent flying in his sleep. Li Yuntan continued staring at the hole in the roof. But if his residence was in this city, it would surely leave traces. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed through the hole in the roof. A playful ray of sunlight shone into old Taoist Lu's eyes, and he slowly opened them. What beautiful sunlight! When he fully opened his eyes, he saw a hole in the ceiling that looked like a skylight. Old Taoist Lu's face turned pale as he glared upward. Then he rose and sighed. "Where did my roof go?" Old Taoist Lu went to find Li Yuntan. When he saw him sitting cross-legged in his room, reading, old Taoist Lu broke out in a sweat and asked, "Brother Yuntan, that fellow came, did he not?" Li Yuntan turned around and said softly, "You caught on quickly. Do not worry, it is fine." He disliked old man meat. Hearing this, old Taoist Lu looked all around and stammered. Then "We should hurry and run." Li Yuntan firmly held old Taoist Lu and reassured him, "We cannot escape even if we run. Besides that great demon, people from the Taoist orthodoxy are watching us in the city. Our most urgent task is to quickly undo the restriction in the snow mountain sea of Qi." Pointing a finger at old Taoist Lu, he solemnly reminded him, "Spread word that the Dragon King manifested himself last night and preached to you all night long. At the same time, he ordered us to repair the temple and recast a golden statue." Old Taoist Lu cried out in alarm. "Cast another golden statue? We have no money." Li Yuntan's eyes filled with killing intent. "It is only an excuse. First, we will collect some incense offerings to repair the house. As for the divine statue, it will not matter if it takes 15 or 18 years. Old Taoist Lu turned around, rubbing his aching shoulder as he walked, and spoke. "Brother Yunnan always has ideas. Then I will go open the temple gates. Why does my whole body ache so badly?" Li Yuntan said, "Go on." After old Taoist Lu left, Li Yuntan frowned and thought, "Since you ruined my house, I will borrow your name for a while." After studying 49 books, he found that it had dragon scales and fish scales, loved to bite and swallow, and always appeared with rain and thunder. "Young Master Ninth, I finally know what your true form is. The ninth son of the Dragon King of Yu City, Chiwen." His expression became grave. He frowned at the dragon statue on the roof. "I do not intend to play this friendship game with you for the rest of my life." Dragon King Temple. The moment old Taoist Lu opened the temple gates, he was met with an astonishing sight. What blessings had fallen upon them? The Dragon King Temple was actually so prosperous with incense offerings. Townspeople crowded around the temple entrance. They shouted as they surrounded him, "It is finally open. Do not fight over it. The first incense offering is mine." Li Yuntan appeared and was utterly astonished by the scene around him. Everyone competed to speak. Why are there so many people? Who does not know now that this Dragon King temple is the most efficacious? A man whispered with the young woman beside him, discussing the wicked Qiao family. They actually dared to frame the temple's Taoist priest and even stole the divine statue to take home. And what happened then? Their ends were all terribly miserable. It is said that every night, the anguished cries of a wronged woman's ghost echo through the Qiao family courtyard. That Xiao Minglang probably will not live peacefully either. The gods of the temple are watching him. To disrespect the gods is a crime deserving 10,000 deaths. After hearing the story, Li Yuntan's expression turned serious. A female ghost? He turned and headed in another direction. Lady Three Flowers had likely broken free of her restraints and begun causing trouble. He had to find something for them to do. From afar, a shadow was staring intently at him. It was Qiao Minglang, wearing a straw hat. He looked at Li Yuntan with eyes full of hatred. "Just as I thought. This brat has been eyeing the escort agency all along. He wants to force me out, then collude with my cousin to seize the family property. Never." Qiao Minglang looked at the pile of straw beneath him and gave a sinister smile. "Why not let you die in my place? Inside the escort agency, Li Yuntan cheerfully looked around and saw that everything had been cleaned quite well. He continued inward, but a gloomy aura suddenly chased after him from behind, wrapping around his feet. Behind him lay gold, silver, and jewels everywhere. He sighed in annoyance. The gold surrounded him as voices rang out. "Take me away! Take me away!" He gave him a glance and said coldly, "Pretentious." At last, the wooden man appeared. It slowly withdrew the vines wrapped around its body and unexpectedly attacked Li Yuntan from behind. Its eyes and mouth were pitch black. Li Yuntan frowned, sidestepped, and held out his hand toward it. "Fool!" He tossed it a handful of fortune energy, and it immediately fell to the ground. He stepped on its face and asked, "Did the person inside order you to guard the door?" A shadow flashed past, and he swiftly grabbed it. "Constable Ian, it is not that I refuse to show you respect. It is just that someone is bent on seeking death, and no one can stop him." He turned back and reminded the wooden man, "I came to find your master. Guard this place obediently, and do not let unrelated people enter." The wooden man scratched its head and nodded in agreement. In the warehouse, Qiao Minglang shoved the door open and rushed in. He thought arrogantly, with only a little oil, not even a golden immortal of the great Luo could save him. Something suddenly stirred in the darkness. Looking carefully, he saw that it was the wooden man, growling viciously. Crack, crack, crack. Qiao Minglang looked over, his eyes lighting up as he smiled smugly. A beautiful woman seduced Qiao Minglang. "Come here, come here." Qiao Minglang approached with a lecherous grin. "Ha ha ha." Moonlight illuminated the entire residence. Someone sat chanting a scripture. What are the three outlooks? One is one's outlook on life, one's outlook on the world, and one's outlook on values. A cat demon sat meditating, feline markings covering her face. Several little animals listened intently. The rabbit asked angrily, "An outlook on values? What is that?" The cat demon frowned in displeasure. "Shut up and sit still. Whether this lady teaches well is not for you to decide." As she explained the method of the three outlooks, Li Yuntan suddenly pushed the door open and stormed in, startling the animals. All of them stared at him in surprise, including the largest cat demon. He frowned and snapped. "Since when did I permit you to preach?" At this, the animals shrieked and scattered. The cat demon fell backward, raised a hand to cover her face, and loudly explained, "Grandfather, spare my life. I did not deliberately teach grandfather's doctrine. They came looking for me themselves." He said angrily, "You still dare argue?" Then he suddenly remembered. "So this is where you came. Come to think of it, she left that night just as the Qiao family ran into trouble." The cat demon fearfully pointed behind her as she explained, "She came here a few days ago, and she also likes listening to the three outlooks." He pointed behind her with a disdainful frown. "I do not blame you for preaching, but remember that this is not the right time. Those little demons are one thing, but where did that dried corpse outside come from?" Outside, someone was making strange movements. "Kaiying, The wooden man rubbed its head, making cracking sounds. It was busy climbing to the top of a pillar, sticking out its tongue. The cat demon hurriedly explained. The dried corpse was a maidservant. She turned into that herself. She wanted to steal things, but I never touched her. A cloud drifted past, and with a swoosh, she dried up. She looked cute, all wrinkled up, so I kept her here for company." Li Yuntan frowned and looked behind him and thought, "Mist, this is not young Master Nine style. Then who could it be? But Lady Three Flowers can enlighten these demons, so she does have some skill. Perhaps keeping her will be useful in the future." He put a hand on the cat demon's shoulder, sighed, and pointed behind him. "Enough. Call your little ones back." The cat demon gave a worried whimper, but when she looked outside, she jumped in fright. "The bad person is here." Someone descended from the sky and stood beneath the moonlight before the residence gate. She frowned with interest. The young woman stepped into the courtyard, and laughter rang out. Another person has come. Let me handle it." The woman commented coldly, "How noisy." A frightening-looking man approached to strike up a conversation with her. He held his long nails out toward her, then winked and smiled. She placed her hand in the man's hand. Smack! He frowned, then smiled in satisfaction. Then the two of them walked hand in hand toward a secluded place. The little ghosts secretly watched. White Rabbit spoke up. "Did it work? I'm so jealous." Little Mouse agreed. "I wonder what reward Lady Three Flowers will grant us." The usually silent kitten suddenly arched its fur and cried out, "Watch out!" At once, a powerful whirlwind erupted in the middle of the courtyard. The smug Xiao Minglang suddenly became roasted meat. His eyes widened as he gasped for breath. The man from before had transformed into a rooster. The cat demon hid behind Li Yuntan and waved her hand. What an overwhelming presence. Is she from the Taoist orthodoxy? He frowned and asked the woman, "May I ask why you have barged into my territory, miss?" The woman coldly raised her hand and demanded, "Why have you harmed people?" Beside them, Xiao Minglang's nose was running. Li Yuntan pointed at Xiao Minglang and said, "What a strange question, miss. When have I harmed anyone? From what I see, he was clearly harming demons. He only lost one thing, while my great tree has lost its purity forever." Li Yuntan looked directly at the woman. "You seem to be a cultivator as well, miss. Why do you see only humans and disregard all other living beings? Your perspective is far too narrow." The mysterious woman said softly, "What you say makes sense." Li Yuntan thought to himself, "She seems reasonable. This will be easy then." Li Yuntan's fortune energy all came from the little ghosts. Li Yuntan Frona. Wild beasts that have just gained intelligence are like children. Heaven holds no malice toward them. They possess only primitive desires. We Taoists only know how to eliminate demons and exterminate devils, yet do not know how to enlighten them. We occupy resources, but do not know how to share them. The spirits become enraged only because they have no aspirations and know only slaughter. Li Yuntan placed a hand over his heart, looking utterly sincere. "But here, so long as one has the heart to seek the Tao, I teach them all without discrimination. We cultivate the orthodox heavenly heart method bestowed by heaven and earth. Therefore, we also bear the responsibility of saving and enlightening all living things." The woman asked coldly, "Is that your Tao?" Xiao Minglang rushed forward, his eyes glowing green as he cried for help. "Save me! Save me! Demons! They are all demons." The woman waved a hand and sent Xiao Minglang flying. "You are beyond saving." In an instant, Xiao Minglang vanished, managing only a single cry. Li Yuntan and the woman stood facing one another, looking directly into each other's eyes. The woman spoke first. "What you said just now, is that truly the Tao you pursue?" Li Yuntan frowned in confusion. This woman had listened to his guidance, yet she was cold and ruthless. He needed to be careful. Li Yuntan answered, "Yes. My Tao is the hope that humans and demons may coexist, and that all under heaven may be equal." Hearing this, the woman lowered her head and chuckled. "All under heaven are equal. Your Tao is quite interesting." Li Yuntan felt slightly uncomfortable. "You flatter me, miss. May I ask why you travel everywhere? Is it in pursuit of the Tao?" The woman remained expressionless. "I'm only searching for my Tao heart." Li Yuntan was astonished. Tao heart. Judging from the aura around her, she was at the peak of the transformation realm and was preparing to enter the true realm. Only those who needed to undergo the void tribulation had to cultivate their Tao heart. He had not expected her cultivation to be so high. Li Yuntan cupped his hands and smiled. "I hope this humble insight of mine may be of some help to you, miss." The woman turned away. "I know that what you say may not be true, and what you do here may not be honorable, but your Tao is interesting. I will consider your words carefully. If there is anything I do not understand, I will return to ask you." Li Yuntan cupped his hands. "I am Li Yuntan. May I know your name, miss?" She cast him a glance without answering and flew directly into the sky. Only after rising into the air did she call down, "Ling Kongzi, chief disciple of the Ling family, Grotto Heaven. In the mortal world, you may call me Lu Ling." Li Yuntan looked up at the sky, where Lu Ling flew beneath the moonlight. The Ling family Grotto Heaven ranked 9th among the 18 Grotto Heavens of the Taoist orthodoxy. As the chief disciple of a Grotto Heaven sect, she was already comparable to the sect master of the Sword Sect, one of the 72 Taoist schools. A peerless expert at a terrifying realm, with an imposing background and exceptional talent. If only things could go so smoothly for me. A sudden, excruciating pain struck him. He gasped with his mouth wide open, clutching himself as he gritted his teeth and endured it. Another tribulation incarnation? In the prison, every guard had been killed and blood was everywhere. One lucky survivor still clung to life, trembling as he cried for help. "Is anyone there?" Someone broke out of prison. The binding post stood empty. The sound of galloping hooves rang out. Meng He, wrapped in a cloak and riding a horse, said to the man who had rescued him, "Hero Ing, you truly did not need to save me. I am old, and my master is gone. Living on would only mean dragging out my last breath." Black Saber Ing Jurin tugged the reins and rode onward, frowning. "Shut up." Ing Jurin stared coldly ahead. "If you have no fighting spirit left, how can you cultivate my 7 kills saber? I heard you were framed. Once I find a culprit, I will kill him and use him to hone your blade." Meng He looked at Ing Jurin in alarm and stammered, "It is merely a family matter. How could I trouble a hero like you? What if the authorities come after us?" Ing Jurin paid him no mind and continued forward. "Whom I choose to kill has nothing to do with you. The absolute killing saber is part of the 7 kills art. I will not permit such a dull 7 kills saber to exist in this world." When they arrived, Ing Jurin asked, "Is this the place?" Meng He sighed solemnly. "The Qiao family is probably no longer here." Ing Jurin raised a finger and probed the air. "No, the scent of fresh blood still lingers." He said sternly, "Something has just happened here. Let us go in and see." At the Dragon King Temple, Li Yuntan stood with his arms folded, deep in thought. There should be no more trouble at the Qiao estate. He gave names to the little monsters. Shook, let the meaning of books cultivate reason, restrain yourself, and abide by the rules. Jingchong, remain vigilant for the long term, and always know to reflect upon yourself. CG, with death so close at hand, you must work day and night to accumulate a solid foundation and build yourselves up. Mountain Rooster, cultivate diligently. Once you become Brother Mountain Rooster, you will understand my painstaking intentions. The 4 little monsters lowered their heads in thanks. "Thank you, grandfather, for bestowing names upon us," he said calmly. "Call me Great King." Li Yuntan rested his chin on his hand and pondered. "I have also instructed Lady Three Flowers to look after Qiao Jiasen. With Lady Three Flowers keeping the little monsters in line, I should now focus wholeheartedly on overcoming my longing heart tribulation. My longing heart arose from the danger brought about by falling for young Master Ninth, making me yearn for a higher realm. There are only 2 paths to overcome this tribulation. Either touch upon the threshold of the true realm and find my Tao heart, or eliminate the threat." Thinking of being eaten, he drooped dejectedly. "Eliminate the threat? Does that mean I have to find young Master Ninth and stuff him between my teeth?" Suddenly, someone knocked at the door. Li Yuntan opened it and found Yin Pingji outside. Yin Pingji said, "I have settled the matter. I only wish to avoid attention for a while. The prisoners can be released in a few days." "You need not," Li Yuntan said in surprise. "What? You mean Meng He was broken out of prison?" Yin Pingji's face darkened. "I did not know you had connections in the martial world as well. This time, I handle matters somewhat too slowly. I will suppress this affair. I only hope that from now on, you can notify me in advance, so I can think of a way to deal with it." Li Yuntan fell silent, thinking, so he is certain I was the one who arranged it. It seems someone else helped Meng He. Li Yuntan smiled as he saw him off. "All right, I understand. Constable Yin, please return." Yin Pingji cupped his hands. "Then I shall take my leave." Li Yuntan slammed the door shut and lowered his head in frustration. Who could it be? Suddenly sensing something, he swept out with his palm, only to be knocked to the ground. He shouted, "Who is it? We have no grievance between us." The man standing on the roof pointed a saber down at him and introduced himself. "Black Saber Ing Jurin. You killed someone I intended to kill and blocked my path. If I do not kill you, my saber will grow dull." Li Yuntan looked up in horror, thinking this man's way of thinking is utterly bizarre. Meng He, frail and weak, struggled onto the roof and raised a hand to stop him. "Hero Ing, please stop. He's a good man." Li Yuntan looked from Meng He to the other man. "Huh, he is the one who broke out of prison." Ing Jurin still pointed his saber fiercely at Li Yuntan. "Once I kill him, my saber will be able to save even more good people." Ing Jurin charged toward Li Yuntan, shouting, "Die without worry. The people I save in the future will thank you." Li Yuntan clenched his teeth, silently cursing in irritation. What kind of absurd logic is that? Ing Jurin rushed straight at him with his saber raised high, shouting, "Die without worry." Li Yuntan's eyes flashed sharply as he swung his saber down. Li Yuntan lightly tapped a vital point on the saber, sending it flying away at once. The hand holding it split open as well. Ing Jurin looked back in astonishment. Taking advantage of the opening, Li Yuntan launched another move and planted his palm firmly against Ing Jurin's chest. Ing Jurin was sent flying thousands of feet away, the force smashing straight through a wall. He sat amid the rubble, his expression dark. Li Yuntan asked slowly. Can you still continue? Meng, he cried out anxiously, heroing this. Ing Juren clutched his chest and looked up. Who exactly are you, sir? Li Yuntan waved him off with a look of disgust. I will not kill you. Leave. Ing Juren coughed, unable to speak. He rose and cupped his hands in salute. I have offended you. Farewell. Then he turned and left. Meng, he called after him. Hero Ing, what should we do next? Ing Juren turned his head and replied solemnly. That strike just now was made with all my strength. The purpose has been achieved. Next, I must kill more evildoers and save more innocent people. Li Yuntan folded his arms and smiled. What an interesting man. The following morning, at the Dragon King Temple, old Taoist Lu scratched his belly and yawned widely, looking as if he had just enjoyed a fine sleep. The moment he stepped outside, a horrifying sight met his eyes. He dropped to his knees as tears streamed down his face. This. What happened again yesterday? This is all silver. In Pingji passed by and asked curiously, how did this courtyard end up like this? Do you need me to find someone to repair it? He stepped over the cracked wall. Old Taoist Lu hurriedly blocked his path. Constable Yin, what brings you here? The courtyard is fine, perfectly fine. Please come in. You are here to see Brother Yuntan, are you not? In Pingji patted old Taoist Lu on the shoulder. That is right. I have come to deliver invitations to the two of you. Just then, Li Yuntan came out as well. Old Taoist Lu asked suspiciously, invitations? In Pingji took a red invitation from inside his robes. You are both painters. Surely you have heard of the painting, The Fisherman's Catch. Old Taoist Lu replied, of course. It is the masterpiece of Master Dao Meizi. As Li Yuntan read the invitation, he said, what? Has that painting arrived in Wei City? In Pingji placed a hand over his chest and said seriously, yes. Master Pei Juezi, his grandnephew, is currently traveling the world with the painting and arrived in Wei City a few days ago. Master Pei heard that Wei City has 5 painters of the artistic conception realm, so he has decided to remain for several days and invite fellow connoisseurs to admire the painting. I came specifically to deliver invitations to you both. Li Yundan Fronat. The Fisherman's Catch, painted by Dao Meizi, a painter of the transformation realm. He was once a painter favored by the imperial court. On a drizzly day, wearing a rain cape and rowing a boat to fish, he was utterly relaxed and carefree, as though he had no regrets left in life. It is said that when the painting was completed, radiant light filled the room. It was the pinnacle of Dao Meizi's life. Unfortunately, not long after the painting was created, Dao Meizi died from a chill. He clenched the invitation tightly. If it truly is that painting, perhaps it can help me overcome my heart tribulation. Old Taoist Lu stroked his beard. Brother Yuntan, what do you think? He held the invitation up toward Yin Pingji. Hey, Constable Yin, this invitation could not have been easy to obtain, could it? Yin Pingji explained. Why do you say that? You are capable in your work and well-connected. And with young Master Li's bearing, he must come from no ordinary background. I have offended you on several occasions before, so I wish to use this opportunity to make amends. Li Yundan smileth. You are too courteous, Constable Yin. Yin Pingji cupped his hands. Then please attend to your affairs. Farewell. Old Taoist Lu waved. Take care, Constable Yin. He looked again at the invitation in his hand. Night fell, and blood flowed like a river from some unknown place. Lu Ling appeared. A man knelt on the ground, his face deathly pale. Fairy, spare my life. Lu Ling looked down at Song Yunzi, whose face was smeared with blood, and said coldly, why beg me? You did not kill anyone. The old man cried out in terror. Fairy, you see all clearly. I truly did not. Bo Nanzi and his fellow disciples killed innocent people in order to overcome their killing tribulation. Since they belong to the sword sect lineage, we could not deal with them lightly. Lu Ling turned to leave, glancing back as her hair fluttered in the wind. So what if they are from the sword sect? Anyone who has acted recklessly and taken the lives of mortals must die. He showed a sorrowful expression. You are right. Lu Ling glared at him. Why do you two seek me out? Song Yunzi trembled as he presented a red invitation. There will be a painting gathering tomorrow, featuring the Fisherman's Catch. Lu Ling's gaze shifted. The Fisherman's Catch? Ah, it is a longing heart tribulation. Song Yunzi explained with a frown. Yes, you will surely be able to overcome this tribulation. Yet this painting was created by a mortal painter, which makes it quite unusual. Lu Ling reached out and took the invitation. I accept. At the lakeside pavilion, an servant was instructed. You must serve Master Pei Juezi well. He is an honored guest from the capital. The servant smiled. Of course, of course. 2 official portraits hung by the window. A blond-haired man swirled his wine cup. He was Page Uezi. Resting his chin on one hand, he recited, "Talent has withered, yet who knows spring has warmed. I mistook it for birdsong in the night." His expression was satisfied. I have met many beauties worth talking to along the way, but the women in this city are merely ordinary rouge and powder. Page Uezi drooled as he stared at the young woman sitting in his lap. She gave a soft moan. "I've been frail since childhood. I hope you will be gentle with me, my lord." He eagerly licked her shoulder. But tomorrow I will finally meet someone different. The lofty female cultivator, chief disciple of a grotto heaven. Who knows what sort of precious jade branch and golden leaf she may be. He recalled 2 lines of poetry. Plucking flowers in pairs to offer a beauty, tender leaves bloom, awaiting Lord Pei. Entwined beneath the candlelight, the woman cried out, "My lord, please have mercy on your little mare below." A guard outside had already been subdued. The ghost raised its sharp, clawed fingers and knocked on the door. Page Uezi panted and shouted angrily, "Who dares disturb me?" The evil warding talisman on the door burst into blue flames. The door shook under heavy pounding. "Open the door! Open the door!" The young woman fearfully swept back her hair. Covering herself with her legs, she said, "Who dares spoil my lord's pleasure? They must be severely punished." Page Uezi was utterly terrified. Why is the twin lord's demon-suppressing painting caught fire? An energy enveloped him as he trembled and said, "The ghost king passes by, and I should have welcomed you. But this house is too humble, and I had no time to prepare the 3 sacrificial offerings." Useless, utterly useless. The young woman asked anxiously, "My lord, are you all right?" The evil warding talisman burned to ashes, and the candlelight in the room abruptly went out. The door slowly opened, and a horrifying ghostly face peered inside, green-skinned, with eyes devoid of whites and exposed fangs. The sight was terrifying. It spoke in a gloomy voice. "Why will my lord not open the door?" Then it thrust in its clawed hand. The young woman shrieked in terror, "Heavens, save me!" The ghost immediately dragged her away, leaving the blond-haired man frozen in shock. It held the naked young woman, who only had time to cry out once, before her face turned black. Page Uezi kowtowed frantically, crying, "Ghost King, please spare this lowly one." He looked up and cursed. "You have eaten your fill, so leave." The vicious ghost tossed the young woman aside. Page Uezi looked at her and saw that she was glaring at him with eyes wide open, dead with them still unclosed. His pupils contracted. This ghost neither drank blood nor devoured souls, yet it was still not full. Page Uezi roared as strange characters emerged from his body. Frowning, he shouted, "Stop! I am!" The ghost tapped his temple. Page Uezi fell to the ground, blood streaming from his forehead. The ghost immediately moved closer and drained Page Uezi's life force before turning to leave. Blue flames rose from Page Uezi's body, just like those from the evil warding talisman. Page Uezi cried out, "Ah, it hurts!" The flames blazed fiercely, and even blood flowed from Page Uezi's eyes. In his miserable state, Page Uezi opened his pitch-black eyes wide, his cracked lips moaning, "Is anyone there?" Hearing him, his subordinates rushed over to rescue their master. The next day, the capital was bustling with people coming and going, forming a chaotic scene. Li Yuntan stood with his arms crossed and looked down below. "There are too many people. If we linger any longer, I fear it will rain." Old Taoist Lu shook his fly whisk. "This is the grandest gathering this city has ever seen." Pointing below, he said, "That carriage belongs to the prefect, and that one over there is the Wang family's carriage." Looking down, all he could see were influential and powerful people. Old Taoist Lu said, "It seems every prominent family and accomplished cultivator in this city has come." Looking at himself, he became self-conscious, sighed, and turned to Li Yuntan. "Why do we not go back?" Li Yuntan smiled reassuringly. "Would you really pass up a premium banquet at the Jade Flower Tower worth 50 taels of silver?" He sighed. "Well, that." Seeing the Taoist expression, Li Yuntan could not help but be startled. He had caught sight of the person he longed for day and night. Li Yuntan smiled reassuringly and said that it was all right that he was here, yet his throat tightened and he could not utter the words, "Move aside." Then he happily turned and left. Old Taoist Lu still had no idea what had happened, his head full of questions. What exactly had he just said? Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Fellow Taoist primordial unity." Old Taoist Lu turned back in delight. Fellow Taoist Sure, why are you here as well? Have you also come for the painting appreciation gathering? Shirgizi smiled and raised 2 fingers in greeting. Yes, I thought a humble minor official like me would never be invited to such a grand occasion, but I unexpectedly received an invitation yesterday. I heard it was at the request of Taoist Lang Buzi, chief disciple of the Ling family Grotto Heaven. Li Yuntan looked at the scene before him, rubbing his chin with an amused smile. Twilight really is the most beautiful time, is it not? Upon meeting an acquaintance, old Taoist Lu's courage seemed to grow, and he climbed 5 steps in one breath. Li Yuntan hurried forward and saluted. Greetings, senior. Shirgizi looked him over and smiled. Old Lu, is this your disciple? He is quite handsome. Old Taoist Lu looked awkwardly at him. This is... Li Yuntan quickly bowed respectfully. This humble Taoist is Yun Tanzi, a new disciple recently accepted by my master. Greetings, senior. Old Taoist Lu immediately introduced him happily. Yes, he is my disciple. This is Taoist Shirgizi, guardian of the Great Lake Divine Mountain Temple, and an old friend of mine. Shirgizi turned around. Since we have met, let us enter together. Old Taoist Lu happily replied. All right. Fellow Taoist Sure, please go first. Shirgizi gestured for them to proceed. A red invitation peeked out from Shirgizi's robe, instantly drawing Li Yuntan's attention. Before the Jade Flower Tower, people streamed in and out. An attendant respectfully cupped his hands. Do the 3 Taoist masters have invitations to attend the gathering? Shirgizi produced his invitation. Old Taoist Lu was startled. Then, sweating nervously, he hurriedly took out his own invitation, thinking this must be a fake. But before he could say anything to Li Yuntan had already taken out his invitation and smiled cheerfully at the attendant. Here is my invitation. Old Taoist Lu jumped in alarm. The attendant replied, Please come this way, sirs. After examining their invitations, the attendant stared in astonishment. Old Taoist Lu asked uneasily, Is there a problem with these invitations? The attendant smiled. Taoist master, you look very familiar. Have we met before? Old Taoist Lu answered. This humble Taoist is an unknown man who tends the Dragon King Temple on Peach Creek Road in Willow River Prefecture. Perhaps we have met before. The attendant took the invitation and ran off. Taoist master, please wait a moment. There seems to be a minor issue. This lowly one dares not decide on his own and must report it to the steward. Please wait briefly. Old Taoist Lu nodded understandingly. It is all right. Go ahead. Li Yuntan coldly watched the waiters retreating back, thinking that the invitation indeed had a problem. Shirgizi smiled at old Taoist Lu. Perhaps they misunderstood something. I'll wait and go in with you. Old Taoist Lu scratched his head. I didn't expect to trouble you. Shirgizi said seriously, It's no trouble. Your invitation was prepared for an important figure. If not for your good fortune, how could I have had the chance to see it? We can finally get in. Compared with us, you are the true master. Li Yuntan seemed unable to believe his ears and asked again, Is my master really that formidable? Old Taoist Lu smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Shirgizi replied firmly, Of course. Among the 5 unrecognized painters of the transformation realm, your master counts as one of them. Although he cannot compare to the other 4, your master cultivated entirely through his own efforts, comprehending methods, and laying his own foundation. He did not encounter your sex patriarch and receive its inheritance until he was over 20. Old Taoist Lu blushed and explained awkwardly, I'm not nearly that impressive. You make it sound so convincing that I almost believed it myself. Shirgizi looked at him admiringly and smiled. If you had been a little luckier and met a cultivator of the Grotto Heaven sect traveling abroad earlier, you might have become an immortal by now. Li Yuntan looked at old Taoist Lu and said pensively, But master has never told me any of this. Old Taoist Lu laughed heartily. What is there to talk about? Li Yuntan thought, My path of cultivation was guided by my parents from childhood, while old Taoist Lu, ordinary as he seems, relied entirely on his own comprehension. Li Yuntan's gaze remained fixed on old Taoist Lu. So, for an independent cultivator, reaching this realm is already incredibly difficult. From now on, I too must advance through my own understanding. The waiter and the manager came hurrying over from afar. The waiter scratched his head, while the manager repeatedly cupped his hands in apology. Taoist master, You have waited too long. That subordinate of mine is blind and delayed your time. I have already reprimanded him. Please follow me. I will lead you inside. Old Taoist, Lu cautiously asked about the invitation from earlier. Didn't you say there was something wrong with it? As they walked, the manager explained with a smile, my subordinate simply failed to recognize greatness. This invitation is exceedingly precious. How could it possibly be wrong? Taoist Master Primordial Unity is one of the 5 painters of the transformation realm in our way city. Naturally, he cannot be absent. Someone suddenly interrupted. Can such a joke really be made here? The man with a mole beneath his eye rudely cut in. I only know of 4 painters of the transformation realm in Wei City. Since when has there been a 5th? It would be one thing to joke in private, but today, in an occasion like this, it is truly inappropriate. The manager gave an awkward laugh. Well, about that, a commotion suddenly rose from the crowd. Its master profound clarity. Is that truly Wei City's foremost painter of the transformation realm? The carriage curtain was lifted, and light fell across only half the face of the person seated inside. It was Master Profound Clarity. He thought it would be one thing if Master Broad South had not come, but why invite this man? Master Profound Clarity's attendant shrugged and spoke some hollow words. It is not that we wish to oppose you, fellow Taoist, but today, honored guests have gathered at Jade Flower Tower. If you say something laughable and damage the reputation of Wei City's painters, I believe you should understand. The minor guest sneered after hearing the driver's words. Li Yuntan said angrily, at such a young age, instead of studying properly, you have learned to put on airs. The young man glared at him arrogantly. Are you talking to me? You have quite the nerve. Li Yuntan gave him a sidelong glance and snapped. Oh, do you want my master to speak to you instead? You really think highly of yourself, don't you? Li Yuntan pointed at old Taoist Lu and loudly addressed everyone present. Everyone here is your elder. None of them has said a word. So what are you doing here, gesturing and showing off? Li Yuntan glanced at him. Well, now everyone knows that Master Profound Clarity's attendant has no understanding of manners, respects no one, and was never properly taught. Since Master Profound Clarity failed to teach you well, I had to say a few extra words. Then Li Yuntan deliberately said toward the person in the carriage, I believe you should understand. The young man trembled with rage. Master Profound Clarity stepped out of the carriage and placed a hand on the manager's shoulder. Take good care of fellow Taoist Primordial Unity. Do not delay them. They're all honored guests. The manager promptly obeyed. The driver was still furious, but before he could retaliate, he had to leave. They went ahead, and the surrounding people gradually dispersed. Old Taoist Lu looked around and asked, Brother Yuntan, did we cause trouble? Li Yuntan answered quietly, Don't worry. If he comes looking for a fight, I will not be polite either. Li Yuntan gritted his teeth. If no one steps on me after we go upstairs, how am I supposed to enjoy beating someone up? In the second-floor hall, the manager led them upstairs and respectfully said, Please enter, gentlemen. I can only escort you this far. Li Yuntan waved his hand. Thank you. Old Taoist Lu stepped forward, halted at the sight before him, and exclaimed in astonishment, Heavens! The prefect is here, as well as the 3 magistrates and the painters of the transformation realm. This old Taoist actually gets to sit at the same table as them today. The room was abuzz with voices. Talent from all quarters had gathered there. Li Yuntan put a hand on old Taoist Lu's shoulder to comfort him. What is so remarkable about that? Someday, they will be begging you to attend their banquets. Old Taoist Lu gave a bitter smile. Brother Yuntan, stop teasing this old man. Sensing that something was amiss, Li Yuntan thought seriously. If it were an ordinary invitation, that would be one thing. But they sent gold invitations to old Taoist Lu and me. Even Prefect Li would not have such authority. So who could it be? In the rear courtyard, Song Yunzi was walking with Lu Ling. He said, Fairy, please wait. According to the arrangements above, there is still a welcoming ceremony for you. Lu Ling continued gliding lightly over the ground and coldly replied, You need not follow me anymore. You do not need to go upstairs today either. He asked in confusion, What do you mean, Fairy? Lu Ling continued onward. It is too noisy. Do not delay my extermination of demons. Song Yunzi watched a retreating figure, somewhat alarmed. Lu Ling continued upstairs. Song Yunzi stammered, Exterminating demons? The front courtyard had already grown dark, yet the atmosphere remained exceptionally lively. The crowd erupted when they saw someone appear, shouting, Master Pei Juezi has arrived. Pei Juezi, with his blonde hair, entered with an escort. So this was the man possessed by a ghost while doing that thing yesterday. No wonder his complexion was so gloomy today. Everyone urged him to hurry, reminding Li Yuntan to be careful. As he passed by, everyone respectfully saluted him. Master Pei Juezi took his seat, and Li Yuntan watched him. Pei Juezi walked step by step toward the banquet table outside, when thunder suddenly roared overhead. He turned to look out the window, where lightning illuminated the entire sky. Outside, rain poured down in torrents, its heavy drops falling as if filled with resentment. The escort shouted to his subordinates, "Close the windows quickly. Do not let the wind disturb our honored guests." Several people immediately rushed over to shield Pei Juezi. A voice rang out as beautiful lips moved slightly. "There is no need." Lu Ling appeared at the entrance and slowly said, "Black clouds press against the city, threatening to destroy it. Mountain rain is coming, and wind fills the tower. This weather has come at precisely the right time." Lu Ling walked forward lightly, and everyone stared at her. Li Yuntan looked at Lu Ling in surprise. "It's her." Then he recalled everything that had happened, including the matter of the clear jade and his encounter with her. There was also the matter of Prefect Li delivering the invitation. Resting his chin on his hand, Li Yuntan thought, so she was the one who sent this invitation. It seems she has known my identity for quite some time. But why? Is it to investigate those people's deaths, or for the clear jade tablet? Lu Ling took her seat at the banquet and asked everyone, "Where is the fisherman's catch? Bring it out and let me have a look." The people below were astonished. Could they really view it so directly? Was there no opening ceremony needed? Old Taoist Lu turned around and gave a thumbs up in admiration. "Now, this is the bearing of an immortal." Li Yuntan turned to Old Taoist Lu. "Old Lu, have you ever heard these two lines? Black clouds press against the city, threatening to destroy it. Mountain rain is coming, and wind fills the tower." Old Taoist Lu broke into a sweat. Never. These lines neither rhyme nor follow poetic meter, yet they are a marvelous couplet, as expected of an immortal composition. If such fine poetry appears at this banquet, it will probably spread throughout the capital by tomorrow. Li Yuntan said regretfully, "You have never heard them?" He recalled those lines. "Ordinary people in this world might never have heard them, but I have known them since childhood." As a child, Li Yuntan had sat on his father's shoulders, fascinated by lightning in the sky. His father had said, "Looks like a heavy rain is coming. Black clouds press against the city, threatening to destroy it. Mountain rain is coming, and wind fills the tower." Yet she knows them. That proves she belongs to the small group connected to the painting saint, and she may very well know of the clear jade's existence. Li Yuntan fronat barili. This woman is very dangerous. Then he looked at the blonde-haired man standing in the passage outside. He was Pei Juezi, yet he occasionally displayed strange behavior before quickly returning to normal. His attendant found it odd and reminded him, "My lord, the immortal has asked you to bring the painting." But an extremely strange, killing aura radiated from Pei Juezi. Li Yuntan had already noticed something wrong, but no one else realized that Pei Juezi was no longer Pei Juezi. Finding this interesting, Li Yuntan placed a hand on Old Taoist Lu's shoulder and smiled. "There's another good show to watch today." Old Taoist Lu did not understand. "Huh? What is it?" Outside, the rain grew heavier, splashing into the inner corridor. Pei Juezi handed the painting to Lu Ling. Everyone below opened their eyes wide in anticipation, their mouths hanging open. No singing or dancing, no greetings. Was the painting appreciation gathering simply beginning like this? Lu Ling unrolled the painting, its colors truly stirring to the heart. Lu Ling curled a finger. "Not bad. Let the people below come up and view it." Then Lu Ling tossed the painting into the air. Everyone was stunned. Someone asked doubtfully, "Is it our turn already? We can look at it too." Master Profound Clarity cast a contemptuous glance. Letting the people below come up to view it directly seems to violate proper etiquette. Old Taoist Lu spoke of famous paintings and commented, "In the end, only an immortal understands the authority of a genuine painting, judging it with just 2 words. Not bad. To let everyone view it freely as though it were common vegetables. These days, fame and privilege are treasures difficult to obtain." Li Yuntan looked at the crowd gathering around the painting. "If you want to see it, go ahead. You are one of the 12 as well." Old Taoist Lu hurried over. Then I'll go. Aren't you going to look? Li Yuntan clasped his hands behind his back and raised his face. I can see it perfectly well from here. Observing from nearby, Li Yuntan thought, at this distance, Lu Ling is a cultivator at the peak of the transformation realm. Yet I cannot see anyone carrying a ghost beside them. Li Yuntan tightly closed his eyes and sensed the Yin energy around him. There was no trace of a Yin spirit on that young man. Li Yuntan abruptly turned around. If he was not afraid of Lu Ling, then what was he hiding from? Someone approached Li Yuntan. It was the young man from earlier who smiled at him. Your master is about to be in trouble. Li Yuntan feigned surprise. Oh, what is there to fear? The other man leaned close, his tone arrogant. Do you want to know what is going to happen shortly? Li Yuntan turned his face away. No, the man's foul mouth continued. Haha, keep acting tough then. I'll tell you. In a moment, my master will have your master present a painting to that immortal. His spittle sprayed across Li Yuntan's face as he spoke, his words gratingly harsh. If your master does not paint well, that means he is being disrespectful to the immortal. You know your master's skill level. At that time, even if the immortal does not become angry, the prefect and the magistrate ceded with her will. Then you too. Li Yuntan merely replied, Is that so? Then he threw a punch straight into the man's hateful mouth. The blow sent him flying a great distance. Trembling, he dropped to his knees and clutched his face, stammering, You. Master Profound Clarity abruptly turned around and asked coldly, What happened? The man slowly stood up, holding his face and babbling, Li Yuntan glared at him. The man tearfully said in grievance, the wind was too strong. I fell down by myself. Master Profound Clarity turned back. Then be more careful in the future. The man cried, Yes, master. Seeing this, Shirgizi stepped forward to caution Li Yuntan. Why are you being so reckless, boy? It is fortunate that Master Profound Clarity did not hold it against you. Li Yuntan turned around, his tone arrogant. Did not hold it against me? I fear he has long since been considering how to kill us. People like them never hesitate to discipline those beneath their station. Li Yuntan brought two fingers together, and light shimmered around them. After all, killing people like us is no different from crushing ants. Why would they need to waste time? Shirgizi sighed. Since you understand that so well, why provoke them? Li Yuntan curled his lips into a strange smile. Because I think the same way. Lu Ling noticed someone approaching her. Master Profound Clarity respectfully cupped his hands. Today is the Painting Appreciation Gathering. Fairy, your presence has brought even greater splendor to Jade Flower Tower. Such an opportunity is rare indeed. I have a suggestion. Fairy Lu Ling frowned. A suggestion? Master Profound Clarity then deliberately raised his voice for everyone to hear. Today, Wei City's painters have gathered in full force, and Fairy has come from afar. I propose that we select one person to paint a work and present it to Fairy as a token of sincerity from us painters of Wei City. Lu Ling smiled and agreed. That suits me perfectly. Today is the Painting Appreciation Gathering. Aside from the Fisherman's Catch, I also wish to see the works of all you masters. Then she narrowed her eyes, revealing a dangerous expression. Because I wish to pass my killing tribulation. The people below were deeply alarmed by those words. Someone asked tremblingly, Hey, killing tribulation? Lu Ling continued, Are you afraid that I will kill people? To endure tribulation by killing until one is sick of it is, in the end, still to be attached to it. Foolishness and sin are unforgivable. Lu Ling's words were directed at those below. Only being able to grasp something when one wishes and let it go when one wishes, that is true passage through tribulation. Lu Ling added, There are 36 painters here today. Regardless of cultivation, paint with killing intent as your theme. Whichever painting benefits me, I will teach its creator a cheer-refining mental method of the Penglai Ling family as thanks. Hearing this, the people below cheered. A cheer-refining mental method. The fairy is bestowing her blessing. Obtaining that would be equivalent to entering an orthodox sect. As long as we comprehend, even a little, everyone has a chance. Master Profound Clarity appeared to have achieved his purpose and cupped his hands in thanks. Since Fairy Lu Ling has said so, we certainly cannot disappoint such immortal grace. Only, Master Profound Clarity deliberately targeted old Taoist Lu. Leaving others aside, the 5 painters of the transformation realm among us must certainly do our best. Fairy Lu Ling has comprehended the true treasure fist. Our realms are shallow, and we have yet to create any outstanding works. If the 5 of us fail, Master Profound Clarity smiled sinisterly. Fairy, please do not blame us. We absolutely would not dare take this lightly. Old Taoist Lu said in alarm. This is bad. The 5 men took their places and prepared to paint. Old Taoist Lu was extremely worried, while those below were delighted by his misfortune. The 5 painters of a transformation realm began painting. No one knew how many masterpieces might be created today. Such a scene was truly rare. Someone suddenly mocked old Taoist Lu, wounding him with his words. Other than that worthless fellow, of course. Master Profound Clarity approached old Taoist Lu and asked, why is fellow Taoist Primordial Unity not prepared anything? Old Taoist Lu gave an awkward smile. This old Taoist injured his hand a few days ago. Master Profound Clarity glanced at him and disdainfully said, oh, fellow Taoist must be joking. Does that look like an injured hand to you? Seeing old Taoist Lu rubbing his wrist, he did not know how to respond for a moment. That is indeed the case. Li Yuntan appeared from nowhere and came to his rescue. My master suffered an internal injury. On the way here, he encountered a dog. That dog kept biting him. Master ignored it, but it kept biting, so Master slapped it once. As a result, he injured his hand. The man who had just been punched frowned and shouted, You. Li Yuntan fearlessly met their eyes. It really is a sad story. I'm afraid my master cannot paint today. Upon hearing this, Fairy Lu Ling said sympathetically, that makes sense. Then he need not participate today. The young man whose face Li Yuntan had swollen protested indignantly. Fairy, you are too merciful, allowing them to be so disrespectful. But Lu Ling gave a cold laugh. Then she pointed at Li Yuntan and ordered, paint killing intent. If you can create a true masterpiece, I will grant you one request. If not, I'm afraid I'll have to make things difficult for you. Li Yuntan furrowed his brows in confusion. A true masterpiece. The people behind him all burst into laughter. Even the dog that had bitten someone earlier laughed smugly. He's dead for sure this time. Even Master can't create a true masterpiece. How could he? This brat doesn't even know where he is, yet he dares disrespect his elders. He's truly angered and expert now. Seeing his disciple distracted, Master Profound Clarity reminded him, grind the ink. Neither of you should even think of leaving today. Master Profound Clarity raised his brush, forcefully touched it to the center of the blank paper, and then swept out a series of bold strokes. His skill was indeed exceptional. The surrounding crowd exclaimed in admiration, a master truly is a painter of artistic conception. Old Taoist Lu turned anxiously to Li Yuntan and asked, what do you think of this true masterpiece? Does it suit your taste? Li Yuntan gave a bitter smile, recalling his previous life. He had once been surrounded by a convoy of police cars and had viciously rushed at a handcuffed man. The man had been terrified beyond measure, able only to make muffled noises through his gag mouth. There had also been a time when his face was covered with white cloth while someone poured water over it, torturing him brutally. Then he had encountered a grim reaper. His neck hung with trophies, all human skulls. Recalling these events, inspiration suddenly struck him. He put brush to paper and began painting. Old Taoist Lu anxiously said, I wonder what Brother Yuntan intends to paint. Even if it isn't a true masterpiece, a renowned work on the level of the opening scene of The Fisherman's Catch would still do. Master Profound Clarity had already finished his painting. It depicted 2 black dragons intertwined, rendered with powerful, steady brushwork. It was a splendid painting, rainy night of solemn slaughter. Everyone cried out, a renowned masterpiece. This is truly a renowned masterpiece. Someone clapped in praise. 2 dragons battle beneath the rain. Though it is not yet complete, it captures the killing intent concealed in the painting without making it overt. It is truly a masterpiece, perfectly suited to today's stormy weather. Could there truly be real dragons battling in the heavens? Congratulations to Master Profound Clarity on obtaining the 3rd renowned masterpiece of his life. Master Profound Clarity said smugly, you flatter me. It is merely a small display of skill. I wonder whether it can help the fairy overcome her killing tribulation. He widened his eyes as he looked toward Lu Ling. Yet Lu Ling seemed not to have noticed Master Profound Clarity at all, nor did she look at his painting. Master Profound Clarity turned toward where Lu Ling was looking in surprise. The fairy is looking at that brat. At that moment, Li Yuntan had also just finished his painting. Master Profound Clarity looked over disdainfully. What has this young friend painted? Li Yuntan cheerfully held up his painting. It was drawn in a comical style, showing a glutton with puffed cheeks and bulging eyes stuffing himself with food. Li Yuntan said, "This is the painting of a perverse glutton." The people around him crowded over and mocked Li Yuntan. "Ha ha! What kind of monstrosity is this? It looks like a child's drawing." Old Taoist Lu frowned worriedly. "That can't be right. Does Brother Yuntan have some plan?" Sure, Gizi comforted him. "Don't get worked up. I told you already." Suddenly, Master Profound Clarity charged at Li Yuntan and shouted, "Insolence! Such audacity! This is nowhere close to a true masterpiece. Fairy Ling Kongzi requires killing intent to overcome her killing tribulation. Does your painting contain even the slightest trace of it? Don't bring shame upon painter Wei Qing." Then a flash of light severed the arm he had raised to attack Li Yuntan. Master Profound Clarity screamed in agony, his eyes hurting so badly that even his pupils could no longer be seen. Lu Ling angrily withdrew her hand. "Take your hands off." She seemed deeply fascinated by the painting and reached out to touch it. "This painting is indeed the true treasure fist." "True treasure fist." Master Profound Clarity cried out. Cold sweat poured down his body as he stared in disbelief. "Impossible. This painting clearly has no killing aura at all." Lu Ling looked coldly at Master Profound Clarity. "With your level of cultivation, of course you cannot sense it." Then she held the painting up for everyone to see. Within it was a savage, fat face devouring human flesh, its entire body radiating killing intent. As Lu Ling waved the painting, killing intent spread throughout the room. Only then did Master Profound Clarity sense it. His eyes widened, his pupils constricting. That is killing intent. How can a mere youngster create a true treasure fist so full of killing intent? The painting became more alive than ever. It showed a man-eater tearing Master Profound Clarity apart and devouring him alive. Master Profound Clarity screamed, "Don't eat me. I don't want to die. Save me. Save me." When Lu Ling unfolded the painting, everyone stood there dumbfounded. Lu Ling closed her eyes and sensed her fate. My killing tribulation. Her lips, once dark red, had now turned a bright pink. Lu Ling opened her eyes, and her entire body was transforming. It has been overcome. Lu Ling had now become incomparably beautiful. She had passed another tribulation. Li Yuntan looked at her and congratulated her. "Congratulations, Fairy, on successfully overcoming your tribulation. Perhaps you are now one step closer to finding your Tao heart." Lu Ling looked deeply at Li Yuntan. "I'm afraid I should be asking you that." The two spoke intimately within a barrier. The people outside whispered among themselves. How frightening. Why is he so close to the fairy? Were they saying, "Do not listen to what you should not hear"? The fairy has set up a barrier to keep outsiders from eavesdropping. Inside the barrier, Lu Ling asked Li Yuntan, "Is that person still alive?" He asked in confusion, "Who?" Lu Ling frowned, revealing her disappointment. "The painting saint." Li Yuntan frowned and considered it for a moment. It seemed she was asking him about the painting saint, but in her heart, she clearly already had an answer. He answered, "I am not entirely sure." Lu Ling narrowed her eyes and countered. "But clearly, there is no second person in this world whose painting method is exactly like his." Li Yuntan smiled and asked in return, "Did the fairy truly come because of the painting saint?" Lu Ling replied, "Are you trying to trick me into revealing it? Why would I need to? If the fairy did not come for the painting saint, then you came for something that belonged to him." Lu Ling narrowed her eyes. She would have to keep an eye on this man. Outside, Master Profound Clarity was still convulsing and had yet to regain consciousness. His disciple shouted, "Master, Master, wake up!" Master Profound Clarity's entire body trembled. His eyes were bloodshot and drool streamed from his mouth. The disciple noticed Pei Juezi standing in the corner of the room, staring outside. His teeth chattered as though he were reciting some incantation. Or, more simply put, he had been possessed. Li Yuntan was busy bargaining with Lu Ling. He raised a hand. "We can discuss that later. There is another matter in which I need the fairy's assistance." Lu Ling made a questioning sound. Li Yuntan looked toward Pei Juezi. "There is still a ghost in this room." Lu Ling looked over in surprise. "What?" That disciple was flung into the air, crying out, "Save me!" Below him, the possessed Pei Juezi laughed delightedly. He was about to gain another prey. The next instant, the disciple's life force was drained completely. His body became aged and withered. The fairy immediately struck out with a technique, but Pei Juezi instantly evaded it by inflating himself like a balloon. The people below shouted, "Master Pei!" Someone cried out in terror, "That's a ghost!" Pei Juezi swelled until his eyes bulged, bloodshot and protruding. Li Yuntan was startled by the aura emanating from this ghost. His expression turned serious, his face filled with killing intent. He said to Lu Ling, "Leave it to me. I can tell you many more interesting things." Lu Ling looked at him and said trustingly, "It's a deal." A tremendous explosion rang out, and blood sprayed everywhere. A guard with half his face covered in fresh blood shouted in terror, "Master!" Lu Ling narrowed her eyes. "Trying to run?" A monster tore its way out from inside Pei Juezi's body. It opened its hideous maw. Its eyes shone like lamps, and strange horns grew from its head and around its neck. The witnesses screamed in horror. Someone's being killed. An evil ghost is killing people. A guard poked his head in to investigate the commotion. At once, the evil ghost fixed its gaze on him. The guard let out a terrified, piercing scream. The evil ghost charged forward without the slightest fear. Lu Ling calmly cast a spell. Pointing at it from behind, she lightly hooked her finger, and it immediately lost control and turned around. It roared, but Lu Ling remained unmoved, calmly clenching her fist. In an instant, it was twisted into a spiral. It struggled, then collapsed face first onto the ground, vomiting blood. It groaned and begged for mercy. Seeing this, Li Yuntan raised his hand to stop Lu Ling. "Please show mercy, fairy. Leave this evil ghost to me." Lu Ling frowned, then looked over calmly. "Demons and ghosts only harm people. Why not eliminate it?" Li Yuntan looked at her gently and explained, "Just as I told the fairy that night, this is the Tao I cultivate." Lu Ling put her hands on her hips and looked at Li Yuntan. She sighed. "All under heaven are equal. So what if you choose to coexist with demons and ghosts? I promised that if you painted a protective work, I would grant you one request. Consider this request fulfilled." Hearing that, Li Yuntan clasped his hands and bowed in thanks. After saying this, Lu Ling once more set up a barrier around them, preventing outsiders from listening in. The official in charge wiped away his sweat and ordered his subordinates, "Clean this place up. Bring every person who fled back to the painting appreciation gathering. It is not over yet." He glanced at Lu Ling and Li Yuntan as they spoke privately, wondering, just who is that Taoist? For even if fairy listens to him, they have discussed things in private several times already. Inside the barrier, Lu Ling asked Li Yuntan, "Do you know why I came to Wei City?" He answered, "The fairy came for Ma Di's clear jade tablet." Lu Ling frowned unhappily, reached out to seize Li Yuntan by the throat, and said, "That is right. 3 cultivators have already died over that jade tablet. I followed the trail all the way here and finally found you. Is that treasure in your possession?" Li Yuntan's gaza flickered. Yes and no. Lu Ling looked at him. "What do you mean by that?" He answered with difficulty, "Some time ago, that jade tablet was borrowed by a friend." Lu Ling furrowed her brows in confusion. A friend? Where Lu Ling's hand touched Li Yuntan's collar, patterns resembling fish scales appeared. Li Yuntan shrugged as he looked at her. "I also wish to help the fairy, but that friend is immensely powerful and temperamental." He forcibly took the jade tablet at the time. Lu Ling still frowned, seemingly unconvinced. "You should know that treasure must not be touched. Your friend is a demon, isn't he?" He lowered his head. "Exactly. The fairy is wise. I once hoped to fulfill my aspiration through him. If even a great demon like him could be enlightened, then surely we could wait for the day when humans and demons coexist. But I never expected him not only to be cruel and unpredictable, slaughtering innocents, but also to seize the clear jade tablet." Li Yuntan recalled the past, frowning in alarm. "To be honest, fairy, those 3 Taoists were also killed by him." Li Yuntan lowered his head further. "I stubbornly called him a friend. Perhaps I simply did not want to accept that the Tao I had pursued for more than 10 years was nothing but an illusion, a moon reflected in water, flowers seen in a mirror." Lu Ling shook her head and turned away. "Your Tao has merit, but it is entirely unsuited to these times." Lu Ling looked out the window, where thunder still rumbled outside. "Accepting demons and ghosts may, as you say, make the world equal, but it is even more likely that demons will seize control of the world. If that happens, all under heaven will be in danger." Lu Ling turned to Li Yuntan. "Do you know the second purpose of my coming here?" Li Yuntan was startled. The second purpose? He looked at Lu Ling seriously. I beg the fairy to enlighten me. Lu Ling's voice mingled with the thunder outside. It is to eliminate the remnants of the painting saint. Remnants? What does that mean? Everyone knows that there are two saints under heaven, the calligraphy saint and the sword saint. Below the two saints are the 18 grotto heavens of the sword sect and the 18 grotto heavens of the Tao lineage, collectively called the 36 grotto heavens. Next come the 36 branches of the sword sect, making 72 branches in total. The disciples of the two saints are renowned throughout the world. Everyone knows of them. But people know only the two saints, unaware that 2,000 years ago, there were once three saints who coexisted beneath heaven, the calligraphy saint, the sword saint, and one other, the painting saint. With a brush, he brought flowers to life. Within his paintings, all things existed. Li Yuntan recalled what he knew, his gaze shifting to the right. The title of painting saint no longer existed in this world. It was said that even the 8-clawed ancient scroll had become the work of some anonymous, peerless master. Li Yuntan pundarat silanli. Since painters of later generations had achieved little, they revered the sword sect and Tao lineage as orthodox. As for why the painting saint's lineage had vanished without a trace, it was likely connected to the two saints. He placed a hand over his chest and respectfully asked Lu Ling, "Surely the fairy will not consider me a remnant of the painting saint over one clear jade tablet?" Lu Ling answered softly, "The Tao lineage is not unreasonable. It is simply that the jade tablet is of the utmost importance. Unless this matter is resolved, you must follow me up the mountain. So long as you commit no evil, I have no reason to kill you." Lu Ling scrutinized him with a frown. Anyone who has touched the clear jade tablet must be brought back. Everything is because opening that tablet is immensely important. Otherwise, it would be a pity for such an interesting person with such a steadfast Tao heart. Li Yuntan stared back at Lu Ling. Not unreasonable. Once he followed her up the mountain, he feared there would be no way back down. Lu Ling stepped closer, lifted her head to glance at him, and said, "The remnant of the painting saint I wish to eliminate is none other than your friend, Long Zi. Can you bear it?" Li Yuntan was stunned. Lu Ling walked past him, and he spoke. "You already know who he is?" He sighed and continued. "How could he still regard me as a friend? The principles of the world are all the same. What I cherish is coexistence. Can it truly not be achieved?" Lu Ling said softly, "Your Tao may be overly idealistic and unsuited to the current age, but you need not blame yourself. When the time is ripe in the future, it may not be impossible to realize." He gave a quiet laugh. Ha ha ha. Lu Ling did not understand what he was laughing about. Li Yuntan laughed even louder. Then he frowned, placed a hand on his chest, and looked at Lu Ling. "That is right. They say that the times create heroes, but I intend to create an era." Li Yuntan declared loudly, "For any revolution, the privileged class of the old age is its greatest obstacle. They will not willingly walk into history's garbage heap. If they cannot be enlightened, then the only option is to clear away those demons and monsters that stand in the way. Then we shall establish an entirely new order." Lu Ling stared at him with wide eyes. He continued passionately, "Only then will demons and monsters no longer continue to commit evil." Hearing this, Lu Ling's eyes widened as though she had gained some realization. She looked at Li Yuntan. What powerful conviction! Why is his path of cultivation so clear? And me, why do I cultivate? For the great Tao of immortality? But what then, if I attain immortality? The countless people suffer. Can separating myself from them free me from suffering? What exactly is my Tao heart? Li Yuntan glanced at her and saw Lu Ling lower her eyes, seeming to contemplate something deeply serious. That was right. Her heart was in turmoil. Although she had overcome her killing tribulation, her realm had not broken through. She still had not found her own Tao heart. He was manipulating Lu Ling's state of mind, while she remained hesitant amid her own choices. The clearer, nobler, and firmer his Tao became, the more blurred, vague, and illusory hers would become. Suddenly, Li Yuntan embraced Lu Ling. "Thank you." Lu Ling was caught completely off guard and had no time to react. Li Yuntan held her, his gaze resolute, deliberately drawing her out of that moment of confusion. She walked upon the bridge, and he waited on the other side to receive her. Was her heart disturbed for the sake of her Tao, or because of him? The seed had been planted. It had to be used well. He released Lu Ling and placed his hand on her shoulder. What does the fairy plan to do next? In a low voice, he said without concealing anything, I want to capture this ghost and also use it to find Long Zi. He has not appeared since taking the jade tablet. Just now, I detected a trace of Long Zi's lingering aura on this ghost. It is very faint, but I'm certain that ninth young master is that Long Zi. I want to find him. Lu Ling remained silent. Li Yuntan waved a hand to call her thoughts back. Fairy? Fairy. Only then did Lu Ling come back to her senses. She asked in surprise, if we catch this ghost, can you find him? Li Yuntan raised a hand in explanation. I can find a way to force him to reveal himself, but I'll need the help of the monks in this temple. Lu Ling agreed. If you are willing to help me find him, then you have made the right choice. Li Yuntan frowned. Since that is so, Fairy, could you have someone here look after my master? I have brought trouble upon him today. If I follow you back to the mountain in the future, I fear his days ahead will not be easy. Old Taoist Lu, who was still standing nearby, smiled at Lu Ling. You are a man who values loyalty and sentiment as well. Very well, it shall be as you wish. The two continued their discussion. A moment later, Lu Ling announced to everyone, this man is a fellow Taoist of our Ling family grotto heaven. There was a misunderstanding before, but it has now been resolved. From this day forth, he will assist me in eliminating demons and evil spirits in Wei City. Then she pointed to the ghost below. This ghost will be under his supervision in my stead. Since all the temple masters are present today, you are to follow his orders from now on and work together to restore peace to Wei City. The officials all bowed in salute. Fairy, you are truly benevolent. Lu Ling continued. Pei Juezi used the lives of mortals to overcome his killing tribulation. I have dealt with him in the name of the Tao lineage. Any of you present who know of Pei Juezi's deeds or have ever covered for him must turn yourselves in within 3 days. You will interrogate them first, then judge their crimes according to mortal law. With that, Lu Ling turned and left. Li Yuntan cupped his hands. As you command, Fairy. Lu Ling suddenly recalled something and turned back. All right. Raising her voice, she pointed at old Taoist Lu. Master Primordial Unity is a friend of the Ling family grotto heaven. He will be living in Wei City from now on. None of you are to treat him disrespectfully. Everyone bowed and acknowledged the order. With a worried expression, Lu Ling gave Li Yuntan one final instruction. I have entrusted this matter to you. It must be completed within 5 days. I must return to the mountain. Li Yuntan accepted the order, then looked at Lu Ling with a frown. Dancing on the edge of a blade truly is interesting. He smiled to himself. Ninth young master, please await the grand gift I have prepared for you. By then, Lu Ling had already gone far away. Time passed swiftly at Jade Flower Tower, where the banquet was being held. The tightly bound ghost rolled about on the ground, having been left outside alone. A voice sounded from above. Why is no one eating? None of you had anything to eat upstairs just now. Li Yuntan was inviting everyone to dine, but all of them appeared uneasy. He continued, not just anyone gets to enjoy a banquet at Jade Flower Tower. He lifted his chopsticks to his mouth and smiled. But it seems that unless I explain things clearly, none of you will be able to swallow. The others smiled in response, though they were terrified inside. Yes, it would be better to explain. May we ask why fellow Taoist Yuntan has kept us here? Our cultivation is shallow. I fear we may be of little help. Li Yuntan stood and poured wine into a cup. Rest assured, the matter I need your help with is not only safe, but will also bring great benefits. The fellow Taoists gave strained smiles. Benefits? Please explain, fellow Taoist. Li Yuntan approached the banquet table. You are all temple masters, so there is no need for me to say it. You know in your hearts whether the divine tablets you worship are truly efficacious. It is one thing if the tablets have no spiritual power and merely deceive the common people. But if demons, fiends, or ghosts seize the opportunity to take residence in them, borrowing the power of incense and prayers to harm innocent people, then none of you can escape responsibility. He frowned and continued. Fairy Linkong told me earlier that she had found traces of demons and ghosts in quite a few temples. The people below immediately began murmuring in alarm. Such a thing has happened. Did the fairy blame us? What should we do? He waved a hand for silence. Do not panic. Today, when the fairy saw me painting sacred scrolls, she discussed with me the creation of new divine tablets for all of you. That way, the spiritual energy within the paintings can protect the incense offerings in your temples and prevent demons from entering the tablets. You will all be able to rest easy in the future. Everyone joyfully cupped their hands and called out, "The fairy is truly benevolent. Fellow Taoist is truly benevolent." One man said with a smile, "If our humble temple could obtain one of fellow Taoist's sacred paintings, it would be greatly honored." Hearing this, old Taoist Lu shot them a glance. That crafty brat is at it again. Don't celebrate too soon. Li Yuntan took out a sheet of red paper and formed a hand seal with his other hand. At once, the red paper emitted a stream of spiritual energy. Cries of surprise rang out everywhere. Li Yuntan walked ahead, with old Taoist Lu following behind him. "Come to my place at noon tomorrow to collect your paintings." The crowd stood behind them with cupped hands. "As you command, fellow Taoist Yuntan." He smiled in satisfaction and continued onward. After Li Yuntan left, the people behind him began whispering among themselves. Did fellow Taoist Yuntan say how much his sacred scrolls would cost? Another man scratched his cheek. "I did not hear him mention that. No matter how much silver he asks for, if he expects you to pay, can you afford it?" A strange shriek echoed through the streets. Li Yuntan walked down the road as money fluttered through the wind. Holding a stack of paper in his arms, he frowned in thought. The painting supplies are ready. Next comes a period of hard work. This time, it may well be 9 parts death and 1 part survival. But if I succeed in freeing myself from these 2 great troubles, I can live freely from now on. Suddenly, a ghostly shadow appeared in the street. It passed through him, and he immediately sensed something unusual. Li Yuntan's eyes widened, and he instantly spun around. "Mr. Bot," the shadow gradually revealed its true form. Sticking out its long tongue, it said, "Boy, how can you see me?" Li Yuntan replied with a smile. "What is so strange about that? This is not our first meeting." White Impermanence tilted his head in confusion. Then Li Yuntan added, "Well, never mind. Do you know how much longer you have to live?" Hearing that, Li Yuntan stared at White Impermanence in shock. "What do you mean by that?" White Impermanence spoke through his long tongue. "You are truly bold beyond measure. Reborn as a human in this life, you should have focused on cultivating the spiritual power of the heavenly Tao. Yet you dared to use a mortal body to receive the incense and prayer power of ordinary people. Your Snow Mountain Sea of Qi has been severely damaged. In your condition, it will not be long before your soul scatters and your spirit dissipates." Li Yuntan's gaze darkened and his shoulders slumped. Li Yuntan lowered his head even further. "I know that, but if I slowly convert spiritual power into prayer power to rebuild my Snow Mountain Sea of Qi, then I will no longer be able to cultivate the heavenly hard orthodox method. I would have to turn to the divine path instead. Would that work?" White Impermanence rolled his eyes and chuckled. "A newborn calf fears no tiger. Do you think no one has tried such an idea before? Think of it this way. If you see a house about to collapse and use sand in place of bricks and stone, it may hold for a while, but how can sand make a house sturdy in the long run?" He lowered his head and clutched the stack of paper. "So, my Snow Mountain Qi is the stone house. I thought it was a straw to save my life, but it turns out to be a talisman that will take it instead." He frowned and asked solemnly, "Then what if I stop absorbing prayer power now?" White Impermanence waved a hand. "It is all useless now. Your foundation has already been ruined. You do not have much longer to live in this life." Li Yuntan's pupils contracted, and his expression turned grim. White Impermanence continued, "Even after death, your soul will not remain whole. You will lose your consciousness and become a wandering ghost in the mortal world. In short, there is only one word for it: miserable." Li Yuntan asked, "You mean that after I die, you will not take me in either?" White Impermanence stuck out his tongue. No. You are just like that demon. You do nothing but cause trouble." Li Yuntan lanza sidawais. "A demon?" White Impermanence explained. "Ahem, it is nothing. In any case, people like you, who use mortal bodies while dreaming of enjoying incense offerings, are competing with heaven for profit. We cannot meddle in such matters." Li Yuntan was immediately overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him. "Thank you, Lord White Yama, for your guidance. I understand now. White Impermanence asked in confusion. What do you understand? Li Yuntan narrowed his eyes and smiled. I will stop being human. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on White Impermanence's brow. It seems this Lord Yama may have just unleashed a terrifying monster. White Impermanence was still holding his long tongue. Li Yuntan headed in another direction. The moon was red as a ball of fire. A gloomy aura radiated from his body. After wandering through Ghost City for 400 years, is it finally coming to an end? Li Yuntan continued walking. Had Lord White Yama failed to notice the great ghost within him, or simply chosen not to capture it? Was it beyond the jurisdiction of ghosts, or merely too troublesome to deal with? Li Yuntan frowned and stared ahead. He would soon know the answer. At Prefect Li's residence, a hazy layer of mist shrouded the estate. Li Yuntan stood outside and observed it. Sensing the air around him, he concluded, fortunately, the massive amount of Yin energy in Prefect Li's residence has not yet dispersed. Mixed with ghostly energy, it should keep him from noticing me. Li Yuntan raised a red talisman, which immediately began to glow. A figure slowly appeared. Li Yuntan said, "All right, show your true form." Carefully, he pressed 2 fingers to the ghost's forehead. "Let us have a proper talk. Have you met Long Zi?" Li Yuntan asked with his thoughts. The ghost answered, "When? A long time ago." "I see. I will not let your divine form." Li Yuntan narrowed his eyes with a sly smile. "We can make a deal." Under the full moon, someone called loudly, "Wake up! Wake up!" Li Yuntan slowly opened his eyes and muttered with a frown, "I fell asleep again. Hypnotizing that old ghost must have taken too much out of me. I only meant to close my eyes for a moment." When he opened his eyes, he saw a pretty young woman staring at him. Seeing that he was awake, she said happily, "You scared me to death. You were leaning by the roadside without moving. I thought you had died. It is so late. Why have you not gone home?" Looking down, Li Yuntan saw that the young woman had thoughtfully covered him with a thin blanket. He turned to her gently. "Thank you for your concern, miss. I'm going home right away. But why are you out so late?" His gaze fell to her feet. One wore a shoe, while the other was bare. Caught, the young woman blushed and hurriedly hid her bare foot beneath her skirt. She stepped back and stammered, I cannot sleep, so I came out for a walk. It is good that you are all right. I'm going home now." With that, she ran away. As she passed him, she tossed something to him. "This is for you." Li Yuntan caught it in surprise. It was a piece of pastry. When he looked back, the young woman had already leaped onto the wall across the street. Turning around, she said, "Eat it, then hurry home. Do not make your family worry." For a moment, Li Yuntan did not know what to say. He lowered his head with a bitter smile. "It seems she took me for a runaway boy. Huh, how foolish." Standing beneath a tree, he looked up at the bright moon. "Not only do I have no family, but I myself am about to die." He silently hugged the painting and continued on his way. After walking some distance, Li Yuntan noticed something and looked up. It was the Yin residence. He thought, so this is Yin Pingji's estate. Could that have been Constable Yin's maid? Thinking of that man's sinister nature, he thought disdainfully, having a maid like that must be a blessing earned through cultivation in a previous life. He turned and continued walking. "I have eaten my midnight snack. Now it is time to get to work." The following morning, outside the Dragon King Temple, as soon as its gates opened, the Taoists busied themselves receiving guests. The crowd had been clamoring since dawn. Slowly, everyone will get one. What money? This is all because the clear brightness divine tablets for the temples have not been completed yet. Why we charge money? Once the paintings had been handed out, everyone was overjoyed. How righteous! Fellow Taoist Yuntan is truly righteous. No wonder he is such an excellent disciple of fellow Taoist primordial unity. Our temple worships the matchmaker god. Do not give us the wrong one. Old Taoist Lu answered helplessly. You will not receive the wrong one. He opened it to check. It was like a thunderclap. This is... Everyone asked in alarm. Is yours the same too? Are they all identical? Which immortal is this? Li Yuntan stepped into the chaotic crowd and explained with a smile. This is the divine tablet of Crown Prince Jiaowen, supreme lord of great accomplishment and exalted mystic wondrous numinous treasure. I have brought it today to replace the old ones. Everyone loudly objected. Replace the deity statues? That does not seem appropriate. They all voiced their opposition. Our temple has worshipped the old lord since my grandfather's time. How can we replace him? Exactly. The Dragon King in our temple was extremely difficult to invite in the first place. Li Yuntan raised his voice to get everyone's attention. Does any temple keeper have a better suggestion? At that, no one spoke. He smiled. Why has everyone fallen silent? What did Fairy Lu Ling tell you at the painting appreciation gathering? Whose instructions did she tell you to follow? He drew another painting from old Taoist Lu's hands. I painted through the night without regard for the trouble. Surely you will not reject them. The recipient clumsily accepted the painting at last and bowed. Ah, thank you, fellow Taoist Yuntan, for this painting. Li Yuntan said with satisfaction. That is more like it. Li Yuntan glanced at old Taoist Lu. Please restrain your grief and replace the old statues with this one. From now on, everyone will worship the same deity. The combined spiritual power will become stronger, and your incense offerings will flourish all the more. If you do not believe me, ask fellow Taoist Primordial Unity how much incense money he received last month. Everyone immediately turned to old Taoist Lu, who was flustered. Did the incense offerings really increase? Old Taoist Lu raised 3 fingers. Yes. Since changing to this deity statue, the temple has earned a steady 3 taels of silver every month. Upon hearing this, the crowd was delighted. 3 taels of silver equaled 2 months of their wages. Everyone thanked fellow Taoist Li Yuntan once more. Thank you for the precious painting. Li Yuntan turned and left, leaving the crowd scrambling to claim the paintings. Old Taoist Lu handed them out helplessly. Slowly, one at a time, Li Yuntan came to a patch of standing water on the ground. People whispered among themselves. The rain last night was truly heavy. It nearly collapsed the awning. One person looked into the distance. Yet the south of the city is dry. Half the city gets rain, while the other half gets sunshine. The weather is becoming stranger and stranger. Fallen leaves drifted through the wind. Li Yuntan descended the steps and came to a rushing current. Gazing toward the distant Wei River, he thought, is this not the river mouth leading to the sea? The waves are vast and boundless. Ninth young master, you govern such an enormous expanse of water, yet you still have time to eat people, beat ghosts, and make friends. He took a letter from his robes and threw it directly into the sea. It is time for us to meet, my friend. On the paper was his portrait. His reflection appeared upon the water as the waves began to crash fiercely against the shore. He said in surprise, "Not home." Seeing that, he took another stack of paper from his robes, leaned against a nearby tree, and said cheerfully, "Fortunately, I came well prepared." Then he released them one by one, calling out to summon Long Zi. From the time the sun rose high until it set in the west, there was still no sign of him. He crossed his arms irritably. The wind is really strong today. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind the tree. Why did you summon me so urgently? Ninth young master stepped out from behind it. Are you in such a hurry to die? Li Yuntan jumped in fright and grabbed ninth young master's clothes like a puppy. Why did you come only now? I have been looking for you all day. Something terrible has happened. Ninth young master grinned and seized Li Yuntan's hand. Something terrible? Tell me, what terrible thing has happened? Li Yuntan froned gravely. Leave at once. Someone wants to take your life. She knows that you and I are friends, and she wants me to help her kill you. Oh, is that so? Who is plotting against me? Li Yuntan replied, someone from the Tao lineage. The gap between her strength and mine is too great, so I could only pretend to agree. I do not know whether it will help, but I've already had all the divine tablets in this area replaced. She may discover you soon. Ninth young master's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead. You were the one who replaced the divine tablets? You dared to do that. Li Yuntan hurriedly raised his hands. I know your identity. I was afraid she would discover clues from the deity statues and trace your whereabouts. So I deceived her, saying that you often borrowed the divine tablets in the temples to enjoy the power of incense and prayers. He continued rapidly. If those temples were destroyed and the believers lost their faith, your strength would weaken greatly. Li Yuntan glared at him. Before she finds you, hurry and leave. Ninth young master trembled with rage. And she believed that? Leaning against the tree, Li Yuntan smiled. Why would the words of a dying man not be credible? She knows that you and I are friends. To earn her trust, I was willing to betray you in atonement. Li Yuntan continued. I replaced your deity statues with my own portraits. By using a human body to bear the power of incense and prayers, sooner or later my soul will scatter and my spirit will dissipate. Hearing this, ninth young master grew even angrier. He pinned Li Yuntan against the wall and shouted, You idiot! Who told you to meddle? I thought you were interesting for nothing. Long Zi roared as his body took the form of a dragon. I am the Dragon King of the Wei River. Who could possibly take my life? Li Yuntan looked up at the manifested dragon, its jaws gaping wide. He narrowed his eyes at the Dragon King of the Wei River. So what? Li Yuntan recalled how the great ghost had bluntly told him last night that it had wandered the world for 400 years to evade Long Zi before dying. It had also told him of Long Zi's origins. A true dragon, a divine beast, subjugating the demon clans and ruling the world of demons. Once the world was at peace, the true dragons withdrew from the world and bestowed their 9 sons with authority over the 7 great river systems of the land: Chunyo, Yazi, Chaofeng, Paleo, Swanee, Bishi, Bayan, Fushi, and Chiwen. The world was vast, its waterways intertwined. Yet among all these waters, only the Wei River belonged to Chiwen, one of the 9 sons. More precisely, within the territory of Qi, there was only a small stretch of the Wei River, the Dragon King of the Wei River. He was merely the least favored, lowest-ranking dragon among them. Li Yuntan's expression darkened. Long Zi angrily grabbed Li Yuntan's wrist and took his pulse. The moment he finished, Long Zi panicked. Li Yuntan frona. So it really is true. There is no hope for me. Li Yuntan looked sorrowfully at Long Zi. Though Long Zi had a violent temper, he now regarded him as a friend. A friend, or perhaps there was another possibility. Li Yuntan said, Long Zi. Long Zi pulled back his hand and said gloomily, I thought you had betrayed me. Li Yuntan stared at him wide-eyed, as if unable to believe what he had heard. Long Zi frowned reproachfully. You clearly knew that I was looking for that great ghost, yet you deliberately let it go, didn't you? Oomph. That moonlit night, it was fortunate that I saw it. Right beside the Yin household's maid, you let it go. The young woman was smiling so happily. Long Zi had watched from atop the wall. He continued, I was furious with you then. But when I saw that little maid from the Yin household smiling so happily, I casually ate her. I should not have eaten her, though. Long Zi furrowed his brow. Her flesh was tender enough, but the taste was nothing special. I wonder whether Miss Chiao knew you. Li Yuntan was struck as if by lightning. Staring at him, he asked, what? That young woman was a maid from the Yin household. Long Zi looked down arrogantly. Why would I remember such people? They're merely food. If you feel sorry for her, then after you die, I can offer you a few more as sacrifices. Li Yuntan lowered his head and gave a sly smile. Oh, it is nothing. A moment later, Li Yuntan smiled and said, in any case, I hope you fare well. The woman who came looking for you is the chief disciple of the Langya Grotto Heaven sect. Next, she intends to. The two spoke until night had fully fallen. The wind rustled the dead leaves, and white mourning banners fluttered in the air. Nearby, peddlers were discussing the matter noisily. What happened at Constable Yin's residence? The bun seller answered, I heard it was Constable Yin's granddaughter. Poor child. Her parents had already died in an accident, and she had only recently come to the city from the countryside. How could she vanish while staying safely at home? Such a miserable fate. She was probably harmed by some demon. Li Yuntan, standing nearby, heard every word. He gazed regretfully toward the Yin residence. Lu Ling appeared and asked, what are you looking at? Li Yuntan did not look away. Cause and effect, he replied quietly. Lu Ling looked at him in confusion. He turned toward Lu Ling, a trace of guilt in his eyes. Last night, another innocent person died because of me. If I had not become friends with that demon, she would still be alive now. He remembered her bright smile, as fresh as a spring breeze. She did not even know me. She merely could not bear to see someone collapsed beside the wall. Out of compassion, she helped, and that demon ate her. He lowered his head. That child had just lost her parents, then had to leave her homeland to depend on others. Perhaps Constable Yin would have treated her well. Perhaps Wei City would have become her new home, and her life would gradually have improved. But now she is no longer in this world. Li Yuntan clenched his teeth. It is all because of me. These demons, aside from those of my own kind, are all vicious and treacherous, killing people without a second thought. His eyes reddened. The air around him became oppressive, and his voice rumbled like thunder. I want to ask you, Fairy Lu, if I devote all my strength to helping you kill him, how certain are you of victory? Lu Ling looked gently at Li Yuntan and calmly answered, completely certain. He looked at Lu Ling in surprise. Completely certain? That demon is called the Dragon King of the Wei River. He has terrorized this place for centuries. Are you truly confident that you can kill him? You must have made some preparations. Lu Ling looked into the distance. As a demon born with extraordinary power, he is immensely strong. If I encountered him by chance, there's an 80 or 90% chance that I would die at his hands. But Lu Ling paused, then looked over with great confidence. If I have time to prepare a formation of talismans, once he enters it, he will never leave. Compared to that, you have already met him, haven't you? What did you say? Li Yuntan turned away. Nothing much. I merely told him that I had been coerced by the woman from Langia Grotto Heaven. I will pretend to agree with her and stand on her side. When the two of you begin fighting, I will secretly strike her with a fatal blow. Li Yuntan smiled as he turned back. In truth, when the time comes, I will not make a move at all. Lu Ling instinctively grabbed Li Yuntan's hand and pulled him back. Does he believe that? Li Yuntan half turned his head and spoke as though delivering his last words. Why would he not? Lu Ling was alarmed. Li Yuntan fully turned around. Did you not once give me the wishes written at the temple for me to fulfill? I had them replace that dragon's tablet with my portrait. I have drawn all the power of incense and prayers into my own body. In his eyes, I will die because of him. Doing this can weaken the power of his worship as well. After hearing this, Lu Ling was horrified, then angrily scolded Li Yuntan. Why would you go so far? Do you know what it means for a painter barely in his teens to be capable of creating a treasured scroll? Li Yuntan answered in a low voice. So what if I am a genius? I can only make amends for the sins that dragon and I committed together. A person should never befriend demons. Li Yuntan looked up at the sky and spoke regretfully. As his friend, I am not suited to join you in dealing with him. My sins are too great. Only death is fitting for me. It is just a pity that I cannot leave anything behind in this world. Li Yuntan turned and left. I once wanted to return to the mountain with you. I am sorry, but I cannot go anymore. Lu Ling was moved, her eyes wavering. She turned and headed in another direction. You really are an idiot. Suddenly, Li Yuntan's fists tightened, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. His entire face twisted as he trembled and gritted his teeth. It seems someone has already replaced a new idol. 3 days later, Lu Ling held a talisman brush as she asked, "What has he been doing today?" Song Yunzi stood beside her with clasped hands and answered gloomily, "The same as the past 2 days. He has gone all over the city, painting pictures, giving some away, and selling others. He has produced countless masterpieces. This afternoon, he even gave a portrait to a beggar." Lu Ling stopped writing in surprise and turned around. "A portrait? Tell me." Song Yunzi answered gravely. "This morning, I secretly followed him to Long Gate Street. It had just opened for business, and he remained there until evening. He set up a small stall and casually invited passers-by to have their portraits painted for fun. The street was bustling at the time, filled with vendors' cries. Hot and sour soup. Delicious hot and sour soup. He set up his painting stall beside a beggar. The beggar was drawing on the ground with a stone. Half of his bowl had broken away, and it could shatter at any moment. The peddler's calls still echoed around him. On hearing them, the beggar suddenly began reminiscing. He told Li Yuntan, "Back then, I was stationed at Wu Wei, guarding the frontier. We only had 1 day off each month. The moment my brothers left the garrison, all they wanted was hot and sour soup." A smile appeared on the old man's wrinkled face. In that bitter cold, drinking a steaming bowl of hot and sour soup, blowing on it slowly, there was nothing more comforting. After hearing him, Li Yuntan thought, so he has begun reminiscing about the past again. The beggar took 2 coins from his bowl. He walked toward the hot and sour soup vendor. "Young man, give me a bowl of hot and sour soup." The vendor snorted impatiently. The old man continued, "Just 1 bowl of soup. Soup alone is enough." The vendor waved him away. "Not selling." The old man persisted. "But I have money." As he spoke, the vendor shoved the old man and shouted, "Get lost. I'm not selling to you. Are you sick or something?" The vendor's shove accidentally knocked the beggar's coins toward Li Yuntan. Li Yuntan gently picked them up. Then he raised his hand and called out, "Hey, bring me a bowl of soup." The vendor loudly told him to come get it himself. Li Yuntan siga. Did this fellow even want to do business? What did he take customers for? Still as hot-tempered as ever. The old man pointed at himself. "Young master, those coins are mine." Li Yuntan raised his painting brush and assumed a painting posture. "Do not be in such a hurry. You want hot and sour soup. Since he will not sell it to you, then I will." Li Yuntan then called out loudly, drawing the attention of everyone around him. Whoever brings me a bowl of hot and sour soup, I will perform a magic trick for everyone. How about it? The onlookers asked skeptically. Is he trying to fool us? He could do magic too. One curious patron had his servant bring over a bowl of soup. Give the young master a bowl of soup. Li Yuntan accepted the bowl with both hands. After drinking the bowl of soup, he unfurled a completed painting. It depicted people releasing lotus lanterns and sky lanterns together, praying for peaceful lives. Li Yuntan touched the painting with his divine brush, and it immediately gave off a wondrous radiance. Everyone watching exclaimed in astonishment. Even the soup vendor cried out in alarm. How did he make my bowl disappear? The young master beside him reassured him, forget it. It is only an old bowl. I can compensate you. After the magic display, Li Yuntan said cheerfully, having enjoyed this young master's hot and sour soup. A lotus flower rose from the painting and enveloped the old bowl of hot and sour soup. Now, please enjoy it, everyone, Li Yuntan said. The crowd gasped. The river in the ink wash painting had transformed into a river of hot and sour soup. Please, everyone. Li Yuntan extended a welcoming hand. Everyone quickly took bowls and chopsticks to scoop up the soup. As they ate, they exclaimed in praise, "It really is hot and sour soup, and it is still piping hot." One man filled himself a large bowl and could not believe his eyes. "Is this real?" The soup vendor anxiously shoved his way forward. "Move aside. My bowl is in there." Seeing that the old beggar was not eating, Li Yuntan asked, "Why are you not drinking the hot and sour soup you bought?" The old man scratched his head. "The immortal's soup is too good. This humble one does not dare drink it." Li Yuntan handed him a full bowl. "What a mortal! It is only a little trick. Drink." The old man accepted it with both hands. "Thank you, immortal." Then he drained the bowl in a single gulp. After drinking it, he looked deeply satisfied. "This is exactly the taste." Li Yuntan turned to him and said, "People are easily bewitched by what lies before their eyes. A bowl of hot and sour soup, a little money, a little power. They fail to notice what is beside them. But you're different from them. You know what you want and what you live for." The old man still lowered his head, holding his bowl in his hands. "Though I have accomplished nothing in my life, at least every path I took was one I chose myself. Now that my life is nearing its end, I have long since accepted it." Li Yuntan looked toward him. "What if I gave you a chance to choose again?" The old man was startled. "Young master, are you an immortal?" Li Yuntan stood up and walked over to him, combing his hair as he murmured, "Above, the white jade capital with 12 towers and 5 cities." Li Yuntan's hand passed through the old man's hair. "The immortal strokes my crown." Then Li Yuntan tied his hair into a top knot, binding our bond, granting me longevity. Before long, the old man's hair had been neatly arranged. Standing behind him, Li Yuntan leaned close and whispered into his ear, "Do you wish for eternal life?" The old man was about to speak, but Li Yuntan stopped him and handed him a painting. "Do not answer too quickly. This painting is your blessing and opportunity. If someone comes to buy it later, name whatever price you wish." With that, the young master turned and walked away. Before leaving, Li Yuntan added, "But you may also consider whether you should sell it at all." The soup vendor gleefully went to gather up the intact bowls to take home. He thought he had made a huge profit. Since he could not carry the remaining dozens of bowls away, he could not let others take advantage of them. So he stomped the bowls he could not carry into pieces. The old beggar remained standing in a corner. Those who had drunk the soup had now returned to normal. "It is ruined. It is turned back into river water. He truly was an immortal." The soup vendor smashed the 8 bowls in his hands. Looking at his empty soup pot, he howled, "You damned Taoist! All of you just drank my hot and sour soup." The vendor shouted furiously, Those bowls were mine too. I smashed more than 10 of them. Do not think you can leave. No one is leaving. Whoever drank it, come back and pay." He screamed in despair, but no one paid him any attention. That evening, the old beggar entered a narrow alley. He pondered the 2 words, eternal life. The instant he entered, 2 people were already lying in wait. Li Yuntan appeared. The painting lacked only its final stroke. The old beggar supported himself with a cane, coughing as he walked. Suddenly, he stopped. Constable Een was waiting for him there, his sword already drawn. The old beggar fearfully swung his cane, while his other hand clutched the painting tightly. With a swish, the painting fell to the ground along with drops of bright red blood. A sudden downpour came crashing down. Blood mingled with rainwater, about to soak into the painting. The old beggar was cut down and lay face first on the ground. Constable Ian stepped forward and picked up the painting. Trembling, the old beggar forced out a groan. The immortal has already granted me eternal life. Constable Ian tucked the painting into his robes and strode away aggressively. He grabbed a passerby. The passerby said irritably, "What are you doing?" Constable Ian glared and ordered, "Hurry to the magistrate's office and summon men. There's been a murder here." The man recognized his familiar face in alarm. "Constable Ian, this is..." Constable Ian shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. There has been a murder. Go." The man hurried away. The old beggar remained on the ground, his eyes bloodshot. Suddenly, a gloomy groan rang out, "Give my painting back." Meanwhile, Constable Ian was still fiercely driving people away. "There has been a murder. Do not come near. Move away." The groaning came closer and closer. A figure reached the execution ground, then slashed diagonally. Constable Ian spat out a mouthful of blood. White Impermanence stood above, looking down with a sigh. The one who tied that old man's hair was the karmic bond fruit. We can no longer save him. White Impermanence said to Black Impermanence, "But this is not eternal life. It is the eternal life of a ghost." White Impermanence turned to Black Impermanence. "I told you that Li Yuntan and that demonic fiend are actually the same kind of person." Black Impermanence narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "Human demon, forget it. Do not interfere any further. This has nothing to do with us. The Heavenly Emperor of the state of Li will die in a quarter of an hour. Let's take him away." The two then vanished from the place. Lu Ling was still intently drawing talismans when Song Yunzi's voice came from nearby. "As you instructed, Fairy Lu, I told Constable Ian that his granddaughter encountered Li Yuntan before meeting the demon. I also revealed Li Yuntan's whereabouts over the past few days. He truly loved his granddaughter dearly." Lu Ling asked. After Constable Ian learned that his granddaughter might have been harmed by Li Yuntan, what did he do? Song Yunzi calmly replied, "Just as you predicted, Constable Ian did not go directly to find Li Yuntan. Instead, he went to the beggar and took back the painting, then went to find Prefect Zhao. When he left, he did not have the painting with him. He has likely handed the evidence to Prefect Zhao." Song Yunzi frowned as he continued. "It is said that half the realm of Great Shou belongs to the former lord. Prefect Zhao comes from the Zhao clan of the northern lands and has an arrogant temperament. He was likely already dissatisfied with Fairy Lu's decree. Seeking revenge for his granddaughter, Constable Ian has pledged himself to Prefect Zhao. Li Yuntan and old Taoist Lu at the Dragon King Temple will soon meet with misfortune. It is only..." Lu Ling suddenly turned around. "What do you mean by that?" Song Yunzi broke out in a cold sweat. "It is only that this subordinate does not understand. Since Fairy Lu has already deduced that Li Yuntan and old Taoist Lu have many suspicious flaws, why go to such lengths?" Lu Ling answered indifferently, "Because this matter has already become inevitable. You may withdraw first." Song Yunzi obeyed and left. After he withdrew, she said loudly, "I am no fool either. I want to see what you will do after I cut off this path of yours." Cut to Li Yuntan polishing his treasured sword, gently stroking the blade. He gazed with satisfaction at the final stroke he had just completed. At the prefectural residence, Prefect Zhao looked at the painting with great satisfaction. This was the true fist. As he studied the painting, he said regretfully, "Why does that brat have to be one of Fairy Lu's people?" Inside the painting, the old beggar suddenly appeared. Within the painting, the old man slowly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the prefect. The rain grew heavier and heavier. Old Taoist Lu returned from who knew where, carrying a bundle. Opening the door, he asked Li Yuntan, "Brother Yuntan, you're planning to leave, aren't you?" Li Yuntan turned around, not understanding what he meant. Old Taoist Lu sat at the table, moved the wine jug aside, and smiled. "Ever since we returned from the Cheonghua Pavilion that day, you've been busy and haven't had a proper meal." He set down the bundle, which contained several delicious dishes. He continued, "This old Taoist is poorly informed and has no idea what you have been busy with." Old Taoist Lu spoke kindly, "But we have lived together for some time, after all. I know you enjoy freedom and have no desire to follow Fairy Lu to that Langia Grotto Heaven sect. You're plotting something, aren't you?" Li Yuntan glanced at him. "That's right." Old Taoist Lu smiled. "Brother Yuntan, I want to go with you." Li Yuntan widened his eyes. "Follow me? Aren't you afraid?" Old Taoist Lu patted his chest. Brother Yunnan, I am not someone who fears death. As I told you before, even if I die, I will follow you. Li Yuntan was so moved that he could not speak. Lowering his head, he said, if that is the case, then I will tell you the truth. I have no intention of running away. I will seize my chance to survive amid their battle. Open your eyes and watch carefully. You are also one of the pieces in my plan. Old Taoist Lu asked, then what should I do next? Lin Kongzi said he would only give you 5 days. The deadline is tomorrow. Are they about to fight? Outside, rain continued to fall. Li Yuntan rose to his feet and turned around. There is no need to wait until tomorrow. We will simply let things take their course. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Old Taoist Lu shouted, Brother Yuntan. Li Yuntan rushed outside, drew his sword, and stood in the curtain of rain. He looked up at the sky. They are here. A dragon's immense body coiled through the heavens, its scales razor-sharp. Chiwen had transformed into a colossal dragon. Below, Fairy Lu looked upward coldly, her bright eyes fixed on the 9th young master. The rain intensified, flooding the streets. People called out to one another as they hurried about, offering help and checking on the situation. Women and children clasped their hands in prayer at home. It is raining. The Dragon King is angry. Dragon King, please calm your wrath. Immortals, protect us. Please keep my son safe and bring him home. Li Yuntan trembled as he collapsed onto the ground. He stared at the scene above. Such terrifying power. That damn dragon was clearly doing this on purpose, deliberately causing such a huge commotion. He gritted his teeth. It hurts. I cannot endure this any longer. He looked up at Fairy Lu. She was hovering in midair, glancing down at him with no friendliness in her eyes. Li Yuntan lauga brat Leslie. Very well. Neither of you ever trusted me after all. They are waiting for me to die. Though drenched from head to toe, Li Yuntan still forced himself to endure. His body trembled as his laughter echoed through the rain. If those who had pursued him truly knew him, then Fairy Lu, looking down from above, said, You are already at death's door. Why struggle so desperately? Li Yuntan gave a mocking laugh. Indeed, aren't you enjoying this as well? You say you trust me, but in truth, none of you do. Seeing Li Yuntan in agony, Fairy Lu rebuked him coldly. I only believed 70% of what you said that day. Over the past few days, you have laid quite a few traps and stirred up one incident after another. Now I believe only 30%. Soaked through herself, Fairy Lu added, Although I have never understood exactly what you are trying to do, whether you intend to flee, fake your death, or cultivate the divine Tao, the ending no longer matters. Whatever you do, the result will only be what it is today, collapsing beneath the Dragon King's might. Fairy Lu raised her brush, ready to make a stroke. I have laid a death curse throughout the city. Once I recite it, no one will escape. She held a brush in her left hand and a heavenly scripture scroll in her right. Her voice became even more somber beneath the rain. Let me show you, one last time, the power of the supreme treasure of my Langya Grotto Heaven sect. Those who pursue the Tao must be prepared to die for it. Li Yuntan's strength was nearly exhausted. As Fairy Lu began casting the Luo script scroll technique, Dragon God Chiwen appeared and charged straight at Li Yuntan. Rain poured down in torrents as Dragon God Chiwen sought to destroy all of Fairy Lu's plans. He was draining everything from Li Yuntan. Blood trickled from the corner of Li Yuntan's mouth as his spiritual power was gradually drained away. Dragon God Chiwen roared in fury. Wretched beast, do not even think of rebelling. Together with Fairy Lu's spell, the entire city was swallowed by enchanted rain. Howling winds echoed everywhere. A battle was about to erupt. Dragon God Chiwen prepared to strike Fairy Lu with all his force, still roaring, Get lost. Yet at that moment, an attack from another direction struck Dragon God Chiwen, making him cry out in pain. Dragon scales scattered everywhere. Only Fairy Lu's formation remained to oppose him directly. Amid the hazy rain, a familiar figure appeared with bloodshot eyes. It was Chiwen, the 9th young master. He snarled at Fairy Lu, You dare destroy my Dharma body. Having said that, he launched himself toward her with a flying kick, intending to engage her in battle. You seek death. Suddenly, a chain descended from the sky. Though it had no visible anchor, it completely restrained Chiwen, leaving him unable to move. The more he looked at her, the greater his hatred grew. Fairy Lu looked down at Chi-Wen from above. The outcome is settled. You cannot escape. Either submit to the Jade or become the guardian spirit beast of my Langia Grotto Heaven sect. Though bound, the ninth young master remained defiant. I am Chi-Wen. My father is the divine dragon. Where are you supposed to be? We belong to different paths and different realms. You have no right to speak with me. Fairy Lu merely found him too obstinate. She lowered her head and asked Li Yuntan, and you? Will you die for this thing? Li Yuntan could barely sustain his life force, but he still forced out the words. So what if I do? Fairy Lu removed her hairpin and said, then, as you wish, go and die. She removed the rose-shaped hairpin just as the hour of the dog arrived. Her mask gradually peeled away, revealing her crimson robes, the attire of a heaven and earth orthodox Tao enforcer who patrolled the mortal realm. A golden circlet was revealed atop Fairy Lu's head, called the karmic bond fruit. Her green robes vanished, and Fairy Lu's primordial spirit was fully revealed before everyone. She declared, your time is up. Before them, the demon Chi-Wen continued roaring as chains clanked around him. I am the Dragon King of the Wei River. Killing me is a violation of heaven and earth. Can you bear the backlash of the heavenly Tao? His heavenly Tao was different from Fairy Lu's. What was he to dare speak of the heavenly Tao? Fairy Lu gripped the armor she had removed, which had now become a weapon. It had no soul left, only a physical shell. Her voice rang out in response. Who said I intended to kill you myself? Chi-Wen stared at the armor before suddenly realizing. He urgently asked, a feather robe? That was indeed the case. The feather robe was a magical treasure that could banish evil, conceal one's appearance, and absorb its owner's essence and spiritual power to nourish a physical body, functioning like an avatar. When Fairy Lu moved, the feather robe moved as well, but the consequences of defying the heavenly Tao would be borne by the robe. Thunderous explosions rang out as the two faced each other. In the end, towering figures appeared all around them, each 10,000 feet high. All four wore savage expressions as they stared at Chi-Wen, still bound in chains. They were night-wandering gods from every direction, acting under the orthodox law of the celestial masters to exterminate demons by sacred decree. Li Yuntan's hand clenched around his sword until blood seeped out, mingling with the torrential rain. He still kept his hopes on the ninth young master. Do not disappoint me. At that moment, the night-wandering gods charged together, aiming to kill Chi-Wen. The sound of their gathered power shook heaven and earth, splitting rocks apart like a volcanic eruption. The four blades and swords continued forming a sealing formation. Waves of sound left everyone dizzy. Below the city, a child clung to his mother and began crying in terror. The mother comforted him. Do not cry, do not cry. The immortals are fighting with magic. It will be all right. Mother and child stood beneath the unceasing downpour. Li Yuntan looked at the woman before him, now transformed into a leader of the orthodox heavenly Tao, whose soldiers obeyed her every command. The Dragon Prince has already been captured. What do you do now? I will give you one final chance. Fairy Lu paused before emphasizing, I will completely seal your snow mountain sea of chi and spare your life. Fairy Lu wanted him to submit to the orthodox Tao, with someone to inherit its legitimate lineage. Perhaps he might encounter another great fortune in the future. Li Yuntan smiled faintly at those words. So, you have discovered something after all. He tried to put up a brave front, but could not finish. Hearing Li Yuntan's words, Fairy Lu was startled by his attitude, suddenly sensing that something was wrong. She turned toward the pit where Chi-Wen had been buried. She carefully observed that place. Immortal energy continued radiating from her body. The mother and child from before trembled and cried out, a demon. But then Chi-Wen's voice rang out. I am the Dragon King of the Wei River. He transformed into a dragon again and tore through the colossal feather robe. His true form emerged as he roared. I stand outside the 5 elements. Who dares sever my karma? With one claw, he ripped open the sky, his dragon scales standing on end. Seeing that the situation had turned dire, Fairy Lu immediately cast a spell to recall the feather robe. She again took a defensive stance, preparing to face him in battle. A demon like you dares call himself a Dragon King? Chi-Wen had truly revived from his previous state. He rushed straight toward Fairy Lu. Then let me show you whether this king deserves the title. Fairy Lu drew a mirror-shaped magical treasure from her sleeve. It seemed every immortal kept treasures hidden within their sleeves. Fairy Lu pulled out her golden hairpin. It was the signal to withdraw her forces. As the hairpin traced lines across the mirror, feather robes appeared along every stroke, all rushing to block Chiwin's advance. Chiwin was brimming with vitality now and even had time to curse Fairy Lu. "You think this can stop me?" Fairy Lu frowned as she formed a hand seal. Not only that, as Chiwin broke through the feather robe formation, Fairy Lu unleashed a technique and struck out with her palm to suppress him. But he cursed even more fiercely. "Foolish Taoist, if I stand outside the 5 elements and beyond karma, why would I fear techniques derived from the great Tao of heaven and earth?" He mocked her technique for becoming useless after only one use. This time, he held the advantage. Fairy Lu was attacked while casting her spell. Though there was no earth-shattering explosion, Chiwin snatched away the mirror-shaped treasure in her hand. He sneered, "This treasure belongs to me now." Fairy Lu could only cough up blood, realizing inwardly that she had miscalculated. Chiwin then completed his final move. "You must die." His face was filled with utter hatred. Under this pressure, Fairy Lu had only one guardian technique left to use. One attacked, and one defended, one blue, and one red in the sky. The pressure unleashed by both sides was immense. Li Yuntan looked up from below as his spiritual power continued to be drained away. His mouth was covered in blood, and his body was soaked by rain. Looking closely, every ornament on Fairy Lu's body was a magical treasure. No wonder she had used a mask to deceive him and the 9th young master for so long. She was truly formidable. Old Taoist Lu was buried beneath the rubble. "Brother Yuntan, what should we do now?" Li Yuntan kindly answered, "Run. Get as far away as you can. Fairy Lu's formation is about to close." It seemed that even someone as adaptable as Li Yuntan was not entirely heartless toward his benefactor. Old Taoist Lu seemed even more worried about Li Yuntan and tried to go over to him. But Li Yuntan grabbed him by the collar, flung him in another direction, and shouted, "Get lost!" Old Taoist Lu was thrown beyond the formation's range. Seeing Li Yuntan using spiritual energy to sustain the formation, Fairy Lu, who was completely uninjured, explained, "This formation is called the inch-square formation. Within it, every bit of strength you use increases the force that draws away your power. The formation is complete. Today, you are certain to die." Thus, the stronger Chiwin became, the stronger the formation became, and the stronger the formation became, the more power Chiwin needed to overcome it. It was a vicious cycle. At last, Chiwin roared, "I am the Dragon King of the Wei River. I will not stop." Suddenly, Chiwin glanced down at the city and saw the commoner mother and child sheltering from the rain. The mother saw this and screamed, "No!" It was as though he needed to replenish his strength when the fight was going badly. Chiwin seized the child, who cried loudly, while the trembling mother could only keep saying, "No." The child cried out for his mother. Though he was a water dragon, Chiwin showed no mercy as he grabbed the child. The child wailed in pain, and Chiwin said, "You are hurting my ears." He opened his fang-filled mouth and swallowed the child whole. Seeing her child devoured alive, the mother clawed at her own face in unbearable grief. The trauma would surely haunt her for the rest of her life. Li Yuntan witnessed everything as well. He sensed something through the rainwater. The formation was gradually weakening. After devouring the child, Chiwin was full of strength once more. "I am the Dragon King of the Wei River." Fairy Lu was drenched through as she raised her hammer sword and cursed him. "You are at death's door, yet you still refuse to repent." She pointed her sword directly at Chiwin and began chanting an incantation. At this moment, Chiwin was able to break free. "Do not dream of imprisoning me." Chiwin's roar shook the skies, but his attack was still blocked by the formation. Fairy Lu mocked him. "The inch-square formation is complete. Even if you devour everyone here, it will be useless." Chiwin was irritated. He despised mortals like these the most. But he also noticed Li Yuntan getting to his feet. Surprised that Li Yuntan had remained rooted there and left him to fight alone, he received his answer. "9th young master, I am here to help you." The stalemate resumed. Seeing this, Fairy Lu wondered. Li Yuntan is covered in incense wish power. If that beast devours him, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chiwin now faced Li Yuntan, one filled with resentment, the other almost dead. Chiwin said to Li Yuntan, "Thank you." Then he opened his mouth, intending to eat Li Yuntan. Someone's voice rang out, "My friend," followed by a sharp, piercing sound as purple heart demon blood sprayed forth. Before he could become Chiwin's nourishment, Li Yuntan thrust his sword into him in time. The battle seemed to be reaching its end. Chi-Won spat blood, and purple blood also burst from the dragon vein around his heart. Li Yuntan withdrew his sword. Chi-Won glared at him in hatred and managed to say, "You tricked me." Looking at the cold figure before him, Li Yuntan wearily addressed the dying body. "If we meet again, just eat me immediately. I have no strength left. Not a single word I say can be trusted." There was a trace of loneliness in those words. Hearing them, Chi-Won hated that he had not yet died and gathered his remaining breath to shout, "I am." Using all his remaining power, he transformed it into a blade of light, the Dragon King of the Wei River's final strike, and slashed straight at Li Yuntan. Li Yuntan cried out. Chi-Won left behind his final words. "No one can deceive me." Then his life finally came to an end. Li Yuntan emerged unscathed from that final blow and heard Fairy Lu say, "It seems he was not as bad as you thought." She walked over to Li Yuntan, her tone no longer friendly. But a beast is still a beast. Even in death, he wanted to drag someone else down with him. Thinking of Chi-Won, Li Yuntan replied, He treated me fairly well. He even gave me a set of clothing made from his scales." Beneath the rain, his voice grew even more desolate. Evil people can be recognized at a glance, but those who appear kind on the outside are often far more frightening. After saying this, his badly wounded body curled up even more. Fairy Lu asked Li Yuntan what he meant by that. Li Yuntan did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Are you afraid of me?" Holding the sword that had pierced Chi-Won, he still pointed it at Fairy Lu. Trembling, he said, "I do not have much longer to live. I beg you, help me." He no longer even had the strength to kill himself. His sword fell to the ground as he collapsed on top of Chi-Won's corpse. Drawing a short sword for protection, he pleaded, "At this point, what are you still afraid of? I don't even have the strength to move." Fairy Lu watched it all, her mind filled with questions. She clenched her fists, intending to watch Li Yuntan take his own life. But he spoke to her in an aggrieved tone. "It really hurts." Fairy Lu sighed and closed her eyes. Together, they gripped the sword hilt. The last words she wanted to say were, "In your next life, stay far away from demons." One more thrust ended Li Yuntan's life. He looked at Fairy Lu apologetically. Blood poured from the corner of his mouth like a stream, yet he still reluctantly whispered his thanks. At last, his eyes shut tight. After the battle, Fairy Lu was the only one left beneath the rain. To be safe, she took out her treasure mirror and captured his soul. You should not have another life. Fairy Lu had done the right thing. While alive, he had harmed both the river and the gods. After collecting his soul and closing the mirror, Fairy Lu felt somewhat relieved. Everything was over, but the short sword suddenly changed. Red spiritual energy emanated from within it. Only then did Fairy Lu cry out and carefully examine the blade. When she tried to pull out the sword, Fairy Lu actually succeeded, gripping it tightly in her hand. Suddenly, there was movement behind her. "Alert," she asked. "Who's there?" A rider appeared through the rain, staring directly at Fairy Lu. "Was it you who killed them?" More strangely, the sword in Fairy Lu's hand turned into a feather, and that feather possessed magical power. Had it summoned her here? Retrieving the feather between two fingers, Bai Yuntan declared, "Li Yuntan and Little Nine are both mine." Only then did Fairy Lu clearly see that this person had a pair of crow wings on her head. Holding her feather, Bai Yuntan said to Fairy Lu in a low voice, "You destroyed my treasure." Fairy Lu became wary. This demon was a great demon, even stronger than that dragon prince. She tightened her grip on her treasure, while the demon-tracking mirror continued to emit spiritual energy. Bai Yuntan's voice interrupted Fairy Lu's thoughts. "Don't just stand there." With only Little Black left, wearing a sorrowful expression, Bai Yuntan had already flashed behind Fairy Lu. Why did these demonic fiends never like fighting head-on? Sneak attacks from behind were terrifying. Bai Yuntan angrily demanded, "Tell me, why did you kill them?" Fairy Lu remained on guard, spiritual energy constantly surrounding her body. She explained, "Li Yuntan killed himself. As for that dragon, he slaughtered innocent people, committed every evil imaginable, and even tried to seize my magical treasures." This was precisely the trap Li Yuntan had laid. Fairy Lu did not stop, continuing to describe every treasure in detail. The supreme Luo script scroll, the feather robe, and the clear jade spring of Langya Grotto Heaven. Bai Yuntan, with crow wings, burst out laughing. Then she asked Fairy Lu, the feather robe? Clearly, she wanted Fairy Lu to hand over the treasures and did not care at all about the disciple she had taken in. Bai Yuntan reached out to seize Fairy Lu, snarling, "I'll beat you to death." Having just endured a desperate battle, Fairy Lu easily dodged. She knew she might not be Bai Yuntin's match in a fight, and the formation had now failed. As dust filled the sky, Fairy Lu seized the chance to leap away and flee, narrowly escaping Bai Yuntin's claws. Seeing her try to run, Bai Yuntan flapped her wings and cursed. Try to escape? How rude. It is time to use my true form. Bai Yuntan revealed her original form. Her enormous crow wings were black streaked with silver, and her demonic aura was just as Li Yuntan had described. Bai Yuntan relentlessly pursued Fairy Lu, shouting, "Hand over the feather robe. Return little nine. Give me back the devouring soul." The two women raced farther and farther from the formation, fighting over the treasures and restoring silence to this place. Bai Yuntin's little black slowly approached where Li Yuntan and the ninth young master lay. It twitched its ears, as if sensing something hidden within the scene. Suddenly, it turned its head and neighed. All around were people injured in the deadly battle. Golden motes of light began appearing throughout the village. As everyone slept, the primal energy in the paintings Li Yuntan had prepared beforehand began to emerge one after another. From the primal energy of a young novice monk to that of the gods in heaven, all of it gathered in one place. The scene shimmered with an unfathomable, mystical light. Another strange formation appeared, with Li Yuntan at its center. 13 miles from Wei City, at the Miao family Earth God Temple, the old man suddenly awoke from his sleep. A foot formed from primal energy stepped out of a painting, and the light startled the night watchman awake. Old Taoist Lu opened his eyes. Before him stood the manifest sage true Lord, shouting, "Manifest sage true Lord." And this true Lord was none other than 1/10 of Li Yuntin's soul. Following the flow of souls, a reverse formation took shape and headed directly toward the place where Li Yuntan was casting his spell. The entire procession shone like falling stars. Below, the scene remained desolate, but Li Yuntin's body suddenly began to emit a faint blue glow. Looking closely, the two corpses were still there. Yet Li Yuntin's arm twitched slightly. It was the sign that the formation had succeeded, a perfect plan. Li Yuntin's primal energy reached the locations he had marked in advance. Under the formation's radiance, Li Yuntan continued onward. Light spread evenly all around, and every household could see the signs of the formation. A human-shaped formation emerged with a prefectural government office at its center. Li Yuntan stood among the crowd, or rather, amid the primal energy he had meticulously prepared. He said, "Move out." They opened the way forward. Only the prefectural office had not been covered by the formation, because someone was guarding it. The guardian asked the army of primal energy before him, "What deity has come?" He was the guardian of the entire prefectural office. The armored general, holding a blade and riding a black horse, shouted, "Such audacity! You dare break into an important place like the government office." Li Yuntan mocked him. "I have brought the human aura of 300,000 people from Wei City." He continued, "Today, I have come to borrow the soul of the town-protecting god from this government office, to reshape a divine body through a divine office. Do you dare stop me?" Light radiated in every direction, sharply defining his features. The two sides began their battle. 300,000 primordial souls against the prefectural office's army of 10,000. As the general dealt with the primal energy, he cursed, "I am the great general of Wei City. I exist by the feng shui and heavenly order of Wei City." With one sweep of his blade, he scattered vast amounts of primal energy. "I protect the Wei City government office and will not allow heretical demons to enter. As long as I am here today, you will never get inside." Li Yuntan held firm. "The people and the fortune of Wei City are meant to protect the city, yet you use them to protect one office, one household, one person. You use public resources for private gain and obstruct the human fortune of 300,000 people. What foundation does your divine body have?" Those words shook the great general. Though his face was filled with fury, he was left speechless and stammered. At last, he compromised. "I will not stop you, but the government office gates are protected by the laws of heaven and earth. I will not help you open them." Hearing this, Li Yuntan walked past the general as though he did not care. He clasped his hands before the gates, looked at the tightly shut doors, and replied, "No need. I have my own way of opening them." He placed his hand on the main gate and called loudly, "Where is that beggar?" The government office was deathly silent, but outside, countless streams of golden primal energy glittered. Only Li Yuntan's voice could be heard calling, "Beggar, do you want immortality?" Inside the government office, moonlight seeped into every corner of the room and shone upon a painting in the main hall. The painting depicted an old beggar standing beside a lotus pond. Suddenly, the old beggar seemed to hear something and turned toward the government office gates. Delighted, he said, "I do." The old beggar's primal energy stepped out of the painting, and a hand reached toward the place where it was needed. "Grant it to me, immortal." The old beggar's primal energy was not golden, but purple. This was because of his lowly status, and because the prefectural office had not been affected by the formation. Facing the direction of Li Yuntan's voice, the old beggar kept muttering, "Immortal, immortal." The government office gates suddenly opened from within. Brilliant golden light shone directly upon the beggar, who continued murmuring, "Immortal." Before him stood Li Yuntan. Tears streamed down the old beggar's face. He knelt before Li Yuntan's majesty and begged to be granted immortality. Li Yuntan stood there, his intentions already clear. Yet as he passed the old man, he still assured him, "One day, your wish will surely be fulfilled." The old beggar did not know what to think and blurted out that he truly was an immortal. Li Yuntan's primal energy advanced step by step toward the government office's main hall. His eyes gleamed as he thought. Everything was now just one final step from completion. He sat in the magistrate's chair, picked up the judgment block used to deliver verdicts, and struck it sharply. His primal energy surged out and absorbed the entire transformation process. This meant that all demon spirits had been released and that his divine body had taken shape. The formation gradually dissipated. In the end, Li Yuntan had deceived everyone. Everything had been within his calculations, preparing paintings of primal energy across hundreds of miles, having the ninth young master help him, only to be killed by him, allowing Fairy Lu to be pursued by Bai Yuntan, and finally completing the divine body formation. At that very moment, a loud explosion sounded from a corner of the government office courtyard. Someone had arrived at precisely this moment. The entire city lay beneath the full moon, returning to its former gloomy atmosphere. Those who had been killed or wounded in the recent battle all came back to life, confusedly wondering what had happened. Had they merely dozed off? Back at the government office, the old beggar stood beside a supreme venerable, or rather, that venerable being's spiritual power. Looking at the two before him, Li Yuntan had now recovered both his body and his spiritual awareness. He said, "I used this opportunity to forge my divine body, solve your problem, and awaken your consciousness." Then he smiled smugly. "Do not forget to thank me later." The other person replied, "I am a supreme venerable. How could I break my word?" Looking at the old beggar, Li Yuntan said, "Once you fulfill your remaining wish, I will appoint you as an earth god and mountain god. It will not be for nothing that you have such affinity with me." The old beggar Li Yuntan referred to looked exceedingly old and sorrowful, yet he still smiled, always trusting him. He asked for reassurance. "Will that really work?" Seeing no problem with it, the Supreme Venerable assured him, "Of course. Rest easy." With the matter settled, Li Yuntan did not linger, for he still had other things to do. He waved his hand and said, "Then I will go take care of my business." The chase between Bai Yuntan and Fairy Lu had reached its end. The demon remained calm and unhurried, while Fairy Lu had been driven into a corner. Bai Yuntan cursed Fairy Lu. "You ruined everything. My little nine, Li Yuntan." Fairy Lu was covered in blood. This had certainly been Bai Yuntan's doing, yet Bai Yuntan continued asking, "What else? What else?" Fairy Lu struggled to speak. Her entire body was covered in blood, and she trembled as she pressed her hand against her wound to stop the bleeding. "Ah, what are you?" Fairy Lu shouted. "What exactly are you?" Bai Yuntan used the same move again, swiftly flashing past Fairy Lu. Bai Yuntan also shouted, "Where's my feather robe?" Then she brought Fairy Lu's escape to an end. Fairy Lu died with her body horribly mutilated, her face buried in mud and grass, completely motionless. She had bled to death. Still not satisfied, Bai Yuntan struck Fairy Lu's head with another palm strike, muttering, "Dead already? What nuisance." Her eyes burned crimson with rage. Returning to the scene of the earlier battle, Li Yuntan looked at Chiwen's corpse and sighed. Such a handsome man, dead already. What a pity. Was this what he called friendship? Clearly, he had killed Chiwon himself. He bent down beside the two corpses. With one hand, he pried up a dragon scale from Chiwon's body. Looking at the scale in his hand, he seemed to be thinking of something, an aggrieved expression appearing on his face. Thank you for giving me this. It gave me a sliver of hope for survival. From above, three strange figures could be seen. Only Li Yuntin's voice rang out as he revealed his feelings. I never wanted to kill you, but only if you died could I live. It turned out that the reason he had killed Chiwon was for this very moment. Your divine spark? I will have to take it. As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed the dragon scale into the air. At last, everything merged into a vortex and seeped into his body. Li Yuntan threw back his head and howled at the sky, dropping to his knees as he endured the fusion of the new divine spark. His agonized roars tore at the heart. Thunder roared and rain poured down. The first change was that his eyes turned blue and red. Next, dragon scales and sharp claws grew over his hands. Finally, the transformation ended and he clenched his fists. Beneath the torrential rain, he felt himself become the Dragon King of the Wei River. His demonic eyes shifted between crimson and blue. At the Langia Grotto Heaven Sect's Hall of Heavenly Mandate, every disciple's room contained a blue command tablet. If a disciple died, their tablet would fall and issue a warning to the entire sect. At this moment, a command tablet bearing a disciple's name fell from above, emitting a dazzling blue radiance. The fellow disciples recognized it as the tablet of Lu Ling, a direct disciple of Langia Grotto Heaven. She had just died in her battle with Bai Yuntan. The entire sect was thrown into turmoil. The disciples flew to see Jun Yanzi, the sect master of Langia Grotto Heaven, and asked anxiously, "Sect master, what happened?" Ling Kongzi, another disciple, could not believe it. Ling Kongzi is the chief disciple of our Dao lineage. This has never happened before. We must investigate this thoroughly. But I fear anyone sent to investigate will meet the same end. Yun Yanzi Somant Yu Siyun. Yu Ziyun was the chief of the True Realm Division at the Heavenly Scripture and Discipline Institute of Langia Grotto Heaven. Jun Yanzi ordered, "Before entering the Tao, you traveled through the mortal world. I ask that you make this journey and bring Linger home. At the same time, investigate the one who killed her." Jun Yanzi added, "Kill them on sight. No interrogation is necessary. A life for a life." Yu Ziyun saluted, her voice resolute. Returning to the Dragon King Temple, only Li Yuntin's corpse remained. After the battle, old Taoist Lu returned to his side and said sorrowfully, "Brother Yuntan, why did you have to suffer like this? I'll help lay your body to rest." Unexpectedly, Constable Yin stepped on the corpse's face and cursed loudly. That scourge deserved to die. Old Taoist Lu raised a hand to stop him. "Hey, Constable, Brother Yuntan is already dead. How can you behave like this?" Constable Yin would not let it go. Holding a sword, he repeatedly stabbed at Li Yuntin's corpse and laughed gleefully. "Ha ha ha! Even death is too good for him. He deserves to die, and not only him." Constable Yin looked at old Taoist Lu, his eyes filled with hatred. "Old Taoist Lu, you deserve to die too." Old Taoist Lu backed away in fear. "Constable, are you trying to kill me?" As he spoke, he picked up a stone from nearby. Constable Yin still failed to notice old Taoist Lu's intentions and cursed even more fiercely. "Anyone associated with him will come to no good end. He killed my niece and harmed so many people. I will kill you and rid the people of this menace." Old Taoist Lu thought for a moment, then asked, "Constable, you are afraid of Brother Yuntan, aren't you?" Constable Yin froze. Old Taoist Lu exposed him. "You are afraid Brother Yunnan is not really dead, aren't you? You are afraid he will return to settle scores with you and expose all your crimes, aren't you?" As he spoke, old Taoist Lu's eyes reddened. Successfully provoked, Constable Yin could no longer restrain himself. Demonic energy swirled around his eyes as he raised his blade to strike. "I'll chop you to death, old man." At that moment, old Taoist Lu hurled the stone straight into Constable Yin's face. Constable Yin could not react in time and fell backward onto the ground. Old Taoist Lu gripped the stone tightly with both hands. Lying on the ground, Constable Yin shouted, "You want to die? Old Taoist Lu could endure no more. He repeatedly smashed the stone into Constable Yin's head, not allowing him to speak. Want to know why this old Taoist is so formidable? Old Taoist Lu roared, his eyes bloodshot. Back in my day, I killed people like they were nothing. With every blow, he shouted, "That's for stepping on him. That's for stepping on him. That's for stepping on him." Only when Constable Yin's head had been smashed to pieces did Old Taoist Lu finally stop. Looking at Yin's mangled corpse, Old Taoist Lu threw away the stone. He rushed to Li Yuntin's body and sorrowfully wiped the blood from his face, as though he saw his younger self in him. Once the blood was wiped away, that face was revealed to be covered in wounds. Beneath the pouring rain, Old Taoist Lu howled and wept, his tears falling like rain as he mourned his dear brother Exine. The rain continued all night. Too many people had died and come back to life. Too many had truly reached the end of this lifetime. Only Old Taoist Lu, dragging his aged body along, made his way toward a small residence. Old Taoist Lu knocked on the door, seemingly certain that this was where he needed to be. The door opened, and lamplight fell over his haggard, dazed face. Shirgizi was worried at the sight and asked, "Taoist friend, what happened to you?" Old Taoist Lu answered honestly, "My name is Lu Gongzan. A few years ago, I was a bandit known as Ghost Abacus. Just now, I killed that constable. I have nowhere left to go. Would you dare take me in?" Ordinarily, hearing someone say such a thing, one would surely arrange a grand reception and not dare make the slightest mistake. But this place clearly was not meant for ordinary people. Li Yuntan stood atop the canopy of a great tree, observing everything. He stared intently at the small residence before vanishing into the moonlit night. At last, the long night came to an end. The Dragon King Temple of White Luan Prefecture stood amid marshlands, bearing the distinctive blended culture of a river delta. The temple sat on land separated from the mainland, like a small island. At a riverside pavilion in Three Rivers Mouth, outside the Dragon King Temple, travelers were discussing the recent sensational news. One man said, "Have you heard? The Dragon King of Wei City has manifested." Another disagreed. "That's not what I heard. I heard the demon-slaying Taoist lineage was utterly wiped out along the way." By then, Li Yuntan had entered the temple, and the conversation among those three naturally caught his attention. At the table, another man offered a different version. "No, I heard that the Taoist lineage coveted the Dragon King's wealth. The Dragon King saw through them and, in his rage, killed Old Taoist Lu. As soon as he finished, one of his companions scolded him. 'Don't talk nonsense. Do you know who died? He was a direct disciple of Langya Grotto Heaven sect. How could he possibly covet some treasure?' The deadly battle orchestrated by Li Yuntan had already become countless wildly embellished tales. In only a few days, the story had spread across the mainland in all sorts of fanciful versions. If the Grotto Heaven sect investigated, another bloody storm would surely follow. The conversation at the next table ended. Dressed in blue, Li Yuntan calmly held up his teacup and asked the innkeeper, "Old sir, this temple seems to enjoy abundant incense offerings. Is it truly so efficacious?" The innkeeper enthusiastically replied, "Very efficacious. My grandfather used to say that this is where three rivers meet, so it would certainly flood whenever there was heavy rain." He happily added, "But ever since the temple was rebuilt, it has been able to suppress the waters. That is why the area is so peaceful now. I advise every traveler to go in and offer incense." Not wishing to make the old man uncomfortable, Li Yuntan gave a brief acknowledgement. Then he voiced his earlier doubt. "But why do I smell rotting fish and shrimp coming from this temple?" In Li Yuntan's eyes, the Dragon King Temple was shrouded in a strange blue aura. Though the outside was filled with sunlight, the atmosphere around it was indescribably gloomy. Something was clearly amiss. By his reckoning, now that Shiwan was dead and he had taken the divine office, he should have immediately been able to receive the incense and wishes offered at the Dragon King temples of Wei City. Taking a sip of tea, Li Yuntan continued his earlier train of thought. But something had gone wrong with the plan. Li Yuntan recalled the moment he discovered the short sword Bai Yuntan had given him. Although the affair in Wei City had ended, the Taoist lineage would certainly send someone to investigate Lang Kongzi's death. When he found a short sword, he had been somewhat surprised. Hadn't this sword already been lost? Only after discovering the sword by Yuntan had given him he begin considering how to use it. Remembering the moment Chi-Wan was stabbed, Li Yuntan recalled that he had already formed a plan then. If this sword were stained with either Chi-Wan's blood or his own, Bai Yuntan would surely appear. Just as he had predicted, Bai Yuntan appeared. Everything that had happened was within Li Yuntan's calculations. He had wanted to lure Bai Yuntan and Lang Kongzi into killing each other, then reap the benefits himself. Yet even the most flawless plan could have loopholes. He thought bitterly, I never expected Bai Yuntan to be so strong. Lang Kongzi was killed in an instant. She did not even leave me time to prepare. The slaughter became a collection of fragmented memories. Li Yuntan was now considering his next move. The Taoist lineage would soon arrive in Wei City, and every clue currently pointed toward Bai Yuntan. Li Yuntan decided to wait and observe for the time being. It would be best not to act rashly now. After enjoying a few more pastries, he glanced toward the Dragon King Temple. Still, putting all that aside, if I do not deal with this, someone else may take the opportunity to seize my temple. Thus, he now needed to resolve the matter of the temple's incense offerings. Li Yuntan called for the waiter to settle the bill and paid the inn with 5 shining taels of gold. The innkeeper cheerfully said, "Travel safely, sir." He could not help sighing that he had not seen such a handsome man in many years. But as the words left his mouth, he stared blankly into space. All that remained in his memory was a vague impression of blue robes and silver hair. What exactly had that gentleman looked like? Unable to explain this strange occurrence, he could only mutter, could he truly have been a spirit? Li Yuntan did not wish to become entangled with anyone, so he had cast a spell so swiftly that others could not remember his appearance. According to the innkeeper, anyone passing by the temple ought to offer a stick of incense. Whether he would do so or not, Li Yuntan still needed to inspect the divine statue inside. The moment he stepped into the Dragon King Temple's main hall, he found it crowded with worshippers burning incense. Seeing the scene before him, his expression darkened, and he had no desire to say a word. But the dim blue radiance around the divine statue gave him the answer to the question he had asked the innkeeper. There was a fishy stench here. I thought it was some demon or monster. So it is one of the aquatic folk. Resting his chin on his fan, he wore a calculating expression. If you want my position, then you may as well bear my troubles for me too. Li Yuntan's trouble was Lang Kongzi's death. What concerned him now was simply where this unattractive aquatic Taoist friend might be hiding. At that moment, a man's voice sounded beside him. The man had not come to burn incense, but to demand a debt from Master Kunyang. Return the 3 taels of silver you took from me. Using his divine sight, Li Yuntan saw the same dim blue aura around the man that surrounded the water god. The man's name was Buzi. Master Kunyang retorted, "What are you talking about? I performed a ritual for you and set up the altar. Why should I return your silver?" Buzi pointed at Master Kunyang and cursed loudly. "You fraud! Such a fine goddess, yet you called her a demon. Luckily, your Taoist arts were not advanced enough. Otherwise, you truly would have deceived me. Return my silver at once." Li Yuntan seemed to have noticed something. The subject, combined with the blue glow surrounding Buzi, was enough to make Li Yuntan deeply interested in this mysterious tale. He turned and asked, his voice revealing his concern for the goddess just mentioned. "Young brother, you mentioned a goddess just now. Could you tell me more?" Buzi had a somewhat thin face. Seeing that this silver-haired young man in blue was interested, he had no objection to recounting the story. "If you wish to hear it, then it is perfect. I was hoping everyone here could judge this matter for me." Buzi introduced himself. "I am Buzi, 20 years old this year, a scholar preparing to take next year's imperial examination. The story began when I rented a small house in the western part of the city so that I could study more conveniently. I am not well off, so I have to be frugal. Other than books, brushes, ink, and paper, the house was very bare." Buzi continued with the events of last year's winter solstice. "I bought a salted fish at the market. My way of saving money was this. Whenever I ate, I would simply lick the fish a few times and eat my rice with its salty flavor. So I hung it from the roof beam. What followed was even more astonishing. Buzi had lived this way for over half a year. Hearing this, everyone around him, including Li Yuntan, darkened their expressions and thought, this man truly is the king of misers. Bu Zi continued with the important part. But something very strange happened last month. That night, when I woke up, I discovered that the salted fish had disappeared. The windows were shut tight. There were neither cats nor rats in the house, and even the string was still intact. Yet the fish that had been hanging beside my bed was gone. It was terrifying, but I only thought I had slept too soundly and that someone had sneaked in and stolen it. Boozy then fell asleep again and did not pursue the disappearance of the fish. But that night, I heard a human voice calling me. From somewhere unknown came a horrifying cry. Douching, douching, save me, save me. I thought I was dreaming. But no, the voice continued. Douching, douching, help. I died such a miserable death. Sobi, Sobi. Buzi pointed at Master Kunyang. After that, I went to find him. He merely said I was haunted, charged me 3 taels of silver to perform a ritual, muttered some incantations, and called it done. Master Kunyang was furious and protested loudly. Whether it worked or not, I performed the ritual. That is the price. You cannot bully an old man. He then added, besides, I told you in advance that the ghost in your home bore deep resentment. I could not guarantee that I would be able to deal with it. Buzius needed. Fortunately, it did not work. That very night, after you left, I dreamed again. In the dream, Buzi saw a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar. The man called himself Lord of Dongting. With his hands clasped, he begged me for help and promised a generous reward. It turned out that the salted fish was his daughter. She had offended a dragon prince and was beaten back into her original form before being cast into Dongting Lake. Unexpectedly, a fisherman caught her and made her into salted fish. Then I happened to buy her. Her soul remained in that salted fish. She had died miserably, with her remains left unburied, and so resentment was born. Her soul was trapped in the salted fish. Since I licked her every day while eating my meals, I gave her my breath every day, allowing her to recover her spiritual power. It was such a tragic dream that merely hearing it made one want to vomit. But Buzi, he continued, she told me to dig beneath my bed. If I found a salted fish, I was to soak it in clean water for a full day and night, then carry it to Dongting Lake and circle the lake 3 times. Once the task was completed, Lord Dongting would surely reward me. By this point, Buzi had guessed that the salted fish was no ordinary thing. Yet he had truly gone to dig. He continued urgently. Sure enough, I dug up the salted fish beneath my bed. I had to follow Lord Dongting's instructions. Last night, it truly transformed into a great red carp and swam back to Dongting Lake. Having witnessed that miracle with his own eyes, Buzi was convinced. That night, Lord Dongting came to me in a dream again. He said I was his benefactor, that he would come thank me tomorrow. So when I woke this morning, I immediately came to demand an explanation from this Taoist. Buzi was still furious, believing that Master Kunyang had malicious intentions and had cheated him out of his money. Yang, you nearly ruined my affair, and you still dare demand payment? Return my money. I still need to prepare a proper welcome for Lord Dongting. Master Kunyang could not stop him and cursed him as a fool. You, what kind of logic is that? Are you mad? What nonsense are you spouting? What Lord of Dongting? Master Kunyang emphatically reminded everyone, this great temple worships the Dragon King of the Wei River. Pointing at the Dragon King statue, he continued, Dongting is the dragon palace of the Dragon King of the Wei River. What demon would dare call himself Lord of Dongting? Master Kunyang stepped closer, pointed at Buzi's chest, and shouted, you have certainly been bewitched by a demon. Hearing this, Li Yuntan smiled. He found the man rather interesting. He had not even noticed that the divine lamp of the statue had been switched. Looking at the Dragon King statue, which still emanated a fishy, sinister aura, Li Yuntan was certain that it was Lord Dongting. If the Dragon Palace truly lay in Dongting Lake, then he had even more reason to go and take a look. To satisfy his curiosity and uncover the truth, Li Yuntan stepped in to stop the 2 men. Gentlemen, please stop quarreling before the Dragon King like this. Is that not disrespectful? Are you not afraid the Dragon King will punish you? With himself as the center of attention, Li Yuntan held his fan and pointed toward Buzi. I think both of you have your reasons. How about this? I have traveled far and wide, yet I have never seen an immortal. If you are willing to let me broaden my horizons, I will pay the silver for this offering on your behalf. What do you say? These words made Buzi somewhat embarrassed, while thoroughly angering Master Kunyang, who cursed Li Yuntan as well. What offering to demons and ghosts are you talking about? Li Yuntan held firm, pretending not to hear Master Kunyang, and continued asking Buzi, "Will that do?" The two men before him looked at him. One reddened with embarrassment. Both men were flushed by his generosity. Buzi had come only to recover his silver. Who could have expected that, without the slightest effort, merely by telling a story, this young man in blue would offer to help him? Buzi scratched his ear and replied, "Then I will have to trouble you, sir." This sight made Master Kunyang so angry that he nearly choked. Li Yuntan placed a large sum of silver into Buzi's hands and smiled kindly. "Then I shall see you tomorrow." Whether this transaction would bring fortune or disaster, and who would gain or lose in the end, remained to be seen. At Buzi's home, a lavish offering table was laid out with delicacies, standing in stark contrast to the dilapidated house behind it. Buzi was kneeling in worship. Nearby villagers gathered to gossip. Did Buzi strike it rich? Some even climbed trees to get a better look. Rich? I heard some kind outsider gave Buzi money. Buzi paid no attention to their discussions. Others praised it as a rare piece of good fortune. Master Kunyang had come as well, not to join the festivities so much as out of anger. He said irritably, "Just wait and see. That silver has been thrown away." Master Kunyang remained convinced that a demon, not a god, would come to aid Buzi. Resting his chin against his fan, Li Yuntan replied softly, "It is fine. I think this silver was very well spent." Only Li Yuntan knew why it was worthwhile. What was about to happen would prove his words. Master Kunyang looked at the young man in blue before him and only wanted to persuade him. "Ah, young brother, I fear you do not understand. In a place like ours, where we worship the Dragon King, there cannot possibly." Before he could finish, a gust of wind rose and threw everyone off balance. A streak of red energy swept quickly past Li Yuntan and headed straight for Buzi's offering table. Seeing that resentful aura, Li Yuntan uncharacteristically gave the surrounding people a kind warning. "I think that if you have nothing else to do, you should disperse early." The crowd was displeased to be told to leave just as they were enjoying the spectacle. Master Kunyang in particular asked what he meant. Nearby, a husband and wife began arguing. Seeing that the situation was not right, the husband urged his wife, "Let's go home." His wife scolded him instead. "What is the rush? I have not had my fill of watching yet." More and more red and blue resentment surged up from beneath the river. Seeing this, Li Yuntan kindly warned them again, his expression now several shades colder. "I fear that if you do not leave, you will die." A powerful whirlwind swept across the entire area where Li Yuntan stood. All the spectators were caught up in it and cried out in alarm. "What is happening? The wind is too strong." None of them realized that danger was approaching. Buzi stood at the center of the energy. He suddenly opened his eyes, revealing whites with only tiny pupils remaining, and laughed. Good. Master Kunyang held talismans in his hand, sweating profusely and not knowing whom to ask or what to ask. The people who'd been normal moments ago now looked dazed, staggering about with blood-red, unfocused eyes. Master Kunyang looked toward Li Yuntan in panic and accused him. "What demon is this? Retreat at once." Li Yuntan instead rebuked Master Kunyang. "I already told you all to leave." Li Yuntan lightly waved his fan, releasing an intimidating aura. In the tone of a seasoned elder, he said to Master Kunyang, "Fine, since you refuse to leave, I will let you die with a clear understanding." Just when Master Kunyang thought Li Yuntan was about to kill him, he witnessed a terrifying sight. Li Yuntan wanted Master Kunyang to know, before dying, who had caused all of this. In the gloomy darkness, enormous sewer rats carried red lanterns, while red-clad paper effigies blew horns that emitted low, droning calls. Master Kunyang's face was drenched in sweat. He realized that he was certainly doomed. Watching the bizarre figures surge up from below, then seeing a red-robed bride with her face covered, Master Kunyang was certain that, aside from that person, and those grotesquely transformed shrimp and fish, there was no one left alive by his side. Buzi was overjoyed to see the white-robed man before him. The man in white tapped Buzi on the forehead, and his body immediately stiffened as his eyes completely lost focus. At that moment, the red-robed bride emerged from beneath the river and approached Buzi through the murky mist. She stopped where Li Yuntan stood. Master Kunyang's face had gone utterly bloodless with fear. Li Yuntan looked at her. Her eyes were crimson, covering half her face with a bamboo fan. She looked at him and asked, "Which Yin god are you?" Li Yuntan smiled and gave a slight nod. "I am a Yin god who cultivates the ghost path. I have come especially to congratulate you on your wedding, my lady." The ghost path had customs such as ghost marriages as well. It was truly frightening. The red-robed bride lowered her fan, revealing a deathly pale face, crimson eyes, dark brows, red lips, and a pointed chin. She looked at him suspiciously. "Li Yuntan, you are no longer human. Why did you still warn them of flee? Do you still long for the mortal world?" Li Yuntan treated it like idle conversation. Facing such a beauty, his tone was somewhat teasing. "Not all. Without living people, what will we use as offerings?" The red-robed bride stared at Master Kunyang as he fled, praying desperately for the Dragon King's protection. "Dragon King, protect me. Help me escape this calamity." His voice trembled with fear. The bride sighed at Li Yuntan. "But it seems he does not understand your goodwill." Li Yuntan replied smoothly, "Sometimes people want to die knowing the truth." With that, Li Yuntan unleashed a blue magical artifact at the old man, crawling away across the Yangtze Shoal. Master Kunyang stiffened as he took the blow. His entire body went numb, and his heart felt as though it were being crushed. Before he could even cry out, Li Yuntan had drained away his soul. Holding the spirit he had just taken, Li Yuntan smiled again and respectfully said to the young woman before him, "Today is your joyous wedding day, my lady. I was in such haste that I had no time to prepare a gift." He raised Master Kunyang's soul and said, "I have enlightened this man. His soul is more spirited than those ordinary mortals." When she seemed about to pass by, he continued, "I shall give him to you as an attendant." Looking at the soul in his hand, the young woman sounded somewhat surprised. "You must have been human in life. I did not expect you to act so decisively." Li Yuntan laughed at her. "Ah, are there few instances of people eating people in this world?" He explained, "It was because I killed too many people and carried too much murderous aura that I could not reincarnate. That is how I came upon the opportunity one have today." The fish-faced maid beside her tugged at her skirt, reminding the red lady that it was getting late. The red lady looked at the little maid and stopped her. "No need to hurry. The white-robed demon official has finished his task." Buzi was now nothing more than a withered demonic body. His deep black eyes gazed at her joyfully. "My opportunity has finally come, my lady." She ignored the groom and turned to Li Yuntan. "What did you mean just now by people eating people? How can humans eat human flesh?" The maid beside her could not help tugging at her skirt again to urge her onward. Enraged, she unleashed a vicious strike and shouted, "Do you need to meddle in my affairs?" That blow sent the corpse crashing face first into the wall, transforming it into a foul-smelling fish. Her furious voice rang out, "Cut open its belly for me." The white-robed demon official held a dissecting knife in one hand and seized the fish in the other, carrying out her command. The red-robed bride looked toward Li Yuntan, her tone changing to one of grievance mixed with admiration. "You are handsome and amusing. I had intended to speak with you a little longer." As the fish's belly was cut open, wet slapping sounds mingled with her voice. "But it is getting late. If I do not leave now, father will worry." With that, the red-robed bride led her procession of corpses toward the riverbank. She also made an appointment with Li Yuntan. "I accept your gift. We have not finished our conversation today. If you wish to see me in a few days, come to the Dragon King Temple at Three Rivers Mouth and call me awake." Turning back, she introduced herself. "I'm a new Dragon King there. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I will come see you." Thus, Li Yuntan had achieved the purpose of this journey, to find the true Dragon King who received the incense offerings. Now he had found her. He thought to himself, "So it was you." Outwardly, he continued to banter with her. "Will you not invite me to the feast, my lady?" This time, she fully turned to answer him. "There are enough guests already. You had better not meet my father. You may come, but do not expect to leave. I will come find you to play later. If you're not there, I will have someone cut open your belly." She did not forget to give him a meaningful wink. Li Yuntan cupped his hands respectfully. "As you command. I have nothing pressing to do lately, so I will not leave Dongting." The wedding procession departed. The white-robed demon official, serving as master of ceremonies, called out amiably, "Honored guests, please be on your way." The onlookers had finally kept their lives. The corpses and souls sank directly to the bottom of the lake, creating a gloomy and terrifying scene. On that full moon night, countless bodies lay scattered along the lakeshore. Seeing that the feast was over, Li Yuntan departed. He murmured to himself, "That matchmaker seems even more formidable than Li Yuntan." Just to his Lord Dongting, he walked past the field of corpses and deliberately opened his fan, as though expressing his sentiments. He wondered whether he was powerful enough to bear the burden of such a beauty. The next morning, every household in White Deer Town hung white mourning banners, and everyone wore funeral clothes as mournful drums and horns echoed everywhere. Back at the tavern, the same three idle patrons from the previous day were chatting. One spoke up. "What is going on in White Deer Town?" "Every household is holding a funeral." The man beside him suddenly remembered. Things were still fine last month. Hearing this, the waiter warned them, "Gentlemen, you have come at a bad time." As he poured tea, the waiter hastily explained, "More than 40 people died at the ferry dock the day before yesterday. When they were found this morning, their bodies had already gone rigid." One of them asked in confusion, "Why have we heard nothing about such a major incident?" Pouring another cup of tea, the waiter explained, "The authorities do not take it seriously, so they did not report upward. I heard the prefect is about to resign and return to the capital." His voice carried some indignation. "In a few days, they will send 3 constables to close the case perfunctorily. If you ask me, it will be useless even if the constables come." One of the patrons urged the waiter to continue. The waiter explained tremulously, "Because this was not a murder committed by humans." Those words frightened the 3 men out of their wits. Just then, the proprietor emerged, grabbed the waiter by the ear, and made him cry out miserably. The proprietor hurriedly apologized to the patrons. "My apologies, honored guests. This boy does not watch his tongue and has frightened you. Please continue your meal at leisure." The waiter still argued with him. "I have not even mentioned Lord Dongting yet." The 3 patrons were very interested and told him to go on. "What exactly is this matter concerning Lord Dongting?" Outside the tavern, Li Yuntan was strolling unhurriedly. He heard many rumors concerning the previous night's events. He thought of something else. The Taoists in the city were all guarding Lin Kangxi's remains and dared not disobey orders, giving him an opportunity. Spreading stories of Lord Dongting was meant to uncover a great demon. For many years, it had used Dongting's Tiger Den as its base of operations, and it could not possibly have left no traces behind. He thought that someone must have encountered it before, perhaps leaving clues to follow. What he now heard among the common people was precisely a story about Lord Dongting. "Do you remember the granddaughter of my second uncle's third uncle, the one who drowned? She was taken away to become Lord Dongting's concubine. Strange things have been happening in the lake for a long time. My grandmother used to tell me about them." These words puzzled him, yet the folk legends were indeed guiding him onward. Li Yuntan stopped walking and instantly sensed something amiss. Seeing 2 people in a small tavern, he grew somewhat concerned. A man in purple was drinking tea with a Taoist. "Brother, now that something has happened, are you still going to Taoist Li's banquet?" The old man answered his own question. "After so many people died at the ferry dock, and we're going to June Mountain now, I only hope we do not encounter anything strange." Those words did not catch Li Yuntan's attention, but he recognized the mention of June Mountain. The 2 men from June Mountain continued talking, unaware that he had heard them. "If I go there soon and encounter some rare oddity, perhaps I will even get to eat that dish." The other man agreed. "Really? Then I will go with you. It is a pity brother May cannot come this time. Otherwise, even if he could not tell a good story, Taoist Li would still treat him to wine." Li Yuntan heard only this much before smiling sinisterly. "Making up stories? That is my specialty." Then he left and continued strolling. Half an hour later, at that same small tavern, Li Yuntan had disguised himself as a middle-aged man and was being received by the waiter. "Sir, please come this way." Just as the 2 men from June Mountain were leaving, he asked the waiter, "Do you know the way to June Mountain?" The 2 men immediately stopped. One pointed at Li Yuntan and tried to stop the man in purple. "Wait, look at that man. He is so handsome." The purple-robed man asked, "Do you want to take him with us? Is that all right?" Li Yuntan had already taken a seat at a nearby table and listened as the waiter gave directions. "You wish to go to June Mountain, sir? That mountain lies in the middle of Dongting Lake, so you must take a boat." The waiter added awkwardly, "And fog sometimes rises over the lake. Unless the boatman is highly experienced, no one dares cross it rashly. It is easy for accidents to happen." Li Yuntan did not answer immediately. "Oh, is that so? What a pity. It seems I cannot go today after all. The two men returned to the tavern and approached him. We heard you say that you wish to go to June Mountain. You look unfamiliar, sir. May we ask what business you have there? Li Yun'an acted very cordial. He replied that he enjoyed roaming through mountains and rivers and collecting strange tales, appearing immensely curious. I have heard that the 1,000-mile expanse of Dongting boasts the finest scenery in the southeast. Since I have come this far, of course I must see it to my heart's content. If I cannot find a boat today, I will have to wait until tomorrow. Those words immediately caught the brown-robed man's attention. He suddenly asked, Might you know many strange tales, sir? Naturally. There are countless strange tales in this world. If you wish to listen, I can speak of them day and night. The brown-robed man clapped his hands in delight. Excellent, excellent. What a fortunate coincidence. We, too, are heading to June Mountain today and have already found a boatman. You can come with us. And he seemed hesitant. But if you wish to go to June Mountain, there is an eminent master on a mountain whom you simply must meet. Li Yun'an had long seen through their intentions, but did not expose them. He asked what kind of person this eminent master was. The brown-robed man described him as a refined gentleman who also enjoyed strange tales, just like Li Yun'an. He suggested, if you wish to meet him, we can take you there. That was exactly what Li Yun'an had been waiting to hear. He replied excitedly, Really? Then I must broaden my horizons. He pretended to be worried. But would it not be presumptuous for me to accompany you to meet him? Or perhaps, if I come along, will he be angered? The brown-robed man warmly invited him, taking Li Yun'an by the hand and repeatedly reassuring him. It is all right. It is all right. He is very hospitable. As long as you can tell a few interesting stories, he will be delighted. Li Yun'an continued to act hesitant, but quickly followed them. Then I shall impose upon you. The three set out together. The two men laughed heartily at having found a companion for the journey. Amid their leisurely footsteps, Li Yun'an gave a faint smile. His own goal had also been achieved. By the time they reached the ferry dock, it was late afternoon. Gloomy mist shrouded the place, and willow branches swayed in the wind. A boat and its boatmen were waiting for them. One of the men invited Li Yun'an aboard. A human face was carved into the prow, giving it an eerie appearance. Seeing it, Li Yun'an thought to himself, It seems I've found the right place. This is it. Lord Dongting's small boat glided softly across the vast waters. River mist settled over the lake, and no emerald hue could compare to its profound depths. Li Yun'an sighed in admiration. The beauty of June Mountain truly lives up to its reputation. As the brown-robed man ate pastries, he agreed. What does this scenery amount to? Later, I will take you to Taoist Li's Purple Palace, where you can broaden your horizons. That place is the true paradise of immortals. Several prepared snacks had been set upon the table. Li Yun'an rested a hand on it as he leisurely admired the view, adding a few agreeable words. Hearing you say, that only makes me look forward to it more. Then he asked, By the way, do you two know why the small island in the middle of the lake is called June Mountain? The purple-robed man, who had spoken less, finally answered. An elder once mentioned it. Legend has it that around 3,000 years ago, this place was still the 100 kingdoms of the southern marsh. Neither the Yuan River nor Dongting had a dragon king then. Instead, there was a divine man here. This surprised Li Yun'an greatly. A divine man? He urged the purple-robed man to explain further. The man in purple described him as wearing a robe of crimson and golden yellow, then continued. This divine man once helped the ruler of the Yuan kingdom pacify the southern marsh and establish the borders that remain today. Later generations called him Lord Dongting. The boat entered an area dotted with large and small protruding rocks. The purple-robed man's steady voice continued. The mountain where he dwelled was therefore named June Mountain. Only then did Li Yun'an seem to recall something. Lord Dongting, is that the same one mentioned in the recent legends? The purple-robed man closed his eyes and sighed twice. That is merely a myth from 3,000 years ago. Since the Yuan River gained a dragon king, Lord Dongting has long vanished without a trace. Look, there is not even a temple dedicated to him anymore. The brown-robed man also interjected with a reminder. But has not everyone on the streets been saying that the Dragon King manifested himself in the underwater palace a few days ago? Why are you still asking such things? Could the Dragon King intend to move elsewhere? Lord Dongting, indeed. The purple-robed man immediately covered his mouth and warned him, Hush, hush. Do not discuss the Dragon King in Dongting territory. Realizing he had misspoken, the brown-robed man hurriedly pleaded, "Ahem, Lord Dragon King, please do not blame me. Please do not blame me." Seeing the awkwardness, Li Yuntan smiled kindly and offered his opinion. "Do not worry. The Dragon King is not that petty." Their conversation ended as the boat reached Donting's shore. The moment the three entered the cave entrance, they saw an argument unfolding. A group of gatekeepers was blocking someone. The long-haired man angrily cursed. "Do you know who I am? You dare block my way? Do you believe I will kill you?" The threat was outright murderous. Seeing this, the brown-robed man stepped forward to mediate, speaking gently. This fellow Taoist must have come upon receiving an invitation as well. "Please give me, Ding, some face and calm your anger." In front of Li Yuntan, the purple-robed man praised Old Ding. Old Ding is always so helpful. But the fierce-looking long-haired man showed Old Ding no respect. He violently shoved him backward and cursed. "Get lost! Who do you think you are?" Old Ding fell onto a man with rolled-back white eyes and cried out. He complained, "What kind of thing are you raising?" Li Yuntan helped Old Ding to his feet and consoled him. "Do not be angry. Do not be angry. Can't you see he is wearing a Taoist robe? He is an immortal cultivator. What if he really kills us?" Old Ding had nowhere to vent his anger. He is worthy of being called an immortal cultivator? How could Taoist Li allow someone like him onto the mountain? Li Yuntan glanced at the violent man. He thought to himself, "Isn't this Sanji Yunzi guarding Lang Kongzi's remains? Why has he come here?" Then he patted Old Ding on the back and urged him toward the main purpose of their journey to June Mountain. "Let's go up the mountain as well. Perhaps we will get to see something interesting." Watching the crowd proceed straight up the seemingly endless stairs, Old Ding hesitated briefly before deciding. "Then let's go together. Everyone disperse." Li Yuntan noticed the gatekeeper Old Ding had pinned down. When he helped the man up, he found foam at his mouth and no life left in his eyes. He concluded decisively, "This doesn't seem human." Then he looked up at the brilliantly illuminated pavilions and wondered, if this really is Lord Donting's residence, why did the ninth young master not know about it? Sanji Yunzi had just reached the door when he shouted, "Brother Li, something terrible has happened." Taoist Li, seated high above, replied with a smile, "My friend, why are you so flustered? What is it?" Everyone turned toward Sanji Yunzi, waiting for him to speak, but he only stammered, "Brother Li this. Taoist Li smilatkinli. It is all right. Go on." Sanji Yunzi's expression turned solemn as he got to the point. "Brother Li, Linkongzi's remains have disappeared. The people from Dongting will arrive in 3 days. Brother Li, I beg you to save me." Li Yuntan seemed to have uncovered an earth-shattering secret. "Oh, so there's something this interesting going on. Coming here was the right choice." Taoist Li reassured him from his lofty seat. "There will be a solution. Let us attend to the main matter first." Seeing that Taoist Li intended to ignore him, Sanji Yunzi gritted his teeth in anger. To ease the tense atmosphere, Taoist Li turned to Old Ding and asked, "Have new guests arrived today?" Old Ding rose and answered respectfully, "Taoist master, you may already know this Brother Li. We met him in White Deer Town. Brother Li travels the world collecting the strangest tales. I heard that you also enjoy stories, Taoist master, so I brought him here." Li Yuntan stood as well and nodded slightly. "Taoist master." Taoist Li looked at him. "So you are a kindred spirit." Then he elevated the polite exchange further. "Friend, you have arrived at exactly the right time. If your tale is interesting enough, you will receive a blessing tonight." Li Yuntan answered meaningfully, "Having the honor of seeing the Purple Palace, a place as beautiful as the realm of immortals, is blessing enough. I will not dare hope for anything more." Taoistli lauga hartili. Fine wine, exquisite dishes, and lovely beauties have been prepared in the central hall. If your story pleases me, everyone may go up the mountain together and enjoy themselves. Old Ding immediately chimed in. "Then it all depends on you, brother. This was just going with the flow." Li Yuntan fanned himself and smiled. "Then I shall presume upon your hospitality." His fan snapped open, and his voice rang through the hall. "Today, I shall tell a story called The Little Snake Searching for Its Mother." The entire hall fell silent to listen. Only Sanji Yunzi said irritably, "What kind of absurd title is that? I say forget it." For some reason, just as before, Taoist Li ignored Sanji Yunzi and invited Li Yuntan to continue. Li Yuntan's voice sounded again as he formally began. The story goes like this. In a great lake lived a little snake with a large head, a black body, and a long trailing tail. It swam about happily. The little snake swam and swam until it saw Mother Frog leading a group of tadpoles, so it swam over. The little snake poked its head above the water and asked, "Mother, are you my mother?" Mother Frog told it, "I am not your mother. Your mother lives in the water. Go look for her there." The little snake continued swimming. After several days, dragon claws grew from its body. It saw a little turtle paddling through the water and hurried after it, constantly calling, "Mother, mother." The turtle refused. "I am not your mother. Your mother has golden scales. Go find her." It continued swimming. Several more days passed, and a beautiful horn grew from its head. It looked stranger and stranger, yet nowhere in that vast lake could it find its mother. In sorrow, it leaped out of the water. Suddenly, it saw a great carp whose golden scales gleamed beneath the sunlight. The carp gazed at it gently. "Good child, are you looking for me?" By now, it had become a strange serpent. "Are you my mother? But why don't we look alike?" The golden carp explained, "Silly child, not every child must resemble its mother. Look at these golden scales. They are different from those of your brothers." Hearing this, Old Ding said anxiously, "This is bad. What kind of ridiculous story is this?" Remembering their first encounter, Old Ding sighed inwardly. Brotherly looks like a well-read man of refinement. How could he make such a mess of things at a crucial moment? I never should have brought him here. Li Yuntin's voice continued steadily. The golden carp went on. "I am." Unable to bear Li Yuntin's story any longer, Sanjianzi slammed the table and shouted, "Absurd!" Sanjianzi pointed at Li Yuntan and scolded him. "What nonsense! You are clearly making a mockery of us. What dragon would ever seek out a carp as its mother?" Li Yuntan said unhappily, "I have not even finished. Have you never heard the saying that a dragon has 9 sons, and each is different? Who would have thought there could be someone so ignorant, even among cultivators?" Taoist Li had not yet spoken, but Sanjianzi seemed determined to draw attention to himself. Already disliking Li Yuntan, he pressed on at once. "Fine, then I will ask for you. Brotherly, what do you think of this story?" There was a trace of wariness in Taoist Li's eyes, yet he still praised it. Very good. The praise was like a slap in the faces of everyone who had disparaged Li Yuntan's story. Everyone could only stare in astonishment. "What?" Taoist Li rose and brought the discussion to an end. He announced gently, "The banquet in the central hall is ready. Please, everyone." The crowd immediately began whispering, "What about our matter? No need to hear it anymore." Li Yuntan agreed with Old Ding. Taoist Li truly lived up to his reputation, worthy indeed of being the most elegant and carefree man. Hearing that, Old Ding asked helplessly, "So that is all?" Li Yuntan offered no further explanation and urged, "Let us go." Looking at Taoist Li's retreating back, he thought, faced with such a foolish story, he neither interrupted nor showed anger or disgust. Instead, he seemed genuinely interested. He guessed that this man and the 9th young master must share an interesting connection. That evening happened to be the night of the full moon. The magnificent pavilions blazed with light. Taoist Li hosted the banquet and said, "Please be seated, fellow Taoists. You are all fortunate today." Li Yuntan glanced over the seating arrangement. There was only a cushion at each place. He found it strange. They were dining without tables? Taoist Li stroked his beard and smiled, that smile ever present upon his lips. "To be honest with you all, I recently took another concubine. Though my new lady cannot conveniently receive guests, tonight's banquet will be somewhat more lavish." Having said that, he sat down. With a sweep of his whisk, he called out loudly, "Serve the food. Please enjoy the meal." At his summons, a row of beautiful women entered. Each had a graceful figure and elaborate makeup. Their faces were identical. Rather than being off-putting, they were quite alluring. The beauties approached the guests one by one until they stopped before Li Yuntan. They removed the bib-like coverings from their bodies, knelt down to become tables, and used their backs as tabletops. Seeing Old Ding's excited expression beside him, Li Yuntan understood. So everyone wanted to attend a banquet like this. He pretended to admire it. Taoist Li truly knows how to entertain. Taoist Li obligingly called again, "Serve the food." Another series of measured footsteps sounded. His disciples entered carrying platters of meat. Taoist Li introduced the dish. Today's meat is prepared with a light flavor. Fat is used as seasoning, and bamboo tubes, aged for many years in the shade, are used as steamers. After slow steaming to dispel the meaty odor, it is dried. He picked up a piece and tasted it. After 49 days, lightly roasted, and the flavor becomes even better. Staring at the neatly arranged slices of meat before him, Li Yuntan froze. He recalled in alarm how Li Wen had eaten human flesh since childhood. As he grew older, he ate faster and faster, and his tongue became long like a lizard's. Though handsome and refined as an adult, Li Yuan had a heavy taste in food. He preferred the flesh of courageous people with a little fat on it. His way of eating, it was to steam it slowly, slice it thin and dry it, then on an overcast day, briefly boil it as a dish to accompany wine. Li Yuntan imagined Li Wen's face overlapping with Taoist Li's voice. Please enjoy the meal. Whose divine tablet could it be? The very thought sent a chill through Li Yuntan. This man's tastes were far too similar to the ninth young master's, perhaps even more particular. Recalling what he had learned recently, he remembered that apart from the Dragon King Temple at Three Rivers Mouth, the divine tablets in the other temples were still suspended in the air. He looked again at Taoist Li, who held his chopsticks as though waiting for something. Piecing together everything that had happened today, the face on the prow of the boat, the identical red-lipped dancers, their dripping saliva, and that entire retinue, Li Yuntan came to a conclusion. At first, he had thought Lord Daunting was merely a little snake. He had not expected to leap straight into a snake den. Seeing that Li Yuntan had not taken a single bite, Old Ding urged him, "This is a rare opportunity. Why are you not eating? You cannot have this meat whenever you please." As he pondered, Taoist Li noticed him and asked, "Why does my fellow Taoist hesitate to eat? Is it not to your taste?" Li Yuntan set his chopsticks on the dancer's back. He touched the platter of meat with a finger and explained, "Thank you for your concern, Taoist Li. This meat is indeed fragrant, but it would be a true pity to eat it now." Sanji Yunzi sneered. You're just an ordinary mortal. How could you understand the subtle wonder of such a delicacy?" Sanji Yunzi felt that Brother Li ought to reveal himself by now, so he immediately called, "Brother Li." Taoist Li instead defended Li Yuntan, raising a hand to stop Sanji Yunzi. Let him continue. Having received permission, Li Yuntan said, "A friend once told me that this meat should be served with wine on an overcast day." Only his voice remained in the hall. "But tonight is the night of the full moon, so wine cannot be drunk. Remembering that friend, while seeing this precious delicacy, I truly cannot swallow it." Those words caused Taoist Li's expression to turn grave. His hand tightened around his whisk. Then Li Yuntan suddenly dropped to his knees and pleaded with Taoist Li, "I beg Lord Daunting to avenge my friend." Kneeling in the center of the hall, Li Yuntan repeated the same request. He begged Lord Daunting to avenge his friend. Old Ding stared in shock, his mouth hanging open. Sanji Yunzi looked toward Taoist Li, as if asking whether he truly was Lord Daunting. Taoist Li ignored Sanji Yunzi outright and merely looked at Li Yuntan. "When you arrived, I could not see through your true form, so I knew you were no ordinary being. Since you have exposed my identity, tell me what you know." His hand remained on the waist of a serving girl, an utterly filthy and vulgar sight. Then he asked, "Who are you? Who is your friend? And what enmity is there?" Li Yuntan remained bowed and replied, "I am Li Yuntan, a painter." Still unable to grasp the situation, Sanji Yunzi glared at him. Impossible. Li Yuntan is dead. Li Yuntan was no longer respectful toward this man. Sanji Yunzi stood and confronted him. "That is right. I died, and naturally you know that I died." Li Yuntan rose, his voice full of resentment. "If you and Ling Kongzi had not schemed against me, how could I have died?" Advancing step by step toward Sanji Yunzi, he pressed him relentlessly. "How did my friend die?" He reverted to the appearance of a youthful, long-haired man and continued pressing Sanji Yunzi. "If you had not fought the great demon alongside the others, I would not have had the chance to stand here today." At this point, Taoist Li, Lord Daunting, looked at Sanji Yunzi and asked, "Is this true?" Li Yuntan suddenly shouted, "Speak! Lord Daunting is asking you. Answer him." Sanji Yunzi stammered, "No, Brother Li, you are Lord Daunting?" Li Yuntan did not allow Sanji Yunzi to ask further. He seized his collar and demanded urgently, "You never expected this, did you? This is the will of heaven. He is clearly Lord Daunting. What else do you have to say? Do you still want to play with fire? If Lord Daunting wishes to shield you today, then even if I am reduced to ashes, I will drag you down with me." Sanji Yunzi could bear it no longer. He twisted Li Yuntan's arm, forcing him to bend over, and cursed, "Shut up, I am not." Sanji Yunzi prepared to strangle Li Yuntan. "I will kill you, you bastard." Just as Sanji Yunzi's hand was about to reach Li Yuntan's head, a powerful force flung him away. Lord Daunting's furious rebuke rang out. "Insolence!" The entire room was flooded with a dark green aura. Sanji Yunzi looked up at the figure seated above. For the first time, Lord Dongting's true form appeared before everyone, causing the serving girls to collapse to the ground. Lord Dongting asked, "Is what this man says true?" In an instant, he had transformed into a creature with a long beard, deep-set eyes, scales over his body, and a narrow, pointed face. Sanji Yunzi was utterly terrified and screamed, "Demon! Demon!" Li Yuntan looked at him disdainfully. "Look carefully. I am not Li Yuntan." Sanji Yunzi realized that he had fallen into Li Yuntan's scheme of killing with a borrowed knife. He ground his teeth. "Well played, Li Yuntan." Li Yuntan paid him no heed and reported to Lord Dongting, "Please seize this villain. I will tell your lordship everything, and I am willing to confront him." As soon as he finished, Lord Dongting cast a spell with his hand. A swirling current of green water surged forth and trapped Sanji Yunzi. Water covered his eyes. Water bound his feet. Water sealed his tongue. Sanji Yunzi could only make muffled, indistinct sounds. With the matter settled, Lord Dongting fully revealed his original form: a red face, black hair, and sunken eyes. He asked Li Yuntan, "Fellow Taoist, do not be alarmed. Please recount everything to me in detail." Li Yuntan knelt before the hall and reported, "That friend was the Dragon King of the Wei River, who appeared in Yu City a few days ago. He also spoke to me of the way your lordship eats. The attendants who were with him have all died, but he was the one who told me." Li Yuntan recounted the entire story he wished Lord Dongting to hear. Sanji Yunzi struggled within the watery vortex. He could hear, but could not speak. Li Yuntan continued, "Thus I was killed by Ling Kongzi. Before I died, all I knew was that a great demon appeared and fought her. The two of them seemed to be fighting over something terrifying." Lord Dongting explained, "The feathered garment. It was for that feathered garment." Li Yuntan asked innocently, "What is a feathered garment?" Lord Dongting answered, "The great demon who fought Ling Kongzi was named by Yuntan. She is no ordinary demon. In another world, she is the great golden-winged rock. To enter that world, one needs that feathered garment. It is said that 4,000 years ago, the garment was seized by a Taoist surnamed Nyo. Bai Yuntan has always wanted to recover it. Li Yuntan li stanatintanli." So that was it. He had not expected such an origin. He thought to himself, "I never knew this magical treasure was so important. If I find it someday, perhaps it can become the key to controlling Bai Yuntan." Now, it was Lord Dongting's turn to question him. "What you say is plausible, but if you died, how did you cultivate this body of an Een spirit? And how did you know to find me?" Li Yuntan appeared calm, but inwardly he was in turmoil. These were two fatal questions. He had no choice but to invent an explanation. "After I became friends with the ninth young master, we exchanged tokens." As he spoke, he took a scale from his robes. "He gave me this scale as protective armor. After I died, I should have entered reincarnation, but for some reason my soul attached itself to this scale." Lord Dongting suddenly fixed his gaze on the scale in Li Yuntan's hand as he continued, "Even in death, he protected me." Lord Dongting was now floating in midair, his beard bristling as he stared at him. Li Yuntan thought, judging from Lord Dongting's reaction, he and the ninth young master must have an extraordinary relationship. Yet the ninth young master never mentioned Lord Dongting. "I must be even more careful with what I say next." He could only continue improvising. "The ninth young master once spoke of your lordship to me." Old Lord Dongting looked astonished. "Is that so?" The atmosphere was taut with tension. Realizing something, Li Yuntan hastily made up a story. "But it only happened once. At the time, I didn't know whether the person he meant was your lordship. That day, we drank quite a lot and were a little drunk. I heard him mention Daunting Lake. He said there was someone he wanted to get close to, but could not. At that point, he hesitated. I thought perhaps he wanted me to stay behind, so that ninth young master could ask me to take him to see the person he wished to meet. That was why I took the dragon scale he left behind and came to find Lord Dongting." Lord Dongting pursed his lips, uncertain whether he believed him. After pondering for a while, he asked Li Yuntan again, "Did he truly say that he wished to get close, but could not?" "Yes," Li Yuntan replied. Lord Dongting sighed. Endless silence fell over the entire hall, inside and out, as the full moon happened to shine upon the heart of the matter. Closing his eyes, Lord Dongting said sorrowfully, "Keep this scale." Then he waved his hand. "Take this Taoist with you as well. I have known him for years. I'll let him come up here today precisely because of this matter. Now that everything has been made clear, deal with him however you wish." Lord Dongting sat down and gave his order. I am tired. You may all leave as well. The moment he finished speaking, everyone vanished along with the mist, as though nothing had ever happened. Only Li Yuntan remained amid the mist, staring in astonishment at the corpses of the mountain spirits before him. He wondered, is it over, or do I have to do it myself? Behind him, a black sack stirred. Li Yuntan heard the sound and turned around, startled. Sanjianzi's eyes were red as he sneered. Did you really think Lord Dongting believed you? Before he had finished speaking, he launched an attack. You brat, now is the time for you to die. Li Yuntan barely dodged in time as a thunderous explosion erupted where he had stood. Seeing the towering mountain ahead, he dodged while thinking that Lord Dongting truly was a good person. As he evaded Sanjianzi's attacks, he shouted, I'm not playing with you anymore. Sanjianzi grew even more excited. The old man chased after him, shouting, trying to run? Let me show you how I'll deal with you. Thus, the two raced out of the forest. Sanjianzi relentlessly unleashed technique after technique, while Li Yuntan nimbly dodged every wave of attacks ahead of him. When he reached a rocky area, he suddenly tripped and fell. Yet the fall was deliberate, and he used the opportunity to gather his inner power. Just then, Sanjianzi caught up and cursed. You wandering ghost, what do you think you're running? Looking at the forest before him, Li Yuntan thought, at last we're out. He immediately counterattacked, slapping Sanjianzi across the face. Shut up, old man. Caught off guard, Sanjianzi was sent flying. His face was bruised and battered, his lips split and teeth bloodied. Helplessly, he asked, aren't you a ghost cultivator? How can a stray ghost that is cultivated for only a few days possibly stand against me? Li Yuntan cursed even more fiercely. Damn it, you're the stray ghost. Just as he was about to crush Sanjianzi beneath his foot and deliver his final words, a massive blast rang out. Rocks flew everywhere. It was the Dragon King of the Wei River. Sanjianzi's body caved in and sank deep into the ground. Li Yuntan glanced back toward the banquet hall and thought, Lord Dongting is a demon after all. No matter how human he may seem, no matter how grieved he may be over Ninth Young Master's death, he does not care whether Ninth Young Master's friends live or die. Instead, he tossed Sanjianzi out here for us to kill one another. Sanjianzi's soul left his body. Li Yuntan stared gloomily at Sanjianzi's soul. It's only been a few days, just a few short days. He thought, the soul has already remained outside the three realms. Why has that person not come yet? White Impermanence finally arrived. Looking at the figure waiting for him, White Impermanence asked, you kept this soul here. Were you waiting for me? Li Yuntan smilatarum Leslie. Without the Lord of Hell, I fear my soul would already have scattered. I came here today to thank you for your guidance. White Impermanence replied in a distinctly unfriendly tone. You came up with that scheme yourself. Whether it succeeded or failed was your own ability, so don't pin it on me. Speak. Why did you summon me? Li Yuntan continued to deny it. No matter what you think, Lord of Hell, I will remember this favor. Looking again at Sanjianzi's soul, Li Yuntan said to White Impermanence, it is only a small matter and will not trouble you much. Could you do me a favor? I would like to know certain things from this man's memories. I am too lazy to interrogate him, so I ask you to lend me a hand. White Impermanence stuck out his long tongue, seized Sanjianzi's soul, and joked, you certainly know how to make sport of me. After taking the soul, he asked, tell me, what do you want to know? Li Yuntan shamelessly said that he wanted to know everything in the man's mind. White Impermanence shouted, you really dare to dream. Speak plainly. If you will not choose an easy task, then do not ask for a difficult one. Li Yuntan still wore a roguish smile, though his voice became softer. Then tell me what happened after I died. One hand of White Impermanence pierced Sanjianzi's soul as he agreed to Li Yuntan's request. This sort of exchange suited him well. White Impermanence drew out a strand of memory and shot it directly into Li Yuntan, who received it in astonishment. White Impermanence watched him. Satisfied now, Li Yuntan touched the memory he had just received and offered his sincere thanks. White Impermanence haughtily swept past him. No need to thank me. As it happens, I have something for you to do as well. Leaning against a boulder, Li Yuntan thought, no wonder he has been so polite today. He was waiting to arrange work for me. Li Yuntan did not mind being drawn into it. Besides, White Impermanence had just helped him learn what occurred after his death, so he boldly replied, what are your orders, Lord of Hell? White Impermanence sighed. Being the Lord of Hell is not easy. He explained that so many souls died each day in this world, and he had to collect them personally. He seemed to be be venting to Li Yuntan about being so busy that he had no time to rest. Leaning against the rock, he toyed with several soul-binding chains. Recalling his daily work, he explained the matter of souls to Li Yuntan. Ordinary souls, some must be captured in person, while others can be taken by incarnation or a puppet double. But there are also unusual souls. There is one kind of person who has some influence, though they're not all that important. A green resentment flared in his eyes, and his tone turned dissatisfied. Not only do they drain my power, but puppet doubles are prone to accidents as well. That was why he wanted Li Yuntan's assistance. He needed someone to capture such souls on his behalf. Li Yuntan glanced at him, not particularly pleased as he tested the Lord of Hell's intentions. White Impermanence twirled the chain in his hand and explained, "You are now a great demon. Your mind is clear, and you also possess techniques for concealing your form." Walking to stand before Li Yuntan, he said each word distinctly. "Are you willing to serve as an underworld judge and work for me?" His long tongue swayed incessantly, and his eyes remained green. Li Yuntan was not disgusted at all. Instead, he asked, "Why me? If it is a matter of catching ghosts and souls, would it not be more professional to find a few Lord Dauntings?" He wanted to refuse the Lord of Hell's offer, so he pointed out the flaw. "After all, I'm only a demon." White Impermanence rebuked him. White Impermanence did not wish to be lazy, either. "Do you think I have never tried looking? Those fellows all abuse their authority for personal gain and interfere with their duties for private matters, eventually throwing the world into chaos." He was referring to those who had once worked with him, unable to distinguish public duty from private interest, which was why he now had to seek help from a demon like Li Yuntan. The reason was betrayal. Looking at those sharp claws, Li Yuntan did not seem like a ruthless, cold-blooded demon, nor like someone devoid of loyalty or righteousness. Suddenly, White Impermanence turned his tongue-covered head toward Li Yuntan and tried to frighten him. "Especially you, cunning and heartless. You're the one I trust most." Was that praise or insult? Li Yuntan fanned himself, every flick of his fan displaying disdain. He mocked him in return. "An underworld judge chosen so casually? How could you entrust matters of life and death to someone as cunning as me?" It turned out that before certain people, he was willing to admit he was cunning. White Impermanence drew back his tongue. His little trick had not been amusing at all, but he was not shaken. "You need not test me. Simply carry out the task and bring the souls back. Do not let anything happen to them." Do you truly believe that a person's lifespan and reincarnation are determined by a judge reviewing all the good deeds they performed in life? This immediately gave Li Yuntan an idea. According to the Lord of Hell, it was not that he judged a person to die. Rather, once someone died, he went to capture their soul. As expected, White Impermanence confirmed that he was correct. Then Li Yuntan wanted to hear what White Impermanence thought about life and death. "Lord of Hell, please explain." White Impermanence saw that he was difficult to persuade, but since he intended to persuade him, he had to make things clear. Though he was a ghost, he still wished to uphold the proper path. "If I tell you, then you must work for me. Are you sure you want to hear it?" Li Yuntan remained calm. In truth, it made no difference whether he heard it or not. His purpose tonight had merely been to chat with White Impermanence to ease his boredom. He had already decided not to accept White Impermanence's request, but their conversation had revealed a problem. Thus, Li Yuntan eagerly urged the Lord of Hell to continue. White Impermanence explained that life and death were not merely matters of an individual's survival or demise. Whether a person did good or evil, whether they were righteous or wicked, were all minor matters unworthy of mention. White Impermanence's tongue slid out. What matters is the impact they have upon this world. Suppose a wicked man is born in troubled times. In his youth, he runs rampant through his village, oppressing the common people. Later, he recruits bandits in the mountains and forests, cultivating and plundering. Then he fights for the realm, defeats the other warlords, and becomes emperor. After becoming emperor, he murders loyal ministers and abuses his power. No matter how you look at it, he is a villain. But he ended an era of chaos and allowed the people to settle down and live in peace. That, in turn, is a great merit. After entering the underworld upon death and preparing for reincarnation, such a person carries fortune with him. Whether reborn as a commoner or a king, everything will come more easily. So tell me, should I reincarnate reincarnate him into an imperial family. To judge a person, one must look at their entire life, Li Yuntan answered. Though people spoke of reincarnation, some marks could not be erased. Some committed evil throughout their lives and enjoyed all the splendor and wealth of the world, only to enjoy the same prosperity in their next life. Others did good their entire lives, yet remained poor and destitute, and continued doing good nonetheless. Having said that, he turned and walked away. Those who carried such marks into reincarnation and went on to do similar things should naturally have an easier path as well. Li Yuntan had not expected that souls could be judged this way before reincarnation. He felt that righteousness and wickedness were difficult to distinguish in this world, and even after death, no scale existed that could truly measure a soul. White Impermanence agreed. Exactly. There are too many matters in this world. Merely examining the course of fate exhausts all of my divine powers. That is why I sought your help. How would I have time to care whether someone is good or evil? Li Yuntan wanted to end this absurd conversation with a few questions. He asked White Impermanence, then does this world truly have no fairness or justice? Green light flashed in White Impermanence's eyes as he laughed loudly at the thought. A person like you cares about such things? White Impermanence's tongue nearly touched Li Yuntan's face as he pointed at Li Yuntan's chest and mocked. I truly cannot see it. Li Yuntan was already quite irritated, so he grabbed White Impermanence's tongue. White Impermanence said hoarsely, you have some nerve. I never expected you to treat Lord Dongting this way. Li Yuntan spoke softly, almost as if offering advice. There may have been some misunderstanding between me, you, and your friends. I have long known that this world has always been this way. He said there was no benevolence or morality in this world. So-called righteousness and justice were all built upon strength and struggle. Then he admitted honestly that he had once thought there would be no retribution in life, but perhaps there would be after death. Li Yuntan drew out his words. But now I see that even after death, there is none. He fell into deep thought. This world is far too rotten. Li Yuntan released the Lord of Hell's tongue and spoke to him in a lecturing tone. I must make this clear to you. If I become a judge, whenever someone dies, I will spare no effort to find someone who deserves to die. Only if this world becomes a little better can people live a little better. White Impermanence held his tongue, which was still slightly warm, and stared fearfully at Li Yuntan. As Li Yuntan walked away, he reminded him, I am not the heartless, faithless demon you say I am, even if I am a demon. His eyes gleamed. Li Yuntan will be a human demon. White Impermanence thought he had gone mad. He was already a demon, yet he still wanted to lean toward the scales of human righteousness. Terrified, White Impermanence fell to his knees. Beneath the bright moon of this eventful night, Li Yuntan turned around and teasingly fanned White Impermanence with his paper fan. Do you still want me to become a judge? Those with different aspirations cannot work together. After Li Yuntan spoke, White Impermanence silently watched him. It seems I underestimated you. Having said that, White Impermanence took a red book of life and death from his robes and tossed it to Li Yuntan, signaling for him to take it. Li Yuntan caught the book and looked up, only to find that White Impermanence had vanished without a trace. He could only sigh inwardly at how quickly he had left. Looking from the forest to the book in his hand, he said, there is quite a lot to do. After saying that, he put the book away. The most pressing matter remained the whereabouts of the great demons in the Langia Grotto heaven after that day. From Sanjianzi's memories, he learned that Lingkongzi's snow mountain sea of qi had shattered. His soul's whereabouts were unknown, and there was no longer any way to save him. Li Yuntan could only guard the body and wait for people from Langia Grotto heaven to arrive. Yet the body had suddenly disappeared afterward. Bai Yuntan would likely continue searching for the feathered garment, which was important to her, and that was why she had not left this place. As for Lord Dongting, because of his unusual feelings for Ninth Young Master, he had laid a trap at the Dragon King Temple, waiting for people to come and die. The person Langia Grotto Heaven had sent this time was certainly stronger than Ling Kongzi at the true realm or the illusory realm. Li Yuntan thought again that although he had become a demon, his cultivation was still only at the Void Realm. Originally, after obtaining the Dragon Throne, he had planned to recruit worshippers and become a majestic Dragon King of the Wei River. The more Li Yuntan thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He needed to use this power to understand the painting techniques of this demon body. Suddenly thinking of Bai Yuntan and Lord Dongting, he felt immense pressure closing in from both sides. Every step would be difficult. He could not be arrogant. Then Li Yuntan sat down and sighed as he drew chibi portraits of the three demons and ghosts. If you do not kill one another, I will be left at a disadvantage. But then he drew a circle around the three figures and said, "Let me give you some bait." The night sky gradually brightened. A peaceful scene unfolded in White Deer Town. A 2- or 3-year-old boy with only a tiny tuft of hair giggled as he played with the ball. The ball rolled to the base of the tree against which Li Yuntan was leaning. The little boy ran over to retrieve it. Seeing Li Yuntan reading on the tree, the boy giggled and pointed at a branch. "Look, big brother." The boy's mother had been knitting. She looked up in surprise and was startled. There was clearly no one there. She quickly pulled the child toward home. "Tuanchuan, we have things to do at home. Come back with mother first. We can come play again another day. Big brother will still be there." As she led Tuanchuan home, the boy's mother wondered whether she should go to the temple to burn incense after seeing something unclean. Li Yuntan sat in the tree and watched everything unfold, saying only, "What a lovely child. Too bad he is the first one I have to capture." As he spoke, he looked at the book of life and death, where the name Zhao Tuanchuan was written. "If you're going to die sooner or later, then help me with something before you die." Li Yuntan watched Zhao Tuanchuan and his mother walk home hand in hand. The scene shifted to night. Tuanchuan's parents struggled up the mountain with the boy in their arms. His father said, "We've been walking all night. Let's rest for a while." His mother replied, "The Dragon King Temple is right there. Why must we come all the way to South Mountain?" Holding the shivering Tuanchuan, the mother said, "No." The Dragon King at Three Rivers' mouth could not even protect his own temple master. How could he possibly be efficacious? This is the nearest place. The two of them were exhausted, so they sat down on the steps to rest. The mother continued, "He has been like this since yesterday. I wonder if he encountered something unclean." As she spoke, the mother looked down at the child in her arms. A strange smile had appeared on his face. His eyes were rolled white, and his skin had turned ashen, making him look utterly terrifying. Seeing this, the father wiped away his sweat and comforted his wife. All right. Aren't we almost there? Let's rest for a while. When dawn comes, we'll go up the mountain." Under the dim light of the night, the two leaned against each other and fell asleep. Suddenly, Tuanchuan woke up. The boy stood up, then wandered through the bamboo grove like a lost soul, making eerie sounds. By a nearby stream, an old man was drawing water. A verse drifted faintly through the air. "For 9 lifetimes, a soul is bound to the stone of 3 lives. Beneath this moon, let us chant to the wind and speak of nothing else." Hearing the sound, the old man muttered in confusion. Where did a child's voice come from? Turning around, he was revealed to be the old Taoist Lu. He was utterly astonished, for Tuanchuan was repeatedly striking the water with a bamboo branch, saying as he did so, "How fortunate that an old friend has come from afar to visit." Upon hearing this, old Taoist Lu immediately set down his half-filled bucket, then trembled as he walked toward Tuanchuan step by step. "Brother Tan, is that you, Brother Tan?" Tuanchuan sat on a rock, carrying himself like an adult, while old Taoist Lu collapsed to his knees as he approached. Crying and trembling, he reached out toward the boy, as though trying to confirm something. Li Yuntan, within Tuanchuan's body, did not answer. He merely rose gently, clasped his hands, and said with a composed smile, "I will never forget an old friend's concern. Fearing for your safety, I specially asked White Impermanence to let me possess this dying child's body so that I could come see you. While I was alive, I committed far too many evils, and after my death, I endured no small amount of punishment in the underworld. Therefore, I have a matter in which I need an old friend's help." Wiping away his tears, old Taoist Lu said, "Tell me what it is. I will help however I can." He said, "The Dragon King of the Wei River whom I caused to die was Li Wan, one of the 9 sons of the dragon. So long as the Dragon King's resentment remains, I must suffer." As he spoke, he recalled the horrifying sight of himself hanging in the underworld, being whipped day and night. He now pleaded earnestly with old Taoist Lu, "If you can hold offerings for the Dragon King in the mortal world and gather incense offerings to dispel his resentment, I will be freed from this torment." Seeing him kneel, the old man hurriedly said, "Brother Tan, how can you do this? I will certainly help with your matter, but for now, I am confined to this small temple on South Mountain. How could I possibly gather incense offerings?" He explained, a fated opportunity will come in time. If one day you establish a sect and accept disciples, take Li One as its name and call it the Sacred Dragon Cult. Old Taoist Lu immediately agreed. With the matter settled, Li Yuntan left Tuanchuan's body, causing the boy to collapse. Old Taoist Lu caught him and examined him, muttering, "Brother Tan, you're the only one who still remembers me, Lord Dongting." At that moment, the couple found them. Seeing Old Taoist Lu holding their child, they shouted, "Tuanchuan, who are you? Give us back our son." Hearing them, Old Taoist Lu turned around and slowly said, "Is this your child? I am Lord Dongting of this place. I saw the child unconscious by the stream just now, so I came over to have a look." Tuanchuan's mother anxiously took her son while repeatedly thanking him. "Thank you, Taoist master, thank you." So that's what happened. We were just too worried. This child has been afflicted by evil, and we were about to go up the mountain to ask a Taoist master to perform an exorcism. Hearing this, Old Taoist Lu suddenly remembered that his old friend had said this child was dying. He shook his head and replied, "Don't waste money on offerings. Go home. This child's time has come." The mother's eyes widened at once. Unable to believe what she had heard, she asked in panic, "What did you say?" The next morning, in the village, Li Yuntan stood invisibly nearby, watching the scene below. The couple had returned, and the villagers gathered around them, asking, "How is the child? Is he all right? Is he all right?" Tuanchuan's mother held her deeply sleeping son and replied with a frown, "What does he mean his time has come? What crow's mouth? Our Tuanchuan is obviously perfectly healthy, yet he said such unlucky things." Hearing this, the people around her said, "Why not try another temple? I hear Lord Dongting on June Mountain is very efficacious." Li Yuntan folded his arms and looked down coldly. The time has come. A faint mist of white smoke drifted around Li Yuntan, then swiftly transformed into bluish-white vapor and flew toward the child. The scene seemed to freeze as the smoke streamed directly into Tuanchuan's body. The once lively boy suddenly fell silent, then said, "My time has run out." With that, Tuanchuan broke free from his mother's arms, leaving everyone around him stunned. Before walking away from the crowd, he repeated, "My time has run out." The crowd erupted in worried questions, while his mother covered her mouth in horror and cried out, "No!" Tuanchuan said, "There is no need to grieve. I am the Dragon Crown Prince of the vast seas. Because I love to play, I secretly fled the Dragon Palace. My primordial spirit was drawn into your womb and took the place of your child who had already died. I could have left at once, but my royal father allowed me to remain in the mortal world for 4 years of play. The true form that appeared in Wei City the other day was mine." The woman lowered her head and wept for her child, while the surrounding crowd murmured in amazement. "So we have been living so close to an immortal? Tuanchuan is a dragon." The boy continued, "Thank you for raising me these past 4 years. To repay your kindness, I've left a golden statue in your home. Offer worship to it often, and if fate permits, I shall bless you with peace and safety." An old woman pushed forward and asked, "Can we worship you as well?" Tuanchuan replied, "Of course." An old man clasped his hands and asked, "The Crown Prince must be very busy after returning to the Dragon Palace. Will you still hear us?" The boy answered generously, "In a few days, a dragon envoy will descend to the mortal world and act on my behalf." At this, everyone shouted in unison, "Long live the Dragon Crown Prince." The time had come, and the boy said, "I must leave now." Hearing this, the sobbing mother suddenly lunged toward Tuanchuan in terror. "My son!" At the instant his soul left his body, Tuanchuan's body fell neatly into his mother's arms. The mother held her hand beneath the child's nose to check his breath. "Is he truly dead?" An atmosphere of grief engulfed everyone. The mother seemed drained of all life, weeping without sound. The man came over and comforted his wife. "Don't be sad. He belongs to the Dragon Clan. He has gone back to enjoy blessings." Then he turned toward their house. "Why don't we go home and take a look? If there really is a golden statue, it can at least serve as a keepsake." All the villagers wanted to go and see. Li Yuntan stood high above, looking down. Beside him was Tuanchuan's soul, bound in iron chains. There had never been any Dragon Crown Prince who ran away to play. It was all a performance Li Yuntan had staged to accomplish his purpose. But since he had put on the act, he had to see it through. The crowd surged into Tuanchuan's home to see the golden statue. When a father opened the door, there truly was a golden statue in the courtyard. It depicted the Dragon Crown Prince holding a spear with a golden dragon coiling beside him, vivid and lifelike. like. Inscribed upon it were the words, "Supreme Divine Dragon, enjoy immortal blessings forever. May your lifespan equal that of heaven." Apart from the woman who had just lost her child, standing some distance away with a desolate expression, everyone crowded around the golden statue in admiration. After they finished reading the inscription, the golden statue suddenly emitted a brilliant radiance. A miracle occurred. The white-haired old man from earlier now looked like a man in his prime, his hair restored to black. This excited everyone even more, and they cheered. "It truly is a divine miracle." All of them knelt before the golden statue, chanting as they bowed, "Supreme Divine Dragon, enjoy immortal blessings forever. May your lifespan equal that of heaven." At last, Li Yuntan tugged the chain binding the boy's soul and said, "Let's go. It is time to depart." A few days later, the couple's home had become a place of worship for the dragon-crowned prince of the vast seas. People from all over came to burn incense and offer worship after hearing the story. Many asked around, "Is this dragon-crowned prince really that efficacious?" Of course. He even manifested his divine power in White Deer Town the other day. Upon hearing this, the red-haired, strangely dressed Yuziun looked toward the empty space beside her and said, "There are so many temples, yet divine manifestations are rare. The sacred dragon cult is far more efficacious than the others." Although no one stood beside her, a voice sounded. "That old monster Lord Daunting has ambitions too, to establish such a major sect. I do not care what that old monster wants. I only care about the Insight Jade Tablet." Yuzian asked again, "Is that thing really in Wei City?" The other person answered, "Of course. Li Chuanfeng's child and wife died in the battle between Ling and the Dragon Prince. If that Insight Jade Tablet is not with Ling, then it must have fallen into the hands of Bai Yuntan or that old monster Lord Daunting." The invisible person became furious upon hearing this. How infuriating. I was the one who killed Li Chunfeng. That Insight Jade Tablet should have been mine. Yuzian merely said, "Do not be impatient. Once we enter Wei City, I will find you a suitable body. You and I will work together. Sooner or later, the Insight Jade Tablet will fall into our hands." With that, Yuzian used her magical arts and vanished. The people nearby looked around in confusion, unaware of what had just happened. Was someone here just now? Meanwhile, outside the Dragon King Temple at Three Rivers' mouth, Li Yuntan was sitting by the river scattering fish. But he was not releasing them to earn merit. He was waiting for something that liked eating fish to appear. Li Yuntan lounged beneath the shade of a tree, with a flask of wine beside him. From time to time, he took a sip, looking utterly at ease. Li Yuntan said, "The power of incense offerings truly is wonderful." Since that day, I have had the three flower ladies disguise themselves as Dragon King envoys to spread the sacred dragon cult. Whether it is the Dragon King of the vast seas or the Dragon King of the Wei River, both are Li Wen in essence. In this world, I alone am Li Wen, so all the power of incense offerings gathers upon me. After scattering fish for quite some time without anyone appearing, Li Yuntan muttered, "Is it still not enough? Why hasn't she appeared?" As he spoke, Li Yuntan dumped the entire basket of fish into the water. Then he stared at the surface and muttered, "Still not enough?" Just as he was about to turn and leave, a voice came from behind him. "Why are you throwing things into my home for no reason?" As she spoke, a foot in a red shoe viciously kicked toward Li Yuntan. Li Yuntan hurriedly turned and caught it. A beautiful young woman appeared. She wore red clothing like a bride, and her exquisite face was breathtaking. Whether deliberately or not, Li Yuntan lightly squeezed the young woman's foot. She knitted her lovely brows and demanded, "What are you doing? Let go at once." Li Yuntan smiled, but did not release the foot in his hand. Earlier, Miss told this humble scholar that if I wished to meet you, I should come to the Dragon King Temple at Three Rivers' mouth. I have come today, so why are you angry, miss? Li Yuntan's shameless expression made the girl in red snap. "If you wanted to see me, why did you throw salted fish into the water?" As Li Yuntan put her shoe back on for her, he said, "Naturally, it is because I missed you. Mississippi, ever since I met you that night, I've thought of you day and night. After hearing your story, I bought a great many salted fish to test whether I might be as fortunate as Scholar do, able to pick up a beautiful little fairy such as yourself." The two stood facing one another by the water. Hearing Li Yuntan's words, the red-clad girl's face flushed slightly. "I wonder whether Miss Li has been living well since getting married." At that, a trace of shyness flickered over her face. but it was quickly replaced by a seductive expression carrying a hint of wickedness. Brushing her lips with her fingers, she said, "That scholar do looked like an interesting scholar while alive, diligently studying his books. But after becoming a ghost, he turned dull and foolish. Whenever he sees me, he only cries and makes a fuss. He is terribly boring." Then she moved close to Li Yuntan and asked him with a soul-stealing gaze, "If you have feelings for me, would you be willing to become my husband of red blossoms?" Li Yuntan smilataramlesli. "Of course I would. To be favored by a beauty such as you is a blessing my family must have cultivated for 3 lifetimes." Yet her expression abruptly changed, and she pushed away Li Yuntan's reaching hand. "Do you take me for a fool? That night, you only heard someone call me the Red Lady. Did anyone ever say that my surname was Li?" Having his deception exposed, Li Yuntan felt somewhat embarrassed. Instead, the Red Lady moved even closer and said, "You are indeed clever. You realize that my father is Taoist Li of June Mountain. You did not expect this, did you? I heard all about you from my father." Every sentence from the Red Lady left Li Yuntan speechless. As she continued, "You put on this show of deep affection because you wanted to trick me into accepting you as my husband, then persuade my father to avenge your friend. Is that right?" At this point, Li Yuntan could only admit it. And if that is so, Li Yuntan's answer appeared to anger the Red Lady. Without hesitation, she pulled out her hairpin and slashed it across Li Yuntan's face, leaving a wound on his cheek. Blood seeped out, looking particularly grotesque. The hairpin embedded itself deeply in the tree trunk behind Li Yuntan, like a warning. Through gritted teeth, she said, "You ungrateful man. Do you know who made me suffer so terribly in the past? You still want to use me for his sake. Are you not afraid that I will kill you?" Li Yuntan placed his hand over the Red Lady's hand, holding the hairpin, then gently guided it toward his own throat. With a grave expression, he said, "If I must die, then I die. If you wish to kill me, then kill me." This action startled the Red Lady. "Are you insane?" Having successfully turned defense into offense, Li Yuntan said solemnly, "True friends are hard to find in this world. At the very least, as his friend, all I can do is give my utmost. Your father was his friend too, yet when I spoke of this matter, your father wanted to harm me. Never mind harming me. What has he been doing all these days?" These words left the Red Lady unable to respond. Seizing the advantage, Li Yuntan continued, "Lord Dongting is a great demon who has lived for 3,000 years. When has he ever endured such humiliation?" As he spoke, Li Yuntan increased the pressure of his hand, making the hairpin cut into his neck and draw blood. To let others kill a dragon right before his eyes, then establish a sect that worships. If I had a way, I would immediately seek out the Tao lineage and that great demon by Yuntan for revenge. A trace of sadness crossed Li Yuntan's face. "But I am merely a formed Yin spirit. If borrowing your aid allows me to take revenge, then what of it? If I am killed, then what of it? This is my final chance. So long as you are willing to lend me a hand, my life is yours to dispose of as you please." These words surprised the Red Lady, and she said, "Let go. I'm not that cruel." Li Yuntan suddenly released his tightly clasped hands and feigned confusion. The Red Lady lightly waved her hand and said, "What am I saying? With my looks and temperament, would I let you suffer such a grievance?" Li Yuntan hurriedly explained, "That was not what I meant." The Red Lady turned away and said softly, "I like your character, loyal and righteous, yet adaptable. I'm not the sort of person you think I am. I married that man surnamed Du only to repay a debt of gratitude. I have the body of Ian's soul, so I could only enter a ghost marriage with him. Who would have thought that he would become like this?" But then she turned back and said, "Still, I am already married, and I am not shameless. Put such thoughts out of your mind." Li Yuntan put on an understanding expression and scratched his head. "Yes, I was presumptuous." The Red Lady continued, "As for the sacred dragon cult, rest assured, my father firmly believes the sacred dragon cult was founded by Yuntan. But that is precisely why he has remained still, wanting to see how the Tao lineage can possibly remain idle in the face of a sect with such great influence." Li Yuntan seemed to ponder this for a moment before saying, "Then I am relieved." At this moment, the Red Lady sat on the railing, propping herself up with her hands as she looked at Li Yuntan. "You have achieved your purpose. Do you still like me now?" Faced with this sudden question, Li Yuntan was so surprised that he did not know how to answer. As though she had anticipated his answer, the Red Lady tossed something toward Li Yuntan. "If you cannot say it, then do not say it. Take this." Li Yuntan caught it, then opened his palm to find a small bell. The Red Lady explained, "This is the soul that the Taoist refined. As for what happened that night, return it to me whenever you have thought things through." With that, she jumped into the water and disappeared, leaving Li Yuntan alone in deep thought. "Is this little demoness toying with me?" Li Yuntan said as he looked at the bell in his hand. While he was thinking, someone came running from afar in panic, shouting, my lord, something has happened." His train of thought interrupted. Li Yuntan angrily kicked the intruder away. "What is it? Don't act like some disposable villainous lackey. Speak." The man was Mountain Chicken, who hurriedly reported, "A killing star has appeared in the city. He fought his way from the city to outside the walls, and he is looking for us, the sacred dragon cult." This news startled Li Yuntan. Could the Taoist orthodoxy have arrived so quickly? Mountain Chicken continued, "Today, while carrying out your orders to patrol outside the city, I encountered a Taoist who looked like he was from the Pill Cauldron sect. Without a word, he went straight to the two door gods at the Eastern City Inn. Pointing his sword at the painting of the two door gods guarding the entrance, the Taoist said, 'Come out.' The people around him tried to stop him. Hey, what are you doing? Stop right now. Are you crazy? That painting is 100 years old." But the Taoist stubbornly kept his sword pointed at the door and snarled, "Come out." He spoke with such force that he coughed up blood. Suddenly, tears of blood flowed from the painting on the door. Two demons burst out of the painting. The Taoist alternated between his sword and talismans. Within a few moves, he had destroyed the demons. Hearing this, Li Yuntan thought, talismans are the Taoist orthodoxy's methods, while swordsmanship belongs to the sword sect. What kind of Taoist can use both at once? Li Yuntan then asked Mountain Chicken what happened afterward. Mountain Chicken replied that after killing the demons, the Taoist had killed himself as well. Li Yuntan was momentarily speechless. "Killed himself?" Mountain Chicken added, "My lord, you must have realized that this is no simple matter." Li Yuntan smacked Mountain Chicken on the head, nearly knocking his eyeballs out. "Fine, you did well. I have my own plans for this. Go inspect the temple." Mountain Chicken replied, "Yes, my lord." Li Yuntan continued, "It seems the Taoist orthodoxy sent more than one immortal master. They have come right to our door, so let us send the sacred dragon cult on its way. I hope they are sensible people." Meanwhile, at the Tongfu Inn, the old innkeeper wiped at the bloodstains and grumbled, "That damned Taoist was nothing but trouble. Isn't this just harming innocent people? I can't scrub it clean. Someone died right outside my door again. Why am I so unlucky?" Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. "Old man, move aside. Let me handle this." The innkeeper trembled in fright. Li Yuntan had appeared behind him. The old man hastily waved his hands and said it was unnecessary. Li Yuntan immediately grabbed him by the collar. Furiously, he said, "You ungrateful mortal." As anger spread over Li Yuntan's face, green scales appeared on his cheeks. His teeth grew sharp, and his strange green eyes fixed on the old man. Terrified, the innkeeper repeatedly cried, "Spare me, my lord, spare me." Li Yuntan lifted the old man into the air. "I wanted to help you, yet you dared refuse me? Watch closely." With one hand, he cast a spell that completely vaporized the bloodstains on the ground. Then he said, "See, I clean it all up for you." Still terrified, the old man said, "Why, yes. Great king, you are mighty. Thank you, great king. Please spare my life." For some reason, this infuriated Li Yuntan. He flung the old man against the wall and gritted his teeth. "That is not what I want to hear. Why have you not asked my name? Why have you not repaid me? Aren't humans supposed to understand propriety and morality best? Why have you still not asked?" Li Yuntan's face was incomparably savage. He bared his fangs at the old man, an eerie green gleam flashing in his eyes. "I will bury you." Horrified, the old man said, "Great king, may I ask your honored name? This lowly one will certainly prepare the 3 sacrifices to honor you in the future." After saying that, he foamed at the mouth and fainted. The incident drew many curious onlookers. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yuntan declared, "Listen carefully. I am a disciple of the sacred dragon cult. Today, our sacred dragon cult will rid you of evil. Understand?" Suddenly, Li Yuntan revealed his terrifying form and threatened the surrounding crowd. "If any of you say it wrong someday, I will eat every last one of you." Everyone fled in terror, shouting, "A demon! It really is a demon." No one cared about the old man whom Li Yuntan had frightened unconscious. Just as the crowd cried, "Run! A demon is here. The sacred dragon cult's people are demons." A raggedly dressed man appeared in an alley. His eyes were bloodshot as he muttered. That Taoist body was unsuitable. This one is unsuitable too. A demon body suitable for possession. Inside an inn, Yuzian sipped tea and said, "What an idiotic demon." At that moment, a foot slipped through the gap in the door, followed by a voice. "Yuzian, I am back." Then the ragged man from the alley entered, still in that tattered appearance. That fool outside had no eyes at all. He actually dared block my way. Yuzian said, "Did your body die again?" While eating a pastry, the man replied, "That Taoist was useless." After only a few words, his voice gave out. I had no choice but to find another body to stay in for now. But I've taken a liking to that demon's body. You have to help me. Yuzian rose to her feet. "You mean the one who caused trouble at the inn today and called himself a demonic disciple of the sacred dragon cult?" "Oh, already know? It has been days. Why have you not dealt with the sacred dragon cult yet?" the man muttered as he ate. Yuzian sneered and picked up a pastry. "Ah, if you say he is from the sacred dragon cult, does that make it true? It is like this pastry. If I call a flour cake, does that mean it must be a flour cake?" As she spoke, Yuzian broke it open, revealing its mung bean filling. The scheme is well concealed. You have to break it open to see that although the outer crust looks the same, the filling is different. Yuzian's veiled words annoyed him. He flicked his hand and knocked the pastry to the floor. "How troublesome. Why do you always enjoy talking in riddles?" "You mean he is pretending? Unless he is an enemy of the sacred dragon cult, right? He deliberately acted so viciously because he wants to destroy the sacred dragon cult." Yuzian immediately responded, picking up the red bean pastry. Ordinary people see the crust and think they understand, without wishing to look deeper. Unfortunately, some things can only be identified after tasting them. She then shoved the pastry that had fallen to the floor into the man's mouth. While eating it, the man said, "It tastes just like a flour cake." Yuzian frowned. Truth and falsehood are mixed together. These demons are truly cunning. Still not understanding, the man slammed the table and asked, "Explain it clearly. What exactly is going on?" Yuzian answered, "I heard that Bai Yuntan has always had a little maid at his side. She rarely shows herself, but she has some skill. The demon you saw was likely her. Bai Yuntan staged this to make us believe that she is the sacred dragon cult's enemy, thereby creating internal conflict within our daunting forces. Since that is the case, we will play along with her." Yuzian continued, "She wants to test us. Pretend you have fallen for it, and let her know. To dare toy with me using such tricks. She truly does not know the meaning of death." The man immediately agreed. "Good. This is interesting. Let's do that." Yuzian told him, "Go play with the demon." Having received the answer he wanted, the man hurried out. "Ha, fine. I'm going to find her." The next day, on Munin Street in the northern part of the city, pedestrians crowded the road. Li Yuntan sat enjoying a meal at an inn when the man suddenly lowered his head from upstairs. "Waiting for me?" His abrupt appearance startled the people around them. After Li Yuntan invited him to sit, the man casually took a seat. He grabbed a chicken leg and began gnawing on it. "Demon, you are interesting. You knew I was looking for you, so you came out on your own. You even prepared a feast. I am here now, so say what you have to say." Li Yuntan gently raised his teacup. "Since you were looking for me, should you not be the one with something to say?" The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. After a while, seeing that the man did not reply, Li Yuntan stood up. "If you have nothing to say, then I shall take my leave." The man stopped gnawing on his chicken leg. "If you leave just like that, how will you explain yourself to Miss Bai?" Li Yuntan turned around suspiciously. "What do you mean?" The man replied, "You put on that act in the street for us. Did you think we would not see through it? You called yourself a disciple of the sacred dragon cult, but I think you are actually the sacred dragon cult's enemy. Am I right?" At those words, Li Yuntan's gaze abruptly sharpened. A dangerous red glint flashed in his eyes as he said mockingly, "Oh my, you saw through me after all." Seeing this, the man said to Li Yuntan, "Sit down." Li Yuntan did not reply. He simply stood there, fanning himself. "Since that is the case, I need not conceal anything further." Li Yuntan continued, "I expect you have already guessed my identity and origins." Hearing this, the man thought that Li Yuntan may overthink matters, but his guess was correct. He said to Li Yuntan, "You are testing me." Li Yuntan picked up the wine jug, intending to offer him a drink. "I apologize for my presumption. I merely wanted to see whether you were a clever person worth cooperating with." Looking doubtfully at the cup Li Yuntan had filled, the man asked, "Cooperate?" Li Yuntan said, "My master has a treasure in your possession, and he must reclaim it. You know of this treasure as well. My master only wants to retrieve it and leave as soon as possible. Perhaps you already understand the situation." The man looked at Li Yuntan as though he still did not understand the point. So what? Li Yuntan stood there with a friendly expression. Because in this matter, we can become friends. The man's face was reflected in the teacup on the table, and an inscrutable smile briefly appeared on his lips. Friends? Your master killed Fairy Ling Kongzi of the Taoist orthodoxy. How could we possibly be friends? Li Yuntan countered, is Fairy Ling Kongzi truly dead? His expression was full of confidence, accompanied by a sinister smile. He continued, I heard that not long ago, that person married a bride in red at Dongting Lake. Is the timing not rather coincidental? As he spoke, Li Yuntan leisurely opened his fan. He looked every bit the upright gentleman, without the slightest trace of a demon's cunning. The man did not respond, merely giving an "oh." Dusk had nearly fallen outside, but the inn was shrouded in tension. Li Yuntan continued, you possess the treasure we need as well. Whether it is Fairy Ling Kongzi or the illuminating jade slip, my master has no interest in either. Let's kill the Taoists together and take what each of us needs. Would that not be perfect? The teacup on the table trembled faintly, much like the minds of the two men. The man suddenly leaned toward Li Yuntan. You know about the illuminating jade slip? Li Yuntan calmly replied, not only do I know about it, I also know that the Taoist orthodoxy has killed quite a few people searching for it. It was only that I let him escape. The man seemed unable to understand what Li Yuntan meant. Li Yuntan continued, does the Taoist not know? My current appearance is modeled after Long Zili's closest friend. Li Yuntan's provocative figure was reflected in the man's eyes. Li Yuntan's puka name, Li Yuntan. The man asked suspiciously, was Li Yuntan really that handsome? Pity, I did not meet him back then. As soon as he said it, his already ugly appearance became even more repulsive. Li Yuntan shuddered, seemingly recalling that stormy night. Charred corpses had lain scattered everywhere. Li Yuntan said nothing, only thinking, so it was him that night. At that moment, the man lifted a cup of wine and drank. Tell me then, why are you impersonating him? Li Yuntan looked helpless. It was not my choice. My master likes him, likes his flavor. This Li Yuntan is also quite pitiful. His parents were killed, and he himself died miserably in the wilderness. As he spoke, Li Yuntan deliberately made a delicate orchid finger gesture. At the mention of Li Yuntan's parents, the man slammed the table and stood, pointing at himself. Killed? Ha! Let me tell you, Li Yuntan's parents were killed by me, Clear Cool Temple. I fought them openly and honorably from 1,000 miles away. So this raggedly dressed man was named Clear Cool Temple. Hearing this, killing intent flashed through Li Yuntan's eyes, but quickly faded, and he said, my apologies for my disrespect. Your Taoist arts are truly remarkable. You must be an eminent expert from the Langia Grotto Heaven. Li Yuntan clasped his hands in a respectful salute. Clear Cool Temple picked his teeth and shamelessly replied, what Grotto Heaven? No. Li Yuntan asked casually, then are you from Sword Sect? Clear Cool Temple became even angrier. What Sword Sect nonsense? Forget it. You would never guess, so I will tell you. Have you ever heard of the Freemasons? Hearing that name, Li Yuntan was startled, then fell in a thought. The Freemasons were an organization that appeared in Europe in the 18th century, literally meaning freestone masons. They claimed to pursue humanity's will to survive and understand the mysteries of the universe. Even now, many unbelievable rumors surrounded the organization. Li Yuntan glanced at Clear Cool Temple again and thought, what a coincidence. Though he thought this, Li Yuntan outwardly asked, never heard of it. Is it some kind of charity? Clear Cool Temple laughed smugly. A charity? Why not? A demon like you would not understand anyway. Our Freemasons were established by hundreds of reincarnated ancient sages. We are united in purpose to save all living beings from the great catastrophe soon to come. Only then did Li Yuntan realize he had misspoken. At the mention of the Freemasons, Clear Cool Temple's inner defenses had immediately been triggered. Li Yuntan said, I was presumptuous. I had simply never heard of it, so I was curious. Clear Cool Temple waved dismissively. For a demon, you are rather skilled at gathering intelligence. If you still want to hear more, I will tell you after I return. I'm going to find Chief Administrator Yuyun, the one in the Langia Grotto Heaven, before he gets anxious. Clear Cool Temple prepared to jump out the window again. Just wait here for a moment. I will be back soon after I go. Li Yuntan said, all right, I will await your news. Before long, night fell completely. The once bustling street was now deserted. Li Yuntan still sat there when an attendant entered and said, young master, we are about to close. Let me clear these things away for you. Li Yuntan replied, No need. I may be staying a while longer tonight. Seeing that Li Yuntan refused, the attendant raised his voice. Sir, we have been waiting a long time for you to finish at this table. Not wanting to argue, Li Yuntan revealed his demonic fangs and replied coldly. If you wish to live, I advise you to leave quickly. If you wait any longer, I fear you will not be able to leave. Frightened, the attendant fled. Igriegajis, I am leaving right away. A figure appeared on the empty street, rapidly approaching the inn. It was Clear Cool Temple. Though they were in separate places, both men wore savage expressions and said at the same time, "Tonight, I will kill him." As soon as the words fell, Li Yuntan poured out the wine in his cup, while Clear Cool Temple frantically pulled a talisman from his chest and slapped it onto a nearby wall. The strange talisman glowed with green light, then swiftly shot a green beam straight into the sky. A yin-yang formation appeared in the sky. At this moment, Li Yuntan's white hair fluttered in the wind. Holding his wine cup, he said in a deep voice, "Do not keep me waiting too long." A moment earlier, at the Pill Cauldron sex encampment, Yu Ziyun rubbed her forehead. Must she really be killed? She is quite an important figure. Clear Cool Temple was still squatting shamelessly on a chair. Who told her to ask all those questions? I could not hold it in and ended up telling her. Yu Ziyun asked, "You told her about your origins?" Clear Cool Temple replied, "Yes. Keeping the secret for so long was making me uncomfortable, since she knows she has to die." Then he turned toward the door and said, "Old friend, I like you very much, so I did not tell you. Therefore, your scheme will have to change." Yu Ziyun did not try to stop him, merely warning, "Do not make too much of a disturbance over people who know too much." Clear Cool Temple had just entered the inn when he heard Li Yuntan's voice. "Fellow Taoist Qingyang, you're too slow." Looking up, he saw Li Yuntan striking an exceptionally carefree pose. Li Yuntan leaned against the roof tiles, one hand hanging casually at his side and the other holding a wine gourd. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his bearing was utterly relaxed. Shaking the gourd, Li Yuntan said to Clear Cool Temple below, drinking beneath the moon, "Would you care for a cup?" Clear Cool Temple looked up and said, "Demon, have you realized you cannot escape, so you're pretending to be calm?" Li Yuntan said, "How do you know I can't escape? I've been waiting for you to walk right into my trap." Clear Cool Temple talked tough as he cast a spell and stamped his foot. The talismans from before shone brilliantly, while an eerie blue radiance spread around the two of them. Clear Cool Temple said, "Within my warding formation, not only can you not escape, not even the slightest sound or glimmer of light can get out. If you cooperate and tell me about Bai Yuntan's group, perhaps I'll leave you with an intact corpse." Li Yuntan mareli lauga. "Ah, the man who murdered Li Chunfeng and his wife has the nerve to spout such nonsense." Clear Cool Temple countered, "Demon, why do you care so much about that couple?" Li Yuntan leaped down from the roof. Blue mist surged around him as he landed, making for quite a striking sight. He. I thought my master wanted to seize the illuminating jade slip." This remark caught Clear Cool Temple by surprise. But before he could finish speaking, Li Yuntan continued, "Aren't we the same kind? We all have secrets we've hidden for too long, secrets we can't help wanting to tell someone." Clear Cool Temple was so shocked that he could not speak. Li Yuntan went on, "Tell me one secret, and I'll tell you one as well." As he spoke, Li Yuntan carried a jar of wine toward the other man. When he reached him, he set the wine jar down and poured wine onto the ground, murmuring, "This jar is for my father, Li Chunfeng, and for my mother, Shang Guanyu." Hearing this, Clear Cool Temple cried out in alarm, "You aren't Bai Yuntan's maidservant. Who are you really?" Li Yuntan set down the wine jar and answered, "I am Li Yuntan." The moment the jar touched the ground, a golden light suddenly appeared. It enveloped Li Yuntan, interwoven with streaks of lightning. His entire body was immersed in blazing golden radiance, dazzling beyond measure. The golden light shattered Li Yuntan's formation and shot into the sky, its thunderous roar shaking heaven and earth. At that moment, Li Yuntan looked savage and demonic as he hissed, "I will grind you into ashes." The entire formation trembled as golden cracks gradually appeared. Clear Cool Temple immediately formed a defensive array and began chanting. He repeated the name Li Yuntan, then summoned a golden treasured sword from a void. As he chanted, he said, "This is truly unexpected. But even if you have attained the transformation realm, your actual strength is only at the void realm. With that, Clear Cool Temple immediately attacked. Pointing his sword directly at Li Yuntan, he shouted, "You want to kill me? Dream on." Sword energy burst forth, and countless sword phantoms rushed toward Li Yuntan at once. Li Yuntan blocked every one of them with his fan. Clear Cool Temple snarled, "Taste my dual cultivation Tao art." The golden light around Li Yuntan grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, Clear Cool Temple cried out excitedly, "Hit!" Before he could celebrate, Clear Cool Temple hurriedly formed a defensive array. He was sent flying back by the light surrounding his own body. Clear Cool Temple exclaimed in shock, "How is that possible?" A seal appeared before Li Yuntan's chest, blocking the sword energy. Li Yuntan said smugly, "Fast enough, but not strong enough." The seal before Li Yuntan's chest grew brighter and brighter. Then it transformed into a beam of light that reflected back at his opponent, catching Clear Cool Temple completely off guard. Taking out a manual bearing an illustration of a suit of armor, Li Yuntan said, "You can't even break a manual I personally drew. What right do you have to kill my parents in such a righteous and honorable manner?" Clear Cool Temple jumped onto the roof and said, "You really are Li Yuntan? Then you're a ghost cultivator. A mere ghost cultivator dares dream of killing me." Li Yuntan turned serious and tore apart the manual he had just used. "Not only can I kill you, I can do this as well. I will never use the same method twice. So can you kill me now?" Li Yuntan was now openly provoking him. Finding that insufficient, he added, "I will show you every move my parents taught me, so you can see just how laughable your so-called righteousness truly is." Clear Cool Temple found Li Yuntan's words ridiculous and burst into laughter. "Ah, little ghost, you found a manual and now think you're impressive." As he spoke, a red aura rose around Clear Cool Temple. He laughed as he repeated, "A ghost cultivator. A ghost cultivator." The crimson aura around Clear Cool Temple began spreading outward. Arrogantly, he declared, "Today, I will capture you and make sure you can never be reborn." Before Li Yuntan's eyes, Clear Cool Temple leaped into the air. The red aura behind him and the full moon formed an exceptionally eerie and sinister sight. Clear Cool Temple slashed his own arm with his sword. Blood splattered everywhere, and immediately afterward, dozens of red chains of various sizes emerged and encircled Li Yuntan. The chaotic scene was filled with sinister crimson, with only the place where Li Yuntan stood remaining blue. The technique's forceful sound shook the ground beneath him. In an instant, countless chains burst up from where Li Yuntan stood. At the same time, Clear Cool Temple chanted, "The Tao lineage's self-command shines forth, spreading through the Yin spirit." Countless fierce streams of golden and crimson light flew toward Li Yuntan. Their roaring echoes resounded everywhere. Golden light sped toward him. Clear Cool Temple continued, "And with the sword sack's mysterious leaf golden light art added in, let's see whether you can withstand it." Li Yuntan said arrogantly, "Withstand it? I can't be bothered." With that, he dodged an incoming beam of light while pulling another manual from his chest. Maintaining that arrogant manner, Li Yuntan said, "This time, the power is enough, but the speed still isn't fast enough." A blue gleam flashed in Li Yuntan's eyes as he raised both hands. In them were 10 illustrated books depicting a majestic general astride a warhorse, holding a long spear. He said, "How much longer can your golden light hold?" Seeing this, Clear Cool Temple inwardly cursed. That brat had tricked him again and bought himself time to prepare. Then he recalled something. When he had fought Li Chunfeng and his wife, their souls had manifested into true forms and fled 1,000 miles. Without the methods of the painting Taoist, the mysterious leaf golden light art could not hold for long. One truly should not engage a painter in a direct spell duel. He should have used his sex sword arts instead. Li Yuntan continued, "I've already given you 2 moves. Now it's my turn." With that, Li Yuntan immediately flew toward the frenzied man. Seeing this, Clear Cool Temple hastily cast a spell. 1,000 golden talismans appeared and surrounded him. Just what I wanted. I like to see what gives you such a big mouth. On the surface, Clear Cool Temple appeared calm, but inwardly he calculated, "I have reinforced this defensive formation with talismanic restrictions. Once the brat gets carried away and charges in, he is certain to die." Before he could finish, Li Yuntan had already rushed straight into the heart of the formation and thrown a punch. This is what true righteousness looks like. The punch landed squarely on Clear Cool Temple's face, unleashing an immensely powerful shockwave. Heaven and earth rumbled, the ground split open, and shattered stones flew in every direction. The two of them fell together, smashing through the still intact inn. A figure emerged through the smoke and dust. When the dust settled, Clear Cool Temple lay in a pool of blood amid a huge crater. He was gravely wounded, impaled through the body by a stone pillar, a horrifying sight to behold. Even now, Clear Cool Temple could not understand why. He had clearly struck him. How could a Void Realm Ghost Cultivator have inflicted such severe injuries on him? Li Yuntan landed and said, "I'm not a Ghost Cultivator at all. You wanted to compete in Dao Arts without using Dao Arts." His words were brimming with disdain. Li Yuntan's face now looked extremely strange. One side had developed a rough, mask-like texture, while his pupils had turned golden. His right eye in particular was almost entirely covered in black patterns. Li Yuntan said, "Am I right, Yudeo's chief disciple?" Lying on his last breath in the pool of blood, Clear Cool Temple said, "Impossible. How can a mere mortal like you turn into a demon?" Li Yuntan's appearance changed drastically. One side of his face fully assumed a demonic form. Terrifying golden light shone from his pupils, and a horn grew from his head. "Want to know? Why don't we play a game?" Li Yuntan crouched beside Clear Cool Temple. "We each get to ask the other 3 questions. Answer my doubts, and I'll let you leave with a clear understanding. What do you say?" As though joking at the brink of death, Clear Cool Temple said, "You want to brag about how you deceive me, don't you? Too bad I'm already in your hands. I want to understand it all. Go on. What do you want to ask? Did you personally kill Li Chunfeng and Shangguan Yu?" Li Yuntan asked. Clear Cool Temple coughed several times. "No, Gove. Could you take your foot off first?" Only then did he notice that Li Yuntan had somehow placed a foot on his chest. Li Yuntan agreed. "Then it's my turn. If you did not kill them personally, who did?" Though he agreed, Li Yuntan's foot did not leave Clear Cool Temple's chest. Clear Cool Temple struggled to say, "Obviously, it was you." Before he could finish, Li Yuntan cut in, "That counts as another question." Li Yuntan suddenly remembered those words. "Once we find his plan, we must kill him." Li Yuntan continued, "Answer quickly if you want to answer. If not, be on your way." Clear Cool Temple felt that Li Yuntan's words were utterly shameless, but he still answered honestly. "I was the one who injured Li Chunfeng and his wife, but the one who killed them was the Divine Lord." This name confused Li Yuntan. Who was the Divine Lord? Clear Cool Temple forced himself upright and began asking. "Fine. I answered your question. Now it's my turn. Li Yuntan Lauga. You were just playing tricks with me, guessing that my next question would be who the Divine Lord is. But don't rush. Plenty of people can ask about my secrets." Knowing Li Yuntan had seen through his intentions, Clear Cool Temple no longer hid them. "It makes no difference. I do not need to know how you became a demon. I want to ask, if you really are Li Yuntan, what do you lie in wait in Wei City for? Do you dare tell me?" Li Yuntan was somewhat surprised by this question and did not answer immediately. Seeing that, Clear Cool Temple pressed the advantage. Despite being covered in blood, he sneered, "What? Afraid now?" Li Yuntan laughed at the intriguing question. "You do know how to ask a question. I'll tell you my purpose, and that will count as my answer to your previous question. We'll call it even." Li Yuntan suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Clear Cool Temple by the collar, and said, "Since you want to know, I'll tell you." Li Yuntan punched Clear Cool Temple hard before continuing. "I am now the Dragon King of the Wei River. My purpose is to reclaim the territory that belongs to me and make all you eyesores get the hell out." Having heard the answer he wanted, Clear Cool Temple said, "Ha ha ha, excellent. You must want to know who the Divine Lord is, don't you? Let me tell you. Though I have never met the Divine Lord, he is a great supernatural expert of the Freemasons, possessing powers that reach the heavens. Let me ask you again, do you dare say whether the Sacred Dragon cult has anything to do with you?" Li Yuntan did not answer that question. Instead, he said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Who said I was going to ask who the Divine Lord is? How do members of the Freemasons contact one another?" This question shocked Clear Cool Temple once again. But he quickly calmed down and said, "You don't dare say it, do you? You really are connected to the Sacred Dragon cult." Clear Cool Temple recalled what Yizun had said at the inn. "In my estimation, the Sacred Dragon cult may have been founded by Yuntan and the Taoist orthodoxy. All we need to do is let it develop deliberately, then sow discord when the time is ripe. At that point, we can eliminate the 2 great demons without spending a single soldier." Li Yuntan said again, You disguised yourself as Bai Yuntin's maidservant and came to find us because you wanted the old demon of June Mountain to believe that the sacred dragon cult had been founded by Bai Yuntan and the Taoist orthodoxy. Perhaps Lord Daunting also intended to sow discord, but in truth, all of the sacred dragon cult's faith power is in your hands. What a brilliant schema. Unfortunately, these words exposed Li Yuntin's entire plot, prompting him to say approvingly, "You're not an idiot either. Unfortunately, since you cannot answer my question, you will die." With that, Li Yuntan stomped on Clear Cool Temple, sending blood spraying everywhere. That stomp sent Clear Cool Temple straight to the Yellow Springs. Li Yuntan lauga excitadly. No wonder Ling Kangzi likes killing people. This feeling is incredible. Clear Cool Temple's soul left his body and said, "The fact that you avoided my question only proves you have a guilty conscience. I have seen through your plan. Do you think destroying my body is the end of it? How could I possibly let you tear me apart?" Li Yuntan replied with a cold laugh. "Trying to run?" Still unaware of the gravity of his situation, Clear Cool Temple continued, "Your plan is not without flaws. One wrong step, and you will regret it too late." Before he could finish, Li Yuntan punched Clear Cool Temple's soul. But Clear Cool Temple's soul was completely unharmed. "That punch of yours can disperse a ghost cultivator, but it cannot do anything to me. Do you know what I am?" Before his soul could finish, Li Yuntan interrupted, exposing his identity. Constable's Dowart. Ordinary attacks from an outsider cannot harm a soul envoy. This made Clear Cool Temple cry out in shock. "How do you know?" Li Yuntan did not answer. Instead, with a resolute expression, he said, "I said I would defeat you openly and honorably. Have you forgotten? You thought you had seen through everything and held everything in your grasp, so you were very pleased with yourself, weren't you?" Every word Li Yuntan spoke made Clear Cool Temple increasingly panicked. Li Yuntan continued, "You thought your special identity made you invincible, so you became arrogant, didn't you? Just now, you had planned everything perfectly. You wanted to leave this place and make me regret it too late. But are the things you think really thoughts you came up with yourself? When someone is making plans, that is precisely the best time to shatter their illusions. Isn't that interesting?" Clear Cool Temple's soul sensed that something was wrong and tried to flee, but it was already too late. Li Yuntan launched an iron chain. It tightly bound Clear Cool Temple's soul, leaving him unable to escape. In panic, Clear Cool Temple tried to break the chain, but it was useless. Li Yuntan had somehow already drawn close to him. Li Yuntan approached the bound man and smiled. "Such perfect timing truly makes one happy. Fellow Taoist, you are Een Constable, while I am a judge of the living." Clear Cool Temple's soul seemed unable to believe it and shouted, "No, impossible. There are only so many judges of the living. How could you be one?" Seeing that he still did not believe, Li Yuntan said, "Then I'll complete the final step and send you into the city." He still seemed unwilling to believe it and roared, "White Impermanence will never allow you to do this." Before he could finish, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Before dying, Clear Cool Temple's soul still cried out in disbelief, "You dare kill me? You dare?" At that moment, the lightning pierced directly through him, unleashing massive aftershocks throughout the surroundings. The tremendous commotion alerted Yu Ziyun, who was meditating in the distance. Yu Ziyun said in surprise, "Why is there such a huge disturbance?" The execution site was shrouded in smoke and dust. Li Yuntan leaped onto a nearby rooftop. He sat down and said, "Something this interesting cannot be enjoyed by me alone. I thought I no longer had any feelings, but when Clear Cool Temple revealed the truth, I was still furious." Li Yuntan took out the wine gourd he had just conjured and poured its contents over the ashes below. The moonlight behind him made the scene seem even more desolate. He said, "Clear Cool Temple makes a decent drinking companion." Within seconds, White Impermanence appeared behind him and sighed. "You dare to kill my Een Constable. You have some nerve." Li Yuntan calmly drank his wine and replied, "But Lord White did not stop me either, did he?" White Impermanence did not deny it. Instead, he asked in puzzlement, "HM? I thought there would be an entertaining show. Why did you simply beat him to death?" Li Yuntan wiped his mouth. "How else could I hear him beg? Once I finish this gourd of wine, it will be time for me to leave. But before I go, I want to know who exactly sent you to help me." White Impermanence asked, confused, "Help you with what?" Li Yuntan said meaningfully, "Clear Cool Temple said there are only a few judges of the living in this world. Yet a few days ago, you gave me that book and this chain. Without them, I truly could not have dealt with him. Do not tell me it was all a coincidence. White Impermanence smiled. Kid, you really do overthink things. It was merely a test. Li Yuntan casually guessed. Was it the painting sage? He is still alive, isn't he? At the mention of the painting sage, White Impermanence was slightly surprised, but he said, among the 3 sages of the realm, that scourge known as the painting sage died long ago. Turning away, White Impermanence continued, I merely handed them to you on a whim, to see how far you could go and whether you could work for me. But it seems you enjoy taking risks. Drawing an armor-backing diagram in half an hour was already your limit. That so-called formation-breaking diagram was nothing more than an ordinary trinket. With only a few words, he exposed Li Yuntan's scheme. White Impermanence stared directly at him and continued. You tore up the painting only to put on a show and lure that fool into competing against you. Humph, kid, you speak as though you are righteous and honorable, but in truth you rely entirely on underhanded tricks. For the sake of victory, you would even exploit your own parents, would you not? Li Yuntan answered expressionlessly. Lord White has seen through everything. Yet White Impermanence still asked curiously, just how did you evade his talisman? Li Yuntan did not answer immediately. After glancing aside, he said, if I told you I dodged it, would you believe me? With that, he handed the wine gourd to White Impermanence. Before White Impermanence could speak, Li Yuntan had already left, leaving only these words behind. Lord White may slowly finish the rest. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave first. White Impermanence did not stop him. He merely looked in the direction Li Yuntan had gone inside. If that beam of golden light had struck him, he would certainly have died. That kid is truly insane. Then he vanished as well. Just then, Yu Ziyun arrived at the site where Clear Cool Temple had been blasted apart to investigate. Clear Cool Temple was a senior cultivator at the peak of the transformation realm, with the strength of a fully realized Een Constable. Who could have killed him so completely? At the same time, in a room at the Yu residence, young Master Yu was sound asleep when a voice woke him. He rubbed his eyes, then saw a hazy male figure and cried out in terror. Ah, a ghost! Li Yuntan cupped his hands. Iam Li Yuntan. Benefactor, do you remember meeting a Taoist, a young man, and an unconscious escort captain in the wilderness outside the city 2 months ago, then taking them back into the city? Yu Meng let out an ah, then said he did not remember, leaving Li Yuntan somewhat embarrassed. Li Yuntan said, that is understandable. Benefactor enjoys doing good deeds and has saved countless people, so naturally you would not remember. Yu Meng said, never mind that. But since I saved you, how did you become a ghost? Were you murdered? This made Li Yuntan involuntarily let out an ah. Before Li Yuntan could explain, Yu Meng launched into an impassioned speech. Brotherly was framed by villains, and your wronged soul could not rest. I was the first person you came to, which means you trust me, Yu Meng. In that case, I certainly will not disappoint you. Tell me whatever grievances you have. Li Yuntan was rendered speechless, unsure whether Yu Meng was clever or foolish. A wicked thought arose in Li Yuntan's heart. He thought, this works too. At present, no one in Wei City is more suitable than you. Thus, Li Yuntan said, Benefactor, please listen. After you saved me, I lodged at the Dragon King Temple. Later, demons fought there, and the Dragon King Temple's idol was destroyed. The old temple keeper and I were killed as well. The Dragon King was enraged and said that the keeper and I had neglected our duties. He sent General Pang to escort me and the Taoist to the Dragon Palace for punishment. We have endured endless suffering and cannot free ourselves. I beg you, Benefactor, save us. To make his story more convincing, Li Yuntan put on an expression of extreme agony, as though he had truly endured cruel torture. Yu Meng was shocked. How am I supposed to save you? Li Yuntan said, Benefactor, did you hear the thunder just now? Yu Meng seemed to remember something. Thunder? Could it have been the crown prince of a vast sea? When he struck me with lightning, its force destroyed homes along the streets, causing enormous losses. I would like to ask you, Benefactor, to repair those homes in the name of the sacred dragon cult. Yu Meng asked suspiciously, why must it be done in the sacred dragon cult's name? The other man hastily raised his voice. The sacred dragon cult worships the crown prince of the vast sea. If the houses can be rebuilt in the cult's name, it will count as a great accumulation of merit. Perhaps the Dragon King will pardon us. Suddenly, as if he had seen something, Li Yuntan cried, It is here, and disappeared, leaving behind only a wisp of white smoke. Before leaving, he did not forget to say, This humble one thanks you deeply, Benefactor. Li Yuntan vanished before Yu Meng's eyes, leaving him stunned and unable to understand what had happened. Then he fainted. Li Yuntan reappeared outside the Yu residence. He thought that, to the Yu family, repairing houses was a trivial matter. Given Yu Meng's habit of spending money like water, he would definitely do it, so there was no need to worry. However, Li Yuntan noticed that Yu Ziyun had seen the site where Clear Cool Temple was killed, but had not continued investigating. This was quite unexpected. He looked toward the direction where dust still filled the air and thought, did she see through me? Or is she afraid of something else? Or does she know something I do not? Meanwhile, at the inn, Yu Ziyun looked out the window and thought, the scene bears the traces of Nine Dragon Thunder True Fire. That is a method only the Dragon Clan can use. Could another member of the Dragon Clan have come to Wei City? Yu Ziyun held a glowing talisman in her hand, her face carrying a trace of fear. This confirmed her suspicions. Yu Ziyun had not continued her investigation because she did not wish to alarm something terrifying. She believed that whatever had killed Clear Cool Temple was an existence difficult even for her to confront. The next morning, outside the Yu residence, a relief station had appeared. A maid shouted to the surrounding crowd. The Yu family is providing the money, and the Sacred Dragon Cult is doing charitable work. We are repairing homes for everyone. Anyone who needs silver or lumber may register here to receive them. Inside the tent sat an elegant noblewoman and a maid. Large amounts of silver were spread across the table, with stacks of lumber beside it. As soon as these words were spoken, many people gathered around to discuss whether it was true. How can there be such a good thing? Has the Yu family gone mad? That is so much silver. Suddenly, someone said, what is so surprising about that? Last year, during the winter solstice, the Yu family spent about this much hosting a banquet at our tavern. As he spoke, he held up 5 fingers. Someone asked doubtfully, 50 taels? The man immediately cut him off. 500 taels would be closer. Hearing that, the rumor that the Yu family was aiding people whose homes had collapsed became much more believable. Everyone rushed to ask for help. My household needs 10 taels. Many thanks, young master Yu. We are deeply grateful to the Sacred Dragon Cult. After the distribution was finished, a maid from the Yu household entered a room, carefully closed a door, and said to the person inside, as young master instructed, all the silver has been distributed. Su and Lili went to inquire about it. They learned that a strange man did indeed appear in the southern part of the city yesterday, and the description somewhat matches what young master mentioned. After Clear Cool Temple closed his doors, he refused to leave. He only urged the inn staff to flee quickly if they wished to preserve their lives. The person reclining inside the room was young Master Yu. He was leisurely fanning himself, resting with his eyes shut. He listened absent-mindedly to the maid's report and merely said that he was thirsty. Another maid immediately attended to him herself. As she did so, she said, the local people also said that last night, a small man brought fragrant wine and told them to leave their homes. Yu Meng kept his eyes closed. As he chewed the pastry being fed to him, he said, it seems I did not help the wrong person. The maid fanned Yu Meng and said, but according to what the inn staff said, Clear Cool Temple seemed to have fought someone before coming to our residence and pretending to be a wronged ghost to frighten you. Could there be some plot behind it? Yu Meng yawned. What else could it be? Naturally, you want me to spread the Sacred Dragon Cult's teachings for them. The maids agreed with this opinion, but one of them was still worried. But this servant still feels that something is not right. However, she was interrupted. Do not worry. Father has already heard about this, and he also said that this is the best way to handle it. Yu Meng rose and headed for the door as he spoke. I am an important figure in the Great Prosperity Escort Agency. Helping the poor and standing up for justice are precisely what I should do. Still, I want to see who exactly is pretending to be the Sacred Dragon Cult in order to deceive me. How'd he know I'd saved someone before? With that, he ran outside, forcing the 2 maids to chase after him, calling, young master, wait for us. Li Yuntan, seated on the rooftop, watched the entire scene. As he ate a slice of watermelon, he said, still exactly the same. Then he looked across the street and saw several people walking while grumbling. But I have found some interesting people. After saying that, Li Yuntan vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, among the 3 people, the woman with a red headscarf said to the man behind her, will blocking their path like this really work? The fierce-looking, wounded man said, the Yu family acted without mercy, so do not blame us for it. They still have the nerve to pretend to be good people here. This time, we must expose them before everyone. Our 2 families suffered misfortune, so they should have a taste of it too. As the two spoke, Li Yuntan suddenly appeared atop the nearby wall, interrupting them and making them jump in alarm. Holding a slice of watermelon, as though he were joking around, Li Yunan asked, "What misfortune?" They immediately became wary. The woman even drew her sword and demanded, "Who are you?" Li Yuntan jumped down, smiling to show that he meant no harm. "I'm merely a passerby, an ordinary bystander enjoying some watermelon. But now I am rather interested in this disaster you mentioned. What exactly happened?" His words did not make the group any less wary. The woman, who seemed to be their leader, spoke up. "This young master should first make his identity clear. If you are the son of some influential family, do not let a misunderstanding harm our friendship." Li Yuntan gestured for her to wait. Then he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the entire watermelon, rind and all. This was not meaningless behavior. Li Yuntan did it deliberately to make them understand that he was not someone they could provoke. Clearly, his action frightened them. Demon? Monster? Madman? What exactly was he? Afterward, Li Yuntan said, "You are escort guards, are you not?" As he spoke, he examined the three people before him. Their shoes showed they had traveled a long way, and the soil clinging to them was identical to the red earth distinctive to the state of Li. They also bore injuries and had no cargo with them. There was an 80% chance that something had happened to them. His words left them too astonished to speak. Li Yuntan continued, "If something major has occurred in the state of Li, then the emperor must have died." As he spoke, Li Yuntan fanned himself as if deep in thought. The Yu family stopped sending escort convoys to the state of Li long ago. But judging from the way you two speak, I fear the Yu family has also realized that calamity has struck the state of Li's border. Could it be that great chaos has broken out? When he finished speaking, the gloomy-faced young woman stared at him warily. "You inferred so much from only a few sentences. I do not recall any young master in this city with a mind as sharp as yours." Seeing her caution, Li Yuntan only smiled. "Do not be nervous. I am merely an ordinary follower of the Sacred Dragon Cult." Upon hearing the name Sacred Dragon Cult, the others reacted as though struck by lightning and shouted excitedly, "The Sacred Dragon Cult? He truly is in league with the Yu family. Capture him." As they spoke, they drew their blades and prepared to attack. They surrounded Li Yuntan, leaving an open space in the middle. Li Yuntan merely replied calmly, "Do not view matters so superficially." At that moment, a fierce man rushed forward and slashed at Li Yuntan. Yet before the blade could touch him, Li Yuntan vanished, leaving the attacker utterly stunned. The next second, Li Yuntan appeared behind the young woman, his fan pointed directly at her throat. "Madam, please speak." This not only horrified her, but also made the others cry out, "Third miss." Only then did she say fearfully, "If I tell you the truth, can you spare our lives? Let us pretend we never met you today." Li Yuntan thought that his guess had indeed been correct. The true leader of this group was a woman. Li Yuntan said, "Fine. Speak quickly." She said, "My husband is one Tongda, the chief escort of the Wanshun Escort Agency. The agency's convoy was still on the road when the emperor died unexpectedly. They stayed in the city for a time in constant fear, and my husband hurried home. But when he reached the border, both he and the cargo were detained." Li Yuntan frowned and pressed the fan harder against her throat. "Stop beating around the bush. I want to hear about that calamity." Seeing Li Yuntan's impatience, Third Miss said calmly, "Please do not rush. If not for my family's affairs, I would not know the cause of this calamity either." She continued, "My husband had a loyal servant at his side who was highly skilled at delivering messages by carrier pigeon. He risked his life to send news back from the state of Li. The letter said that before he was seized at the border, he saw demonic beasts fighting." Li Yuntan asked, "Were they strange beasts?" She replied, "To be precise, they may have been demons." Third Miss continued, "The demon at the border destroyed 3 towns and villages in succession. Then it was said to have continued south, entering the state of Yi and destroying another village. Next, it may continue heading south until, before she could finish, Li Yuntan said, 'Until it gets here, correct?' Then he turned and left coldly." Seeing this, the others exchanged glances and rushed forward together to ambush Li Yuntan, wanting to kill him before their identities were exposed. Li Yuntan seemed unwilling to make a move. He merely said, "Thank you all. Sorry for the disturbance. Please continue with your unfinished business." Just as their swords and sabers were about to strike Li Yuntan, he vanished and teleported into the air, leaving them staring blankly, unable to tell where he had gone. They said angrily, "Damn it, we must leave this place immediately. We have hidden our identities for so many years. We absolutely cannot let it all be for nothing." Li Yuntan watched them thoughtfully and thought, things seem to be growing more complicated. A demon has come from the state of Li. I need to find someone else and ask around. Over at the Pill Cauldron sect, Yu Zian read an urgent report and was both shocked and furious. How could this happen? 2 sect masters of the mystical realm Grotto Heaven, 3 senior elders of the sect, for dead and 1 crippled. Even more shocking was the news that the celestial emperor of the state of Li had turned into a ghost emperor. All this information caused a tremendous upheaval within the sect, with far-reaching consequences. It not only severely damaged the sect's reputation, but also disrupted all its previous plans. At the 3rd watch of the night, an old man patrolled the streets, beating his night watch clapper to warn people to guard against fires, when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A mounted figure swept past the old man. It was clearly not human. There was also a scar on its face, and its eyes revealed a dangerous gleam. The old night watchman clearly could not see the creature. He only felt a coldness behind him and turned around. At that moment, he saw Li Yuntan's figure. By coincidence, Li Yuntan wore green robes and had snow-white hair. In the silent depths of night, he was indeed enough to terrify anyone. Sure enough, the old man was frightened and thought, "At such a late hour, have I encountered a ghost?" Li Yuntan had no idea that he inspired such fear in others. He was still lost in thought. A new emperor brings a new court. Who would have thought that the governor's residence had been burned down by the previous dynasty's imperial palace? Beneath prosperity lay utter desolation. As Li Yuntan pondered, someone approached and reported, "This humble general is Diwu Bayu, Grand General of the Golden Crow Guard stationed in the capital of Great Yi. By His Majesty's command, I have come to report on the matter entrusted by the Dragon King." On closer inspection, he was a tall man clad in iron armor, several inches larger than Li Yuntan. Li Yuntan said, "Dispense with the formalities." The reason was that when he had first encountered that great ghost at Jade Blossom Tower, he had known the man was no ordinary person. However, Li Yuntan had never expected him to be the former emperor of Yi, who had wandered the state of Qing for more than 400 years. Later, Li Yuntan took the opportunity to help him reconstruct his Dharma body and restore his consciousness. With his assistance from then on, Li Yuntan was like a fish in water, and everything proceeded smoothly. Li Yuntan said outwardly, "So your emperor released you as well? You were sent running around on my behalf the moment you got out. How troublesome." The Golden Crow Guard member replied firmly, "Dragon King, you are too kind. Ever since the Qing rebels revolted and massacred the capital, our great Yi was split apart, becoming the present-day state of Qing and state of Yi." Then the Golden Crow Guard member bowed deeply to Li Yuntan. Without the Dragon King's aid, His Majesty might have had to wander this land for who knows how much longer. This humble general would never have had the chance to see daylight again. Li Yuntan hurriedly helped him up. "Enough. There's no need to be so polite. Let's get to the point. How did the 2 matters I asked you to investigate turn out?" Hearing this, the Golden Crow Guard member reported, "The first concerns that Red Lady associated with the Taoist. Over the past several days, this humble general questioned the city residents and the cooks, and discovered traces of yin and yang spiritual energy converging at the locations of yin spirits. This confirms that the woman possesses the means to command the yin spirits within the city. The Dragon King previously surmised that the city's yin spirits had taken away that female Taoist corpse. That is indeed the case. This humble general has recorded every yin spirit that Red Lady may command." With that, the Golden Crow Guard member handed Li Yuntan a ledger. Li Yuntan accepted it and praised him. "Well done. So Lord Dongting knows everything that has happened in the city these past few days." The guard immediately replied, "He knows only what the Dragon King wishes him to know. That Red Lady can command only a dozen or so wandering souls. All of them are under His Majesty's control and have acted according to the Dragon King's instructions." Li Yuntan asked again, "Very good. What about the second matter?" The Golden Crow Guard member bowed, slightly in apology. "Time was rather short this afternoon, and the information we obtained was limited. I hope the Dragon King will forgive us. Regarding the demon leaving the state of Li, several souls were captured outside the city this afternoon. Some came from the state of Yi, while others came from the state of Li. After questioning them carefully, we learned that it was not a demon at all, but the Emperor of Li, Li Yuntan drew in a sharp breath in disbelief. The Golden Crow Guard member continued. The Emperor of Li died 19 days ago, and the Imperial Palace has not yet announced the news. Unexpectedly, a palace coup occurred that very night, just when black and white impermanence had failed to seize the Heavenly Emperor's soul, empowered by the faith of hundreds of millions of Li's citizens. Within 3 watches of the night, the Heavenly Emperor's soul became a ghost emperor, his cultivation breaking through to the peak of the profound realm. He even forced the Supreme Elder to forget everything. Moreover, because the state of Li concealed news of the Emperor's death, cultivators from the Taoist orthodoxy and the sword sect went to the state of Li, making the situation hopelessly chaotic. Many people died in the battle against the Demon Emperor, the Golden Crow Guard member continued. According to ghosts from the state of Yi, the severely wounded Demon Emperor fled toward the border of the heaven-piercing sea in the state of Yi, where he fought Second Dragon to the death. His whereabouts are currently unknown. Upon hearing the words, heaven-piercing sea, Li Yuntan seemed delighted as he repeated them. The heaven-piercing sea. The guard continued what he had left unsaid. Yes, the heaven-piercing sea lies between the state of Li and the state of Yi. After that battle, it seems both parties were seriously wounded. After hearing this, Li Yuntan pondered. The Taoist orthodoxy was involved in this matter as well. The people of the Pill Cauldron sect would surely have more accurate information. In his eyes, the Emperor of Li was already dead. The only ones capable of bombarding someone with 9 Dragon Thunder True Fire were the Dragon Clan. At that thought, Li Yuntan was overjoyed. Hasn't disaster finally arrived? Li Yuntan happily praised the Golden Crow Guard member. You have done well. I like you very much. How about coming to work for me? Once I become the true Dragon King, I will appoint you general who subdues the 3 realms. What do you say? Li Yuntan's half-serious, half-joking words startled the guard slightly, but he quickly made his position clear. Dragon King, please do not joke with this humble general. I am loyal to His Majesty and will never serve 2 masters. Li Yuntan nudda. Is that so? Then go and do one more thing for me. With that, Li Yuntan whispered something to him. The Golden Crow Guard member knelt to receive the order and shouted, "As you command." In some corner of the city, the night was already deep, yet a room remained brightly lit. A man sat before a pile of blackened paper pulp, looking severely sleep-deprived as he muttered, "Gunpowder. Once I make it, I'll definitely show you how formidable I am." As he spoke, he dozed off. At that moment, however, a stream of black energy slipped into his head. At once, he accidentally slammed his head hard against the table. Then he sat up, still drowsy, with blood running from his injured forehead, but his mouth muttered, 15 parts saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal. This is the formula. Suddenly, he became fully alert and shouted, "The gods have answered me." Elsewhere, Li Yuntan slowly walked along the deserted streets. As he walked, he thought, Wei City has been arranged. Next, I need to confirm the Taoist reaction. At that moment, a female ghost appeared and wrapped herself around Li Yuntan's arm. Strangely, Li Yuntan did not push away the pale white figure. He merely glanced at her. The female ghost was Lady 3 Flowers. She said, "Great King, this little demon has completed the task you assigned. But why did you give that prescription to the scholar?" Li Yuntan replied, "It is called gunpowder. It is something this world does not possess, and it is also bait." Lady 3 Flowers, simple-minded as she was, could not understand. Li Yuntan did not explain. In any case, you do not need to understand. How is your cultivation progressing now? Lady 3 Flowers confidently replied, "Reporting to the Great King, all 4 of us have assumed human form. In Taoist, Lu has broken through to the intent realm." Li Yuntan thought upon hearing this. Old Lu actually broke through to the intent realm? That really is unexpected. It seems he was not lying when he said that he had exceptional talent in his youth. Lady 3 Flowers continued, "Great King, we have displayed quite a few divine abilities in the city. Many commoners near White Deer Prefecture have become followers of the sacred dragon cult. Should we have them come to Wei City?" Li Yuntan answered, "No need for now. Wait for my news." As he spoke, Li Yuntan looked at Lady 3 Flowers and continued, if suspicious people sneak into White Deer Prefecture to gather information in the coming days, do not alert them. Wait until I am finished, and I will return to deal with them. Lady Three Flowers blinked her distinctive mismatched eyes mischievously. As you command, Great King. At the Dragon King Temple at Three Rivers Crossing, Li Yuntan came to the water's edge and called out, Red Lady, I have something to discuss with you. A woman in red immediately appeared. We only met a few days ago. Why are you calling for me again? Li Yuntan did not beat around the bush. Red Lady, do you know any important news? The Emperor of Li. Before he could finish, Red Lady interrupted, I know you came because of this. But do you know that neither the affairs of Wei City nor those of the Wei River are matters in which you can meddle? I heard that you were pretending to be a sacred dragon cult follower on your way to Wei City, seeking fame, just like them. And at night, people fought in Wei City and even unleashed 9 Dragon Thunderfire. Are you not afraid? The other party's attitude made Li Yuntan feel uneasy. It seemed his previous assumptions had been wrong. Something was off with this young woman's mood. Could something have happened on Lord Dongting's side? Even so, Li Yuntan calmly said, Red Lady, though I am merely a keen spirit of humble cultivation, I still understand something of the greater situation. The Taoist orthodoxy and the sword sect have lost 5 cultivators with great supernatural abilities, and they were even injured by a minor Yin spirit like me. They certainly will not let this go. Furthermore, Lu Lang died at Lord Dongting's hands. I fear the Taoist orthodoxy will take this opportunity to make trouble. If we do not act soon, Red Lady cut him off before he could finish. Why do you concern yourself with so much? Li Yuntan was surprised by Red Lady's question. At that moment, she rose from the wooden railing and said, if you agree now to stop involving yourself in the affairs of Wei City and the Wei River, and leave this place, you can still have the chance to become a carefree ghost cultivator. Li Yuntan's expression turned solemn as he rejected her offer. I cannot stay out of it. I have already said that I must avenge my friends myself. Hearing this, Red Lady merely sighed. If I cannot persuade you, then I will take you to meet someone. With that, Red Lady stepped onto the lake's surface. Water immediately splashed up in disorder, as though she had activated some mechanism. Red Lady stepped down onto the water, then extended her hand toward Li Yuntan. Come with me. Li Yuntan hesitated slightly and pointed down at the lake. We have to go into the water? Is there no other way? Red Lady asked. Are you afraid of water? Li Yuntan ansora taukuarli. A little. Before he could finish, Red Lady seized his hand and pulled him down. What is there to fear? I will take you. Amid the vast lake, Li Yuntan and Red Lady's small boat looked utterly tiny. On the boat, Li Yuntan anxiously watched the person beside him, while she smiled and said, Do not be afraid. Li Yuntan did not know what to say and merely gave an acknowledging hum. In the boundless lake, with no shore in sight, Red Lady suddenly asked Li Yuntan, Look, this 1,000-mile Dongting lake appears immense to mortals, vast as the sea. Yet if my father assumed his true form, even his 300-jong body could not swim freely within it. My father was born in Dongting Lake and only attained the Tao after 3,000 years. But for 2,000 of those years, he was trapped in this lake. For the sake of the lake's aquatic lands, he has not assumed his true form for 1,000 years. To my father, this Dongting Lake is nothing more than a cage. He often used to tell me that if he could swim through the boundless ocean, he would have no regrets in this life. The air fell silent. Li Yuntan asked, What about you? The question surprised her. Li Yuntan gazed at the vast waters ahead. Yes, you only spoke of your father's wish just now. What do you yourself want? Red Lady said, Me? Do you know how I offended your friend? Li Yuntan pretended not to know, though he understood perfectly well. How? My mother was human. I was born having inherited my father's lineage. I was born with the body of a Void Realm demon. Since being born in Dongting Lake, no one has ever dared defy me. That dragon was already close to attaining the true realm of a great demon. I knew from early on how formidable he was, and I knew I was no match for him, so I had no wish to provoke him. This left Li Yuntan puzzled. Then why did you? Red Lady continued. It was actually my father's wish. He wanted to use that dragon's hand to cripple my cultivation. As she said this, an indescribable look of helpless resignation appeared on Red Lady's beautiful face. As long as he killed me and I became a ghost cultivator, I would be able to transcend the restrictions Dongting Lake had placed upon us. I could then go to White Deer Prefecture and still do something for my father. Hearing this, Li Yuntan merely said, "So that is how it is. But becoming a ghost cultivator is no easy matter." Red Lady replied, "I know you can understand me. How could a ghost cultivator lack an obsession? When I still possessed a demon body, I often heard a scholar reading by the lake. At that time, I thought how wonderful it would be if I could visit White Deer Town. The way of great learning lies in manifesting one's bright virtue. I wanted to see whether those people truly lived as my father's stories described." Then Red Lady gave a bitter smile. "My obsession is love, but it is also my own wish." Li Yuntan was moved by her story. She turned to him and asked, "Young Master Li, do you want to become the Lord of the Wei River?" Having experienced too many schemes and deceptions, Li Yuntan understood clearly that she was testing him. Following her was a good opportunity to learn the truth about Lord Dongting's side, but he had to be careful not to reveal any weakness. After a moment of thought, he answered, "I have never considered something so far ahead. At present, I only wish to avenge my friends. I have not thought about anything else for the time being." Red Lady could find nothing suspicious in his answer, so she said, "You are determined to take revenge. But let me tell you, it is impossible for you to go to Wei City at once and avenge your friend. You can only wait and wait for a very long time. Perhaps you may not get the chance even in your entire lifetime." With that, Red Lady looked at Li Yuntan meaningfully. "Now that you know this, have you still not considered following me?" Li Yuntan understood both her gaze and the implication of her words, but he remained certain that their aspirations differed and they could not walk the same path. Fate had placed them on opposing sides. In the future, they might even become enemies. Though they could understand each other, they could never become kindred spirits. He answered softly with only 2 words, "I will not." Knowing this would be his answer, Red Lady covered her mouth and laughed. "Very well. Even if he is like this, there is no harm in keeping him." The heavy atmosphere from before seemed to dissipate. Red Lady took Li Yuntan's hand. "Come here," she said, directing his gaze ahead. The vast expanse of water before them had changed. Before Li Yuntan still lay the broad Yangtze River, but now countless white bubbles rose from beneath the surface. They surged upward in dense clusters, forming floating clouds ahead. The sight made Li Yuntan exclaim in astonishment. "This is," Red Lady calmly explained, "this is energy and vital essence. But I did not bring young Master Li here today to see this." With that, Red Lady lightly shook her fair arm. A cord was tied around her wrist, with a bell hanging from it. At that moment, both the cord and bell shone with a brilliant golden radiance, while the bell rang loudly. The energy and vital essence that had gathered into clouds parted to either side, revealing a woman's corpse in the middle. The woman appeared amid the white clouds, extraordinarily beautiful. Her appearance was even more breathtaking up close. Dressed in white, she resembled an immortal maiden. The woman drifted toward Li Yuntan as countless streams of energy and vital essence rose around her. The scene was exceptionally beautiful and dreamlike. Yet Li Yuntan's next words were not romantic in the slightest. The woman's face became clear before Li Yuntan's eyes, and she opened her almond-shaped eyes to look at him. As her eyes gradually turned red, she said, "You are not dead yet?" Li Yuntan stared at the beautiful young woman before him in astonishment. "Lu Ling, are you dead or not?" Red Lady parted her soft red lips and whispered in his ear, "How should I put it? You could say she's caught between life and death. Her chi si has collapsed, her cultivation has been devoured, and her soul has left her body. By all reason, she should be considered dead. There's also a soul-shaking bell on her wrist, which has collected her soul. At present, her soul is controlled by that bell." Li Yuntan frowned in confusion. When he had previously gone to Three Owls Lake, Lord Dongting had said he had taken a concubine. Could it be that he had been telling the truth, and she was the one? "That is right. My father found this treasure and placed it on Lu Ling. Back then, because she was so proud, father humiliated her by deliberately claiming that he intended to take her as a concubine. Only after tempering her disposition did he allow her to leave." Ling Kongzi suddenly spoke at that moment. "You are actually still." Li Yuntan realized that Lu Ling still retained her old memories and could not allow her to continue. He put on an expression of hatred, his gaze cold. "If you're not dead, then there is still a debt between us that I must settle. Do you remember what I said to you that day at Jade Blossom Tower. Lu Ling slowly recalled that night at Jade Blossom Tower and fell silent. Li Yuntan ground his teeth as he spoke. If you remember, then you should know that I am someone who always repays a grievance. I will see this through to the end. Anyone perceptive could hear the implication in his words. He would find a way to save her from this sea of suffering. He took Red Lady by the hand, turned, and left. Let's go. Lu Ling stared at Li Yuntan, her lips trembling as she softly murmured, "The heavenly Tao casts its reflection. When the cave heaven awaits its opening, I stand above those who wait." Seeing that Lu Ling had understood his meaning, Li Yuntan sighed in relief. Fortunately, she had not exposed his identity. If she did not continue pressing him, then she had likely understood his unspoken message, that he too had no choice in the matter and would find a way to help her. He frowned slightly at Red Lady. "You brought me here to see her. What is the next step of your plan?" Red Lady cut him off. "I only wanted to tell you that even if the Taoist orthodoxy comes here, my father will not fear them. Besides, he has Ling Kongzi in his hands and can use him to bargain with the Taoist orthodoxy. That could be considered a service rendered to them. My father will also avenge the ninth young master. But that young lady has been imprisoned for 2,000 years. She is in no hurry anymore." Red Lady turned back, her eyes fixed on him with a ruthless glint. The Taoist orthodoxy is a great mountain, not easily shaken. Yet sooner or later, it will slaughter all Yin spirits in the world. When that day comes, chaos will surely break out. Then my father will have his chance to avenge him. Red Lady was implying that, no matter what schemes he had now, or whether he wished to provoke conflict between Dongting and the Taoist orthodoxy, her father would not act. Li Yuntan's expression changed in astonishment, and he looked at her solemnly. "What do you mean by that, miss? I never had such thoughts." Red Lady turned and smiled. "Li, even though I know you are still deceiving me, I cannot stop myself from loving you." Li Yuntan was startled. What had she discovered the flaw? He asked, "Deceiving you?" Red Lady gazed at him with infatuation. "You really are different from him. You speak gently, and your smile is warm. Even after being exposed, you remain so gentle and so handsome. In all of White Deer Prefecture, I have never seen anyone as beautiful as you. But you are mistaken." Confusion flickered in Li Yuntan's eyes. Who was she comparing him to? Red Lady continued, "There is another great secret within these 1,000 miles of Dongting. You all know it. Do you truly think that Dongting and the Wei River, governed by your ninth brother, are safe places? Right now, this is the most dangerous place in the world." Li Yuntan froze. So that was it. She seemed to have mistaken him for the second dragon. His face abruptly changed, and he immediately rose from the small boat. "How did you know?" "I originally had informants in the city, but for some reason, I lost contact with them. So I guess that you have been playing tricks. This lake has a method of distinguishing the aura on your body, the distinctive aura of the Dragon Clan. That is why I brought you here." Li Yuntan Frona. "So that was why you brought me here," Red Lady hastily explained. "Li, I only wanted to let you." Before she could finish, an enormous fishtail suddenly emerged from the lake and lashed straight toward Li Yuntan. Red Lady instantly threw herself forward and shoved him away. The fishtail struck her instead. Using all her strength, Red Lady gripped the fishtail and shouted at Li Yuntan, "Leave quickly. Do not come back." Li Yuntan hurriedly flew to the shore. A furious shout rose from beneath the water. "Unfilial daughter!" Red Lady could no longer hold on and was sent flying by the fishtail into the cliff wall. Seeing this, Li Yuntan anxiously tried to rush over, but she stopped him with a loud cry. "Do not come over," she urgently pleaded. "Do not come here. Hurry and leave. My father wants to capture you. As long as you remain on shore, he cannot do anything to you." Li Yuntan felt unexpectedly moved. "Why are you helping me?" Red Lady looked at the stunned Li Yuntan and smiled bitterly. "You heartless man." Before Li Yuntan could react, she leaned close and gently kissed his cheek. "Because I like you very much." Then she turned, narrowing her eyes toward Dongting Lake. "If you truly have the ability to kill the Taoist in the city, perhaps my father will be willing to sit down and speak with you properly." With that, Red Lady leaped into the water without hesitation. "If we meet again, recite a poem for me." Li Yuntan had not yet processed everything that had just happened. His cheeks burned, and he trembled slightly. What kind of trick was this? Meanwhile, at the Dragon God Temple on South Mountain, the old Taoist Lu was carefully inspecting the divine statue. He sighed. At last, they have all been sent away. Too much incense and worship is not a good thing either. After finishing his inspection, he returned home. Li Yuntan had already been waiting there for a long time. You're back. The old Taoist, Lu, looked in astonishment at Li Yuntan before him. Brother Yuntan, Li Yuntan smilat finally. I know you have broken through the intent realm and reached the void realm. Cultivating in the void realm without guidance can easily lead to mistakes. I gave it some thought and decided to come here. The old Taoist, Lu, was briefly flustered, then finally calmed down. Yet he still stared at Li Yuntan in amazement. Yes, in this void realm, I have constantly felt that my snow mountain is unstable and my sea of qi is in turmoil. It is good that you have returned, Brother Yuntan. Deep down, he was thrilled. Brother Yunnan was truly still alive. Seeing him like this, Li Yuntan teased him. Why are you not at all emotional upon seeing me again? The old Taoist, Lu, replied, I know you dislike that sort of thing. If I wept and asked you where you've been all this time and what you had done after not dying, you would probably leave immediately. You only need to know that I am very happy you have returned. Li Yuntan siga. It is still most comfortable speaking with you. Then he directly stated the purpose of his return. Old Taoist Lu, do you want to do something great with me? A short while later, the two walked down the mountain together. The old Taoist, Lu, asked worriedly, Are we really just leaving like this? Have we said everything that needed to be said? The old Taoist, Lu, scratched his head awkwardly. There is nothing in particular to instruct her about. I just wanted to talk when we met. Li Yuntan lauga. All right, I will make her a copy of the water cloud mirror, along with some talismans and pills. Once everything is settled, you can still return if you wish. The old Taoist, Lu, said, Brother Yuntan, how can this Taoist ever repay you? Li Yuntan regarded the old Taoist Lu as family, so he comforted him. There is no need to say such things. It is enough to leave her with a few means to protect herself, so that you can worry less. At this time, the city streets were bustling. People carried bricks and stacked timber everywhere. Curious passers-by gathered around, unsure what was happening. Someone explained that they were repairing the Dragon King temple. The temple destroyed on the night the Dragon King manifested himself. More than a month had passed, and someone had finally come to repair it. Someone asked whether it was the new prefect. No, they're people from the Sacred Dragon cult. Mention of this new sect made everyone even more curious. Quite a few people have joined the Sacred Dragon cult lately. That is right. I heard that the repairs in South Alley were also commissioned by the Sacred Dragon cult through young Master Yu. At this moment, the old Taoist Lu shouted, Time to rest. Each of the sturdy workers received a bowl of plain porridge, and they shouted in unison, May the Sacred Dragon cult leader enjoy everlasting blessings and live as long as South Mountain. At the Wu residence, Lord Wu listened to a report about the recent events in the city. I heard that the Sacred Dragon cult invited Meng to help them. They have already entered the city. Yes, the timberworks on Blade Creek Road have begun expanding on a large scale. It seems they have also won the people's support. Lord Wu gently blew on his tea. To grow to such a scale in such a short time, they do possess some ability. But anyone daring to set their sights on my son is probably no decent person. If their scheme is merely about money, that is one thing. But who knows whether they have other intentions in coming to this city? At that moment, someone reported that a visitor had delivered a calling card and insisted it be personally handed to the master. Lord Wu opened the card in puzzlement and quietly read, Li Yuntan, the Sacred Dragon cult wishes to do charitable work and hopes to meet an elder for a discussion. The servant narrowed his eyes. This Li Yuntan has met our family several times. A few months ago, when the young master rescued an escort agency, there was also a Li Yuntan among them. And at the Treasure Splinter Gathering, he had a conflict with the young master's cousin, the Taoist cultivator Zuan Dengzi. Upon hearing this, Lord Wu remembered. But wasn't this Li Yuntan dead? He caused quite a commotion a few days ago. He smiled faintly, calling himself the Dragon Crown Prince of the Eastern Sea. How interesting. Arrange for him to meet me in 2 days. A few days later, the old Taoist Lu and Li Yuntan came to pay a visit. Seeing that they had been led in through the back in trance, the old Taoist Lu became angry. Li Yuntan remained composed. The Wu family truly looks down on us. The master is waiting. Please enter. Li Yuntan stepped forward, cupped his hands, and introduced himself. I am Li Yuntan, cult leader of the Sacred Dragon Cult and crown prince of the East Sea's vast Cloud Dragon clan. I greet Lord Wu. Without waiting for Lord Wu to respond, he lifted his robe and sat down. Lord Wu slightly opened his eyes at this and was about to speak. But when he saw the way the two behaved, he frowned in displeasure. The attendant beside him shouted, "The master has not permitted you to sit." Enough. The old Taoist, Lu, hurriedly rose and cupped his hands. Please forgive us, Lord Wu. Our cult leader has only recently come to the mortal world and does not understand the customs here. I am Lu Gongzan, chief elder of the Sacred Dragon Cult, a native of Wei City. Lord Wu took a sip of tea and went straight to the point. I know that you came from bandits. The old Taoist Lu was left speechless and answered awkwardly. You know about that too. I know far more than that. My son may have helped you people a few days ago, but that was because he enjoys doing good deeds. Do not think the Wu family can be fooled by the cheap tricks of wandering charlatans. Lord Wu stared directly at the old Taoist Lu. Speak. What have you come here for? Seemingly intimidated by him, the old Taoist Lu gave a bitter smile and cupped his hands. Lord Wu is indeed a man of great insight. Since that is the case, we shall speak plainly. We came today to discuss an important matter with you. Lord Wu remained calm. An important matter concerning the realm? Let me hear it. The old Taoist Lu steadied his breath and said in a deep voice, "Heroes emerge in troubled times. Now that Prefect Zhao of Wei City has left office, the three prefectural authorities are unable to suppress the demons causing trouble. The common people are frightened and have nowhere to turn. At present, under my leadership, the Sacred Dragon Cult not only charges no money, but also develops waterworks, repairs roads, and opens mines, growing more animated." The old Taoist Lu leaned closer to Lord Wu. By the time the new prefect arrives in Wei City, we will have the allegiance of tens of thousands and a vast body of followers. Tell me, Lord Wu, how could the new prefect fail to value us? Lord Wu asked, if your plans are so thorough, why come looking for me? The old Taoist Lu answered confidently. Although the Sacred Dragon Cult has gained some renown among the people, it is still a new sect with shallow foundations. If Lord Wu is willing to help us, then once the cult grows strong, Lord Wu will be a friend of the Sacred Dragon Cult. May I ask, Lord Wu, would you like to share Wei City with us? Wu Qi finally could not hold back his laughter. Ah, you call this an important matter concerning the realm? It is merely Wei City. Lord Wu coldly looked at the two ignorant fools before him. I think you're courting death. The old Taoist Lu was bewildered. Lord Wu, what do you mean? Lord Wu challenged him. Do you think you can develop waterworks, repair roads, and open mines? You dragged some country fishermen into becoming your cult leader, then swaggered into the city to buy the people's favor. I think you intend to rebel. Li Yuntan had always heard people praise him as handsome and otherworldly. This was the first time he had heard himself cursed in such a manner, and he felt somewhat embarrassed. The old Taoist Lu hurriedly put on a frightened expression. Lord Wu, that is not our intention. Lord Wu snorted disdainfully. Do you know that even Prefect Zhao of Wei City had to send a calling card before meeting me? You wish to cooperate with me. What do you have to offer? Seeing that the time was right, the old Taoist Lu hurriedly knelt to display his sincerity. Lord Wu is indeed wise. I am merely trying to survive amid the chaos. The Sacred Dragon Cult has, after all, more than 1,000 people. If Lord Wu is willing to help, we are willing to follow your commands. Lord Wu frowned and spoke heavily. Rebellion is no minor crime. Your Sacred Dragon Cult is merely a rabble. I cannot be bothered to give it much thought. The old Taoist Lu said, this Taoist has no intention of rebelling. I beg Lord Wu to enlighten me. Hearing this, Lord Wu pondered for a moment before showing a trace of mercy. Very well, I see that you have some talent, so I will give you an opportunity. The old Taoist Lu hurriedly said, thank you, Lord Wu. Please show us the way. Lord Wu replied, you cannot accomplish the things you mentioned. As a prominent local gentleman, I will provide you with funds and permit you to do them, but only under the name of the Wu residents. Consider it my way of helping you avert disaster. Only then did the old Taoist Lu reveal a delighted expression. "Thank you, Lord Wu." Wu Qi lowered his voice. "In addition, investigate the movements of the Wanshan escort agency in Wei City. Once you investigate it thoroughly, you will become one of the Wu residence's people. From then on, forget the prefect. Even the provincial governor will not be able to touch you." Li Yuntan, seated beside him, frowned slightly. Was the Wanshan escort agency not the group that had attempted to abduct Wu Meng? The old Taoist, Lu, had just pretended to be deeply moved. Pointing at himself, he asked Lord Wu whether this meant that the sacred dragon cult would remain under his control. Lord Wu showed nothing on his face, but inwardly he had already scorned the pair for their narrow vision. "Still letting you manage it?" Li Yuntan replied. "Thank you for your guidance, Lord Wu. Then we shall take our leave. Leave the matter you assigned to this humble one." Lord Wu waved them away. At that moment, a clean-shaven, pale-faced, middle-aged man suddenly appeared beside him and asked, "Has that man surnamed Lu still not told the truth?" Lord Wu answered, "The attitude he displayed today is all there is to him. At first, he pretended to be inscrutable. Then he acted bold and straightforward. In the end, he could not restrain himself and exposed his true nature. A man like this cannot possibly accomplish great things. I doubt he even controls the sacred dragon cult by himself." The man frowned. Just as expected, there must be another expert behind him. Lord Wu asked the pale-faced, middle-aged man, "Who do you think it is, sir?" The man narrowed his eyes. "In my opinion, it is the newly arrived immortal of the cave heaven realm, the one filling Sanjianzi's unfinished post in the Pill Cauldron sect. The sacred dragon cult's golden statue of the dragon-crowned prince on South Mountain has indeed been possessed by a demon." He spoke contemptuously. "These cultivators of the mysterious gate simply cannot bear to see demons run rampant. If there were not truly a cave heaven realm immortal behind them, how could they be so indulgent?" Lord Wu's intentions are extremely dangerous, especially concerning the matter from 14 years ago. There could be absolutely no misstep. He wishes to use this matter to connect himself with the Taoist orthodoxy. The man calmly told Lord Wu, "For now, we should observe them." At a tavern, the old Taoist Lu anxiously asked, "Brother Yuntan, how was my performance just now? Do you think they believed it?" Li Yuntan calmly raised his wine cup. "They do not completely believe us, but they may watch us for the time being." The old Taoist Lu pondered this. "Just as you expected, Brother Yuntan. The Wu family's people have arrived. With their help, our prospects can advance much faster." Looking at the burly men filling the courtyard, Li Yuntan happily took a sip of wine. "Yes, that is enough. The sacred dragon cult is one layer of my disguise, while the Wu family is another layer of disguise for the sacred dragon cult. So long as every side fears the power behind the others, I can find a way to survive among them." The old Taoist Lu cupped his hands and asked worriedly, "What if they expose us?" Li Yuntan smiled calmly. "Then let them expose us. In any case, those people never truly believed us." The old Taoist Lu did not understand, so Li Yuntan gestured outside. "Take a careful look. Among the people sent by the Wu family, quite a few are cultivators." The old Taoist Lu hurriedly focused his senses. Sure enough, most of those outside were experts. "Then should we strike first, just to be safe?" The scar-faced man outside keenly sensed the old Taoist Lu's probing gaze. They had been noticed. Li Yuntan set down his wine cup. "No need. Keep up your current act and let them follow you. I will leave the city to inspect the situation." Then he instructed the old Taoist Lu to return first. When the Taoists outside saw the old Taoist Lu emerge, they mistakenly concluded that the Taoist surnamed Lu was indeed the true master. "Follow him." Meanwhile, the moment Li Yuntan went out, two people secretly began following him. Seeing Li Yuntan stop in a wasteland, they hid in the bushes and waited. One of them said impatiently, "We've been following him for days. Is a man with no cultivation really worth 2 void realm cultivators tailing him?" The man beside him kept his eyes fixed on Li Yuntan and replied coldly, "Just do as master instructed." The other man dejectedly poked his head out to look. There's nothing special about him. Why is he even inspecting a wasteland? Could the sacred dragon cult be interested in these barren plots? Suddenly, they realized that the person before them had vanished. The man beside him shouted, "Wait, where did he go?" Before he could react, he saw his companion's head fall to the ground. Looking up, he saw Li Yuntan holding the severed head, his eyes bloodshot as he whispered viciously, "Terrible taste." Realizing that the man before him was a flesh-eating demon. The scout fled in terror. This is not something I can handle. I have to get back and report to Master. The scout immediately waved his hand, releasing a cloud of dust. Li Yuntan did not pursue him. He merely raised one hand and seized the scout amid crackling lightning. The scout screamed in horror and activated an invisibility talisman, then vanished into thin air. Li Yuntan lowered his head regretfully as he let him escape, then looked up with a cold smile. Make sure you deliver the message for me. He had already prepared the right people and terrain. All that remained was favorable timing. Hopefully you would not rain. Meanwhile, at the Pill Cauldron sect, the scout, now left with only one arm, clutched his wound and wailed, "Save me! Master, save me!" He discovered us. The other man was killed in a single strike. Yu Ziyun frowned slightly. Two useless fools. Why couldn't you hide yourselves better? That was the devouring evil. The devouring evil. The scout trembled in disbelief. He had never heard of such a demon. Yu Ziyun recalled. He was once Li Yuntan, a cultivator at the great accomplishment of the mysterious Marvel realm. Killing me would have taken no more than the twitch of a finger. Though he is badly injured now, he is still the devouring evil. Unable to contain his resentment, the scout collapsed and demanded to know why he had not been warned. Yu Ziyun looked coldly at the corpse before him. Be smarter in your next life. This path always requires sacrifices. He looked at the sky. It is time to meet that heaven-piercing Lord. Elsewhere, Li Yuntan was composing poetry when a gentle breeze drifted past. Someone spoke. Heaven-piercing Lord, you are certainly thorough. Li Yuntan raised his head, his face filled with killing intent. In the night sky, a middle-aged man floated beneath the moonlight. It was Yu Ziyun of Langya Cave Heaven. Yu Ziyun descended upon the moonlight, his expression arrogant. Cupping his hands, he said, I heard that heaven-piercing Lord is fierce-tempered and decisive in slaughter. Yet here you are, amusing yourself among mortals. Li Yuntan stared intently at Yu Ziyun, then lowered his head and denied it. What heaven-piercing Lord? Yu Ziyun said, There's no need to conceal it any longer. Though this is not your heaven-piercing sea, my lineage still has a few informants here. Yu Ziyun glanced at the frail Li Yuntan before him. It is said that although heaven-piercing Lord is a dragon, his true form has a dragon's head and a leopard's body, and he deeply dislikes water. You traveled to Dongting by boat, did you not? Li Yuntan answered angrily. What does that have to do with you? Yu Ziyun landed before Li Yuntan and recounted his recent actions in detail. Heaven-piercing Lord once had a fearsome reputation in the kingdoms of Yi and Li. You were an anomaly in the cultivation world. Now, with your cultivation nearly crippled, you have come to the Wei River, founded the sacred dragon cult, and seek to cultivate the path of virtuous aspirations anew. Yu Ziyun raised his chin and pointed at the sky. Perhaps I can lend you a hand. Li Yuntan said sternly. Why would I need your help? Yu Ziyun sneered. Heaven-piercing Lord came out of the city today to inspect Dragonbridge, correct? Planting season is near, and the farmers are all hoping for rain. Seeing how the sacred dragon cult is flourishing in the city, with so many followers, they will surely pray to you. Yu Ziyun then threatened. But if heaven-piercing Lord's identity is exposed, I fear all that cultivation born of virtuous aspirations will vanish like smoke. Li Yuntan's expression darkened. He narrowed his eyes at the other man. The one who saw through my plans last time was King Liangzi. I'm not like King Liangzi. I value my life. Do you know what is behind me? Yu Ziyun raised a hand toward the sky. The full moon suddenly shone brilliantly. This is called the Mystic Light Treasure Mirror, a magical treasure I have refined for 65 years. Its specialty is seeing through a cultivator's realm. Yu Ziyun then looked down at Li Yuntan, who was seated in his chair. Heaven-piercing Lord's current cultivation is no more than the peak of the transformation realm. He could take his life with ease. Li Yuntan lifted his head, baring sharp teeth as crimson light glinted in his eyes. I have never obeyed anyone's orders. Yu Ziyun remained unafraid. He said calmly, rather than engage in a mad slaughter, I would rather discuss cooperation. After all, the great calamity is approaching. We are all caught in this vortex. Only by working together can we carve out a place beneath heaven. Li Yuntan was startled. The great calamity? Li Yuntan lowered his head, picked up his brush, and continued writing. He asked calmly, where would this great calamity come from? So long as the Taoist orthodoxy does not stir up trouble, I think the world is quite peaceful. Yu Ziyun said, Heaven-piercing Lord, stop pretending to be confused. Others may not know, But how could you, as a dragon, be unaware? The true dragons are secretly building a dynasty of their own, while the sacred dragons control the demonic path. Though the world has not yet noticed, demons everywhere are secretly drawing upon the ever-growing power of human aspirations. And under the protection of the Taoist orthodoxy and the sword sect, humanity will only become more prosperous. You demons, who cultivate through the power of aspirations, will grow stronger as well. In the end, the Taoist orthodoxy and sword sect will inevitably go to war with the demons. Many cultivators are still ignorant of this. From beginning to end, they have believed demons are merely an internal division among themselves. Yu Ziyun stared solemnly at Li Yuntan. Before the coming war, the cultivation world is not prepared. Therefore, I want to help them prepare in advance. Hearing this, Li Yuntan stopped writing and sighed. So this fellow was a battle-crazed madman. He raised his head coldly to look at Yu Ziyun. I think you have gone mad. This is your mad heart tribulation. Yu Ziyun laughed loudly. No, this is my Tao heart. Yu Ziyun's eyes turned bloodshot as he declared with fanatical obsession, I shall turn my mad heart into my Tao heart, use my mad heart to enter the true realm, and slaughter every demon under heaven. Thus, he needed to prepare for an all-out war. Yu Ziyun said angrily. First, Li Yun attacked Langya Cave Heaven and killed its chief disciple. Then the Ghost Emperor caused the deaths of high-ranking cultivators. And now, the Dragon Cliff Fiend, Dragon Court Lord, has gone on a rampage and massacred 36 cultivators of the Taoist orthodoxy. As he spoke, Yu Ziyun slammed his palm onto the table excitedly. Heaven-piercing Lord, you understand what you should do now, do you not? Li Yuntan fronath. This man wanted him to attack cultivators, using that as an excuse to provoke the Taoist orthodoxy and sword sect into war against the demons. Li Yuntan tossed down his brush coldly. Who do you think you are, ordering me about? Yu Ziyun paid no heed to Li Yuntan's attitude. He calmly picked up the brush and replied, I sincerely hope Heaven-piercing Lord becomes stronger. Only once you enter the true realm and find your Tao heart can you become a formidable enemy of the Taoist orthodoxy and sword sect. But if Heaven-piercing Lord refuses to cooperate, with Ling Kongzi in my hands, it is not as though I lack other options. Murderous intent flashed from Yu Ziyun's eyes as he looked down at Li Yuntan. And for you, Heaven-piercing Lord, there's only one path, death. Unfazed, Li Yuntan met his gaze and threw out a single word. Get lost. Yu Ziyun tossed a talisman to Li Yuntan and vanished into the air. His voice drifted in from afar. Once I activate this talisman, within 5 days, an illusory realm cultivator will come here. You will have no path but death. Think it over carefully. In the darkness, Li Yuntan frowned at the talisman in his hand. After some thought, he smiled softly. A sacred dragon dynasty. That is quite an unexpected gain. It sounds interesting. Only then did old Taoist Lu sense that something was wrong, and he hurried inside. Brother Tan, what happened? Li Yuntan raised his hand and destroyed the talisman. With a cold smile, he said, that Yu Ziyun has taken the bait. The next day, old Taoist Lu and Li Yuntan arrived at the sacred dragon cult. The people around them hurriedly gathered. It is cult leader Lu. The cult leader has arrived. Old Taoist Lu quickly coughed to interrupt them. Do not call out carelessly. He is the true cult leader. He then ended the greetings. The cult leader and the protectors have matters to discuss. All of you withdraw. At that moment, Meng He and Ing Juren silently watched from the roof across the street. Meng He looked at old Taoist Lu and spoke softly. How can this be good? Ing Juren thoughtfully analyzed the situation. The Wu family stands behind the sacred dragon cult. Do you know that 20 years ago, when Uncle Bear King was determined to wipe out the Qian family and dominate the martial world, it was the Wu family that supported him from behind the scenes. If we want to save him, we will need to borrow their strength. Inside the sacred dragon cult, Li Yuntan sat in the seat of honor and looked down at the various animals below. It seems you have been living rather well in the city. Jing Chong, the cat demon, was eating meat and drinking wine. He lifted his head and fawned. Great king, this cat's servant has been exhausted lately. It is rare to have such a chance to relax. Li Yuntan looked at the strange beast, still gnawing on chicken and drinking wine. The city is now filled with cultivators. There are already 36 illusory realm cultivators, with dozens more stationed at the construction site next door. Yet you're not afraid at all. Lady Three Flowers hurried over, rubbing her hands as she smiled ingratiatingly. What is there to fear with the Great King here? Great King, according to the count of the 3 sacrificial animals. Li Yuntan replied, there are no oxen, sheep, or pigs, but I do have something else. Do you want it? Lady Three Flowers' eyes lit up as she jumped to her feet. Something good? Is it a body? Li Yuntan lightly waved his fan and smiled. It is indeed a body, but I must make something clear before I give it to you. He took out a painting. It depicted a voluptuous female demon with 2 horns growing from her head. First, I must warn you, although the transformation realm can turn the false into the real, if the original painting is torn apart, the true body will vanish as well. That is why I have not painted you a body until now. But recently, I thought a new method that we could try. Lady Three Flowers saw the beauty in the painting, and her eyes gleamed. Propping her chin in both hands, she said delightedly, wonderful, give it to me quickly. Li Yuntan did not waste words. With a soft shout, the painting burst into flames and turned to ash. The demoness within the painting flew out as if she were real. Lady Three Flowers immediately leaped forward. I'm coming. She entered her new body and joyfully twisted about. Great King, look, am I beautiful? Seeing that Lady Three Flowers had successfully entered the body, Li Yuntan smiled and praised her. Very beautiful. He knew he had succeeded in using the painting and the power of aspirations to create a true body. Even if the paper were destroyed, the body would not disappear. It seemed his path was correct. The ghost Xiao Jiasin, beside them, also crowded forward upon seeing this. Li Yuntan refused. Not yet. This amount of aspiration power is enough for me to recover to the middle stage of the transformation realm. He stroked Xiao Jiasin's head and told her to wait a little longer. Lady Three Flowers happily came closer and asked, Great King, now that I have such a fine body, can I go out and do some work? Li Yuntan's expression darkened. There is indeed something I need Lady Three Flowers to help with. I happen to have a task for you. Kill a few people for me. Hearing that she would be killing people, Lady Three Flowers asked anxiously, Can I kill people? Didn't the Great King forbid us from harming human lives? Li Yuntan understood what she meant and corrected himself with a smile. I misspoke. I want you to kill Taoist cultivators. They are not human, so you may kill them. Hearing that, Lady Three Flowers clenched her fists happily. It has been far too long since I last got a fight. Just then, Shu Ku, the rat spirit, noticed a little bamboo tube spying on them through the window. Having been discovered, the little bamboo tube did not hesitate. It jumped beside Li Yuntan, planted its hands on its hips, and asked, My master sent me to ask heaven-piercing Lord whether you have considered last night's matter carefully. Li Yuntan snuddered. Does Yu Zian really think so highly of himself? He stood and flung the little bamboo tube to the ground. Even if Yu Zian had said nothing, I would still have gone on a killing spree and played with him. Outside the sacred dragon cult, 2 men sent by Yu Zian were secretly observing. Senior brother, why are we standing guard here? Didn't the immortal master send them to stop the sacred dragon cult schemes? Ziyutzi answered, Dozens of Void Realm and Intent Realm cultivators have already been dispatched to handle that. It makes no difference if these 2 are absent. Since they want to prove themselves, they naturally need another way. Seeing Li Yuntan leave, they were about to follow him in secret when a voice suddenly sounded behind them. It was Ing Jurin, who had been watching earlier and had discovered them as well. I am Ing Jurin of the Black Path. I have something I wish to discuss with you too. The men were startled. Where had this person come from? Seeing their appearance, Ing Jurin assumed they shared his purpose. Are you 2 also here to deal with those righteous heroes from the evil cult? Why not work together? At that moment, Ziguzi also reported that they had lost track of Li Yuntan. Ziyutzi glared irritably at the 2 troublesome mortals before him and asked arrogantly, Work together? You also intend to make trouble for the sacred dragon cult? Ing Jurin pointed to Meng, he beside him. To be honest, that cult leader was once my subordinate and brother. He used to tend a temple, but he was seduced into letting the evil cult use the Dragon King temple. Upon hearing that the 2 men before them knew old Taoist Lu, their expressions immediately darkened. You know him? Meng, he replied, That is right. He once saved my life. Now that he has fallen into an evil cult, it is time to repay that debt. Hearing this, Ziyutzi immediately hurled a talisman at them. Before Ing Jurin and Meng he could act, the talisman immobilized them. They could not move. What is this? Zietzi laughed sinisterly. They're not here to do good deeds. Since these people know that old man, we cannot let them live. With that, Zietzi activated the suppressive talisman. The talisman was immediately shattered to pieces. Zietzi and Ziguzi cried out in alarm. Which senior expert is here? On the rooftop, Li Yuntan was combing Lady Three Flower's hair. He asked the demons beside him, "Those two old men are somewhat foolish, but they are good people. What do you think?" Jing Chong, beside him, laughed in agreement. The great king is right. The two men looked up and saw Li Yuntan sitting cross-legged, guarded by a group of red-eyed demons behind him. Zietzi said disdainfully, "Just a cultivator who has allied himself with demons." Li Yuntan's eyes were filled with icy intent. Demons can be taught and reformed, yet cultivators kill without restraint. How are you any different from demons? He allowed Lady Three Flowers to test her true body. Zietzi was startled upon seeing the demoness. This demoness could summon such terrifying demon fire without a magical treasure or spell technique. What exactly was she? Without another word, Lady Three Flowers answered with her fist. "This lady is here to play with you." A tremendous explosion rang out, and dazzling light engulfed the sky. Meanwhile, Ingjuren hid in distant bushes and turned to advise Meng He. "The rules of the martial world are simple. Do not watch what you should not watch, and do not learn what you should not know." On the other side, Ziguzi had not even reacted before Lady Three Flowers' palm pierced straight through his chest. Even as he fell, he still could not understand why the three-step seal had no effect on this demoness. Could she also be a dragon? Seeing Zietzi use his last strength to take out a talisman, apparently to send word back, Lady Three Flowers gave him another punch, leaving him to die with his eyes wide open. At that moment, Zietzi's soul had only just left his body when Li Yuntan seized it before it could escape. How pathetic. Even the names of mortals can appear in the Book of Life and Death, yet you are not qualified. The two souls could not understand how Li Yuntan was able to bind souls. Could he be an underworld messenger? Just then, a real underworld messenger appeared. Li Yuntan recognized it as White Impermanence's puppet avatar. "Your escort has arrived, but these people are still useful. I want to take them in on White Impermanence's behalf." After collecting the souls, he turned to look at White Impermanence's puppet. The puppet fell silent for a moment, then turned and left. Li Yuntan was startled. He had thought he would have to fight before it let him go, yet it was that easy. He immediately discovered another secret. So that was how it worked. When ordinary people died, if they happened to avoid the puppet avatars, they became wandering ghosts. He chuckled. How interesting. At that moment, Yuziyun also arrived. "You kill them all?" At the sight of Yuziyun, the demon guards immediately rushed forward to protect Li Yuntan. Li Yuntan casually flicked his whip. "Do not be afraid. They are one of us." He looked coldly at Yuziyun. "They are dead. Why keep asking?" Yuziyun frowned. "I did not witness you kill them myself. Why did you set up a restriction?" Li Yuntan hated this sort of incessant questioning. "Must I explain my actions to you? If we are cooperating, there should not be so many secrets between us, lest something go wrong." Yuziyun's brow furrowed even tighter as he suspiciously looked behind Li Yuntan. For thousands of years, the Dragon Clan has had only the true dragon and the 9 sons in this world, a total of 10. "So what is that dragon maiden behind you?" Li Yuntan explained. "It is precisely because I feared mishaps that I did not allow their souls to escape. Even their souls had to be scattered." Then he provoked Yuziyun. "If you are so timid, why seek cooperation with me at all? Great schemes require caution." Yuziyun pointed again at Lady Three Flowers. "Moreover, I have never heard of this dragon maiden of the Dragon Clan, nor have I ever had the fortune to meet her. May I ask, heaven-piercing lord, who is this exalted lady?" Li Yuntan snorted and turned to leave with Lady Three Flowers. "Cowardly Taoists. That is why I do not wish to deal with you." But his next words startled Yuziyun. "She is my daughter, the heaven-piercing princess." Yuziyun asked suspiciously, "I have never heard that the heaven-piercing lord had a beloved daughter. Since we are plotting great things together, now that I have met your worthy daughter, I cannot neglect proper courtesy." Yuziyun raised his hand and cast a spell. "I have a water halberd that is quite suitable for a woman. I shall give it to my niece as a meeting gift." As he spoke, a ray of light shot from Yuziyun's hand toward Lady Three Flowers. "Niece, accept it." Lady Three Flowers looked uncertainly at Li Yuntan. "If someone wishes to give you something, take it." Before her, a spear shot straight at Lady Three Flower's face. She caught it with her bare hand. Looking at the scorched, smoking wound on her hand, she angrily shouted, "There is nothing here. Are you playing tricks on me?" Yu Ziyun grinned sinisterly. "I forgot. I am currently in my spirit body form, so I can only make it up to you later." He then said pointedly, "Congratulations to the heaven-piercing lord on having such a fine daughter. There is hope for your future now. Who needs you to say that? Get lost if you have nothing else to do." Yu Ziyun's true body withdrew his soul and returned to his room. Yu Ziyun opened his eyes, his expression grave. Though it was only a minor spell to test her, that dragon maiden was able to catch my attack barehanded, even as a mere projection. It seems her body is exceptionally strong. An 11th Dragon Clan member. If she is only 3rd generation Dragon Clan, then she is far too weak. On the other side, Li Yuntan looked toward the corner where a sound had just come from. "Now that you know our secret, should I kill you to silence you?" Hearing this, Ingjurin hurriedly ran out and begged for mercy. "Esteemed master, please spare my life." Menghi explained, "To be honest, sir, we thought those Taoists had been deceived, so we only wished to disband the sacred dragon cult. Then we invited my old friend into town to serve as a strategist." Li Yuntan frowned in confusion. "Which town?" Ingjurin elaborated. "Great Qing is unstable now. 300 li east of Wei City. After we left Cloud Mountain, Black Panther gathered a group of brothers and took in refugees. We act on heaven's behalf." Hearing this, Li Yuntan could not help giving him thumbs up. A man from the heartland of Great Qing, forming a gang and becoming a crime boss. Only you could pull that off. Ingjurin denied it. "We do not intend to rebel. These times are growing ever more chaotic. I plan to provide relief for the refugees 3 years from now." Li Yuntan said bluntly, "Right now, even finding enough food to eat is a problem." Ingjurin could not refute that. Li Yuntan lightly fanned himself and advised, "Go back and make arrangements in town. Follow me afterward. In Wei City, my words still carry some weight." Menghi worriedly said, "There are more than 1,000 elderly people, children, and women in the camp within these 300 li." Before he could finish, Li Yuntan turned and left. "Whether you come is up to you. I have shown you the path. Think it over carefully, then tell me." "Hero Ing, what should we do?" Ingjurin pondered for a while before deciding to return and bring everyone over. Lady Three Flowers asked doubtfully, "My king, what do you need these people for? Are we not enough already? The more, the better." Li Yuntan smiled up at the sky. "The war has begun." The following day, a crowd gathered in the bean fields outside the city. Li Yuntan raised a shovel and declared passionately, "The drought has lasted too long, and the fields lie barren. Today, by command of the great dragon god, the sacred dragon cult shall dig canals for the people." He drove the shovel forcefully into the earth. "The first shovel stroke shall anchor the dragon's fortune." The people below shouted, "Thank the Dragon King. We will help as well." Li Yuntan handed the shovel to Squire Liu. "Not so fast. Squire Liu, take the second shovel stroke. When you eat beans, do not forget who planted them. Let the people remember your kindness, benefactor." Several villagers below were moved to tears. "The benefactor is digging the canal himself." Li Yuntan continued winning over the people. He invited everyone to dig the canal together, praying for favorable winds and rains to show their sincerity. Everyone joined in enthusiastically. Before long, a broad canal had taken shape. Seeing the people lining both banks, Li Yuntan spoke. "This canal, which we have dug together, proves the bond between the sacred dragon cult and the people. I think it should be called the Divine Dragon Canal." He held a jar of water high. "I shall lead the way with the first jar of water." The people below raised their hands and shouted, "May the dragon god bless us. May the 5 grains yield abundant harvests." Li Yuntan directly poured the jar into the canal. The surrounding crowd watched excitedly as the long canal was instantly filled with water. At this time, Yu Ziyun observed everything from above. He frowned in confusion. What are those Yamen runners doing? Back in his study, Yu Ziyun mapped out the clues he had gathered recently. He circled Old Taoist Lu, the shape of the canal, public fields, the dragon temple, Yamen runners. Yu Ziyun suddenly said, "You still have not returned?" 2 women immediately appeared behind him. King Fuzi threw Shigizi onto the ground. "As you instructed, Elder, I have brought both the person and the item, but it seems she swallowed one thing when I captured her." Hearing that, Yu Ziyun knew there was no use in keeping Shigizi alive. Then deal with her. Shigizi, her face bruised and battered, trembled as she said, "How can you call yourselves righteous sects if you act like this?" Yu Ziyun did not care in the least. You colluded with demons. What is wrong with killing you? Do it. King Fuzi revealed a twisted smile and pressed a blade to Shigizi's throat. Elder, I'm afraid of blood, so please drink it first. Shigizi's carotid artery was immediately severed. Her eyes, full of hatred, stared at the two before her. Devils, you are the real demons. Yu Ziyun examined the clues in his hands. He realized that this heart-blood art was not among the 108 methods of the Taoist Orthodoxy's inspection sect. It appeared to be the celestial heart true method. Yu Ziyun smiled faintly. If so, it can only be the azure ink Taoist art. Old Taoist Lu, that independent cultivator, practices the Tao of painting. Yu Ziyun stood, clasped his hands, and sighed mockingly. Devouring evil. This truly is an enormous conspiracy. Even this Taoist nearly fell into your trap. Repairing roads and bridges, benefiting the villagers, spreading the faith, gathering incense, and aspiration power. It was all merely a smokescreen. Yu Ziyun had seen through Li Yuntan's plan to use the land throughout the city, drawing the canals and roads into a grand formation. Yu Ziyun slapped the table and laughed. What a demon! There is actually such a figure among the demons under the heaven-piercing Lord. His eyes reddened as he gave an excited, sinister smile. This one is worthy of being my opponent. Using the Wu family as a pretext, the sacred dragon cult carried out construction throughout the city. Only the places personally visited by devouring evil and old Taoist Lu became marks of the painting formation. Yu Ziyun was now completely immersed in his own frenzied thoughts. If Li Yuntan dares to do this, then I have the will to wield my sword. On that day, I shall make him die in earth-shattering fashion. Meanwhile, Li Yuntan rested his chin in his hand, looking bored. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly according to his plans. Old Taoist Lu reported, "Brother Tan, this morning, people from the Wu estate said they are rushing to build our main altar on Peach Creek Road. There are also several places outside the city where roads and bridges need repairs, and they require arrangements." Li Yuntan immediately rose, preparing to head to the next site. Seeing his condition, old Taoist Lu anxiously advised, "Brother Tan, your cultivation has already fallen to the early transformation realm these past few days. Why not rest for a while?" Li Yuntan knew he could not rest now. Old Taoist Lu, if I do not go, how will I guide spiritual energy into the formation? Yu Ziyun is an accomplished elder. Not a single stroke can go wrong. Li Yuntan clasped his hands and continued, "Besides, I am afraid our enemies are not limited to the Taoist orthodoxy." At that moment, Jing Chong the Black Cat hurried over and called out, "My king." Li Yuntan knew the earlier investigation had produced results. "Well, last time I told you to deliver gold to that household. Was there any movement?" "Yes, there was a loud explosion in that house last night." This morning, Wang Sheng rushed to the Wu estate to inquire. That shop also seems to be property of the Wu family. And then, Jing Chong the Black Cat continued reporting. Not long after Wang Sheng returned. While he was eating, his head was cut off, and it immediately vanished. Li Yuntan smilat. So they have come. Meanwhile, Yu Ziyun was asking King Fuzi where the Yamen runners had gone that morning. Mingxi Lake outside the city. Before she could finish, a fierce gust of wind blew through. Her entire body seemed to lose its soul, and red light flashed in her eyes. Yu Ziyun coldly regarded the woman before him, sensing something strange. "Who are you?" She spoke. "Lin Liangzi and Qing Liangzi are the same person." Then she arrogantly ordered, "Kill that dragon as soon as possible, preferably tonight. If you succeed, our sect will richly reward you." Yu Ziyun laughed in anger. "Do you think my Langya cave heaven lacks your things? Qing Liangzi and I are friends, but I am not friends with you. What I hate most is being ordered about. When that dragon dies, and how he dies, I have my own arrangements. If you want him dead, kill him yourself. But if you ruin my plans, I will not be polite." She closed her eyes slightly and smiled. "Since you insist on this, I hope you're thoroughly prepared. Do not let matters spiral beyond your control." With that, King Fuzi's body flashed with red light and flew outside, then collapsed. Meanwhile, old Taoist Lu followed Li Yuntan and asked, "Is there something wrong with Wang Sheng's household?" Li Yundan snarled. Someone is preventing this world from progressing, or rather, from changing. That person believes I am dead. Jing Chong the black cat anxiously said, My king, raising your cultivation cannot be done without you. Old Taoist Lu recalled the past and revealed a pained expression as well. Brother Tan, the path you walk truly is not easy. Seeing their concern, Li Yuntan finally showed a rare, warm smile. It is not easy, but I still must survive this gate of death. To have eyes and a nose, ears and a mouth, to feel the wind and speak with friends, that is how one knows that being alive is truly wonderful. Old Taoist Lu's eyes welled with tears. Indeed, if it were not for Brother Tan, I would have become a pile of bones long ago. Li Yuntan stopped and comforted him. Old Taoist Lu, Yuzian's people have already crossed South Mountain. Do not overthink it. We still have important work to do. Ahead, a group of people was arguing loudly. The cult leader's blueprint clearly says this road must run straight through there. Several road workers angrily pointed at the hill. Look carefully. There's only a small amount ahead. Why not go around it? A sacred dragon cult subordinate coldly held up the blueprint. No, everything must follow the cult leader's map. Old Taoist Lu said, Stop arguing. The cult leader is here. The road workers hurriedly clasped their hands in greeting. Greetings, cult leader. You came at the right time. If we follow your plan, we will need to bore through the mountain and break stone. The work may take twice as long. Li Yundan coldly smiled. Move aside. Let the brothers begin construction. One road worker muttered. Cutting through a mountain to make a road? Is that not absurd? Who knows what this cult leader is trying to do? Old Taoist Lu immediately ordered everyone to stand back. Li Yuntan gently raised his left hand. In an instant, a bolt of lightning shattered the small mountain into hundreds of fragments. The road workers stood dumbfounded and cried out in shock. Impossible! The cult leader possesses such divine powers. They looked fearfully at Li Yuntan. What did we just say? Li Yuntan turned around, his expression cold and warning. Now we can build the road straight through, correct? Elsewhere, Yu Ziyun was also redrawing Li Yuntan's formation. He pondered. Only an exceptional string could connect this part of the painting. Is that why he so hurriedly displayed his divine power? Looking at the formation before him, Yu Ziyun's eyes flashed with manic interest. So this is what he is painting. It is rare to encounter such an interesting demon. Let me play with you for a while. Time passed. By the 16th day of the 6th month, the sacred dragon cult's main altar was nearly complete. Around Wei City, 16 charitable projects, 19 roads, and 6 bridges were under construction. In addition, 24 shrines were being built throughout the area. Of the 36 Taoists sent to Wei City, all had been killed. 21 died at the hands of the sacred dragon cult, while the other 15 were attempting to flee Wei City. Within half an hour, Yu Ziyun's avatars had beaten them until their souls scattered. Hearing Yu Ziyun recount this, Li Yuntan could not help clicking his tongue. Taoist priest, you are truly ruthless. You even killed fellow cultivators. Yu Ziyun assumed a righteous demeanor. It cannot be helped. You did not honor our agreement, so I had no choice but to act in your place. I never made any agreement with you. Yu Ziyun did not mind and reminded him, Tomorrow is the day you will pray for rain before your followers. I kindly advise you, after you secure your followers and gain aspiration power, you had best leave Wei City. Li Yuntan lowered his fan and asked doubtfully why. Yu Ziyun answered, You are the first in-god to so openly display divine miracles in a major city. I will also report the deaths of those cultivators. The Taoist orthodoxy will recognize the severity of this matter. Yu Ziyun clasped his hands and looked heavenward. Perhaps I will be reprimanded as well, but my position cannot be replaced immediately. They will have me continue guarding Wei City. Yet the assistance the Taoist orthodoxy sends next will not be insignificant rabble, but people with genuine ability. Li Yuntan froned skeptically. Are you really that kind-hearted? Yu Ziyun did not care whether Li Yuntan believed him. He merely left him with one sentence before turning to leave. You needn't listen to me, but you should understand that peaceful coexistence benefits us both. Old Taoist Lu stroked his beard in confusion. He left? What does he mean by that? Li Yuntan thought to himself, he intends to make a move tonight and probe for information. Back in his room, Yu Ziyun also frowned. He already has believers, so why has the heaven-piercing Lord's aura weakened? A voice suddenly spoke beside him. Have you noticed something unusual? The speaker was Lin Junzi. Yu Ziyun asked Lin Junzi, Why have you come here again? Lin Junzi replied, to remind you not to mistake one person for another. Yu Ziyun asked in confusion, what do you mean? I have been wandering around the city these past few days and heard some interesting things. Lin Junzi recounted what he had recently learned. A small merchant stubbornly insisted that he had once been harmed by Li Yuntan. I have met this Dragon King before. He was the one who first painted my sour soup portrait into the lake. Prompted by that merchant, quite a few people also recalled having seen this Dragon King in White Deer Prefecture. Yu Ziyan already knew everything Lin Junzi had said. Lin Junzi poured himself a cup of tea and explained slowly. He took Li Yuntan's form and went out calling himself Li Yuntan. But the timing does not match. The second dragon's son, devouring evil, fought Ji on the 28th day of the 4th month, yet he disappeared on the 24th. He smiled, and more than one person has said that Li Yuntan appeared in White Deer Prefecture on the 20th day of the 4th month, the very night the 9th dragon's son, Li Wan, died. Li Yuntan is not dead. Lin Junzi sneered. King Fuzi said you were intelligent, but you are far too arrogant. Lin Junzi stepped closer to Yu Ziyun and taunted him. In truth, you had your suspicions already, didn't you? The art of painting is not something demons can use. What convinced me most were the similar paintings I encountered lately. Only Li Chunfeng and his wife know that style of painting. Only then did Yu Ziyun come to his senses. He was so furious that the veins on his forehead bulged. Grinding his teeth, he struggled to remain calm. I did have my doubts. The Dragon Maiden's sudden appearance and her declining cultivation were both suspicious. I never expected the heaven-piercing Lord to use the Dragon Maiden's body to conceal his movements. I was actually deceived by a child. A vicious glint flashed through Yu Ziyun's eyes. But it does not matter. Even the finest scheme has flaws. Yu Ziyun regained his immortal composure and declared loudly, let him summon wind and rain as he pleases. I shall remain unmoved. The plan has already been set. Whether he is Li Yuntan or devouring evil, he must die tomorrow. Without turning back, Yu Ziyun said to Lin Junzi, since you are sincere, I will accompany you tomorrow. Once I have taken that brat Li Yunan's head, we could discuss the grand plan. The next day, on the night of the 17th day of the 6th month, the streets were already bustling as they were decorated for the rain sacrifice ceremony. Lanterns hung throughout the city, while drum and gong troops performed everywhere. At that moment, Li Yuntan stood behind the curtain, watching the people gathered around the Dragon King's throne. He also spotted 3 things. What are those? Old Taoist Lu laughed heartily. Dragon King, you are in high spirits today. Then the drums and gongs began to sound. Cries of a bountiful harvest, favorable winds, and timely rains. Bless the common people echoed everywhere. Li Yuntan stepped out and shouted, everyone, join me in welcoming the Dragon God. The Dragon King has manifested himself. The true dragon has manifested himself. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck the ground, tearing open the night. Lady Three Flowers, with flames blazing atop her head, stepped onto the stage. The people below were shocked and frightened. It is real. The true dragon has appeared. Seeing this, Yu Ziyun was furious. So you have finally revealed your true form, devouring evil. On the stage, Lady Three Flowers laughed loudly as fierce flames erupted on both sides of her. At last, it is this lady's turn to manifest herself. Yu Ziyun could not understand why the heaven-piercing Lord was doing this. Just then, the voice transmission Jade token at Yu Ziyun's waist lit up. He hurried out of the crowd to answer it. It was Sex Seat Jun Yinzi summoning him. Yu Ziyun was utterly puzzled. Why had the Sex Seat personally appeared at such a moment? Elsewhere, Jun Yinzi said, Yu Ziyun, I have an important mission for you. 5 days ago, I tracked down the movements of the second dragon's son and devouring evil after their battle. He has now entered Great Qing. The second dragon's son has rebuilt his cultivation to the consummate immortal master realm and is only 1 step away from returning to the void realm. Upon hearing this, Yu Ziyun stood frozen in disbelief. Jun Yinzi continued, the Taoist orthodoxy has made its decision. I need you to coordinate with the others in the south and intercept him. Yu Ziyun remained silent for a moment before asking, Sex Seat, are you certain it is the second dragon's son and devouring evil? Yun Yanzi Faunil. Of course I am certain. You must pay close attention to any unusual details. When devouring evil takes human form, he is tall and likes to wear a yellow robe and a golden crown. Remember his appearance. Fight him when you find him, and do not underestimate him. Yu Ziyun was bewildered. Devouring evil has only just entered Great Qing. Then who is the person on the stage? At that moment, Lady Three Flowers was happily performing on stage. I am the Three Flowers Dragon Maiden, subordinate of Li Wan, Dragon King of the Wei River. Hearing that, Yu Ziyun was so enraged that he nearly burst a blood vessel. Li Wen, the dead ninth dragon's son, Yu Ziyun realized that he had been thoroughly duped. He had thought himself the hunter, only to discover he was the prey. Those bastards! I will skin them alive. Mere rats dare to gnaw at me with fire. Li Yuntan continued his loud performance on stage. Several months ago, demons appeared within Wei City's territory. The Dragon King manifested himself to slay the demons, battling them for 300 exchanges at Wild Plains Mountain before finally destroying them. Yet the Dragon King was gravely weakened in the process. That is why drought has plagued the land and not a single drop of rain has fallen. The people below became deeply worried. Without rain, how can crops grow? The bean fields are about to wither away. We begged the Dragon King to find a way to bring rain. Li Yuntan spread his arms and shouted, "Today, the Dragon King of the Wei River takes pity on the people of Wei City. He has commanded me, the sacred dragon cult, together with the Three Flowers Dragon Maiden, to use our divine powers." He said earnestly, "As long as you remember the great grace of the Dragon King of the Wei River in protecting this entire city, and sincerely recite the honorable title of our sacred dragon cult's leader, the Dragon King of the Wei River, then the Dragon King will surely send down sweet rain today and bless all people." The people below hurriedly cried out. Thousands of people knelt devoutly before Li Yuntan. "We thank the Dragon King of the Wei River for his great protection. We beg the Dragon King to send rain." Seeing that the time had come, Li Yuntan raised his ritual staff with both hands and slammed it heavily into the ground. A wave of sound immediately surged into the sky. The people looked up in astonishment as fierce winds suddenly swept water vapor across the heavens. "The wind is rising. We thank the Dragon King of the Wei River for his great protection." Just then, Yu Zian pointed at Li Yuntan from below and shouted, "Humph! You juniors dare to put on such a sham before me? Fortunately, the sect's seat reminded me to come here and clean this up." Yu Ziyun immediately activated a treasure that covered the sky. Everyone was astonished. "It is still daytime. Why is there such a bright moon?" Yu Ziyun stepped upon the moonlight and looked down at Li Yuntan. His eyes were cold and furious as he declared, "Yu Ziyun, enlightened immortal master and scriptural disciplined seat of Langya, cave heaven of the Taoist orthodoxy, has come to eliminate demons." The people below cried out in fright. "The immortal master says the demon is..." Before the ordinary people could grasp what that meant, a young woman covered in injuries ran forward and shouted, "Stop! You have all been deceived. Many people have died in this city. The one on the stage is not the Dragon King. He is a demon. He wants to kill every last one of you and refine you into ghostly souls. There will be no rain. There has never been any rain. We have all been deceived." Yu Ziyun smugly said to Li Yuntan from the sky, "You used a painting formation to pray for rain only to gather more aspiration power. As for whom that aspiration power is for, whether it is for you, a demon, or for me, I do not care. Your scheme is a chain of plots, and so is mine." The people below were horrified and began whispering among themselves. Is what he said about refining ghostly souls true? After saying that, Yu Ziyun leapt down and joined King Fuzi in her act. What does this mean? King Fuzi immediately cried out in grief. Something has happened in the city. These demons are refining a mass of ghostly souls in Wei City, intending to turn this place into a land of death. Li Yuntan listened from the side and merely gave a calm, cold laugh. These two were still putting on an act before him. Yu Ziyun smugly turned to look at Li Yuntan, convinced that his plan had succeeded. King Fuzi's performance had shaken the people. Once they began to doubt, there would be no more aspiration power. "Let us see how you handle this." Yu Ziyun exposed Li Yuntan's plan. "Brat, I know you have turned this city into a scroll painting and formed a painting formation, but it is nothing more than petty trickery. You killed over 20 people in this city, and I killed several dozen as well. What do you think I used the spiritual energy of those ghostly souls for?" As he spoke, Yu Ziyun's eyes reddened with vicious excitement, and veins bulged across his face. "I will tell you, it was to break your formation." Yu Ziyun pointed at King Fuzi, who was clutching her wound nearby, and said casually, "In a moment, I will also make you kill her in front of everyone and prove that you are a demon." Li Yuntan gave a cold snort, then smashed King Fuzi's head into the ground. The surrounding earth and stone shattered, collapsing into a deep crater. Why waste so many words? Li Yuntan killed her outright. Yu Ziyun was stunned that he dared to do such a thing in full view of everyone. Yu Ziyun gritted his teeth. "You still dare flaunt your power before me?" He leapt high into the sky and shouted, "Arrogant demon, do not think you can run wild." Seeing this, the people around them immediately panicked. "The cult leader has killed someone." Li Yuntan raised his blood-covered fist and sneered. "Did you not want me to kill someone to sever my source of faith?" Li Yuntan said, "I may wish to refine ghostly souls, but the one truly intending to do it is that hypocritical Taoist." Li Yuntan stared coldly at Yu Ziyun in the air, provoking him. "My spirit flower formation draws upon the faith of the countless people below. Their faith will never perish, and you cannot do anything to my formation, unless you truly intend to slaughter them all." Yu Ziyun took out a humanoid talisman radiating a sinister aura and said, "No, it is you, demon, who have killed them." With that, Yu Ziyun pressed his hands together and chanted, "Where is Gongxin?" A dazzling green light instantly spread in every direction. The deceased townspeople immediately transformed into resentful souls and were drawn into the air, wailing without end, "Why did you kill me? My death was so unjust." In the air, Yu Ziyun continued pretending to furiously rebuke Li Yuntan. "Demon, do you intend to use the lives of the entire city's people to sacrifice to your evil art? How could this humble Taoist allow you to act so recklessly?" The surviving people around the formation cried out in terror, "Save us! Call upon the dragon god. He is the real demon." From above, Yu Ziyun watched everything unfold and clasped his hands as he smugly thanked Li Yuntan. "Thank you for working so hard to gather aspiration power. Once their faith collapses, all that aspiration power will flow into my ghostly spirits. Once I have killed everyone, the Taoist orthodoxy will descend again. Tell me, other than me, who else will they believe?" Li Yuntan Marelis Milat Kuldli. How confident! Yu Ziyun paid no attention to Li Yuntan's attitude. 1,000 years ago, this formation killed that painting saint after he fell into demonic madness. Now, I will recreate it. Back then, the ones refined into ghostly spirits were 108 Void Realm cultivators. Now, my formation needs only 36 heavenly stems to refine a Gongxin ghostly spirit. Yu Ziyun sneered arrogantly. "Perhaps you still intend to rely on the little demons you stationed outside the city to sabotage me. Let me tell you, people have already gone to kill them. Although being deceived twice before was painful, I have never regarded you as a true opponent." Hearing that, Li Yuntan could not help praising Yu Ziyun to spare him some embarrassment. "You truly are a clever man." Suddenly, a raindrop fell, interrupting Yu Ziyun's confidence. Yu Ziyun stared up at the sky in shock. "Is that rain?" As the rain below grew heavier and heavier, the people were overjoyed. "It is raining. It really is raining." They realized that the sacred dragon cult had truly brought rain to save them. It was the Dragon King of the Wei River. The Taoist was the one deceiving them. Li Yuntan looked at Yu Ziyun with amusement. "It seems heaven is on my side." Yu Ziyun immediately formed a hand seal. "This false advantage of timing has happened to benefit you, Brad." He pointed toward the sky, intending to summon lightning and kill the fraud before him. The green light absorbed the resentful souls even more fiercely. A wickedly triumphant gleam flashed in Yu Ziyun's eyes as he shouted softly, "Die!" Yet Yu Ziyun was too arrogant. Heavenly lightning immediately backlashed and struck him directly on the head. Yu Ziyun was shocked. "Why is there lightning?" Li Yuntan's mocking laughter sounded from behind him. "This is not the weather, you fool." Only then did Yu Ziyun break out in a cold sweat. "You really are not devouring evil? Impossible. The sect master's letter cannot be wrong. You are not devouring evil." Li Yuntan had transformed into a half-dragon form. Two horns nearly 7 feet long grew from his head, and he wore dragon armor. His eyes glowed blood red as he said, "Listen carefully, you stinking Taoist. I am Li Yuntan, Dragon King of the Wei River." Yu Ziyun could not believe there was another Dragon King of the Wei River in the world. Could Li Wan have come back from the dead? I am not Li Wan. I am Li Yuntan. It does not matter if you do not know me. Once I kill you, you demon Taoist, and save the living beings of these waters, the entire world will know the name Li Yuntan. Yu Ziyun's face darkened with rage. Kill me? You are merely a transformation realm demon, yet you dare be so arrogant? Do not forget that you are still inside my formation. Yu Ziyun immediately drew out the water moon hand and threw it into the sky. He then cast out an ancient scroll, and a group of cultivators leapt from the painting to attack Li Yuntan. Today, I will refine your soul. Li Yuntan snarat. Refine this king? You are dreaming. Turning around, Li Yuntan unleashed lightning and scattered them all. After transforming into an azure dragon, Li Yuntan charged at Yu Ziyun amid thunder and lightning. Yu Ziyun remained calm, using his brush to write several restraining incantations in an attempt to stop Li Yuntan. In dragon form, Li Yuntan roared, "I have no karma with this world. Those tricks you use against the dragon clan are useless against me." Then Li Yuntan summoned a bolt of lightning that struck directly at Yu Ziyun. The people below watched in astonishment, crying out, "It is the Dragon King. The Dragon King has come to save us. The cult leader did not deceive us." Yet Yu Ziyun was like an unkillable serpent. He emerged from the ruins and said coldly, "I do not know what method you used, but the 3 barriers of delusion and the true Taoist talismans have no effect on you." Yu Ziyun glared at Li Yuntan in fury. Unable to defeat him with those methods, he began to curse. "By reason, you are merely a demon running wild. Aside from your naturally powerful body, you have nothing. We Taoists are not like foolish creatures such as you. We do not enjoy relying on demonic power." Yu Ziyun drew a treasured sword from his spatial storage and slashed at Li Yuntan, saying arrogantly, "But that does not mean I cannot simply cut you down myself." Seeing Li Yuntan evade him and flee, Yu Ziyun excitedly pursued him with his sword. "Try to run?" As soon as he spoke, Yu Ziyun swung his sword and struck Li Yuntan. Li Yuntan was wounded and bleeding, letting out a cry of pain. In his heart, Li Yuntan roared, "Fall. Keep raining. Rain even harder." At this point, Yu Ziyun stopped pursuing him. He wanted to watch his prey struggle in pain. "You are one of the cleverest demons I have ever encountered. You have plenty of little tricks, but that is all they are." Yu Ziyun frowned and assumed the air of a superior lecturing a junior. "A difference of 1 realm means absolute suppression. If you obediently listen to me, I can at least leave you an intact corpse." Li Yuntan then spoke those familiar words again. "Will you get such confidence? You do not want anyone to know that you refined human souls, so you concealed what happened within the formation." Li Yuntan bared his dragon fangs in a grin. "That is a tremendous help to me." Hearing this, Yu Ziyun was still too astonished to understand what he meant. At that moment, the people outside the city rejoiced and cried out, "It is raining! The city is saved!" The sacred dragon cult said they would pray for rain, and the moment the Dragon King appeared, the rain came. Yu Ziyun stared in shock at the power of faith flying toward Li Yuntan from every direction, wondering when this had begun. The moment Li Yuntan had been waiting for had arrived. He immediately absorbed the power of prayers, and his injuries healed at once. His eyes gleamed dangerously. "My external source of faith is not limited to the city." Enraged, Yu Ziyun summoned the power of water and moon, blanketing the sky. "You want to break through before my eyes? Dream on." Yu Ziyun's eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted, "Mystic light treasure mirror, lock his realm." Instantly, the moonlight in the sky turned crimson. Yu Ziyun charged forward. The Mystic Light Treasure Mirror can reveal another person's realm, and it can lock that realm as well. He slashed Li Yuntan again. "You think you can break through just because you have gained the power of prayers? It will not be that easy." Li Yuntan's body was overflowing with prayer power. How could he possibly fall so easily? He spun around and roared, "Get lost!" Like swatting a fly, he sent Yu Ziyun flying. As he was blasted away, Yu Ziyun thought in horror, "This demon's body is actually this strong? I absolutely cannot let him break through into the true realm." Yu Ziyun activated his Dharma treasure again, summoning tens of thousands of sword-wielding warriors to strike at Li Yuntan. "Hold him down." Li Yuntan became wary, and his movements slowed. "That Taoist artifact is making the blood in my body boil." The next instant, Li Yuntan was bound by chains and rendered unable to move. Yu Ziyun did not waste any words. He immediately raised his sword. Today, I will eliminate this scourge for the Taoist orthodoxy. Just as he was about to bring it down, Li Yuntan did not hesitate to play his trump card. Ye Emperor, if you will not help me now, then when will you? As soon as he spoke, darkness descended around Yu Ziyun. Yu Ziyun turned around in shock, but he could not dispel the darkness surrounding him. What is this? The Yi Emperor? Though Li Yuntan had not yet escaped his restraints, he still said arrogantly, I never said I was alone. Only then did Yu Ziyun recall the past in terror. Could the seal from several hundred years ago have been broken? A troop of ghost soldiers emerged from the darkness. The man at their head wore imperial robes and proclaimed, I am Lu Jinyang, Emperor Zhaowu of Great Yi. The Taoist orthodoxy seeks to slaughter the people of Wei City. By the laws of Great Yi, their punishment is beheading. Execute them immediately. Lu Jinyang issued the order in a ringing voice. The fifth hegemon of Wei City and Grand General of the Golden Crow Guard stood by and watched. Yu Ziyun still could not believe it. Everything had always remained under the Taoist orthodoxy's control. When had it slipped beyond their grasp? Impossible. The Ghost Emperor had been released, yet the Taoist orthodoxy had learned nothing of it. At that moment, Yi Emperor Lu Jinyang pointed at Li Yuntan and said, Dragon King Li Yuntan of the Wei River, today I shall honor my promise and help you kill this madman. Countless banners rose from the ground. Li Yuntan took the opportunity to reveal his true form. Only then did the people below clearly see Li Yuntan's appearance. They cried out in horror, a true dragon. They immediately fell to their knees in worship. In an instant, the people's power of faith intensified and poured into Li Yuntan's dragon body. Yu Ziyun had not expected Li Yuntan to dare do this. You dare reveal your true form before 100,000 people? Your day of death is not far off. Yu Ziyun roared furiously. Once the Taoist orthodoxy learns of this, they will certainly kill you. At this point, Li Yuntan feared no one. Breaking free from his shackles, he roared, With this king here, how could I allow you to slaughter the people of Wei City to fuel your wicked formation? Seeing that the situation had turned against him, Yu Ziyun hurriedly formed a hand seal. Damn it, he has broken through into the true realm, and he even has ghost soldiers supporting his formation. This battle is decided. Yu Ziyun nevertheless unleashed his full strength against Li Yuntan. Do not even think of tarnishing the Taoist orthodoxy's reputation. A burst of light erupted in the air as Yu Ziyun detonated himself. Yi Emperor Lu Jinyang looked on in puzzlement. Is he dead? At that moment, Yu Ziyun's soul took advantage of the massive explosion to flee. An immortal master's soul was undying and indestructible. Using the blast to conceal his trail, he thought, this place is filled with ghostly aura. If I blend in and escape back to the Taoist orthodoxy, I will make this demon perish with me. But Li Yuntan would never believe that he had died so easily. He immediately locked onto Yu Ziyun's soul. Try to sneak away? Do you think I would fall for your trick again? Yu Ziyun had not expected Li Yuntan to possess soul-locking chains as well. Only then did he remember King Liangzi's death in terror. No wonder not even his soul remained. Yu Ziyun loudly demanded, It was you. You killed him, did you not? Yet he was still arrogant, believing that he could still turn things around. Li Yuntan, you have miscalculated. Even black and white impermanence would find it difficult to take an immortal master's soul so easily. Do you know that the sect seat of my Langya cave heaven is already on the way here? Can you kill 2 immortal masters in succession? Li Yuntan returned to his half-dragon form. He admitted that killing 1 immortal master had indeed pushed him to his limit. But then he said, Foolish Taoist, from the moment you came to Wei City, I was already considering how to kill you. Destroying your physical body was originally the most difficult step. Yet this idiot Yu Ziyun has helped me accomplish it. Yu Ziyun was so furious that he nearly coughed blood. Eregant brat, he took out an umbrella and threatened Li Yuntan. Do you know that the sect seat of my cave heaven, a woozy of the great achievement realm, is in Wei City? The sect seat will not spare you. Just as Li Yuntan was preparing to destroy Yu Ziyun's soul, a surge of spiritual power suddenly stopped him. Yu Ziyun cried out in shock. Has the sect seat arrived? Jun Yinzi appeared behind them and coldly asked, Why does the Dragon King of the Wei River seek to kill a cultivator of my Taoist orthodoxy? Li Yuntan turned around and asked, I am the Dragon King of the Wei River, and I am also Li Yuntan. Sect Seat, have you heard of me? Jun Yinzi replied vaguely. I have heard that Linger died by your hand. Of course I have heard of you. Hearing that answer, Li Yuntan could tell that the sect seat before him was clearly only an incarnation. He was evidently a cautious man. He mentioned only the matter between Ling Kongzi and me, but not my origins. Does he not know, or is he pretending not to? A glint flashed through Li Yuntan's eyes. Even Yu Yunzi and Ling Kongzi knew about my body. If this sect seat, who command a cave heaven, truly does not know, then that would be interesting. Li Yuntan calmly fanned himself and accused the sect seat of attacking before they had even met. Since you know about me, you should be even more willing to talk. Still, Li Yuntan has only just entered the true realm. I am no match for either of you. Li Yuntan condensed clouds into solid ground, creating a table and chairs and inviting the sect seat to sit. Flying around ourselves is rather tiring. Sect seat, please make yourself comfortable. Seeing this, Yu Ziyun was overcome with anguish and wailed with tears streaming down his face. Ah, that is my mystic light treasure mirror. How can you command it? You have enraged me. Seeing Yu Ziyun acting like a dog relying on his master's power, Li Yuntan gave a cold laugh and feigned regret. A dignified immortal master, yet foolish to such a degree. What a pity. Jun Yinzi maintained his immortal bearing and lightly frowned in reproach. Dragon King, are you joking? Did you not destroy his physical body? Seeing this wretched master and disciple pair twisting black into white, Li Yuntan did not hold back as he listed their crimes. First, Ling Kongzi of your cave, heaven, wanted me to go up the mountain with her. When I refused, she immediately tried to beat and kill me. Then this fellow Taoist came to Wei City to aid her wrongdoing. Irritation flashed in Li Yuntan's eyes as he continued. I have no leisure to travel 1,000 miles to your cave, heaven, to cause trouble. Yet both major incidents happened in Wei City, where restless souls are everywhere. Under the cultivation laws, Yu Ziyun deserves to die 10,000 times over. Naturally, Jun Yinzi would not admit it. Still wearing a mild expression, he merely frowned slightly. I fear this is only the Dragon King's one-sided account. My disciple's physical body has now been destroyed by the Dragon King, and his consciousness is nearly gone. What I find strange is that the Dragon King was previously only at the transformation realm. How did you suddenly enter the true realm? Jun Yinzi effortlessly shifted the blame onto Li Yuntan. Who knows whether the Dragon King needed the resentment of those Go soldiers to set up a formation and raise his cultivation. Li Yuntan said angrily, "Do you want to fight?" Jun Yinzi did not answer. He concentrated his senses. Just now, I felt resentment rising to the heavens over Wei City. Go soldiers carrying dense in aura passed through, but appeared only briefly. This is merely an incarnation that has arrived. Once the incarnation came, those ghost soldiers and their resentment all vanished without a trace. Could there be some hidden trick? Jun Yinzi frowned as he discovered a great formation hidden near Wei City, though it had not been activated. He could not remain here long. Jun Yinzi immediately stopped wasting words and directly pronounced Li Yuntan guilty. You used a human body to possess a dragon prince, plotted against cultivators of the Taoist orthodoxy, and endangered the lives of Wei City's people. The Taoist orthodoxy will investigate this matter thoroughly. Killing an immortal master has broken the rules between the Taoist orthodoxy and demons. The Taoist orthodoxy will render its own judgment. Having spoken, Jun Yinzi intended to take Yu Ziyun's divine soul and leave. Li Yuntan glared at him and sneered. Leaving will not be so easy. Yu Ziyun's divine soul was immediately pulled out, startling Jun Yinzi. Li Yuntan sat leisurely atop the clouds, fanning himself as he provocatively said in a low voice, "You want to take him back to the Taoist orthodoxy and ask your elders to judge me? Fellow Taoist, you truly have some nerve. Why do you think I can use the mystic light treasure mirror? Naturally, it is because even his soul belongs to me. If his soul is mine, how could his Dharma treasure not be mine as well?" Li Yuntan raised his fan. A bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly struck the ground, and black resentment surged from the earth, binding Jun Yinzi tightly. Jun Yinzi wondered in shock. How can this resentment be so powerful? The Go soldiers that just passed through have all turned into spirits of resentment. What is happening? Meanwhile, Yu Ziyun struggled against the pull on his divine soul and shouted, "Sect Seat, save me. Jun Yinzi ignored Yu Ziyun and loudly argued with Li Yuntan. Are you insane? Once this resentment disperses, you will destroy half of Wei City. Before he could finish, the earth completely split apart into a chasm, and billowing resentment poured out. Jun Yinzi was horrified. If this continued, even half of Great Qing could be destroyed. Li Yuntan only smiled coldly. How could that happen? Then Li Yuntan gently waved his fan, drawing all the foul resentment into its surface. Jun Yinzi no longer paid any heed to Yu Ziyun's cries for help. He realized that the only person capable of such a thing had died 100 years ago. Jun Yinzi could no longer maintain his immortal composure. His eyes turned bloodshot. You are. Before Jun Yinzi could finish, Li Yuntan snapped his fan shut and replied with a cold smile, a remnant of the painting saint. Now you cannot accuse me anymore, can you? Jun Yinzi recognized that what he had just witnessed was Li Yuntan's great formation. Li Yuntan explained, within my great formation, Yu Ziyun set up a smaller formation. He thought I had merely painted paper effigies within and around Wei City, forming a minor formation. He believed that as long as he broke this minor formation, my entire arrangement would become his. But that was only one part of the true formation. My great formation encompasses half of Wei City itself. The formation's pillars of light rose from all four directions of the city. That fool intended to use his own spiritual energy to lure the resentment spirits into corroding the minor formation. But he did not know that once his spiritual energy traveled through the meridians of the paper effigies, that minor formation became his own spiritual body. He had trapped himself inside Li Yuntan's 1,000-mile landscape painting. Jun Yinzi found it unbelievable. How is that possible? Only a painter of the profound realm possesses the divine ability to place heaven and earth inside a painting. Yet you have only just entered the true realm. Li Yuntan snarat. Who do you think I am? Jun Yinzi sighed. Very well. If you are a remnant of the vanished painting saint, then no reason is needed. Today I must. Before he could finish, Li Yuntan interrupted him with loud laughter. My father is Li Chunfeng. Yi Emperor Lu Jianyang was willing to use 1,000,000 souls to help me establish this formation. Do you think you can touch me? Jun Yinzi asked in return, who is Li Chunfeng? Li Yuntan laughed even more loudly than before. You do not know? Jun Yinzi was displeased at being looked down upon. That is hardly strange. I have cultivated for 500 years and encountered countless people. How could I remember every one of them? Lang Kongzi and Yu Ziyun both know. Even those two low-level cultivators from the Bonanzi sword sect know. Yet you, the dignified sect seat, do not. Li Yuntan laughed again. Come to think of it, that is not so strange. No, the twin saints probably did not want you to know. Before Ling Kongzi descended the mountain, she met the twin saints. It was they who told her about my origins. Shut up. At this point, Jun Yinzi only wanted this man to close his mouth immediately. Li Yuntan stepped closer, provoking him. What is it? Are you afraid of learning what the twin saints wish to conceal? Did you offend the twin saints? To be honest, I have already arranged everything. If you kill me, the entire world will learn the truth. Your two great leaders will not be pleased either. Li Yuntan added mockingly. Let me tell you one more thing. Yu Ziyun, knowing my origins, may not have been the twin saint's intention. There may be someone else behind him. That person sent those low-level cultivators to my doorstep for me to kill, seeking to provoke conflict between the Taoist orthodoxy and demons. He even wildly claimed that the Taoist orthodoxy wanted to wage war against the Dragon God dynasty. It would be safer to develop in Wei City. Someone came running over and shouted, Sect seat, sect seat. But is that truly what the Taoist orthodoxy wants? I am investigating the identity, background, and purpose of the person behind Yu Ziyun. If the sect seat is willing to help me make the Taoist orthodoxy's people stop causing me trouble, perhaps I can share the results of my investigation with you. Yun Yansi Faunu Distinfudi. You truly are full of schemes. But everything you have said today is merely your one-sided claim. I will verify it later. Give Yu Ziyun's soul to me, and perhaps we may truly cooperate in the future. Li Yuntan stepped back. I I have said all I have to say. Believe it or not as you wish. I seized this soul through my own ability, and I still have a use for it. I cannot give it to you. If there is nothing else, please leave. I advise the sex seat to keep a close watch on your subordinates. Do not let them deceive you without you even realizing it. Li Yuntan turned and departed, vanishing into the space before them. Jun Yinzi was left standing alone in deep thought, a human possessing the body of a demon, able to borrow the ghost soldiers of the netherworld. How much of what he said was true, and how much was false? Black and white impermanence watched everything from above. One of them commented, "A million souls. You have invested such effort in him. It would be difficult to exchange him for anyone else. Oomph. If you had not begged the Emperor Lu Xingyang for those things back then, none of this would have happened today." Black impermanence flew into a rage and grabbed white impermanence by the collar. "You took all the benefits at the beginning." White impermanence looked ahead and reported, "That boy has arrived." Li Yuntan appeared and greeted them. "Many thanks to the two impermanence lords for your assistance. Are the two lords of hell satisfied now?" Black impermanence vanished elsewhere, leaving only white impermanence behind. Li Yuntan cupped his hands in thanks. "Fortunately, I had help, or this great undertaking could not have succeeded." Now he has been frightened out of his wits and is filled with unease. He is likely still struggling fiercely with his thoughts. If he comes to negotiate with me shortly, I must press my advantage. White impermanence asked why he did not simply drive Jun Yinzi away. Why keep him around? If he fails to see reason and decides to beat you to death, I will not be able to help you. Hearing this, Li Yuntan smiled faintly. Notarus, Notarus. I've now killed both demons and cultivators, offending both sides. Whoever comes, I'll deal with them. Jun Yinzi still thinks I'm no ordinary person, and is somewhat curious and respectful toward me. But that isn't enough. I must make him take my side, or at least make others believe he has. That will save me a great deal of trouble later. White impermanence found this amusing. It would be even more amusing if, one day, you failed to harm others and are harmed by them instead. Li Yuntan put on a friendly expression. White impermanence has invested quite a lot just now. We cannot let your excellency's efforts go to waste. By the way, I have another question. What exactly did Emperor Zhaowu of Great Yi do back then that made the two impermanence lords leave him with 1,000,000 ghost souls? White impermanence turned away without answering, his gaze unfathomably deep. Understanding the hint, Li Yuntan said, "If your excellency does not wish to speak of it, allow me to make a guess. If I say anything wrong, I hope your excellency will forgive me." "Ah, you're quite clever. Go on," White impermanence said with a cold laugh. Li Yuntan began. "Back then, the Earth Wraith devoured that great painter from the capital. Later, Ling Kongzi subdued him and handed him over to me. When I took him away from the treasure painting assembly, I happened to encounter you. I refuse to believe that your excellency did not notice him. Yet not only did you refrain from capturing him, you even hinted to me how to take over his body. From the beginning, I suspected that this great ghost had an unusual background. Only after speaking with him did I learn that he was the last emperor of Great Yi from several centuries ago, Lu Xingyang, Emperor Zhaowu of Wei City." White impermanence's face darkened with rage, and his eyes blazed. "I never told you to take over anyone's body. Do not pin every matter on this lord. I shall forever remember White impermanence's guidance," Li Yuntan said hurriedly, bowing his head in apology as he sensed White impermanence's anger. But White impermanence's anger did not subside. He shouted, "Do you think I would fall for your scheme? You want Jun Yinzi to believe that I stand on your side. Li Yuntan smilat. White impermanence, you jest. How would I dare ask you to take my side? I know that you have nurtured me, because you will need me for something in the future." Hearing this, White impermanence gradually calmed down. Li Yuntan continued, "That Yi Emperor told me that, because of certain matters during his lifetime, White impermanence once made him a promise in a dream. You promised that Great Ye's national fortune would flourish throughout his life, and that the Yi dynasty would not perish until a century later. Yet you broke that promise, and the Qing army massacred their way into the Golden Hall. When Emperor Zhaowu of Great Yi was beheaded, he still did not understand why White impermanence had broken his word. Is that correct? Emperor Zhaowu of Great Yi harbored deep resentment. After his death, he gathered the power of 1,000,000 souls. Though he had not reached the level of the Li Emperor, who was close to the supreme state of emotionless detachment, by the time White Impermanence came to claim his soul, Emperor Zhao had already become a true realm demon. By then, he had lost part of his reason and remembered only one thing: why White Impermanence had broken his promise. Emperor Zhao asked White Impermanence, "Why did you deceive me?" White Impermanence continued the Yi Emperor's account. At the time, I promised to make him the Nether Ghost Emperor of the city. I granted him all the land within 100 li as his ghost kingdom, and all the departed souls in the city as his subjects. They would not need to enter reincarnation. He could remain emperor of this ghost kingdom for as long as he wished. Emperor Zhao of Great Yi agreed. His originally complete soul was immediately taken away by White Impermanence, one half at a time. The remaining half became the foolish great ghost I later encountered. Several months after Emperor Zhao's death, the Taoist orthodoxy used Taoist arts to seal and suppress the overwhelming resentment lingering in his ruined palace. Thus, this ghost emperor became a mass of resentment. He could not even return home and wandered the territory of Wei City for centuries. White Impermanence finally turned around to look at him. "I never expected you to dig up all these old affairs." Li Yuntan continued probing. "I'm very curious. Why did your excellency initially agree to let Great Ye's national fortune prosper? And after breaking your promise once, why did you wish to deceive him again?" White Impermanence grew even angrier at the latter question and shouted, "When did I ever deceive him? I said I would grant him these 100 li of Wei City and prevent the souls in the city from reincarnating. Which part did I fail to fulfill? I merely took away half his soul so that he would forget certain things and not become a true realm great demon. And those deceased people truly did not reincarnate. I merely brought their souls down to the underworld." Li Yuntan Siga. "Your excellency is quite skilled at doing business. As for my first promise, it was not that I intended to break my word. It was simply related to that demon. You would do best not to learn the details." Li Yuntan visibly da flata. "Then please reveal at least a little information." White Impermanence leaned close to Li Yuntan. "That ghost emperor cares quite a lot about you, boy. Did you not ask why I was willing to return his 1,000,000 ghost soldiers to him? You helped him regain his sanity and lifted the seal on his bedchamber." Li Yuntan's expression darkened. "To repay you, he came to me and demanded the return of his subjects. Those 1,000,000 ghost souls from before are the people of Wei City who died over the past 400 years. So this lord was not doing you a favor. I was merely fulfilling the ghost emperor's request. If you truly have some trump card, I advise you to bring it out quickly. That man is about to arrive." A vortex immediately appeared in the sky, and Jun Yinzi emerged, brimming with killing intent. "Tell me about Yu Ziyun and Ling Kongzi." Li Yuntan looked behind him darkly. Have you finally thought it through? This matter concerns the twin saints. However, if you truly wish to know, I can tell you, but my information is not free." Jun Yinzi said angrily, "I am a great saint at the nascent soul realm." Li Yuntan remained calm, seemingly under no pressure at all. "Put away that manner, Taoist friend. If you still obsess over cultivation and strength, believing they can decide everything, then we have nothing left to discuss. Force cannot solve every problem in this world. In fact, it can solve very few." Jun Yinzi withdrew his killing intent. "If you cultivated the Tao, I would believe you could become an outstanding figure. What a pity that you chose to become a demon. Ask whatever you wish." Li Yuntan's eyes lit up. "Tell me what kind of people my parents were." Jun Yinzi's face was full of confusion. "I recall you saying that your father was named Li Chunfeng and your mother was Shangwan Iwa." Li Yuntan interrupta. As if he had suddenly remembered something, Jun Yinzi's pupils widened. Noticing the change, Li Yuntan asked happily, "You know her?" "Her. Did your parents never tell you?" Yun Yancy asked. "No." Li Yuntan ropionasli. Yun Yancy sighed. "Ask something else." Li Yuntan began to calculate inwardly. When his father had been mentioned earlier, Jun Yinzi had merely pretended not to know. But the moment he heard his mother's name, his reaction had clearly revealed a taboo. It seemed his mother's identity was not merely extraordinary. She also had some connection to Jun Yinzi. Since he refused to answer the first question, perhaps he might reluctantly agree to an even more excessive request. With that thought, Li Yuntan smiled. "Then accompany me to meet an old man." Yun Yanzi Faunil Engli. The fact that I am not killing you for now is already an enormous concession. You should know that you hold the lives of 35 low-ranking cultivators of my Taoist orthodoxy. One transformation realm cultivator and one true realm cultivator. And now you want to use my power, asking me to meet Emperor Zhaowu of Great Yi. Li Yuntan replied, those 25 people were Yu Ziyun's doing. I will not take responsibility for them. Besides, I do not wish to meet the Ghost Emperor either. Do you not want to know why Yu Ziyun and Ling Kanzi came here? He then turned and left, fanning himself. Kulme, we can talk as we go. At Daunting Lake, Li Yuntan dove down toward a small island in the middle of the lake. With a boom, dust scattered, and two figures appeared. Li Yuntan continued. The Mind-Link Jade Slip and Linger truly are in that Taoist hands. There is nothing to hide. You can verify it shortly. Jun Yinzi restated his original position. Let's make this clear first. We are not allies on this journey. Once we arrive, I will not help you. Naturally, Li Yuntin agreed. We each have our own needs on this trip. Even if we end up trying to kill each other later, that is a matter for the future. Oh, and to prevent any accidents, I should remind you, I know how to open the Nether Jade Mountain. Jun Yinzi glared, as though he had heard something shocking. Impossible. Not even the Twin Saint can do that. Li Yuntan immediately refuted him. You know that even the Twin Saints cannot do it. Therefore, I hope you'll be more cautious around me. Think carefully about whether anything you do is worth a risk. After all, what use is a piece of jade if you obtain it, but cannot open it? Li Yuntan gave him a serious reminder. Jun Yinzi asked about Li Yuntan's purpose for this journey instead. Then what is your purpose in coming here? Li Yuntan lauga kuldli. I want that old man's daughter. Jun Yinzi did not understand what he meant. Li Yuntan then turned toward the lake and transmitted his voice with spiritual energy. I am Li Yuntan, Dragon King of the Wei River. Is the Taoist here? Come out and meet me. The lake remained placid and without a ripple. Only the wind whistled through the leaves. Li Yuntan smiled and scratched his head. This fellow does not respect me. Why do you not give a try? Jun Yinzi cautiously asked. Linger is truly in this lake? That is right. I met her in the middle of the lake before. That Taoist sent her to tend manure. Do you know what tending manure means? Li Yuntan asked in return. Upon hearing this, Jun Yinzi immediately gathered his energy and said, then excuse me. The lake's surface instantly began to churn, and waves rose one after another. Thunder rumbled. Li Yuntan could only stare in astonishment at the scene before him. With a thunderous roar, water surged into the sky. Then Jun Yinzi pointed downward. With another boom, the water crashed back down, creating enormous waves that submerged everything. The once peaceful lake had become a raging flood. A ray of light burst from the floodwaters, and a figure appeared. Jun Yinzi, you have gone too far. Jun Yinzi's expression was grim, and he frowned in anger. Lord Daunting, you're quite bold. You dared to seize the magical treasure of my Taoist orthodoxy, imprison one of our cultivators, and even force her to tend manure. Do you no longer wish to live? Lord Daunting furiously retorted. If Taoist orthodoxy killed Li Yun of my water clan, and you still dare come to my door and speak to me like this? Your Taoist orthodoxy may be powerful, but I have ruled this land within 1,000 li for 3,000 years. Do you take me, a mystic realm demon god, for someone you can offend at will? Jun Yinzi asked in astonishment. Li Yun est sans cette danger. Yun Yinzi pointed at Li Yunten. Is Li Yun not alive and well? This boy somehow took over Li Yun's body. In my view, Ling Kongzi of the Taoist orthodoxy and Li Yun of the Water Clan have both been plotted against by him. Lord Daunting, do not vent your anger on the wrong person. Jun Yinzi gave a cold laugh. After hearing this, Lord Daunting's expression darkened. Li Yuntan turned to Jun Yinzi. Jun Yinzi, I truly cannot grasp his personality. Alive? Did you see him with your own eyes? Where? Lord Daunting's expression eased slightly. Li Yuntan was bewildered and could not understand why. Jun Yinzi tried to explain. This poor Taoist has already made it very clear. Li Yun is not dead, but he is no longer the Li Yun he once was. This boy plotted to take over his body. Lord Daunting remained silent amid the rumbling waters. Stop playing tricks and toying with me. I will make sure neither of you leaves Daunting alive. Where exactly is Li Yun? Lord Dongting demanded with murderous intent. Li Yuntan felt greatly displeased. The ninth young master is dead. I killed him and took over his body. I am Li Yun now. I do not know how you acquired his dragon aura, but you did not take over his body. Lord Dongting pointed directly at Li Yuntan. Only then did Li Yuntan notice the strange thing. How odd. We are completely talking past each other. It seems Lord Dongting automatically ignores anything about my taking over Li Yun's body. Why would a mystic realm demon like Lord Dongting react this way? Seeing the other party's face remain dark, Li Yuntan asked fearfully, "Do you know what exactly is happening?" Jun Yinzi intervened between them. "You two are on the same side now." Jun Yinzi had also become truly angry. Li Yuntan hurriedly explained, "It is a misunderstanding. I do not understand what is happening either. A mystic realm great demon behaving so strangely. Could he really be so foolish that he does not realize there is something hidden behind this? This is not worth the risk." Jun Yinzi thought to himself, "It does not matter if I do not understand. Forgive me, but I cannot accompany you any farther." He turned to leave. Li Yuntan hurriedly called out, "Wait!" Something appeared in his hand. Jun Yinzi seemed to recognize it and turned back. Strange characters appeared around Li Yuntan. He introduced them. "This is a restriction on the mind-linked jade slip. The mind-linked jade slip is in your hands, correct? Since you have already seen that, you should see this as well." Lord Dongting took out a blue jade slip and asked, "Is this the mind-linked jade slip?" Li Yuntan continued, "See, everything I said is true. The mind-linked jade slip is in her hands. I know its restriction, and I know how to undo it." Jun Yinzi kept his back to Li Yuntan, unwilling to learn anything at all. Li Yuntan shouted angrily, "If the twin saints learn that you and I met, that you knew the whereabouts of the mind-linked jade slip and simply returned like this, what will they think of you? It is a relic of the painting saint. The twin saints personally ordered that it be found at all costs. Jun Yinzi may be unable to do anything to you now, but what if the twin saints come in person? Whether you want it or not, the three of us are now in the same boat. I want this item, as well as Lady Hong. Hand both over to me, and I will not tell anyone who obtained it. Jun Yinzi can guarantee that." Jun Yinzi turned around. "What does that have to do with this poor Taoist?" Lord Dongting responded to Li Yuntan's proposal. "How do I know that you did not merely happen to see this jade slip, invent this story to deceive me, and then try to take my daughter as well? How ridiculous." Li Yuntan smiled faintly. "You should both know that the twin saints have allowed the mind-linked jade slip to remain lost outside for so long, while conducting their search in secret. That proves they absolutely do not want anyone else to know about this. And the reason they have searched for so long without being able to open the jade slip is its restriction." Li Yuntan spread out his hand, and a string of characters appeared. These characters are Rakshasa script. They mean, "How are you?" Lord Dongting raised the jade slip. It was indeed so. To undo the restriction, one need only write upon this light. Li Yuntan wrote a line. "I am very well, thank you. Now that you both know how to undo the restriction, you may try it if you do not believe me." Lord Dongting held the mind-linked jade slip, hesitating in thought. Li Yuntan mokither. "What? You do not dare try? This is a secret that not even the twin saints know. Do you understand what that means?" Jun Yinzi said angrily, "Boy, you dare set me up? I will kill you right now." Li Yuntan remained calm, as though he had already prepared an escape route. Leaving aside whether Lord Dongting will reveal this matter, how do you know I have not made preparations? Perhaps I should announce this matter to the entire world. Li Yuntan raised his hand in threat. "If you do not wish to die, Lord Dongting, hand over the jade slip." Lord Dongting clenched the jade slip in anger, seemingly able to crush it to powder with only a little more force. Li Yuntan continued, "You cannot wait for the twin saints to come and take it themselves, either. Do you intend to risk your life against the twin saints over this jade slip?" He then looked at Jun Yinzi, whose face was dark. "Or do you want it? No, you do not dare. If I were the twin saints, I would certainly believe that you stole whatever was inside. You do not dare gamble on that. I will keep this deadly thing for the two of you." Though Lord Dongting was furious, she had no choice but to hand over the mind-linked jade slip. She was clever enough to understand what he meant. When Li Yuntan saw the mind-linked jade slip return to him, he smiled in satisfaction. It has finally come back. He tightly clenched the jade slip, Yun Yansi Sniro. You truly have nerve enough to defy heaven, but I fear you will not live much longer once the twin saints come for you. Seeming to recognize the threat, Li Yuntan retorted, when the twin saints find me, I will have to rely on you two to protect me. Otherwise, I will drag all of us down with me. Lord Dongting began to lose his temper and roared, I do not care about anything else. Tell me about Li Wan now. Li Yuntan said irritably, Lord Dongting, you have been pretending not to understand this entire time. You refuse to listen whenever Li Wan is mentioned. But do you find this familiar? Li Yuntan took something out of his cosmos pouch. Lord Dongting recognized it at once. It was Li Wen's reverse scale. Holding the reverse scale out before him, Li Yuntan said, Hand Lady Hong over to me, and I will slowly tell you the truth. Lord Dongting flew into a rage. How I discipline my daughter is none of your concern. Do not think that exchanging a few words with her means you share some bond. Li Yuntan put the reverse scale away again. I merely want to speak with her and see whether she is safe. That is not an excessive request, is it? I have information you need. We can cooperate. But if Lord Dongting insists on making an enemy of me, then I will have no choice but to seek someone else. The three stood in a triangular formation, locked in a stalemate. Watching from the side, Jun Yinzi assessed him. This brat has used the mind-link Jade Slip and even controlled both me and a Mystic Realm Great Demon. He is truly frightening. But why does he care so much about Lady Hong? Could it really be because of affection? The people below have been devastated by the flood and cried out miserably, Heavens, how are we supposed to survive? Save us. Seeing this, Lord Dongting turned away. You have caused such a commotion that you can forget about seeing Lady Hong today. If you truly wish to see her, come here at noon tomorrow and explain Li Wen's affairs clearly. Once this matter is settled, all grudges between us will be wiped clean. With that, Lord Dongting vanished into the curtain of water, leaving the other two behind. Jun Yinzi asked, You were just letting him leave? Li Yuntan replied, He is quite cunning as well. Then he opened his fan. Noticing the movement, Jun Yinzi glanced over. Li Yuntan closed his fan again, stepped forward, and looked into the distance. Lord Dongting is right. After causing such a huge disturbance, someone must provide an explanation. What do you mean? Who do you think should bear the blame for this disaster? That old man ran off quickly enough. At first, I intended to pin it on Yu Ziyun, but after what you did just now, I am afraid Yu Ziyun cannot shoulder it. Besides, we are friends now. No matter what, we cannot place this disaster on the Taoist orthodoxy. Jun Yinzi frowned, displeased by the other man's theatrics. So now you are worried about me? Even if you want that old demon Lord Dongting to take the blame, it will not be easy. Some of his hidden cards are likely unknown even to the Twin Saints. If you're looking for a scapegoat, I have a suitable candidate. Li Yuntan said, Speak plainly. Do not set your sights on me. Do you know there's another great demon above the city boundary? Another great demon? Jun Yinzi was astonished. The fan opened again. Jun Yinzi rushed forward and rebuked him. I thought you were a clever man. I mean your conveniently acquired second brother. Nesher. No. Li Yuntan Shota. Absolutely not. I'm a dragon prince. Though we may compete against one another in the future, our blood is connected. I cannot do such a thing. Jun Yinzi was displeased by this answer, his eyes narrowing. He reached out and seized Li Yuntan by the throat. Li Yuntan, are you joking with me? Are you mocking me? Does a demon who seized another's body deserve to call himself a dragon prince? And you still think you are of the dragon race? Li Yuntan shoved Jun Yinzi's hand away and shouted, What do you mean, body seizure? What are you talking about? Who is Li Yuntan? I carry the bloodline of the dragon race. Though we each guard a different region and are not particularly close, I will never do anything to harm the dragon race. I have business to attend to. Farewell. Jun Yinzi pondered for a long while. Why has this brat suddenly changed his temperament? Could he have become like Lord Dongting as well? He grabbed Li Yuntan's shoulder. Stop right there. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from a clear sky between them. Someone shouted, Get back! The two immediately sprang apart. Boom! You dare insult me and even try to attack my beloved younger brother? Did you ask my permission? Another figure appeared. Nesher. Jun Yinzi could scarcely believe it. Nesher threw an arm around Li Yuntan's shoulders. Well said, ninth brother. I will remember every word you just spoke. Just wait. I will personally cut down that rotten Lord Dongting. Jun Yinzi explained, Heaven-piercing Lord, there may have been a misunderstanding before, but do not blame me for failing to warn you. the ninth brother before you has had his soul replaced. His true soul is named Li Yuntan. He is the one who plotted the death of your ninth brother Li Wan and then seized his body. Heaven-piercing Lord, you should be careful. The body of a mystic realm great demon is quite a valuable thing. Nyesha responded, What is it you wanted to warn me about? Go on, say it. Jun Yinzi sensed that something was wrong. It was just like Lord Dongting's reaction earlier. They could not hear him. What kind of power could achieve such a thing? He had to leave. Recognizing the sudden change, Jun Yinzi swiftly decided on his next move. With a flash, he fled, leaving Nyesha and Li Yuntan behind. Nyesha immediately gave chase. Trying to run? Do you think you can escape? He turned back to remind Li Yuntan, Ninth brother, stay here and wait for me. Do not leave the circle where you may be affected. Once I have killed that rotten Lord Dongting, tell your second brother all about the interesting things that happened. A circle formed around Li Yuntan. He thought that Nyesher's smile was the kind that promised vengeance for every slight. That was simply his nature. With a flash, Nyesher pursued Junyinzi. Can you escape from me? Nyesher blocked his path without even needing to strike. Jun Yinzi continued fleeing desperately, casually unleashing the Six Paths technique. Nyesher merely smiled and continued forward. Boom! Jun Yinzi shouted, Heaven-piercing Lord, do you think you are still at the peak of the mystic realm? At most, this poor Taoist can fight you for 3 days and 3 nights. You cannot stop me, can you? Nyesher grinned savagely. I alone cannot stop you, but 2 people can. With that mystic realm younger brother of yours? Of course not. Jun Yinzi felt something was wrong. That old demon should not have been able to leave Dongting Lake. Lord Dongting, if you wish to leave this place, come out and meet me now. Nyesher shouted. Lord Dongting emerged from beneath the water. Are you telling the truth? He asked Nyesher. How can this be? Jun Yinzi could not believe his eyes. Do you not know why this old demon was imprisoned here? And yet you dare show yourself? Nyesher explained, Lord Dongting, had those rotten Taoists not stood in the way, I would have helped you escape your predicament long ago. How about you help me kill this rotten Taoist now? Only then did Jun Yinzi begin to feel the danger. Have you thought this through? The battle between Heaven-piercing Lord and the Li Emperor caused the Taoist orthodoxy to lose 5 mystic realm cultivators. If you kill this poor Taoist today, it will be a declaration of war against the Taoist orthodoxy and the sword sect. Can you withstand the full force of both the Taoist orthodoxy and the sword sect? Ninth brother and I have a transaction between us. If you let me go, I can still lend you a hand. Do you truly wish to provoke an all-out war? At the word war, Nyesher smiled. War is precisely what I desire. This is it, Lord Dongting. This is the Dragon God's token. It will allow you to travel the world freely. Nyesher took out the Dragon God's token. Yun Yanxi recognized it. Danger was imminent. If he did not leave now, it would be too late. With a flash, a dazzling streak of light appeared. Yun Yanxi fled forward. Nyesher sneered. He destroyed his magic treasure just to escape. He runs quite fast. This rotten Taoist truly cherishes his life. That is his life-bound treasure. Destroying it to absorb its spiritual energy is solely for the sake of escape, though it may also damage his cultivation. Besides, he cannot escape at all. I have remained in Dongting for 3,000 years. It was not for nothing. Lord Dongting took something out. This is called the Misty Dongting Lake. 8,000 miles of misty waters can be held within one site, much less a single cultivator. Lianin seemed to think of something. It is like the 1,000-mile rivers and mountains painting on this fan. That truly is a spirit map. The fan trembled as if it had sensed its own kind, humming softly. An oasis shifted across the map. Found him. Lord Dongting had located Jun Yinzi. With this map, no matter how far he runs, he reached his hand into the painting. As Jun Yinzi fled, a whirlpool appeared and dragged him back. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The vortex grew larger and larger. Watching everything from the side, Li Yuntan thought to himself, this is also a spirit map. My painting can only create things in the real world. But Lord Dongting's painting can already affect the real world. This was a method only a painting mystic realm cultivator could employ. Jun Yinzi sank into the water and lost consciousness. Lord Dongting said to Nyesher, he has been trapped. Heaven-piercing Lord, there is no need to be in such a hurry. I will go capture him. Or perhaps you should tell me how you escaped from there. Nyesher laughed. Lord Dongting, you were supposedly imprisoned, but in truth, you were guarding a great treasure. Nyesher continued, 2,000 years have passed. The time has come. Do you know who sent me to rescue you? The true dragon wishes to see you. As they returned, Lord Dongting asked, the true dragon wants to see me? The true dragon has given his orders. Once you are rescued, the credit belongs to this young master. I will take over the cavern abode, and that treasure will remain under my protection. How could you possibly withdraw successfully? Li Yuntan heard every word clearly. Just now, Nyesher had referred to himself as this young master. This was a serious problem. Lord Dongting immediately accepted Nyesher's claim. It was also the true dragon's command. Should I teach heaven-piercing Lord how to remove the restriction? Yes, but Ninth Brother's assistance will be required. Nyezia Bruka Li Yuntan. This restriction requires the power of 2 dragons to break. Ninth Brother, the treasure I usually keep in the Wei River is actually the key to opening the restriction. Did you know that? Li Yuntan broke out in a cold sweat. I truly do not know what to do about this. The method is very simple. Nyesher placed a hand on Li Yuntan's shoulder. This daunting restriction belongs to you. Its formation core was created with a trace of dragon aura. To destroy it now, dragon aura must be used. If a dragon at the peak of the realm were here, its physical body could be refined to extract dragon aura and break the formation. Then another dragon could draw out the restriction, and it would immediately be undone. It would be even better if there were a true realm dragon. Nyesher's expression changed, losing all its former warmth. Lord Dongting probed cautiously. Heaven-piercing Lord, you mean? To speak of it is truly tragic. Though we 9 dragon sons are all of the dragon race, we have never met one another. 2,000 years ago, I was granted the Tongtian Sea. Ninth Brother was not granted the Wei River until 1,000 years ago. I really cannot tell the difference. It seemed heaven-piercing Lord already knew. Lord Dongting glanced at Li Yuntan. Li Wen's body is actually occupied by another Yin spirit. Ah, then refine him into that, shall we? If he truly is a dragon, he can conveniently remove Lord Dongting's restriction. If he is a fake and dared impersonate the dragon race's bloodline, then naturally he must die. Nyesher raised his hand, intending to take Li Yuntan's life. Li Yuntan was stunned at the sight. Though he had no proof, that familiar smile. The Li Wen who had once occupied this body was now inside Nyesher. Dragon horns grew from Li Yuntan's head. Fangs emerged from his mouth, and scales covered his body. Nyesher roared angrily. Dream on. Trying to run? Do you think I will give you the chance? He sneered. A circle appeared around Li Yuntan. He realized he could not escape. Li Yuntan shouted, Lord Dongting, demons have their affections just as humans do. Is this Nyesher truly trustworthy merely because of his old friendship with you? Nyesher laughed. Demons who speak of sentiment are truly foolish. Lord Dongting, I will remove your restriction. Lord Dongting grabbed Li Yuntan's hand. Wait, Nyesher asked, what are you still worried about? Heaven-piercing Lord, do not be hasty. I've been in Dongting for 3,000 years, so there is no urgency now. Nyesher suddenly appeared today, holding the dragon god's token and telling me to leave this place. But how am I supposed to know that you are truly Nyesher? Nyesher's gaze darkened. You suspect me? I was ordered to guard Dongting, so naturally I must be cautious. Do you know that the treasure within Dongting Lake can verify dragon aura? Why not exert some strength and strike into the lake, heaven-piercing Lord, so I can determine whether you are genuine? Nyesher asked, would it not be better not to delay any longer, Lord Dongting? Once I release you, we can deal with Jun Yinzi together. Jun Yinzi is merely a clone. Why should heaven-piercing Lord concern himself with him? Lord Dongting replied firmly. Then he pointed below. The water rumbled as it transformed into a vortex. Heaven-piercing Lord need only strike this restriction with force. The spiritual power will be transmitted to the formation core. Naturally, it will verify whether you are of the dragon race. Then let us do as you say. Nyesher gave a cold smile. He sent a stream of spiritual power into the formation core. The vortex curled into a line. Lord Dongting said, is that all the strength heaven-piercing Lord has? This treasure has not yet sensed any dragon aura. If you do not hurry, Jun Yinzi will be pulled back by my waters. Nyesher seemed to see something. In the distance, a column of water was being drawn back. Impressive. You old fool insist on creating these troublesome complications. Nyesher grew furious and poured all his strength into the formation core. The formation shone with golden light. That should do it, right? Help me kill Jun Yinzi first. Lord Dongting laughed heartily. You helped me create this crack. I really should thank you. Nyesher looked at him in confusion. Lord Dongting removed Li Yuntan's restriction and grabbed his shoulder. Only then did Nyesher realize he had been deceived. Lord Dongting said, I have already obtained that Taoist clone for heaven-piercing Lord. Please take your time tormenting him. Do not stand on ceremony. Lord Dongting and Li Yuntan immediately vanished from before Nyesher, not forgetting to leave him with a few words of advice. Nyesher flew toward them in fury, but he was forced to stop before the restriction. Damn it, he roared. What does Lord Dongting intend to do? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Jun Yinzi appeared within the column of water. Very well, Nyesher. If you will not follow this poor Taoist, then this poor Taoist shall send you on your way. Boom! The water was churned into chaos. Gurgle, gurgle beneath the water. Lord Dongting dragged Li Yuntan away. Are you afraid of water? Lord Dongting struck at the heart of the matter, and Li Yuntan immediately admitted it. Lord Dongting continued, As expected, you are the person I met at June Mountain years ago. But since you secretly became a member of the dragon race, why are you still afraid of water? Li Yuntan replied, I drowned in my previous life. That feeling is unforgettable, and I do not wish to forget it. A dragon afraid of water. I am probably the first. If you are both Li Yuntan and a dragon, then where is the original Li Yunnan? Lord Dongting asked. Dead. Li Yuntan gave only that brief reply. Lord Dongting paused. You killed him? I would very much like to hear you say that again. Then I will consider whether to take you to Red Blossom City, or take your corpse there instead. Lord Dongting had changed his mind. Li Yuntan asked, You have already made your decision, have you not? After all, I killed your son, yet you still chose to save me. Lord Dongting was startled. You knew Li Wen was of the dragon race, yet he had fish scales on his body. Furthermore, when I first met you and said that Li Wen missed you, you were moved. If you were not his father, then were you his brother? Lord Dongting fell silent after hearing this. I am sorry. I killed your son. Li Yuntan revealed a regretful expression. At first, they truly could have been considered friends. At least, that was what he had thought. When they first met, Li Wen could have killed him. Gurgle, gurgle. Lord Dongting sighed. In the end, there were some things he could not bring himself to say. At that time, Li Wen had only a faint breath left as he looked at him. He knew what Li Wen was thinking, but there was nothing he could do. Li Yuntan placed a hand over his chest and said sorrowfully, I had intended to do something for him. I never expected it to turn out this way. But you still haven't told me how you became Li Wan. Lord Dongting remained doubtful. Li Yuntan said, I took possession of his body. Lord Dongting turned and said to him, Follow me. Had he not heard him? Lord Dongting looked displeased. Ahead is the White Tree Forest. He introduced it as they entered an area surrounded by the bones of gigantic beasts, where the air was somewhat gloomy. White trees shade Red Blossom City. So this is the White Tree Forest. Li Yuntan asked. They are all foes I have defeated, Lord Dongting replied. They passed countless bones. There are 4,667 trees in this White Tree Forest. All of them are enlightened demons. This is a vine dragon. In life, its cultivation was the highest. It had already reached the mystic realm. It took me more than a month to slay it. He pointed to a beast skeleton and explained it to Li Yuntan. This is a coiling dragon. It was cunning by nature, but beautiful. It nearly bewitched my daughter. I slew it as well. Yet this skeleton still retains some of its former bearing. Li Yuntan pointed at the demon beast skeleton before him. It was so enormous that it rivaled an entire city. Each of its joints was as large as a grand building. There are so many. Looking at the dead demon beast skeletons all around him, Li Yuntan asked in astonishment. This is merely one of the weakest Dao dragons. Its cultivation was comparable to yours, Lord Dongting explained. They are all Dao dragons. Li Yuntan, you do not know the character Dao. No one in the mortal world knows this character. You wrote it yourself, and even the most learned scholars could not recognize it. Yet you yourself had no doubts. Lord Dongting looked at Li Yuntan with glowing green eyes and countered, Where did you hear this word? Li Yuntan was secretly puzzled. Had no one in this world really ever heard it before? This old man was still probing him. Li Yuntan replied, I had never heard it before. I merely repeated it after hearing Lord Dongting call them that. Could this be a word you created yourself? I did not create this word. Someone else told it to me, Lord Dongting answered. That person said they resembled the dragon race, yet were not of the dragon race. One only needed to count them with a blade to kill them all. What do you think I've been doing in Daunting Lake for the past 1,000 years, standing in majesty amid these waters? Seeing Lord Dongting's attitude, Li Yuntan thought to himself, I underestimated this old man. I had thought everything was within my control, but things had begun developing in an unexpected direction. Lord Dongting said sternly, "Now that you have seen all this, do you still think I am someone you can toy with? I know you use such methods because you wanted me to think of my son whenever I saw you, making me reluctant to kill you. If you told ordinary people of such a scheme, they would say you were dreaming in broad daylight. But the means you used were neither divine powers nor Taoist arts. I nearly fell for them. Now I am truly curious. What method did you use, and how did you accomplish this?" "Ha ha ha!" Li Yuntan burst out laughing, as though he had heard something amusing. "Then I shall tell Lord Dongting. What I used was psychology." "Psychology?" Lord Dongting looked bewildered. Perhaps it was a term from another world. Li Yuntan explained slowly, "You are right. I had long guessed that your son was Li Wan. Now I have become Li Wan as well. I thought you would remember your son, that you would weep for him. You hate the enemy who killed your son, and that would make you think of him even more. Those two emotions are not entirely opposed. The boundary between them is exceedingly thin. I kept suggesting things to you and guiding you, hoping that the grief in your heart would suppress your hatred. But I discovered that I was wrong. You were not crying for that son at all, were you?" Lord Dongting's eyes darkened. "That is correct. I was not crying for him. When you see a fan, you think of a girl you once longed for. You treasure that fan, but do you truly like the fan itself? If that girl had given you a jade vase instead, you would have liked the jade vase too, would you not? But one day, the fan is destroyed and you shed tears. Are those tears shed for the fan or for the girl?" Li Yuntan found the situation strange. "I am not depraved enough to treat my own child as a keepsake for remembering the child's mother. So you wish to remember that true dragon through Li Wan. But dragons beget 9 sons. Could it be that there are 8 other true dragons' sons-in-law like you? Do you find that unpleasant?" Lord Dongting snorted coldly in displeasure. "You truly do not fear death. You guessed wrong once, and now you have guessed wrong a second time. Why not consider why I brought you to Dongting Lake?" Li Yuntan swam to Lord Dongting's side. "Could it be that you truly intend to leave, but want someone to guard the things in the lake for you? We will speak once we reach Red Blossom City." Lord Dongting did not answer Li Yuntan's questions again and simply continued forward. Li Yuntan followed behind him. Lord Dongting stopped before the largest skeleton. "HM, we are here already? I thought it would take longer. This is Red Blossom City." Lord Dongting pointed at a crimson flower glowing within the gloomy space ahead. "It is also my palace." Li Yuntan asked, "This is Red Blossom City?" "When I was still a red carp." Lord Dongting recalled the past. "Once, by a stream, a woman picked a red flower and threw it at me. It was when I sensed her feelings that I gained spiritual intelligence." "Do you know who that woman was?" Lord Dongting asked Li Yuntan. "The true dragon, transformed into human form," Li Yuntan answered. "I thought you were intelligent, but you are merely ordinary after all. Follow me." With that, Lord Dongting transformed into a stream of energy and vanished into the red flower, disappearing from Li Yuntan's sight. After Lord Dongting disappeared, Li Yuntan stood before the flower and pondered for a while. This old man had been imprisoned for 2,000 years and had slain thousands of true realm and mystic realm demon cultivators. His strength was unfathomable. He could not escape anyway, so he might as well take a gamble. Li Yuntan carefully touched the red flower. The moment his hand touched a petal, a flash of light pulled him inside. Before his eyes suddenly appeared a sea of brilliant red flowers, with a lake beyond it. An island sat in the middle of the lake, veiled in faint drifting mist. Li Yuntan stared at the scene in surprise. Lord Dongting's dragon palace concealed such a vast world within it. Perhaps this was how Dongting Lake had looked many years ago. Walking onward, Li Yuntan saw Lord Dongting grilling fish, with a young woman seated beside him. Li Yuntan froze, unsure whether he should sit down or first consider who the woman was. "Sit," Lord Dongting invited. "How many years ago was this?" Li Yuntan asked as soon as he sat down. "This was Dongting Lake 3,000 years ago," Lord Dongting answered. "Back then, I was swimming in these shallow waters when I saw someone make a great fire under a tree. She must have been hungry and wanted to grill fish. I remember that she wore yellow robes and held a red flower. That was the first time I met her. Who exactly was she?" Li Yuntan was filled with questions. Lord Dongting only replied softly, "You should thank her. One reason I have not killed you is because of her." As though realizing something, Li Yuntan's eyes widened. "But life is unpredictable, and karma is unpredictable too. Tell me, was she fortunate or unfortunate? That woman, 3,000 years ago, was merely a novice Taoist cultivator. She had only reached the intent realm and understood some Taoist arts, without possessing the slightest divine power. She looked rather pitiful at the time. There are countless cultivators in this world, even those who reach the mystic realm, with Taoist arts capable of reaching the heavens, often live no longer than 1,000 years. And yet she was able to live for 3,000 years. Li Yuntan closed his eyes and calculated. At first, I was mistaken as well. Lord Dongting shook his head with a cold laugh. A saint? Or the sword saint? Li Yuntan was truly frightened now. Do not rush. Lord Dongting waved for him to be patient, then continued. But this woman later married and bore a son. By cultivator standards, that child could be considered a Tao child. Yet he did not enjoy cultivation. Instead, he loved the splendor of the mortal world. At the time, Dongting was surrounded entirely by water, and there was no emperor. This place was then known as the 100 Kingdoms of the Southern Marsh. Li Yuntan carefully probed. When I met you at Ju Mountain that day, I heard you say aboard the boat that 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, Lord Dongting supported the ruler of Wei in unifying the 100 Kingdoms of the Southern Marsh, forming the Qing Kingdom as it exists today. Is that true? Yes, there are still people who remember that. Lord Dongting brought the fish to his nose and sniffed it. The grilled fish is done too. The ancestor of Wei's imperial family was the Tao child born to that woman in yellow. He married and had children in the mortal world, and by the 10th generation, the Wei imperial house emerged. They had lived in Guanxio for generations and proclaimed themselves emperors there. At the time, the Xiaoguan clan was honored as the royal clan, so the imperial family of Wei bore the surname Xiaoguan. Li Yuntan was astonished. Xiaoguan? After Wei was destroyed, one branch of the Xiaoguan family remained. It multiplied for another 97 generations and eventually produced a little girl. That is right. That little girl was also a Tao embryo. Though young, her innate talent was exceptional, and the sword sect took her away to cultivate. By her 20s, she had reached the transformation realm. When the sword sect investigated further, they discovered that she was the descendant of the sword saint. They also said that this genius woman of the sword sect later met a man. That man was a remnant of the painting saint's lineage. Yet unexpectedly, this remnant fell for her, causing her to betray the sword sect and flee with him. That man was named Li Chunfeng, while the woman was Xia Guanyu. Li Yuntang Grinat. Then the woman you met by the river that year was the present sword saint. I have also heard that the sword saint's former husband is now the book saint. In that case, I have become kin to the twin saints. Kin, Lord Dongting countered. At present, you can indeed be considered the twin saint's sole descendant. But 2,000 years ago, their relationship was extremely poor, and they rarely interacted. By now, all those who knew the matter have died, and few remain aware of it. Li Yuntan thought to himself, no wonder Jun Yinzi reacted that way when he heard my mother's name. But if what you say is true, and my parents had such extraordinary origins, why did things later turn out that way? And why are you telling me all this? As Li Yuntan was deep in thought, Lord Dongting's expression suddenly changed. Do not be hasty, boy. These matters are not enough. There is another reason I will not kill you. Do you know where the dragon aura on your body comes from? As he spoke, Lord Dongting waved the grilled fish in his hand. Please enlighten me, sir. Beneath Dongting Lake, half of the true dragon's divine soul is sealed. Hearing such an absurd revelation, Li Yuntan could not help but be astonished. You have quite the nerve. You claim I am the true dragon's son-in-law, but that is merely mortal speculation about demons. 2,000 years ago, the true dragon suffered a great calamity. It then separated a portion of its divine soul and sealed it beneath Dongting Lake. To protect that divine soul, I used my own vital essence and spiritual energy. The true dragon divided its divine soul, creating Li Wen, one of the 9 dragon sons. The moment Li Wen was born, he was already a great demon of the mystic realm, scarcely weaker than I was then. But the true dragon took away half of his memories and divine soul, as well as half his spiritual energy. The true dragon used the divine soul seal beneath the lake as the foundation, and half of Li Wen's spiritual energy and divine soul as the formation's catalyst. That is the Dongting Lake restriction you see today. Dragon auras are interconnected. Li Wen is no more than a key to the Dongting restriction. If the key is here, then the dragon god's token. Li Yuntan said anxiously, Lord Daunting continued. The Dragon God's token is a fragment of one of the true dragon scales. When the true dragon emerged to subdue the demons of the world, it fought a fierce battle against the golden-winged great rock. The true dragon was wounded and lost a scale, while the golden-winged great rock shed 3 feathers. The Dragon God's token is a fragment of that dragon scale. Lord Daunting raised the token. By order of the true dragon, it says, I am to remove the restriction and go meet him. He knows that only by combining 2 dragon auras can the balance be broken and the restriction opened. But he does not know that this method can only temporarily suppress the restriction. It will not last long. Nor does he know that the true dragon once told me that if I truly wish to leave Daunting, I need only summon Li Wen and cast a spell, causing the 2 auras to clash. The restriction would immediately be lifted. Why would I need him to save me? Lord Daunting's attitude suddenly shifted. This is rather strange. Heaven-piercing Lord delivered the Dragon God's token, and the token in his hand was genuine. I have not seen the true dragon in more than 2,000 years. I fear something grave has happened. I do not care how you became Li Wen, but since you are the dragon race, I can entrust Daunting to you. I must go and see what sort of being is plotting here in Daunting. Li Yuntan replied. Just because I am Li Wen now, you trust me enough to hand over the Daunting you have guarded for 2,000 years? Such good fortune makes me feel that danger is near. I know you are the person I have been seeking. Lord Daunting blew on the cooked fish. The key lies within this. If you are still alive someday, you will naturally understand. She loves you and misses you. We shall see whether you can save her. Lord Daunting handed the fish to Li Yuntan. The instant he let go, blue light flashed, and the fish transformed into a woman. Lady Hong, Li Yuntan cried out in shock. Earlier, I had heaven-piercing Lord strike with all his strength. Once the balance of the restriction is disturbed, it will restore itself. Daunting Lake can now only be entered, not exited. Even if I use all my strength, it will take several years. So wait here peacefully. Seeing Lord Daunting preparing to leave, Li Yuntan held Lady Hong and shouted, Wait! The true dragon's divine soul is sealed beneath the lake, so dragon aura will inevitably leak out. Once an aquatic creature passes through and absorbs that dragon aura, it will immediately become a great demon. They have no reason and know only how to pursue flesh and blood. You must be careful in the future. Lord Daunting transformed into a fish and soared into the sky, leaving only these words of warning behind before departing. With a whoosh, all the flowers and grass around them vanished. Red Blossom City was taken away with him as well, leaving behind only the wandering souls of women, along with little Lon Lon. He had abandoned all of them. Ling Kongzi now existed only as a soul within the skin pouch and bracelet. If she was inside, the fragments of this shell would be even harder to find. You perverted old man. Li Yuntan kursa inwarli. Suddenly, a dragon appeared before him. That old man dragged me here to work for nothing. Lady Hong needs treatment too. Li Yuntan gritted his teeth. Roar! The dragon opened its mouth and roared at him. So this was what Lord Daunting had been fighting for the past 2,000 years. Run. This was not something he could handle in his present state. Li Yuntan swam forward. The dragon roared and gave chase, but became stuck among the skeletons. As expected, it did not dare enter this field of white bones. The dragon aura, accumulated over thousands of years, had seeped into the material, making it as sharp as blades. But an even more terrifying demon appeared before Li Yuntan. In such a harsh environment, this will become my traveling palace. Li Yuntan opened his fan. Though it could not compare to Lord Daunting's Daunting, it still possessed some splendor. The surroundings changed. With a hum, everything emerged. This truly is no place for people to live. It still needs fixing up. Li Lang, you're here. Lady Hong had also awakened, her hand caressing Li Yuntan's face. Lord Daunting has likely left Daunting Lake. Before leaving, he entrusted you to me. Li Yuntan explained the current situation. Earlier, he roasted you with wood. Did he do that to you because of me? Lady Hong replied, Not because of you, but I'm very happy that you came to Daunting Lake. You do not understand my father. The branch you saw was a world tree branch, and that fire was his crimson tail fire. I am a ghost cultivator with Ean's spirit, so I normally fear red yang energy. My father had the world tree branch refined into my body, and it was steeped in his crimson tail fire. Though I'm a ghost cultivator, I no longer fear such things. You were first killed by him with a borrowed knife, then became a ghost cultivator, and afterwards suffered beside me. Yet he claims it was all for your own good. Li Yuntan murmureth. But how can one tell sincerity from falsehood? She looked at him. Li Lang once said he loved me, yet it turned out he deceived me. He said he had deceived me, yet now he has come to my daunting lake of his own accord. Li Yuntan was left speechless. Li Lang can say he had no choice. He can say he came for Ling Kongzi. Once some words are spoken, it becomes impossible to distinguish truth from lies. Better not to say them at all. In this world, no matter how one lives, is it not all about deceiving others and being deceived in turn? A hand covered Li Yuntan's mouth, stopping him from continuing. You are doing something very dangerous. Li Yuntan took Lady Hong's hand. If I were you, I would stay far away from someone like him. The pain he brings you will be 100 times greater than the joy. In a little while, I will take you to Mount June. Though Daunting Lake has been sealed, it is vast enough for you to find somewhere to go. Do not appear before me again. Lady Hong felt somewhat upset upon hearing this. What if I told you that there are some things you cannot accomplish without me? She hugged herself. Li Yuntan turned his back to her. Without you, I can do anything. Feeling wronged, she replied. I heard from my father that Li Lang originally plotted to have Bai Fenshin kill Ling Kongzi so that the adopted daughter of the golden-winged Great Peng would mistakenly believe Ling Kongzi had killed Li Wan. Li Lang, do you know why Bai Yuntan was so furious? She sighed and closed her eyes. That was my plan. Of course I know. Bai Yuntan likes eating dragons, and there was also Li Wan. Li Yuntan turned around. Li Lang, she interrupted him. Bai Yuntan claims to enjoy eating dragons, but Li Wan is merely a demon of the transformation realm. For Bai Yunnan, who is in the true realm, capturing him should be as easy as turning over her hand. Why, then, has she never eaten him in all these 1,000 years? Lady Hong voiced her thoughts. Li Yuntan frowned as he turned his head. Now that you mention it, that really is rather strange. Think about it, Li Lang. Li Wan has been in Yubei for 1,000 years. How could Bai Yunnan not know? She stepped closer. But why did she only recently let him escape? She pressed herself close to Li Yuntan. He glanced at her. I originally thought that, as the 9th young master was still the true dragon's son, Bai Yuntan could not casually devour a dragon, even if she was the golden-winged Great Peng's daughter. Lady Hong blushed as she gazed into his eyes. Everyone says the golden-winged Great Peng King loves eating dragons. But how many dragons are there in this world? There's only one true dragon and 9 dragon sons. Where'd he find enough to eat? But if it is merely a rumor, how could the true dragon, sovereign of all demons beneath heaven, allow such a rumor to spread everywhere? As she spoke, she bit her fingernail. So the legend that the golden-winged Great Peng eats dragons is actually referring to evil flood dragons? Li Yuntan seemed to realize something. Li Long truly is clever. Bai Yuntan travels the world not for pleasure, but to search for food for her adoptive father. The 9th young master was the one dealing with her, while I represented the people of Daunting Lake in negotiations with him. Think about it, Li Lang. Where have the several thousand corpses in this lake gone? If they were simply left to rot, who could still live in Daunting Lake? Just imagine Daunting Lake filled with white bones. Li Yuntan replied. These evil flood dragons have all absorbed some of the true dragon's spiritual essence into their souls. If the true dragon learned that the golden-winged Great Peng was eating them, he would probably fly into a rage. She laughed. What is Li Lang worried about? My father said the true dragon has already agreed to this. Perhaps the true dragon has encountered some calamity and his strength has declined. So he uses this method to win over and intimidate the demon hordes. The 9th young master does not know this and thinks I'm shielding my adoptive father. Bai Yuntan followed the 9th young master before, because this year's evil flood dragons were born late. The golden-winged Great Peng grew impatient, and Bai Yuntan did as well. To put it plainly, she captured the 9th young master to offer him to her adoptive father. But Li Lang Daunting Lake is sealed now. There will be no more flood dragon flesh to give by Yuntan. What plan do you have? Lady Hong took Li Yuntan's hand and placed it against her chest, her gaze tender. Well, I am sealed within Daunting Lake anyway, and I cannot defeat those evil flood dragons. Whatever Bai Yuntan wants, let her figure out herself. We will deal with it when the time comes. Li Yuntan answered vaguely, apparently unable to think of a way to handle the situation. He thought to himself, but why did Lord Daunting keep me here and tell me about my origins? Did Ling Kongzi go to see the twin saints merely to discuss the mind-linked jade slip? Could it have something to do with me? He had received too much information at once and needed time to sort it out. I wonder how Ling Kongzi is doing now. If I knew what the twin saints told her, perhaps I could piece together more clues from another angle. Rumble. The space suddenly shook violently, and the two lost their balance. Lady Hong warned Li Lang, someone is fighting outside. They have disturbed Daunting Lake's restriction. Li Yuntan still seemed not to understand what was happening. Lady Hong continued, a fierce battle is taking place east of the lake. My adoptive father refined sword-transforming wood into my body so I can sense it. It is east of Wei City. Li Yuntan immediately reacted. Come, let's go take a look. Li Yuntan and Lady Hong swam eastward, their expressions grave. As they neared the lake's surface, light gradually appeared. At last, they surfaced. Li Yuntan took a deep breath. The two looked ahead and saw flames soaring into the sky. Li Yuntan said to Lady Hong, let's go over and take a look. I wonder what has become of Wei City. I still have several aides and friends outside. Lady Hong immediately conjured a wooden boat, and the two quickly boarded it. That is why I said you would need me. The boat, carrying the two of them, sped toward the distant sea of flames. Li Yuntan sensed something. Watch out! With a boom, a beam of light shot toward them.